Everything operated fully automatically, equipped with all kinds of intelligent robots. These robots used the latest AI technology, with automatic energy storage and self-learning update systems. The seed bank, gene bank, and embryo incubation center looked like ordinary workshops from the outside, but were actually more like shipping containers, each with its own independent passageway, allowing the entire unit to be transported directly to the SS zone within 30 seconds. This meant that if the entire planet were ever destroyed in a meteorological war, these seeds and embryos could board the final Noah's Ark and escape to Mars. If conditions allowed, they would grow and survive under the care of intelligent robots. After the tour, Jiang Xiaoyue was silently stunned for a moment. She changed out of her protective suit, and as she glanced back, the once bright area dimmed noticeably. Jiang Xiaoyue frowned, puzzled. Why did the lights get dimmer? It was for your convenience during the tour, Song Qian answered honestly. Whatever she asked, he answered. He was nothing like the man she'd known at the Blazing Flame base. Jiang Xiaoyue suddenly understood. So, it wasn't that Chief Mo had a meeting, this whole tour was specially arranged for me, wasn't it? Before the apocalypse, this kind of technology might not have been much. But now, after months of catastrophe, to still possess and preserve all this, and to have prepared for humanity's future survival, it truly shocked her. Yes, Song Qian nodded, his tone more solemn. Chief Mo believes in your strength and abilities, but he also hopes you can trust in the nation's capabilities and resolve, and in their determination to ensure the survival of humanity's spark. Jiang Xiaoyue took a deep breath. This Mo Jingqing really was thorough. If it had been anyone else, they wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Is he really just a simple reborn person? Could it really be that simple? 10 minutes later. Under Song Qian's lead, Jiang Xiaoyue arrived at a honeycomb-shaped room with a dark red exterior. At the entrance, a row of young, imposing soldiers stood guard, weapons in hand. Seeing the two approach, the lead soldier saluted Song Qian. Hello, Captain Song. Song Qian nodded slightly and asked in a low voice, Is the chief available now? The chief is in a brief meeting, but it should end soon, the soldier replied quietly. Receiving this response, Song Qian turned to Jiang Xiaoyue. Miss Jiang, please. His way of addressing her shifted seamlessly between public and private settings. Jiang Xiaoyue was already used to it. All right. After swiping 3 access cards, passing 3 fingerprint scans, and a retinal scan, a spacious and brightly lit room appeared before them. Mo Jingqing, handsome and dressed in military uniform, stood before a 3D sand table about the size of a ping-pong table. The sand table was covered in white, simulating an external snowy environment. Colorful little flags were stuck among the undulating peaks. Beside him stood a young woman, also in uniform, with an exceptional figure and striking presence. Jiang Xiaoyue recognized her at a glance. It was Mo Xiaoyue, whom she'd met at the Sky 101 Hotel in Anming. Though it had been a while, she still wore her signature bold red lipstick and voluminous waves. With such charisma, Jiang Xiaoyue guessed she was unique in the entire base. Several other impressive military officers stood nearby. They seemed to be discussing something. Judging by their epaulets, their ranks were not low. Without exception, they were all older than Mo Jingqing. Though the floor was carpeted thickly, Jiang Xiaoyue and Song Qian entered without making a sound. Still, Mo Jingqing looked up alertly. The moment he saw Jiang Xiaoyue, his tightly furrowed brows relaxed. But he quickly looked away. Jiang Xiaoyue and Song Qian quietly waited to the side. About 3 minutes later, the group finished their discussion and left. However, they exited through a different door than the one Jiang Xiaoyue and Song Qian had entered. It was clear this room had multiple exits. Once everyone else had left, Mo Jingqing finally smiled and strode quickly toward Jiang Xiaoyue. Song Qian snapped to attention and saluted. Chief. Mo Jingqing nodded slightly, a hint of approval in his eyes. Then he reached out to Jiang Xiaoyue. Jiang Xiaoyue, long time no see. Hello, Chief Mo. Jiang Xiaoyue smiled faintly and shook his hand lightly. You too, wait outside, Mo Jingqing said, glancing at Song Qian. Yes, sir. Song Qian turned and left. The armed guards who had been stationed inside also left with him. Now, only Mo Jingqing and Jiang Yan remained in the room. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. After a few brief pleasantries, Mo Jingqing retrieved a folder marked Top Secret from the safe and handed it to Jiang Yan. This is the agreement, reviewed and signed by the highest authorities. You can take a look first. He paused, his gaze lingering on Jiang Yan's face for a second before continuing. There's also a highly classified dossier inside, the one I mentioned before, about the materials the country needs your help to collect. This time, Mo Jingqing got straight to the point. He didn't ask Jiang Yan what she had decided. In his view, since she had come all the way to Dongshan, to this place, her answer was obvious. And indeed, Jiang Yan felt the same. She took out the agreement and was about to read it carefully when Hua Bao, who had been quietly perched on her shoulder, spoke up. "Mama, I can help you read the agreement." "Sure," Jiang Yan replied, almost forgetting that Hua Bu was self-taught and quite capable. With that thought, Jiang Yan carefully opened the agreement. When she saw the handwritten signature at the end, her pupils contracted. This name. She'd seen it countless times on the 7 o'clock evening news. Mo Jingqing was the leader of the Yaoben base. But this name was clearly someone of number 1 status. "Chief Mo, may I ask him?" Jiang Yan hesitated, glancing up at Mo Jingqing, who was sitting across from her. "Is he also at the Yaoben base?" Mo Jingqing straightened, his young and handsome face turning a shade more serious. "I'm sorry. I can answer any of your questions except this one." "Oh? Any question?" Jiang Yan couldn't help but smile. She wasn't that bored, she just thought his words were a bit of an exaggeration. Given his high status and authority, if he really didn't want to answer, there was nothing she could do about it. But to her surprise, Mo Jingqing's sharp gaze paused for a moment. After a second's thought, he looked at her and said yes. Jiang Yan hadn't expected such a direct answer, and for a moment, she was at a loss for words. Anyone with a sense of propriety would know not to push further. After all, considering his special position, knowing when to stop was the wise thing to do. But Jiang Yan wasn't just anyone, she was different. After everything she'd been through, her mind was practically a warehouse of unanswered questions. "I heard that before the apocalypse, 5 major bases were established across the country, each modeled after one of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Is that true?" she asked. He frowned. "Yes." Wanli put down the agreement, her gaze probing. "Do you know what the differences are?" "In terms of the bases themselves, there's no difference. They were all set up to help survivors resist natural disasters and make it through alive. But if you're talking about the leaders of those bases," he paused, his deep eyes resting on her. "Well, you know how it is. I'm not sure if Miss Jiang ever worked in an office before the apocalypse, or if you know much about running a company. But just like different bosses create different company cultures, the so-called differences often come from there." He finished, interlacing his fingers, and gave her an interested look. His answer was a bit evasive. Jiang Yan took a breath and pressed on. "It said that the Blaze base represents fire, and the Yaoben base represents earth. So, are there bases for metal, wood, and water as well? What are their names?" "Miss Jiang, you certainly know quite a lot." Mo Jingqing raised an eyebrow and smiled, standing up. "Have you ever heard of the interrelationships among the 5 elements?" Jiang Yan blinked. "I've heard of it, but I'm not too familiar. The so-called 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, generate and restrain each other. Metal generates water, water generates wood, wood generates fire, fire generates earth, earth generates metal. On the other hand, metal restrains wood, wood restrains earth, earth restrains water, water restrains fire, and fire restrains metal." Mo Jingqing finished, turning back to her. "These things are connected to us reincarnators. However, the authorities have never encouraged this kind of metaphysical theory. What I just told you is for your own knowledge only." With that, Mo Jingqing sat back down in front of her. "Jiang Yan, how did the conversation end up even more confusing than before?" Mo Jingqing caught the subtle change in her expression. Jiang Yan, some questions, you'll understand them once you're on your journey. Jiang Yan glanced at him, half joking. Chief MO, the way you say on your journey sounds a little ominous, don't you think? Sorry. He frowned slightly, then gestured at the paper contract in her hand, changing the subject. Do you have any comments about this agreement? Give me a moment. Wanli buried her head in the document, continuing to read. Mom, I finished a while ago, no issues. But the premise is that the parties to the contract must still exist. Hua Bao, who had already skimmed through the agreement, piped up. Jiang Yan instantly understood. By parties, he meant both signatories of the contract. At the moment, that was the country and herself. As for still exist, it meant the country had to continue to exist as well. But she'd always known, whether before or after the apocalypse, whether you signed a contract with a private party or with the state. In the end, contracts are meant to guard against gentlemen, not scoundrels. Is there a problem? Mo Jingqing asked when he saw her gaze pause at the signature line at the end of the contract. He had personally drafted and revised this contract, balancing national interests while also thoroughly safeguarding Jiang Yan's present and future. After all, he had always emphasized that Jiang Yan and the nation were partners, not in a conscription relationship. She had always been independent and free. Jiang Yan glanced up at him, smiled, and said, "No problem." The contract had been stamped with the seals of all the official authoritative agencies, and even bore the handwritten signature of the highest authority. You could say it was full of sincerity. She had nothing to say. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he handed her a specially designed pen. Please sign in block script. Thank you. All right. Jiang Yan reached out, took the pen, and neatly signed her name. There were 10 copies of the contract, each with numerous attachments. By the time she finished signing them all, her fingers were noticeably sore. She hadn't written by hand in so long that her handwriting felt a bit shaky. You keep one copy. The rest we need for our records, Mo Jingqing said, pulling one out to give to her and placing the rest into another bag marked top secret. Jiang Yan, I hope we'll have a pleasant cooperation in the future, Mo Jingqing said, extending his hand. Jiang Yan was momentarily surprised, but still reached out and shook his hand lightly. Just as she was about to take her leave, he pulled out another, top-secret file bag. This is what I mentioned earlier, the materials the country needs your help to collect. There are only 3 copies of this catalog in existence, as the items listed are all of national importance or critical to the country's future. 2 copies are with you, so please keep them safe. With that, Mo Jingqing took out a thick catalog made of special materials. It was about the size of an A4 sheet, and the paper was thick, almost like coated copperplate. In addition, he handed her a USB drive. What's this? Jiang Yan picked up the USB, puzzled for a second. The digital version. He believed she had some kind of artifact capable of spatial storage. Storing a computer or a power source wouldn't be an issue. Jiang Yan gave an O and carefully opened one of the catalogs, her pupils contracting in surprise. Inside, except for a small dashed triangle symbol in the lower right corner, the pages were completely blank. Every page was the same. What's this? Jiang Yan was stunned, looking at Mo Jingqing in confusion, only to see him smile. Try putting your thumb on the triangle. This catalog was designed for your fingerprints, using fingerprint encryption. It contains the most advanced micro-paper batteries and hair-thin chips. All it needs is a bit of ambient light for power. That advanced. Jiang Yan couldn't help but gape in astonishment. Paper batteries, hair-thin chips. She'd never even heard of such things before the apocalypse. It seemed the country really did have a lot of high-tech secrets ordinary people couldn't access or even imagine. She didn't ask further, but gently pressed her thumb onto the triangle. Something magical happened. A faint light flashed from the triangle, and then, on the previously blank page, information about various items appeared. Lithography machines, aircraft carriers, rockets, spaceships, seed banks. Everything she'd heard of before the apocalypse and things she'd never heard of were all there. You could say this was a national-level treasure map. It was also a top-secret catalog of national technology. What puzzled her was that, in addition to standard addresses, each item's location was marked with a long string of coordinates. There were also many technical terms she didn't recognize. Each page of the catalog seemed designed to be detached and reassembled as needed, probably for flexibility in future use. Anchoring system? Jiang Yan's eyes flashed with confusion as she looked at this term. Have you ever heard of ocean anchor buoys? Mo Jingjing glanced coolly at Jiang Yan from across the table. No, Jiang Yan shook her head, carefully closing the treasure map. The map was highly advanced at the moment it was closed. All images and data vanished instantly. In truth, Jiang Yan did know about anchor buoys. After the apocalypse began, during her time in the apple pod, she had spent her days learning and training. She'd picked up a fair bit of survival and self-rescue knowledge for the post-apocalyptic world. One of the things she learned was how to pinpoint a location precisely when GPS and Beidou navigation systems were down. That was why, when she went out searching for gold, she used a theodolite for measuring distances. Still, she thought it best to keep her knowledge under wraps in front of Mo Jingjing. He didn't dwell on it and simply explained, you can think of it as the most primitive kind of locator. After a brief pause, Mo Jingjing stood up and continued, the supplies we're searching for this time weren't relocated before the apocalypse hit, they're scattered all over the country. Now, with the world frozen over, most of them, except for those stored inside mountains, are buried deep beneath thick layers of snow. Jiang Yan was taken aback. If they're buried under the snow, how are we supposed to retrieve them? It wasn't as if they could just set up an oil drilling platform and dig through the snow and glaciers. After all, in this extreme cold, most metals and equipment had already lost their original properties and functions. Unless the government could manufacture these devices out of the special metal used at the blazing base, but that was obviously unrealistic. Exactly. With the world frozen and the deadly cold outside, even searching for the supplies is impossible. Ordinary people wouldn't survive long on the surface, only evolved humans like Yi Qing and his team could even try. So, Jiang Yan was even more puzzled. I can't remember if I told you, but our entire supply search operation will only begin once the extreme cold starts to subside. Jiang Yan thought for a moment, but couldn't recall hearing this before. When will that be? She asked. Mo Jingjing stopped in front of a progress chart. Based on our estimates of this climate disaster, it should be in about 6 months. In 6 months, the ice and snow will begin to melt, and that's when we'll set out. That's when the anchor buoys we placed in advance will come into play. Once the snow and ice melt, we'll find the buoys floating on the water's surface, and locating the supply caches will be a breeze. As for the specifics, you don't need to worry, there will be professionals to assist you. Mo Jingjing turned to look at Jiang Yan as he finished. Jiang Yan frowned. So, I won't just be heading out with Yi Qing and Qin Ling to search for supplies? Of course not. Mo Jingjing nodded. Most of the supplies are buried deep underwater, so we'll need professionals and specialized equipment. Many high-tech weapons and products aren't something ordinary people can handle or understand, so experts will be coming along. Jiang Yan more or less understood what he was getting at. So, how many people are we talking about? Mo Jingjing narrowed his eyes. The preliminary list is about 250 to 300 people. That many. Jiang Yan was secretly stunned for a moment. Yeah, but don't worry, 60% will be soldiers responsible for your safety, 20% will be technical staff, 10% logistics, and the remaining 10% will be core personnel, including you, some specialists, and scientists. Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh. Why does this sound a bit like an Antarctic expedition team? Even the usually stern Mo Jingjing cracked a smile. Funny you should say that. Considering we'll be setting out as the ice melts, you'll be equipped with an icebreaker. He added, specifically, a specially modified version of the Shuilong icebreaker, the same type used by the Antarctic research teams. The research icebreaker used at the South Pole. Jiang Yan was inwardly stunned for a second, her voice involuntarily rising a few notches. That's right. In the subsequent process of gathering supplies, we'll need to use some technological means in many areas. This ship has a lot of inherent advantages. Additionally, we'll need to add some defensive measures and weaponry. Mo Jingcheng paused after speaking, the corners of his lips lifting slightly as his gaze lingered on her face. So, what do you think? Does the mission 6 months from now sound a little more exciting? Jiang Yan was momentarily taken aback. Leader Mo, what do you mean by that? I remember that before the apocalypse, when you were a travel streamer, what you looked forward to most was boarding the South Pole research vessel. He finished speaking, looking at her with interest. Jiang Yan's heart skipped a beat, though her expression didn't change at all. She smiled slightly and said, "Could it be that you are one of my fans?" "You could say that." He nodded slightly. A trace of doubt flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. "That's hard to believe. When we're on training missions, of course, we can't use electronic devices. But there are always a few days each month that are exceptions." He didn't try to hide it, and after speaking, looked at Jiang Yan again. "So, are you satisfied with this arrangement?" Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh. "I wouldn't say that." Back then, she'd wanted to board the Shuilong, the South Pole expedition vessel, as a travel streamer. It was more about travel, relaxation, and sharing the experience. At that time, there were some extreme weather events in the world, but the overall environment was still normal. There were no natural disasters, no so-called weather wars, and certainly no atrocities treating all of humanity as experimental subjects. Now, she clearly felt a greater sense of responsibility and pressure. He didn't say much more, only 6 months from now we'll officially set out. During this time, we'll complete the formation and training of the entire search and rescue team. That includes you and everyone around you. There will be very detailed training plans. As for the resource map you just saw, we'll develop independent search and rescue routes based on how the natural disasters outside evolve. Jiang Yan was good at catching keywords and couldn't help but ask curiously, "The evolution of natural disasters, what do you mean?" Right now, the whole world is in a deep freeze. But 6 months from now, after the glaciers melt, it's highly likely that different regions will see new natural disasters, completely different from what we're facing now. In other words, you'll need to be prepared in advance to deal with all kinds of catastrophes. Jiang Yan's heart sank. Looks like this national treasure hunt mission is anything but simple. Seeing her brows knit tightly, he asked, feeling the pressure. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and nodded. "A little. Want to back out?" "Not really." Mo Jingcheng actually smiled at that. "Good. Never forget, the country is your solid backing. There's nothing to be afraid of." He paused, then added, "You'll also need to participate in an aerospace training program. Once the plan is finalized tomorrow, you'll get a separate briefing." "All right." Jiang Yan took a deep breath. "So, does that mean she'll be heading to space in the future?" Strangely, she felt a faint sense of anticipation. Suddenly, she recalled the dream she'd had at the Blazing Flame base about space. In the dream, countless golden vines lifted her up, and she blew up the main control bay of the disaster simulation lab that had been set up in the space station. "Do you have any more questions?" Mo Jingcheng glanced at her, then checked his watch. Jiang Yan frowned in thought, hesitated, and finally asked, "How are they doing now?" "They? Who?" Mo Jingcheng raised an eyebrow. "I remember you once said that after the meteorological station war, the country assembled an elite team to go abroad and track down the originators of the weather warfare. Has there been any progress?" "Not yet. With the extreme cold now, the whole world is frozen. Almost all technological search methods are useless. We can only rely on some primitive means. And since it's a long, cross-border operation, it's far tougher than crossing snow mountains and grasslands back in the day." After speaking, Mo Jingcheng took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Yan with burning eyes. "That's why we might be another, and perhaps even more promising, option." Jiang Yan's heart suddenly sank. "Any other questions?" He clenched his fist and asked again. Jiang Yan shook her head. "No, that's all." "In that case, let's go see what you've been most eager to see." There wasn't the slightest hint of discouragement on his face. He looked as energized as ever. Jiang Yan knew this was Mo Jingcheng's self-discipline as the leader of the base. It was also the essential temperament of a seasoned soldier. She wasn't sure what he meant, but she nodded anyway. All right. Wanli stood up and put the contract and the booklet into her backpack. In reality, in the next second, both important items were stored away into her spatial dimension by a mere thought, automatically placed in the study of her Apple Pod for her to review later. These two items are rare and precious, so please keep them safe, Mo Jingqing reminded her with a glance at her backpack, but didn't say more. Jiang Yan nodded. Thank you for the reminder, Chief Mo. Jiang Yan, actually, I have a small suggestion. Mo Jingqing suddenly stopped and looked at her with interest. Yes, Chief Mo. In the future, just call me by my name. Haven't you noticed, I don't address you as Miss Jiang anymore? He smiled warmly, which was rare for him. Jiang Yan was taken aback. She really hadn't noticed such details. Chief Mo, you're too kind. Calling you by your name. I think I'll stick with Chief. Some people liked to get close, but she preferred to keep a respectful distance. He shrugged and said no more. He led Jiang Yan to another corner of the room. It had the same honeycomb structure. It reminded her of the trap-filled tombs she'd seen in movies. After a brief inspection, he placed his right palm on the panel. Fingerprint 1 verified. Please verify fingerprint 2. A mechanical voice sounded. Jiang Yan watched as Mo Jingqing scanned 5 different fingerprints before the door finally opened. Retina 1 verified. Please verify Retina 2. Thankfully, no matter how skilled a person is, they only have 2 eyes. Jiang Yan couldn't help but ask softly, Chief Mo, just hypothetically, what if one day your fingers are injured? How would you unlock these doors? He paused and turned back. That day will never come. What do you mean? This storeroom was prepared for you. Either I open it and you go in, or this storeroom never needs to be opened. What do you mean? You should know about the SS District. The spaceship there is what we call the final Noah's Arkansas. Everything loaded inside has been precisely calculated. There's no way to add these supplies at the last minute. Besides, if Blue Star no longer exists, all the gold and jewels people have desperately sought will become worthless, like weeds. As he finished, he placed both hands on the security panel. A faint light flashed, and with a loud clack, the final dark green door opened. Inside was pitch black. Mo Jingqing raised his hand again, snap. And the lights came on. The room was instantly flooded with dazzling light. Jiang Yan had just looked up when the blinding golden glare made her eyes ache. Staring at the scene before her, her pupils shrank and she was left speechless for a moment. It was a mountain of gold. Shimmering, dazzling, endless hills built entirely from stacks of gold bricks. Oh my God. Mom. So much gold. Jiang Yan was stunned, and the little Huabao, who was hiding on her shoulder, looked at the scene as if it were a grand feast. Its crimson tongue licked its fangs, and it was already breathing heavily, barely able to contain its excitement. Its beady little eyes were wide as saucers. One of its tiny vines even cautiously stretched out to poke at the gold. But it only dared to poke, quickly retracting as it secretly reported back to Jiang Yan. Mom, it's all from the Central Reserve. Top quality. If Huabao could eat all these gold bars, not only would its own space upgrade, but Huabao itself would level up several times in a row. Jiang Yan's heart was pounding with excitement. But she forced herself to take a deep breath, trying her best not to let Mo Jingqing see any sign of her emotions. Gold bars, she had bought plenty before the apocalypse. After the world ended, she'd collected even more during her zero-cost shopping trips. Although they were all 999 pure gold, in reality, there were subtle differences in quality depending on the brand or source. That's why some banks or brands only buy back gold bars produced by themselves. And among all gold bars, those from the Central Reserve were the best. Gold bars came in 50G, 100G, 500G, and 1000G sizes. Looking at the bars in front of her, almost all were 1000G. You could call them gold bricks without exaggeration. Although Dongshan produced gold, that only meant the mines were rich in reserves. For the Central Reserve to provide so many gold bars, it must have been authorized by the top leader himself. Thinking about it this way, Mo Jingqing was even more formidable than she'd thought. Jiang Yan, What do you think of my sincerity? Mo Jingqing said cheerfully. Jiang Yan couldn't help but smile, sincerely praising him. Commander Mo, you're truly generous. Seeing her calm expression, he added, from my room to here, there's no surveillance anywhere along the way, so you can rest assured. Jiang Yan shot him a sidelong glance, the corners of her lips curving up. So, what you're saying is, there might be surveillance elsewhere in the base? Hard to say. His face grew more serious, not denying it. From her words, Mo Jingqing could tell she was still on guard, so he continued. From the signing of the agreement, to providing the treasure map, to giving you this gold, the number of people who know about it, including you, me, and the higher-ups, is no more than 5. So just take it as agreed. It's all yours. All right, all 500 tons of gold here are yours. Once you've packed up, call me. With that, he gestured to a red button on the wall. 500 tons. Jiang Yan gasped. As far as she remembered, the country's gold reserves were about 2,200 tons, which meant this was already a quarter of that. And you? She was startled as he turned to leave. If I'm here, it might be inconvenient for you. He smiled slightly, then turned and left. The door clanged shut behind him. Jiang Yan stared at the sea of gold, her heart pounding in her throat. He hadn't said much, but it was obvious this was a test. A test that both sides understood, and one that was full of sincerity. Whether he was watching her from behind the door no longer mattered. After all, the agreement was signed, and she'd made it this far. With that thought, she took off her backpack as usual, and from inside, actually from her storage space, she took out an anti-surveillance scanner. She swept the room, nothing. Just to be safe, she also took out a pair of protective gloves and a smoke helmet. Finally, she pulled out a few smoke grenades. After lighting the fuses, she had Huab toss them into several corners. As thick smoke filled the vault, Jiang Yan slung her backpack over one shoulder and placed her palm on the piles of gold bricks. A minute later, as the smoke cleared, the mountains of gold bricks had completely vanished. Sorry, darlings, but this book will be on hiatus for a while. Originally, I planned to wrap things up around chapter 290. But now that I've reached chapter 295, it feels like a whole new storyline is just beginning, and I'm falling more and more in love with this story. Even though there are no more recommendations and the stats are pretty bad, I'm still determined to finish the story out of pure love. So during this break, I'll be revising the outline and plot details. Once that's done, I'll resume updating. There aren't many of you still following along, but I still felt it was important to let you all know in advance. See you all soon. #nervousface#. Mom, I've cleaned up all the smoke grenade shells. Huab quickly reported when he saw Jiang Yan standing still. Thank you, Huabao. After finishing her mental exchange with it, Jiang Yan once again scanned her surroundings. The entire gold reserve vault had a ceiling at least 5 or 6 meters high. The top was lofty, resembling a natural stone wall, but faint traces of a metallic grid could be seen. Jiang Yan guessed it must be made from some kind of special metal material. There should be smoke vents installed, which explained why the smoke from earlier had dissipated so quickly. However, there were no fire sprinklers or anything of the sort. At least, when the room had been filled with thick smoke just now, there hadn't been any sprinklers going off. After all, real gold doesn't fear fire, and there's no way they'd have so much water on hand for firefighting. After her inspection, she took off her protective gloves and smoke helmet, stowing them in her backpack. She waited another half a minute or so, then took a deep breath, turned around, and reached out to press the red button Mo Jingqing had told her about. The moment the dark stone door slid open with a clatter, Jiang Yan caught sight of Mo Jingqing, standing ramrod straight with his back to the door. Hearing the sound, he turned around, his sharp, handsome gaze pausing on Jiang Yan's face, though his peripheral vision swept past her, looking into the gold vault behind her. Seeing that the room, once filled with gold, was now completely empty, a flicker of surprise flashed in his calm eyes, quickly replaced by delight. Miss Jiang, your abilities are truly impressive. As he spoke, his gaze casually swept over her backpack. Chief Mo, you flatter me. Jiang Yan smiled. Thank you to the country and to you, Chief Mo, for your generosity. You're welcome. He smiled slightly, stepping forward and sniffing the air. You used white phosphorus? Jiang Yan was momentarily taken aback. Yes. Smoke grenades produce thick smoke from burning white phosphorus, which gives off a pungent garlic-like smell. She'd thought that once the burning was complete, there'd be no lingering odor. She'd been a bit careless. Fortunately, he just asked in passing, then said, all done. Jiang Yan nodded, then took off her backpack. I have something I'd like to give you, Chief Mo. With that, she rummaged through her bag and pulled out a plastic pouch, handing it to Mo Jingsheng. What's this? Mo Jingsheng reached out to take it, his eyes pausing in surprise. Amoxicillin. It was a whole bag of amoxicillin. Before the apocalypse, a bag like this would have cost just a few hundred yuan. But after the apocalypse, antibiotics were as precious as gold. The key was, her stash of amoxicillin was still within its expiration date. And while stored in her space, time was suspended. So, in effect, the shelf life had been greatly extended. Jiang Yan nodded. I thought the base might need it. It's only polite to reciprocate. Giving this was both a courtesy and a test. He took it, pulled out 3 boxes, then handed the rest back to her. The base hospital still has some of this left. You should keep the rest. Why? Jiang Yan was a bit surprised. Only a handful of people know you have a storage artifact. If this much amoxicillin suddenly appeared at the base, it would attract unwanted attention. If things go wrong, it could be traced back to you. He glanced at her, then added, of course, at Yao Ben base, I can guarantee your safety. But I can't promise someone won't try something behind the scenes. All medications have serial numbers and codes. If someone with enough authority wanted to trace the source, it wouldn't be difficult. Jiang Yan paused. Chief Mo, are you saying that at Yao Ben base, besides you, there are other factions? Mo Jingsheng considered for a second, then said, there's no such thing as an impregnable fortress anywhere in the world, especially not in the apocalypse. On the surface, Yao Ben base is unified, but in the shadows, there are always undercurrents. Jiang Yan thought that made sense. Then why don't you just wipe them out? Have you ever played Three Kingdoms Kill? He couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Yan nodded. Loyalists, traitors, rebels. Sometimes, to win in the end, you can make use of the rebels or the traitors. Jiang Yan fell silent at his words. Miss Jiang, please. Seeing her lost in thought, Mo Jingsheng couldn't help but say, you really don't need to worry about these things. Jiang Yan smiled. Of course. After all, I'm just an ordinary person. All those factions and power struggles really have nothing to do with me. That's not what I meant. He gave her a meaningful glance. Jiang Yan replied, then may I ask, Chief Mo, what do you mean? The power struggles and factions in the apocalypse are nothing like those before it. But no matter the era, those with resources and strength always have absolute say and decision-making power. Mo Jingsheng paused, glancing around before continuing. With your abilities, you'd be a target for every faction. The better ones would treat you as an honored guest. The worse ones, he left the rest unsaid. Would make me their prisoner, right? Jiang Yan finished for him. He neither confirmed nor denied it, only saying, let's go. Go where? Jiang Yan asked as he led her through another door. It was clear that the rooms surrounding his office were like a network of secret passages. Not only were they interconnected, but security was extremely tight. Every door required both fingerprint and retinal scans. I'm taking you to meet someone, he said, leading her down a narrow corridor. Who? Someone you don't know, he replied, deliberately mysterious. Jiang Yan didn't press further. Soon, the corridor widened and brightened. She could already see armed guards stationed every few steps. When the guards saw them, they all snapped to attention and saluted. The atmosphere reminded her of the underground level 101. This place is such a maze. It'd be so easy to get lost. Jiang Yan couldn't help but sigh. Don't worry, Mom. Everywhere we go, I've already mapped it out automatically. Hearing her worry about getting lost, Hua Bao piped up. Jiang Yan smiled warmly. Good job, Hua Bao. But I was just making conversation, that's all. Hua Bao let out two soft OS and settled quietly on her shoulder. The space was filled with gold now, and it was actually starving. But knowing Jiang Yan was still in an unknown and possibly dangerous situation, it didn't mention wanting to go into the space to eat gold. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Mo Jingxing paused, glanced back at her, and said, "Don't worry. Every time you come in or go out, I'll be with you. You won't get lost." With you. Jiang Yan was momentarily speechless. Then I'll trouble you, Chief Mo. You're too polite. As he finished speaking, he suddenly stopped. The corridor lights flickered with a ZZZT. Then, they went out. The spot where they stood was plunged into darkness, save for the dim green glow of the emergency lights. At that moment, a slim, black-clad figure darted out from the corridor ahead. She moved like a razor-sharp gust of wind, heading straight for Jiang Yan. Along with her came a strong, familiar scent of perfume. Jiang Yan's brows knitted. She instinctively took a step back. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Mo Jingxing also step back, reminding her, "Miss Jiang, be careful." But the figure was relentless, swinging a palm straight at Jiang Yan's face. Jiang Yan nimbly dodged and raised her hand to block. Bang! Their wrists collided, and the other woman hissed in pain, immediately switching from palm to fist, attacking again. In the flurry of punches and kicks, the attacker gained no advantage. The corridor was dark, but Jiang Yan's senses had been enhanced by her space. She could see as clearly as if the lights were on. The attacker wore night vision goggles, a black bodysuit, and tall boots. She had a great figure, curvy and athletic. Jiang Yan instantly recognized her as Mo Jingxing's younger sister, Mo Xiaoyue. But in front of Mo Jingxing, she wasn't supposed to know her. It took her only 2 seconds to realize this was probably just a test. She said nothing. She continued to counter every move, matching the attacker blow for blow. At first, the woman held back, but as she realized she couldn't gain the upper hand, her attacks grew more ruthless. "Xiaoyue, that's enough." Mo Jingxing finally sensed something was wrong and called out. "No." Mo Xiaoyue bit her lip, growing more flustered as the fight went on. In desperation, she reached for her tactical belt. But before she could grab anything, Colt, Jiang Yan's hand flashed to her own bag, and the sound of a bullet being chambered rang out. A black gun was already aimed at Mo Xiaoyue's forehead. "You." Being held at gunpoint, Mo Xiaoyue's body instantly tensed up, and her usually fair face flushed bright red. Standing beside her, Mo Jingxing wasn't wearing night vision goggles, nor did he have Jiang Yan's keen eyesight. He could only make out the general gist of their scuffle. As for the gun in Jiang Yan's hand, all he saw was her reaching behind her back and pulling it out. He never expected she'd have some kind of ability to retrieve things out of thin air. Jiang Yan's impression of Mo Xiaoyue was decent, so pulling out the gun was just to intimidate her a little. After all, with the way her stamina and strength had been enhanced by the space, even if she kept going for a few more hours, she wouldn't be out of breath. She didn't think it was necessary, but it was clear she had no intention of letting the other party off easily. After all, in front of Mo Jingxing and the other person, she didn't know which one was Mo Xiaoyue. Seeing that Jiang Yan had no intention of lowering her gun, Mo Jingxing had no choice but to step forward and say, "Miss Jiang, this is a misunderstanding." As he spoke, the lights in the corridor flickered twice before coming back on. Misunderstanding? Chief Mo, this little beauty's every punch was aimed to kill. Wasn't she trying to kill me? Jiang Yan deliberately furrowed her brows. Chief Mo, the person you said you wanted to introduce me to, don't tell me it's her? If you really wanted to test me, you could have picked a spacious hall instead, she added, a little displeased. Mo Jingxing frowned, falling silent for a second. His sister, Mo Xiaoyue, had only suggested testing Jiang Yan's abilities. She hadn't said it would be under these circumstances. But he couldn't really argue. After all, the dignity and authority of the base leader had to be maintained. Seeing neither of them speak, Jiang Yan simply moved her finger, pulling the trigger halfway. Mo Shiryao clearly saw her action, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, but she still spoke stubbornly. "This is Ya Benbase. I dare you to fire." "Try me," Jiang Yan replied coldly, without hesitation. She was waiting for Mo Jingsheng to admit it. "Shiryao, stop making trouble." Mo Jingsheng barked in a low voice, then turned to Jiang Yan. "Sorry, Jiang Yan. She's my younger sister." "Sister?" Jiang Yan feigned ignorance, glancing at him with interest. "Your real sister?" "Yes." Jiang Yan gave Mo Shiryao a slow look, then withdrew her hand from the trigger and put the gun away. Mo Jingsheng stepped forward, about to introduce them, when Mo Shiryao glared at Jiang Yan, still unconvinced. "Do you dare to compete with me in marksmanship, one-on-one?" She added, "I only lost to you just now because I was careless. It was too cramped here. Let's find a bigger place and compete." Her face was already red with embarrassment, but she still tried to act tough. Jiang Yan glanced at her and smiled, saying nothing. Despite her sultry red lips and sexy appearance, it turned out her real personality was just that of a child. It seemed Mo Jingsheng had protected her very well. "That's enough, Shiryao. Don't be rude." Mo Jingsheng stepped forward to block her. "Chief." Hearing the commotion, a group of soldiers rushed over. Seeing the three of them, they quickly understood what was going on and stood aside. "Do you dare?" Mo Shiryao, seeing Jiang Yan standing there calmly, grew even angrier. She looked like a puffed-up goldfish. Jiang Yan glanced at her and smiled. "I don't compete with children." She showed no intention of saving face for either her or Mo Jingsheng. Regardless of whether this was a test from him, she had to make her attitude and boundaries clear. She wasn't going to give special treatment just because the other party was related to the base leader. After all, this was a partnership. It wasn't a subordinate-superior relationship. Mo Jingsheng might be the base leader for others, but he wasn't her leader. Hearing this, Mo Jingsheng's lips twitched, as if he wanted to laugh but couldn't. "You!" Mo Shiryao looked at her, then at her brother, took off her night vision goggles, stomped her foot, and stormed off in a huff. "Sorry you had to see that," Mo Jingsheng said, coming over to Jiang Yan. "But you're probably the first person since the apocalypse to defeat her." "Oh." Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. "After all, everyone else gives in to her because of my position. She never feels challenged. But now she's finally tasted defeat at your hands." Jiang Yan smiled. This was nothing. She hadn't even used a tenth of her strength. "Sorry, I didn't know who she was just now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have pulled out my gun and pointed it at her." Jiang Yan deliberately trailed off, leaving her sentence unfinished. Mo Jingsheng glanced in the direction Mo Shiryao had left, raised an eyebrow, and said, "It's fine. If anyone should apologize, it's me. After all, since we've chosen to work together, there should be unconditional trust." His words were subtle, not directly stated. But Jiang Yan understood. He was apologizing for his so-called test of her. Holding a high position, he was not only extremely perceptive, but also flexible and adaptable in dealing with people. This made Jiang Yan see Mo Jingsheng in a new light. "But I really didn't expect your skills to be so impressive." He looked at her with interest. "Have you had training?" The official investigation files had shown she had a boating license, a pilot's license, an A1 truck license, and had even taken part in wilderness survival training, among other things. She'd even studied race car driving for a while, though she hadn't gotten the S1 license. All of this fit her image as a travel influencer. The pilot's license was something she'd only recently obtained, just before the apocalypse. As for firearms, she'd spent a lot of time abroad and had attended a few sporadic shooting courses. But to be honest, that kind of training wasn't enough to explain how smoothly she'd just drawn and aimed her pistol. Besides, his younger sister Mo Shiryao had undergone years of professional training. Her combat and marksmanship skills were among the best at the base. Yet just now, in their fight, Mo Shiryao had clearly been at a disadvantage. It was obvious Jiang Yan was holding back, fighting with ease and not using her full strength. Mo Jingsheng frowned slightly. He suddenly realized that Jiang Yan was not just what the official files made her out to be. She was like a treasure chest, full of secrets and surprises waiting to be discovered. These thoughts flashed through his mind in just a second or two, before Jiang Yan smiled and said, "It's just some basic self-defense skills. You're too modest." Mo Jingqing didn't press the topic. "Dr. Song should be waiting for us." "This way, please." Jiang Yan paused. "Chief Mo, so the person you said you'd introduce me to isn't your sister?" "Of course not." He shook his head, giving her a sidelong glance. "It's someone very important and very special. You should know him." "I should know him?" Jiang Yan quickly searched her memory for anyone called Dr. Song in her circle. She came up empty. Mo Jingqing stopped in front of a red honeycomb-patterned door and said, "Dr. Song Haido. He was once the deputy director of the Aerospace Manned Spaceflight Engineering Center. Now he's the chief director of our base's underground space program." Jiang Yan caught her breath. "You mean that space hero?" Now that he'd said it, not only did she know who he was, everyone in the country did. "That's right. He'll be joining you on the Shuilong for the treasure hunt mission in 5 months." Jiang Yan was stunned. "You're sure you want a national treasure like him to go out there with us?" His expression turned serious. "Absolutely. The ultimate goal of our mission is to destroy the enemy's disaster simulation center on the space station or, if necessary, migrate to Mars. We can't do it without someone like him." Jiang Yan couldn't help but take a deep breath. "But don't worry, we'll have dedicated personnel responsible for his safety. You just focus on your own mission, no need to feel any extra pressure." He seemed to read her mind as he spoke. As Mo Jingqing finished speaking, Song Qian and a tall, thin soldier with a square face jogged over to them. Jiang Yan recognized the soldier. She had seen him before, back when she went to meet Mo Jingqing on the 101st underground level of the Blaze base. If she remembered correctly, his name was Li Haoyang. "Chief, Miss Jiang." "Chief, Miss Jiang." Mo Jingqing nodded slightly. Jiang Yan also gave them a polite smile. Li Haoyang stepped forward and scanned his palm over a green area on the hive. With a mechanical whoosh, the metal door slid open from both sides. Inside was yet another metal door. Mo Jingqing stepped up and scanned his palm over the same area. As a light flashed across the wall, it became clear that there were more than a dozen thick metal doors inside, opening one after another in a staggered sequence. Unlike the first door, several of the doors in the passage ahead were jagged in the middle. In other words, if you didn't have the correct access code and walked in halfway, you'd be squashed into a pile of minced meat. Jiang Yan held her breath. It felt like she'd stepped into one of the ancient Mahis traps. She focused her gaze inside. Beyond this passage, there was a dim space of about 10 square meters. There were no lights. As usual, the walls were covered with fluorite stones emitting a natural green glow. Further in, she could vaguely make out a suspended iron track. It looked a bit like the tracks used to transport old mining carts. "Jiang Yan, after you," Mo Jingqing said, gesturing for her to go ahead. "This." Jiang Yan hesitated, standing still. "Chief Mo, where exactly are we going?" "The space base," Mo Jingqing replied, already stepping inside. Jiang Yan didn't ask further and hurried to follow. Song Qian and Li Haoyang also strode in after them. "Chief, 1 minute until the carriage arrives," Song Qian said, glancing at his tactical watch. Mo Jingqing nodded slightly. "You must have a lot of questions," Mo Jingqing said, noticing the slight furrow in her brow. Jiang Yan nodded. "Chief Mo, isn't the space base here?" "No. Miss Jiang, we're underground right now. The area above our base is a plain. The space base is also underground, but above it is a mountain range," Li Haoyang explained. Jiang Yan grew even more curious. "Chief Mo, was this space base also built before the apocalypse?" Li Haoyang and Song Qian were both Mo Jingqing's trusted men, so Jiang Yan didn't mind asking these questions in front of them. "Yes," Mo Jingqing replied, glancing into the dark tunnel ahead. A single carriage appeared before them. Jiang Yan's curiosity deepened. "This carriage, there's no driver?" "Miss Jiang, this carriage is fully automated, Li Haoyang explained again. Oh, Jiang Yan replied, stepping into the carriage. Self-driving technology had already been very advanced before the apocalypse. Seeing it again now didn't feel all that miraculous. The four of them boarded, and the carriage started moving through the tunnel. Jiang Yan felt as if she'd entered a fantasy world. It was a bit like riding the minecart at Disneyland before the apocalypse. Except, in the amusement park, the minecart would pass through all sorts of dazzling and novel scenes. Here, all she saw were the green glowing fluorite stones, with a few emergency escape arrows scattered around. As if on Mo Jingsheng's instructions, Li Haoyang began explaining some basic space knowledge to Jiang Yan along the way. Jiang Yan listened quietly, full of curiosity about the Dr. Song hideout she was about to meet, and about the space base itself. Halfway through, she couldn't help but ask, "This space base we're going to, will rockets be launched into space from here in the future?" After all, whether they were going to Mars or to destroy the disaster simulation lab on the space station, the prerequisite was to get into space. Rocket launches were essential. No, the space base and the rocket launch center are two separate places. As for the latter, that's up to you, Mo Jingsheng said, glancing at her. Up to me? Jiang Yan was taken aback. She didn't recall seeing anything like that on the treasure map. She could store items in her space, but only non-fixed objects. But as far as she knew, rocket launch pads and the like were all fixed to the ground. As if guessing her thoughts, Mo Jingsheng said, "Don't worry. There will be specialists to handle that. In other words, all you need to do is collect. After a long, dark tunnel, the train finally came to a stop at the end of the tracks. Song Qian and Li Haoyang were the first to jump off. Then came Mo Jingsheng and finally Jiang Yan. Song Qian, is this the underground space base? Jiang Yan asked in a low voice. Yeah, to be precise, it's the National Manned Spaceflight Research Center. Chief. A squad of soldiers below, upon seeing Mo Jingsheng, immediately stood at attention and saluted. Not far away, as usual, there was a dark red metal wall with a honeycomb-shaped door hidden within it. There were no signs or nameplates anywhere. Armed soldiers patrolled back and forth. It was similar to what she'd seen when she first arrived at the Yaoben base. But here, the security was even tighter. Even though Mo Jingsheng was personally escorting her, none of the routine checks were skipped. Sorry, ma'am. May I ask if you're carrying any flammable or explosive items, controlled knives, or corrosive liquids? A sharp-looking female soldier approached, holding a metal detector. No. The soldier scanned her from head to toe, not even missing her marten boots. Her gaze paused on the black backpack slung over Jiang Yan's shoulder. Would you mind opening your bag for inspection? Jiang Yan glanced at Mo Jingsheng, who gave a slight nod. Of course. Jiang Yan took off her bag and unzipped it without hesitation. Out of the corner of his eye, Mo Jingsheng happened to notice something and raised an eyebrow slightly. The packet of amoxicillin she'd put back earlier was already gone. Clearly, she was cautious and meticulous in her actions. Standing nearby, Song Qian, worried Jiang Yan might feel singled out by the inspection, added, "Every single item here, every researcher, astronaut, engineer, payload specialist, and so on, were all painstakingly protected and preserved before the apocalypse. That's why everyone's so careful." Jiang Yan nodded. Yeah, it can't be easy. Once the inspection was over, the group was led by another soldier into the space base. Compared to the dim, rocky exterior, inside was bright, clean, and orderly. It almost made Jiang Yan feel like she'd gone back to the time before the apocalypse. As usual, they changed clothes and underwent full-body decontamination before proceeding further inside. Jiang Yan didn't quite understand why meeting an aerospace PhD required Mo Jingsheng's personal escort. But she didn't ask. They stopped outside an office door. Li Haoyang stepped forward and knocked gently. Dr. Song. One moment, came a young man's voice from inside. Jiang Yan had seen an interview with Dr. Song hideout on TV before, right after he'd returned from space. But that was a long time ago, and she'd only caught a glimpse, so her impression was vague. The four of them waited at the door. Jiang Yan glanced at Mo Jingqing out of the corner of her eye. He looked calm, showing no impatience or anxiety. After about half a minute, the office door creaked open. The person who opened it was a young man in a light blue work vest. He had single eyelids, small eyes tinged red, dark circles under his eyes, and a scruffy beard. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. Jiang Yan glanced at his badge, lab assistant, Sun Ziqing. When he recognized who they were, his eyes widened and he stammered politely, "Hello, Chief Mo." Then he added, "Chief Mo, Dr. Song and the others are calculating the latest window period. Please wait a moment." Mo Jingqing nodded slightly, signaling them to go on with their work. The group sat on a few simple stools nearby. Not far away, behind a glass wall, was a row of data display screens, images of celestial bodies Jiang Yan had only ever seen on TV. A group of people were busy at work. Jiang Yan gently tapped Li Haoyang beside her and whispered, "What's a window period?" He'd been explaining space knowledge to her along the way. She guessed he probably knew more about this than Song Qian. Li Haoyang covered his mouth and whispered, "It's the most economical time frame for launching a spacecraft or probe from our planet to Mars. Now that satellites and some electronics are down, the calculations are more complicated. Generally, it's a 26-month cycle. The last window period was just these past few days," he added. Jiang Yan frowned and murmured, "Oh." According to what Mo Jingqing and he had said earlier, 5 months from now, the extreme cold would pass and the ice would start to melt. 26 months later, they could head to Mars. That meant there were only 21 months left to search for treasures. But going to Mars was only a last resort. Because that would mean the disaster simulation lab that destroyed the space station had failed. If you calculated it that way, time would be even tighter. And that didn't even include the time needed to travel to other places and return here. "Jiang Yan, what are you thinking about?" Mo Jingqing glanced at Song Haidao, who was hunched over the table drawing blueprints, then turned back just in time to see a faint frown between Jiang Yan's brows. He casually asked her the question. Jiang Yan pulled herself from her thoughts and answered honestly, "I was just thinking that this time, our schedule is still pretty tight." "It is tight." Mo Jingqing narrowed his eyes. "Once the extreme cold passes, there will be even more unpredictable natural disasters popping up at random. Each disaster will also trigger different secondary disasters, depending on the local environment. So, while the whole plan sounds simple enough, actually carrying it out will be very difficult." After he finished, he looked at her probing, "So right now?" Before he could finish, Jiang Yan had already caught his meaning and replied, "Don't worry, Chief Mo. Once I've made up my mind about something, I don't give up easily." If this were just about the competition between different bases, she figured she would have given up 100 times already, or, more likely, never agreed to it in the first place. But standing from the perspective of the country, or even all of humanity on the planet, she felt it was absolutely necessary for her to do something, even if that something was full of unknown dangers. But since fate had given her a second chance at life, and even gifted her with her space and Hua Bao, these dangers, to her, were nothing to be afraid of. Worst case, she could just hide in her space. She had a way out. But others didn't. Very good. He hadn't misjudged her. Mo Jingqing kept a calm expression, but inside, his appreciation for her grew even more. Suddenly, a cheer erupted from inside the glass house. The group looked up to see Dr. Song and the others excitedly talking among themselves. Because of the soundproof glass, they could only hear muffled voices, not the actual words. "They must have just gotten the latest calculation results," Li Haoyang said, then added, "Miss Jiang, the man in the middle, in the military uniform holding a pencil, that's Dr. Song." Jiang Yan followed his gaze. The man looked to be about 50, his hair streaked with gray, around 1.73 meters tall, not particularly tall in the crowd. He was thin but energetic, with a ramrod-straight posture. Dressed in a military uniform, he had an imposing presence. Among all the researchers, he stood out. "Dr. Song is a soldier?" Jiang Yan was surprised. As soon as she said it, She realized that in the TV interviews she'd seen of Song Haitao, he always seemed to be wearing a military uniform. Yes, Li Haoyang replied, glancing at Mo Jingqing. When Mo nodded slightly, he continued, in the early days, astronauts were almost always selected from fighter pilots. Dr. Song used to fly fighter jets. After a pause, Li Haoyang added, our chief Mo can fly them too. Jiang Yan caught her breath and said sincerely, you're all geniuses. She was praising both Song Haitao and Mo Jingqing. After all, the latter was only in his early 20s. Calling him a genius was no exaggeration. Mo Jingqing's lips twitched. He glanced at her and said, Miss Jiang, you're pretty impressive yourself. You can fly helicopters and excavators. Song Qian and Li Haoyang were both stunned, their eyes snapping to Jiang Yan. They'd heard a bit about her background. Before the apocalypse, she'd been the daughter of a wealthy family in Anming City and a travel influencer. Flying helicopters made sense, but excavators. One word, awesome. Jiang Yan smiled. Hongxiang driving school brainwashed me. I just learned for fun. Song Qian. Li Haoyang. Oh, right, Jing Yan. This time when you go out, you and Dr. Song are both core members. But your names, along with Yi Qing's and other key personnel, won't appear on the official roster. Mo Jingqing glanced at her and suddenly said. Song Qian and Li Haoyang had been with Mo Jingqing for years and knew exactly why things were arranged this way. Jiang Yan was sharp and understood immediately. She herself wasn't fond of these so-called titles anyway. After all, responsibility, authority, and benefit always go hand in hand. There's a reason people say no official post, no burdens. The captain accompanying the team will be someone with some merit and reputation, but not too conspicuous, Mo Jingqing said, glancing at her as if waiting for her reaction. Jiang Yan instantly understood the arrangement. Chief Mo, you really do think of everything. Hearing that Jiang Yan had no objections to the arrangement, Mo Jingqing's furrowed brows immediately relaxed. Thank you for understanding. You're too polite, Jiang Yan replied with a sincere smile. Song Qian and Li Haoyang didn't say anything, but instinctively exchanged a glance. Both of them knew that Mo Jingqing's arrangement was indeed well thought out. After all, whether it was Dr. Song, herself, Yi Qing, or any of the other core talents, they were all rare assets to the country. People like them were like family heirlooms, precious treasures that needed to be carefully hidden away. Not something to be exposed to those with ulterior motives, or even hostile forces, who might covet them. The apocalypse had cut off communication and contact between people, but it couldn't cut off the greed inherent in human nature. They sat for less than half a minute more when the glass door on the other side opened. Led by Song Haitao, a group of researchers filed out. Hello, Chief Mo. Most of them were older than Mo Jingqing, but the respect and deference on their faces didn't diminish in the slightest. Mo Jingqing nodded slightly. Song Haitao's eyes lit up, and he strode over energetically. A young man who looked like his assistant hurried to catch up behind him. Xiao Mo. Jiang Yan, that form of address. It was clear that Song Haitao was truly respected here. And it seemed this base wasn't bogged down by bureaucracy. Mo Jingqing had already stood up straight. Uncle Song. As for Song Qian and Li Haoyang, they immediately snapped to attention and saluted. Hello, Dr. Song. Following local custom, Jiang Yan also stood up. After shaking hands with Mo Jingqing, Song Haidao's sharp gaze landed on Jiang Yan's face and paused. So this is the Miss Jiang Yan you mentioned before, the one who needs to temporarily join the astronaut selection? Mo Jingqing nodded. Yes, Uncle Song. Seeing the space hero she'd only ever watched on TV now standing right in front of her, Jiang Yan couldn't help but feel a little excited. She suppressed her excitement and said politely, Hello, Dr. Song. You can just call me Xiao Jiang. Only then did she notice a finger-length scar near Dr. Song's right cheekbone. Although it had been treated, if you looked closely, it was still quite striking. That scar, as rumor had it, was caused by the impact when he landed on his second spaceflight. And it was because of that scar that he had to retire from space missions for good. But for astronauts, whose lives are full of sacrifice, Simply returning alive was already a blessing. Jiang Yan only glanced at it briefly before looking away. He nodded slightly, his scrutinizing gaze lingering on her for a moment, his brows knitting together. If possible, I'd like to give Xiao Jiang a physical fitness test first. Physical fitness test? Jiang Yan was taken aback. Dr. Song, you mean? Mo Jingsheng nodded. Yes. The astronaut selection fitness test, Song Haidao explained, looking at her seriously. Although riding in a manned spacecraft doesn't require quite the same physical standards as a pilot or payload specialist, it's still not as simple as flying on a plane. The space environment is harsh. Any physical weakness can lead to serious consequences. So, for your own safety, I think it's necessary to give you a fitness test in advance. That way, you can also do targeted training later. Jiang Yan was puzzled and turned to Mo Jingsheng. What about the people in the SS zone? She remembered that those qualified to enter the SS zone would, if absolutely necessary, escape to Mars on the final Noah's Arkansas. So, did that mean all those people had passed the fitness requirements? Yes. Mo Jingsheng seemed to read her mind. Anyone who can enter the SS zone has met all the criteria. Genes, skills, achievements, and, most importantly, the physical requirements for spaceflight. In other words, no matter how powerful or capable you were, if you didn't meet the physical standards for spaceflight, you still couldn't get in. Jiang Yan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Song Haitao turned to his assistant. Get a copy of the astronaut fitness test guidelines for Xiao Jiang. Okay. The young man quickly opened the folder in his hands, pulled out an A4 sheet, and handed it to Jiang Yan. Miss Jiang, please take a look. Thank you. Jiang Yan took it and glanced over it quickly. Centrifuge training. Simulator training. Neutral buoyancy tank training. Rotating chair training. Electric swing training. Blood redistribution training. Impact training. Hearing test training. After reading through it, Jiang Yan felt a twinge of anxiety. Her body had been enhanced by the space, and not to mention her senses, her physical fitness was far above that of ordinary people, but could she really withstand this kind of hellish training? She wasn't sure. Dr. Song, who only knew her basic information, was even less optimistic. In his view, the only astronaut criteria Jiang Yan met were height and weight. He didn't have much hope for the rest. Mo Jingsheng, on the other hand, seemed completely calm. He glanced at Song Haitao and Jiang Yan and said, How about we give it a try first? We can give it a try first. Song Haitao nodded slightly, and there was a hint of encouragement in his gaze as he looked at Jiang Yan, the younger one. Mom, you've totally got this. Hua Bao, who was perched on Jiang Yan's shoulder, listened to the conversation and, sensing her worries, suddenly piped up. Jiang Yan was taken aback and replied in her mind, Hua Bao, you know what I'm worried about? As far as she could remember, Hua Bao had never given her any advice about her physical condition before. Don't worry, just go for it. Hua Bao's little eyes darted around, then he said with full confidence, After all, you've got me. Jiang Yan smiled. Thinking it over, she realized she wasn't as anxious as before. After all, these tests were originally designed for ordinary people, just those with better physical fitness. No matter how intimidating they sounded, there would always be emergency stop measures and the like. Not to mention, her own body had been enhanced and transformed by the space. Still, even so, she didn't answer right away. It's always wise to keep a low profile, no matter where you are. While she was communicating with Hua Bao in her mind, to outsiders it just looked like she was deep in thought. Mo Jingsheng, seeing that she hadn't replied immediately, thought she might be having second thoughts and said, Don't worry, Jiang Yan. Let's just try one test first. If it goes well, we can continue. You don't have to do them all at once. Jiang Yan had been about to agree, and when she heard this, she simply followed his lead and said, All right. Song Haitao, standing nearby, smiled with satisfaction. Chief Mo, Dr. Song, Miss Jiang, this way please. Song Haidao's assistant gestured toward a nearby corridor. Out of the corner of her eye, Jiang Yan glanced at Mo Jingqing and Song Haitao, feeling a bit puzzled. Are the two big bosses really accompanying me for the tests? Li Haoyang leaned over and whispered. Chief Mo cleared his entire schedule for the rest of the morning. Jiang Yan just said, "Oh." This guy's ability to read the room was seriously impressive. But then again, it made sense. After all, he was always by the base leader's side, always alert and attentive. As they walked, Song Haidao's assistant explained to her, "Miss Jiang, our tests here mainly simulate the conditions you might face in space. Hypergravity, weightlessness, low pressure, lack of oxygen, extreme temperatures, vibration, noise, radiation, and so on." Radiation. Jiang Yan was startled. "We have to do that too?" The assistant looked awkward for a second, then quickly explained, "Radiation testing is a standard procedure, but it doesn't apply to women who are unmarried and have never been pregnant." As they chatted, they entered a very spacious room. The ceiling was high, comparable to the room where Jiang Yan had previously collected gold. But here, the area was divided into different rooms. Some rooms were open, others closed, but everywhere you could see busy staff members at work. Jiang Yan immediately spotted a room labeled Centrifuge Training. "Chief Mo, Dr. Song, Miss Jiang, shall we start with the centrifuge test?" the assistant asked. Song Haidao glanced at Jiang Yan and said, "Jiang, why don't we start with the neutral buoyancy tank training?" He was still a bit worried that this slender girl wouldn't be able to handle the high-intensity centrifuge test, 8 times gravity for 40 seconds, and might end up traumatized. Besides, the neutral buoyancy tank not only simulates weightlessness in space, but also, after the extreme cold weather ends, they'd likely be facing a world covered in oceans. Although the training suit for the tank weighed 160 kilograms, the test itself was much easier overall. Mo Jingcheng said nothing. When it came to professional matters, he was just a serious observer. Jiang Yan nodded. "Dr. Song, I'll follow your arrangements." An hour later, under the astonished gazes of Song Haidao, Song Qian, and the others, Jiang Yan completed all the astronaut tests. Her results were nothing short of perfect. Even Song Haidao, who had once topped all the tests himself, couldn't help but look at Jiang Yan with newfound respect. Other astronauts would finish these tests feeling nauseous, vomiting, dizzy, and disoriented. She didn't experience a single one of those symptoms. In fact, she seemed to get more energetic the more challenging things became. She was absolutely glowing. Jiang Yan was overjoyed inside. Because while taking these tests, she realized that the physical enhancements she'd received from the space were far more powerful than she'd ever imagined. Incredible. Song Haidao looked at Jiang Yan and couldn't help but exclaim, "Mo, your eye for people is seriously sharp." It was like randomly pulling someone off the street for an audition, and they ended up winning an Oscar. It was both shocking and delightful. Mo Jingcheng, who had quietly watched the whole process, remained calm. When he heard Song Haidao's words, he just smiled slightly and said, "I told you, she's trustworthy." Mo Jingsheng's voice was very soft, so soft that only Jiang Yan, with her excellent hearing, caught what he said. She raised her eyebrows slightly, pondering his words. The others didn't pay much attention. The deep wrinkles at the corners of Song Haidao's aged eyes couldn't hide his smile. "Today really is a day of double blessings." "Uncle Song, what do you mean by that?" Mo Jingsheng shot him a sidelong glance. The young assistant quickly stepped forward and explained, "Chief Mo, as per your instructions, we've already tested Mr. Yiqing. He also got a perfect score. It's just that Dr. Song was busy crunching data earlier and didn't have a chance to report to you." Jiang Yan was taken aback. "Yiqing?" She had some questions in her heart, but didn't voice them. Mo Jingsheng nodded slightly, as if he'd expected this outcome. "He's an evolver. It makes sense that he can adapt to these environments," Song Haidao said, then paused. "But now I'm concerned that, after leaving the SNP lab environment, his body might experience some abnormalities or complications." Mo Jingsheng nodded. "Don't worry, Uncle Song. We're already working on it." Jiang Yan squeezed her fingers at her side, but said nothing. It was Dr. Song who looked at her and spoke up. Since both Xiao Jiang and Xiaoyue have such outstanding physical qualities, their training and studies will need to be adjusted individually. I'll find some time in the next couple of days to sort it out, and once it's ready, we'll proceed. A flicker of confusion crossed Jiang Yan's eyes. Studies? We still have to take classes? Just the thought of it made her head ache. Yiqing was only a sophomore in college, right? But after experiencing the apocalypse, he was probably just as weary. Seeing her frown slightly, Dr. Song couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, it won't be as much theory as astronauts have to learn. But you'll still need to understand basic space knowledge, spaceship operations, and even some facts about Mars. Mo Jingxing glanced at the two of them. Uncle Song, are you planning to give Jiang Yan and Yiqing some special tutoring? You could say that. After all, in my whole life, I've only come across two such exceptionally gifted talents, Song Haido said, then added, although the chances of Xiaoyue going to space are slim, it never hurts to be prepared. Jiang Yan more or less understood. According to what the assistant had explained to her earlier, astronauts have basic height and weight requirements. Male astronauts are usually required to be between 162 and 175 centimeters tall, and female astronauts between 160 and 175 centimeters. Yiqing was already over 1.8 meters tall before his evolution. Now, after evolving, he was close to 2 meters. With that increase in height, and judging by his build, his weight had gone up too, clearly outside the standard range. There must be strict requirements for the size and payload of the space capsule. Someone that big, never mind the extra weight, couldn't possibly curl up and squeeze himself in. But all that was a matter for the future. No one could say for sure what would happen. The morning passed just like that. Song Haido still had other research data to process. After bidding farewell to the group, he left with his assistant. Jiang Yan let out a quiet sigh of relief, feeling as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Mo Jingxing glanced at her. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. The training and studies here aren't as hard as you imagine, especially given her physical abilities. For her, the training and study would just be the icing on the cake. Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh and joked, Chief Mo, you and Dr. Song sound like you're coaxing a child. But don't worry, I'll study hard, she added. Though she was a bit resistant, objectively speaking, whatever she learned would be hers, no one could take it away. Besides, when she studied, Huabao would be learning alongside her, like carrying a portable AI. Mo Jingxing, always so calm and composed, was momentarily at a loss for words. Song Qian and Li Haoyang, standing nearby, exchanged a glance and nearly burst out laughing. Only Mo Shiryao and Jiang Yan would dare joke around with the chief like that. Chief Mo, should Song Qian and I take Miss Jiang to lunch now? Li Haoyang changed the subject at just the right moment. Mo Jingxing nodded. All right, let's go together. Jiang Yan hesitated, then gave an awkward smile. Sorry, Chief Mo, I'm not feeling well. I'll skip lunch with you all. Anyone else would jump at the chance to eat with the base chief. But all she wanted was to hurry back to her room and bring Huabao into her space. After all, she'd just stashed a mountain of gold in there, and the child was still licking his lips, hungry. This, Li Haoyang clearly hadn't expected her to refuse, and looked a bit embarrassed for a moment. But Mo Jingxing didn't think much of it. He simply said, all right. The earlier tests were pretty taxing on the body. Go back and rest. He glanced at Song Qian and Li Haoyang, his gaze finally settling on the latter. See Miss Jiang back to her room. Yes, sir. Back at her quarters, Jiang Yan glanced over and saw that Su Dai and Yiqing's room was closed. According to Li Haoyang, the three of them still had some basic physical fitness tests in the afternoon, so they probably had a simple lunch at the base cafeteria. Not just them, other people who would soon board the Shuilong were also participating in the fitness tests. Li Haoyang said that after the tests, there would be targeted training sessions as well. Jiang Yan didn't ask any more questions. She stood at her door, about to open it, when she saw Li Haoyang take off his tactical backpack and pull out some supplies. Oh right, Miss Jiang, these are the food rations the leader instructed me to give you. Food? Jiang Yan was taken aback. It was 4 fresh eggs, 2 luncheon meat cans, 2 canned yellow peaches, 3 small cucumber cans, a bag of sweet potato starch, and a small bottle of blue liquid with no label or instructions. Except for the 4 fresh eggs and the blue liquid, Jiang Yan had seen the rest in the base's marketplace, and all of them were expensive. They were worth several hundred points at least. As for fresh eggs, they were practically impossible to get. These eggs? Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. Li Haoyang immediately understood and explained. The base has a dedicated poultry facility, but these eggs aren't fertilized, so a small number are given as rewards to high-level or core personnel. Jiang Yan made a sound of acknowledgement and was about to politely refuse, but Li Haoyang added, "These rations are part of the leader's monthly quota. You can see similar items in the marketplace, but most of those are expired or close to expiring. These are all still within their shelf life, so you can eat them without worry." In this age of extreme cold and apocalypse, even expired canned food was hard to come by and sold for a fortune. Canned goods still within their shelf life were truly precious. That makes me even less able to accept them, Jiang Yan thought. She had plenty of supplies in her own space, but that wasn't something she could explain to Li Haoyang. The leader said what's yours is yours. These are from him, on behalf of the base. Jiang Yan. There was no way to argue with that. "Please thank Chief Mo for me," she said with a polite smile. "Of course. Also, this bottle of medicine is for treating hypothermia. It's from the base laboratory. The extreme cold isn't as bad inside the base, but just in case, keep it on hand." The temperature inside the base wasn't as low as the minus dozens of degrees outside, but it wasn't exactly warm either. Their area, Zone A, was noticeably better than the others. There was some kind of collective heating system that recycled heat, but the temperature was only about 7 or 8 degrees Celsius. Fortunately, Jiang Yan's body had been enhanced by her space, so she didn't feel the cold as much. After Li Haoyang finished speaking, he said, "Well then, Miss Jiang, please get some rest. I'll be heading back." "Thank you." Jiang Yan watched him leave, then opened the door and carried the supplies inside. She locked the door, put the medicine away in her space, and set the rest of the items on the floor, planning to give them to Su Dai and the others when they returned later. After running a scan of the room with her detection equipment, she brought Hua Bao with her and entered her space. Inside, as always, it was bright and sunny. The lighting in the base was generally dim, and Jiang Yan felt a bit uncomfortable at first. She closed her eyes to adjust, then slowly opened them. Hua Bao, who had been perched on her shoulder, immediately leapt down, trailing 6 vines into the creek to play with a school of fish. She didn't see any chickens, ducks, or geese around, probably because it was their nap time according to their biological clocks. Jiang Yan planned to take out the ostrich and quail eggs to incubate them as well. Not far away, the pure white elk was grazing on the grass. Seeing her return, it lifted its head and called out to her a few times. The garden was a riot of blooming flowers, and the orchard branches were heavy with fruit. In the vegetable patch, the tomatoes and cucumbers she'd planted earlier were already bearing abundant harvests. Somehow, the vegetables and fruits here, even when ripe, didn't rot or wither like they would in the real world. It was as if time had stopped at the moment they were at their plumpest. Looking at all this, Jiang Yan suddenly felt that her beautiful, peaceful life had returned once more. "Mommy, I'm hungry. Food." After playing by the creek and teasing the fish for a long time, Hua Bao bounced over to Jiang Yan, clutching its rumbling belly. Only then did Jiang Yan remember she had serious business to take care of in the space. She was just about to summon some gold from her inventory to give to Hua Bao when a sudden thought struck her. "Hua Bao, I was wondering, can you enter the inventory directly?" Hua Bao's little eyes darted around. "Why don't I give it a try?" As soon as it finished speaking, Hua Bao gave a flick of its vine and disappeared in a flash. Jiang Yan's mouth fell open in surprise. Even though she couldn't see Hua Bao, their minds were linked, and she could clearly sense that right now, Hua Bao was in the part of the inventory where the pile of gold was stored, feasting away. "So, Hua Bao, is there anything else about you that I don't know?" Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh. It seemed like Hua Bao was a bit like the space spirits she'd read about in post-apocalyptic novels. But those space spirits were usually nine-tailed foxes, cute girls, and the like. She'd never encountered a space spirit like Hua Bao, a grinning, toothy man-eating flower. Mommy, I don't know either. There are still lots of hidden powers in me waiting to be discovered. Hua Bao replied, gulping down gold as it spoke. Sensing how voraciously it was eating, Jiang Yan decided not to interrupt. Her gaze drifted unconsciously toward the creek. Sure enough, above the creek, a faint golden progress bar appeared once again. Beneath the progress bar, a number kept changing. 0.5%, 1%, 1.5%. In the empty part of the bar, golden light was slowly gathering bit by bit. This time, the progress was clearly much faster than before. Not only that, but around the black Tai Sui statue placed by the spiritual spring, faint golden streams of light had also appeared. Although she wasn't sure what connection the black Tai Sui had with the space, Jiang Yan could tell something unusual was happening. She took a deep breath, growing even more excited about the upgraded space. Especially that mysterious spiritual spring. She glanced at the time. It was already close to 2 p.m. The tests with all those aerospace devices earlier that morning had still taken a toll on her body. She wasn't as dizzy or nauseous as an ordinary person might be, but Jiang Yan still felt a bit tired. So she went into the bathroom, filled the tub to the brim, and soaked in a hot bath. After bathing and freshening up, she finally went to the dining room. According to Li Haoyang, she'd have to undergo another physical exam in the next few days. Jiang Yan thought about it and suppressed her craving for hot pot. Instead, she took out a Cantonese set meal. Special eel balls, honey-glazed char siu, golden garlic beef cubes, asparagus stir-fried with Australian scallops, lettuce with black bean dace, spicy sour lotus root with walnuts, and a nourishing millet stew with sea cucumber. After finishing her meal, she grabbed a basket, put on her rain boots and gloves, and headed to the vegetable patch to harvest all the ripe fruits and vegetables. She wasn't sure if the food produced in the space had any special effects, but she still stored it separately in an isolated area. Looking at the empty black soil, Jiang Yan thought for a moment, then took out some more vegetable seeds from the space and scattered them. After a leisurely nap in the space, Jiang Yan finally left. Before she did, she took a special look at the creek. Hua Bao seemed to be eating at full speed. The progress bar was shooting up. Within just a few hours, it had already reached 56%. The space upgrade was just around the corner. As soon as Jiang Yan returned to her room, an urgent knocking sounded at the door. Hua Bao had been with her in the space, so she had no idea how long the knocking had been going on. To be safe, she turned around and messed up the bedding on her bed, ran her fingers through her hair to make it look disheveled, and only then got up to head for the door. Jiang Yan, are you there? It was Yi Qing. I'm here. Jiang Yan opened the door, covered her mouth, and let out a yawn. Yi Qing's tightly furrowed brow immediately relaxed. Sorry, I thought you weren't back yet. Didn't mean to disturb your rest. It's fine. Jiang Yan nodded, glancing at him. You guys finished training? Yi Qing grunted in affirmation, apologetic. Brother Song said you'd been back for a while. When I knocked and you didn't answer, I thought you'd gone to the base market. Didn't expect you were taking a nap. Are you all right? He and Su Dai had also heard about Jiang Yan participating in the astronaut selection tests. Those tests weren't something ordinary people could handle. What's more, Jiang Yan and the others were just regular people with no prior training. I'm fine, Jiang Yan said with a smile. Just a bit tired. But I took a nap and feel better now. By the way, wanna have dinner together tonight? Yi Qing paused for a second, then lowered his voice a bit. I might be heading out with some others from the base tomorrow for a mission. Heading out for a mission? Jiang Yan was taken aback. You mean outside the base? Yeah, Yi Qing nodded. We need to look for heavy oil. The base has plenty of supplies, but heavy oil is extremely scarce. Our ship is supposed to set sail in 5 months, and we'll need a lot of it. Luckily, the place we're going isn't too far from the edge of the base, he added. A base that could house millions underground was basically a massive underground city. The place they were headed was about at the edge of that city. Jiang Yan was stunned for a moment. It's freezing out there, nothing but snow and ice. She didn't finish her sentence. Even though they were on good terms, at the end of the day, they were just friends. And now, in this new base, everyone had their own duties and missions. She still knew where to draw the line. Yiqing didn't think too much about it. He just said, "That's why they need me." His physique was resistant to both extreme cold and heat, comparable to Jiang Yan's own abilities. Besides, the base has thermal suits, Yiqing added, glancing at her. So, you don't need to worry too much. He'd originally wanted to say she didn't need to worry about him, but in the end, he didn't dare say it out loud. Jiang Yan smiled. That's good. So, see you at Su Dai's room at 6? All right. Yiqing turned and went back to his room. Jiang Yan closed the door. She checked the time. There were still 2 or 3 hours until 6. She didn't feel like going back into the space. Mainly, the temperature difference between the space and her room was too great. Going back and forth so often was starting to make her feel a bit uncomfortable. She glanced around her room. That's when she realized her room was way too clean and empty. It was a single dorm, so as soon as the door opened, everything inside was in plain view. She did have some curtains and screens in her space, but taking any of those out would be way too conspicuous. After thinking it over, she decided to make a trip to the base supermarket to see if she could find anything to make her room look more lived in. Last time she'd gone with Su Dai and the others, all their attention had been on food and drink, so she hadn't paid any attention to these little details. With that in mind, she entered her space, scooped up Hua Bao, who was busy eating, and slung her backpack over her shoulder, heading straight for the supermarket in base area A. Probably because it was still working hours, Jiang Yan barely ran into anyone on her way except for the base's patrolling soldiers. She soon arrived at the Area A supermarket. There were only a handful of people at the barber stall next to the supermarket entrance. Jiang Yan glanced over. They were all older folks, plus a few women and children. Everyone looked thin, but their spirits seemed decent enough. After all, people living in Area A were considered the top tier in the entire Yaoben base. Judging by how they chatted quietly, they were probably all familiar with each other, most likely the families of the base's higher-ups. When they saw Jiang Yan coming down the corridor, they all fell silent and, as if on cue, turned to look at her. A flicker of surprise and envy flashed in the adults' eyes, but they quickly looked away. The children, on the other hand, spoke their minds freely. They knew a bit about the rules of the apocalypse, but weren't as guarded as the adults. "Mom, that big sister's clothes are so pretty," said a little boy whose hair looked like a bowl cut, staring wide-eyed at Jiang Yan. "But why is she out here all by herself?" "Hush, stop moving or I'll snip your ear," his mother scolded quietly, then gave Jiang Yan an embarrassed smile. She looked a little apologetic, as if worried she'd offended Jiang Yan. In truth, Jiang Yan was just wearing a plain black down jacket today. At first glance, it stood out. Look closer, and it stood out even more. But it wasn't exactly beautiful. It's just that, compared to everyone else, bundled up in mismatched, odd-looking layers, she looked clean and presentable. Some people were wearing down jackets and cotton coats too. But the extreme cold had lasted a long time. Most people's down jackets hadn't been washed in months. They were stained and greasy, to put it mildly. And they didn't smell great either. But everyone was used to it by now, so it didn't seem so obvious. Besides, only the higher-ups in the base had things like washing machines and dryers, and enough clothes to change into. So, in their minds, anyone who could look as fresh and neat as Jiang Yan must have an extraordinary status. Or at least, a powerful background. Jiang Yan ignored their stares and walked straight into the supermarket. Maybe it wasn't a busy time, because most of the lights inside were off, and it was rather dim. There was only one soldier on duty at the entrance. Jiang Yan, familiar with the routine, took out her Area A residence permit, swiped it at the entrance, and headed straight for the supplies points exchange area. The few hundred points she'd exchanged the other day had all gone to Su Dai. Now, if she wanted to buy anything, she'd have to exchange for some points again. There was only one woman at the counter. As usual, She was reading that battered, dog-eared CEO romance novel. Jiang Yan suspected she must have read it dozens of times by now. Hearing someone approach, the woman looked up unhurriedly. When she saw Jiang Yan, her previously dull, indifferent eyes instantly lit up. "Little beauty, you're here." She looked as if she'd just been injected with a shot of adrenaline. Jiang Yan paused, then said calmly, "Sis, do we sell shower curtains here?" She figured she'd ask first. If they had them, she could exchange for points afterwards. The woman, used to sizing people up before serving them, was very enthusiastic. "You want to buy one to hang in your dorm?" "Yes, we do. They're at the very back of Zone 3. The woman craned her neck to point out the general direction, then added, "Our shower curtains come with a telescopic rod, so you can adjust them however you like. Just hang them up and you're good to go. But there aren't many left in stock." She kept chattering away. "A lot of couples live here, you know. Nobody wants to open the door and have everything out in the open for all to see, right?" Jiang Yan gave her a sidelong glance. "How many points?" "Around 300, I think, but I can't remember exactly." "I'll check for you." "No need, sis, I'll go look myself," Jiang Yan quickly interrupted. "I'll exchange some points first." At that, the woman beamed. "All right." Then she glanced at Jiang Yan's black backpack and lowered her voice. "By the way, little beauty, do you have any more of those cigarettes from last time?" Jiang Yan shook her head. "No more." In truth, she still had plenty. But judging by the woman's expression, it was obvious those cigarettes had already been handed in as tribute. Jiang Yan took off her backpack and was about to pull something out when beep, 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 the door access system sounded, and 2 men and a woman walked in. As Jiang Yan's fingers had just touched the zipper of her backpack, she saw the eldest sister's face light up with a fawning smile, looking past her shoulder and exclaiming, "Young Master Qin, you're here." Before she even finished speaking, the woman deftly stuffed her CEO romance novel under the counter, then nimbly took 2 or 3 steps to the side and reached up to slap the wall. Puh, puh, puh. The dimly lit shopping mall was instantly flooded with light, bright as day. "Young Master Qin? That title." Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, her hand pausing on the zipper. "Sister Zhao, are you trying to blind me or what?" A man's teasing, frivolous voice came from behind her. His voice was hoarse and weak. "Ahem, my fault. I got too excited seeing you and moved too fast." Sister Zhao chuckled awkwardly, then fished out a sheet of A4 paper from under the counter. Jiang Yan glanced at it casually. It was a hand-drawn chart, densely filled with registrations. A strong scent of cologne wafted from behind. Jiang Yan frowned slightly, clearly feeling a gaze fixed on the back of her head. "Mama, that man is looking at you." Hua Bao piped up quietly in her mind. "And there's a warrior too, a woman." Jiang Yan didn't have eyes in the back of her head, but Hua Bao was her eyes. "It's fine," she replied with a smile. As they spoke, a man in his 20s, hair dyed a wine-red shade and skin pale and sickly, walked up. He was tall, about 1.8 meters, but very thin, with a slight frame. He wore a thick, long red down jacket. At first glance, he looked like a skinny dog wrapped in a red bean popsicle. Beside him stood a burly warrior, a gun at his waist. There was also a girl. The girl looked sallow and undernourished, but her features were striking. If she dressed up, she'd be a real beauty. Judging by her age, she was about 18 or 19. But her clothes were plain, and the down jacket she wore was a gray, greasy men's style. Jiang Yan swept her gaze over them, quickly piecing things together. The man's down jacket had a prominent logo, Canada Goose. Before the apocalypse, it would have cost at least several thousand yuan. After the apocalypse, in this kind of extreme cold, it was nearly impossible to get one. As for that wine-red perm, the color and curls started right at the roots. It was obvious he'd just had it done. To be so flashy in the apocalypse, with a warrior in tow, this young Master Qin clearly had a powerful background. Looks like Mo Jingxing was right. There was no way everyone in the base could be so pure and upright. But that was normal. Yao Ben base was Mo Jingxing's base and one of the largest survivor bases. It was only natural there'd be some big shots and their families. She just didn't want to get involved in these so-called power circles. After all, in this base, if you talked about circles, Mo Jingsheng's was the biggest. The man's gaze lingered on her face for a moment, a flash of amazement and curiosity in his eyes, but he quickly swallowed and looked away. Jiang Yan was, as usual, wearing a mask today. But her thick, glossy hair, fair and delicate skin, clean and tidy clothes, and the relaxed aura she gave off were not things the average upper-class family member in the base could match. Young Master Qin, these are the latest items just stocked in the base supermarket. There aren't many of each. Please take a look. Sister Zhao respectfully handed him the A4 sheet. Young Master Qin took it and, without much interest, handed it to the girl beside him. Take a look. See anything you like. Brother Qin Lei, I'm fine with anything, the girl stammered, speaking timidly. With a fawning smile, Zhao Jia watched as Qin Lei entered the supermarket with that girl. Only then did she remember Jiang Yan, who had been left waiting at the side for quite a while. Oh dear, pretty girl, I'm so sorry for neglecting you just now. You live in Zona 2, right? Then you must know, someone as important as young Master Qin, we really can't afford to offend him. She lowered her voice as she spoke, her sharp eyes darting to Jiang Yan's backpack. By the way, what would you like to exchange for today? She didn't dare offend young Master Qin. And this girl in front of her, who could so casually take out a whole pack of Huazi cigarettes and was dressed with such poise and taste, she didn't dare offend her either. Sure, Zhao Jia had landed this cushy job at the base supermarket thanks to her family connections. But in the entire Yaoben base, there were plenty of hidden talents. A smooth tongue and a sweet attitude never hurt. Jiang Yan didn't bother asking about Qin Lei's background. She simply took out a bag of Chuanguang extra-strong coconut candies from her backpack. These coconut candies had been found by Su Dai and the others when they went out scavenging for supplies after the heavy rain in Anming. They were hard candies, but after being exposed to extreme heat, they'd gotten a bit deformed, still edible for now though. Now that the weather had turned bitterly cold, sugary foods were just as scarce. She had plenty of candy in her space, but supplies that looked poorly preserved like this were the least likely to arouse suspicion. If every time she came to trade, her goods were always in perfect condition, that would definitely draw attention. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan couldn't help but give a wry, inward smile. She wasn't sure if she'd made the right choice. She could be living the good life in her space, carefree and comfortable, but instead, here she was, worrying about this and that. After all, wherever there are people, there's intrigue. And where there's intrigue, there's danger, you can't be too careful. Still, thinking about it, there was something a bit thrilling about wearing a mask and playing the underdog. Maybe it wasn't so bad after all. Pretty girl, you really have a lot of good stuff. Zhao Jia's surprised voice pulled her back to reality. Just as she'd expected, the moment Zhao Jia saw what she had, her eyes lit up. May I take a look? She asked carefully. Jiang Yan smiled and handed her the bag. How many points can I get for this? Do you want to trade one piece or the whole bag? Zhao Jia asked, counting the candies through the plastic packaging. The whole bag. Zhao Jia's pupils shrank. She handed Jiang Yan the exchange form, glanced around, then lowered her voice and leaned in close. Pretty girl, can I discuss something with you? Jiang Yan glanced at the form. One candy, standard rate. 40 to 50 points. Sure, go ahead. I just counted by the standard exchange rate, your candies would only get you 45 points each, so the whole bag comes to about 2,000 points. But if you trade with me privately, I'll give you 2,500 points. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow at her. A private trade? That's quite an offer. 2,500 points. Zhao Jia grinned, then pulled a card from her own small bag under the counter. Jiang Yan glanced at the card, her eyes pausing for a moment. To have 2,500 points on her card, this woman was no ordinary person. She understood instantly. This job looked easy, but it was actually a lucrative position. Clearly, Zhao Jia had done her fair share of under-the-table deals. She dared to buy, and more importantly, she could resell. That meant her connections and resources in the base were nothing to scoff at. There are 2,501 points on this card. I'll buy your candy outright, Zhao Jia said earnestly. That's a lot of points, Jiang Yan hesitated. It wasn't impossible to earn that many points. But for most people in the base, they spent every point as soon as they earned it. Saving up this much was nearly impossible. Noticing the doubt in Jiang Yan's eyes, Zhao Jia pursed her thin lips and finally said, "Don't worry, the points on this card are all legitimate." As she spoke, the fawning smile faded from her face and her eyes suddenly reddened. "But I have a very, very small request. After you've used up the points, could you return the card to me?" Jiang Yan frowned. "Why?" The card looked a bit special. It was matte black, not like any card Jiang Yan had seen before. There was a name and date laser engraved on it. "The points on this card are merit points my son earned with his life." Jiang Yan. "If this were before the apocalypse, I wouldn't trade this card or these points even if I starved to death. But now, I just want to survive. I want to live to see the end of this apocalypse for my son. I don't know if I'll live to see that day. So, this card," Zhao Jia choked up, wiping the tears from her eyes before forcing a smile. "Pretty girl, my son died for the country. This card was issued to me directly by the state, not passed through his hands. I hope you don't find it unlucky." Jiang Yan finally accepted Sister Zhao's card and pushed a rusty shopping cart from the corner into the supermarket. She glanced around casually, but didn't see any sign of Qin Lei and his group. This supermarket also had a second floor, which sold all sorts of strange and expensive items. The three of them had probably gone upstairs. Jiang Yan's goal today was to buy a shower curtain and some supplies to disguise her room. Everything she needed could be found on the first floor. With that in mind, she pushed her cart straight to the hardware and daily necessities section in another corner. The hardware area sold all kinds of metal tools, hammers, wrenches, and the like, ranging from brand new to barely used. It was obvious that most of them were second-hand, recycled goods. As for the miscellaneous goods section, it sold pots, bowls, pans, and shower curtains. There were shower curtains in plain plastic bags, as well as ones with proper packaging. Plastic, fabric, even some woven from dried plants. There was a bit of everything. Since the temperature was so low and plastic would get brittle, she simply bought a brand new floral fabric shower curtain. It might not look fancy, but it was practical. 10 minutes later, her 2,500 points were completely spent. The pots and pans didn't cost much. The floral fabric shower curtain with a telescopic rod cost 500 points, a box of sealed canned green tea flowers cost 1,000 points, and a pack of sealed tissues and toilet paper, also expensive, cost 500 points for 3 packs. For each item, she picked the best quality available in its category. Naturally, the price was much higher than the ordinary ones. She also noticed seasonings like oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Jiang Yan remembered that Dongshan was not only rich in gold, but also in rock salt. Before the apocalypse, it was one of the country's main salt-producing regions. So, the salt sold here was all pre-apocalypse stock. As for white vinegar, it was produced in the base, artificially blended, 100 points per bottle. The soy sauce was also a product of technology and shortcuts, available in only one specification and similarly expensive. The oil was animal fat, also produced in the base, sourced from some unknown animal. Jiang Yan didn't buy any of these. After paying, she handed the black card with her name on it straight back to Sister Zhao. Amid Sister Zhao's shocked and emotional expression, Jiang Yan left the supermarket carrying her haul. She had just turned the corner when a frivolous voice sounded from behind. "Hey, beautiful, bought so much stuff, need a hand?" It was Qin Lei. Jiang Yan frowned and pretended not to hear, heading straight for the corridor where her room was. Heavy footsteps drew closer and closer. As the strong scent of Guerlain cologne wafted past, Jiang Yan saw a grinning red bean popsicle block her way. That warrior and the girl from earlier quickly followed, jogging to stand by his side. The girl had changed into clean clothes and looked much tidier. But she was clearly very weak, After just a few steps, she was already out of breath. The corridor wasn't wide, but it was enough for several people to pass through. Jiang Yan couldn't be bothered with people like this and tried to walk past him with her things. But the guy, acting like a lunatic, suddenly darted in front of her with a "Hey." Jiang Yan stopped in her tracks and shot him a cold glare. He crossed his arms and looked her up and down with great interest. "Hey, beautiful, I called you just now. Are you deaf?" Before he could finish, there was a crisp slap. An invisible force struck the right side of his face. The blow was so strong that Qin Lei, skinny as a stick, staggered from the impact. Qin Lei felt as if his cheekbone had shattered. He clutched his face and howled in pain. "Qin Xiao, brother Qin Lei." The warrior and the girl beside him looked at Jiang Yan, who hadn't moved an inch, shock flickering in their eyes as they rushed to support him from either side. "Hua Bao, nicely done. But just teach him a lesson, that's enough." Hua Bao was about to stretch out another vine to slap Qin Lei on the other cheek when Jiang Yan stopped her. After all, they were in Mo Jingqing's base. As long as the other party didn't push their luck, a little punishment would suffice. If this had happened outside the base, someone who spoke to her like that would have been shot dead on the spot. Besides, she could see Hua Bao, but no one else could. The soldier and the girl next to him looked utterly confused as they helped Qin Lei up. Qin Lei steadied himself, glanced around in all directions, and cursed, "Damn it. Who the hell just sucker punched me?" It never even crossed his mind that Jiang Yan could be responsible. After all, Jiang Yan was currently carrying bags in both hands, completely loaded down. That was exactly why he dared to approach her. When he first saw Jiang Yan in the points exchange area, with her outstanding aura, he'd assumed she was a family member of some high-ranking base official who'd just arrived. So, he had the desire, but not the guts. But just now, he saw she wasn't heading toward the high-level residential area and was even carrying all her own things. His wariness instantly faded. He also remembered his father, Qin Haitian, mentioning that the Yaoben base had recently taken in quite a few special talents from the Lian base. He started to put the pieces together. A fallen phoenix is worth less than a chicken. His confidence surged, and he raised his eyebrows. That's why he tried to hit on her just now. But that slap just now, where the hell had it come from? Jiang Yan sneered and was about to leave. But Qin Lei blocked her path again. "Hey, beautiful, don't be so ungrateful when I'm being nice to you." Jiang Yan shot him a cold look. A good dog doesn't block the road. Being called a dog made Qin Lei instantly furious. "Do you even know who I am?" "I don't care who you are." Jiang Yan sneered, about to tell Hua Bao to just slap this shameless guy into next week, when a woman's voice came from the beehive corridor. "Qin Lei, what are you doing?" The voice sounded familiar, like she'd just heard it that morning. Before Jiang Yan could turn her head, Hua Bao told her, "Mom, it's Mo Xiaoyue." Jiang Yan's lips curled up slightly. She turned and saw Mo Xiaoyue, looking sharp and imposing in her combat uniform, walking toward them. She glanced behind her, no attendants. Jiang Yan calmly looked at her, noticing a flash of disdain and arrogance in Mo Xiaoyue's eyes, though it quickly disappeared. Qin Lei recognized her and immediately stiffened, his cocky attitude vanishing. He looked awkward and said, "Miss Mo, haha, it's nothing, really." "Nothing? Then why are you harassing her?" Mo Xiaoyue's voice was cold and interrogative. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. Hearing this, Qin Lei shot Jiang Yan a surprised look, then asked tentatively, "Miss Mo, may I ask who this is?" "She's my brother's woman." Mo Xiaoyue didn't even look at Jiang Yan, just snorted and replied coolly, "Oh, so she's the sister-in-law?" Qin Lei and the soldier beside him were instantly shocked, their minds full of confusion, but their faces immediately turned fawning and regretful. "Wait, what? The base leader Mo Jingqing's woman? She came to the base supermarket herself? Carrying her own things? And she doesn't even live in the high-level residential area? That's a bit." But then, when he glanced at Su Mianmian, who'd come with him, he suddenly understood. He quickly bowed 90 degrees to Jiang Yan and said, "Sorry, sister-in-law, I didn't recognize who you were. Jiang Yan, is this guy brain damaged?" Mo Shiryao also shot Qin Lei a cold glare. Qin Lei, are you out of your mind? Qin Lei noticed a flash of disdain in Mo Shiryao's eyes and gave an awkward laugh. Miss Mo, did I say something wrong? Mo Shiryao didn't bother to answer. She just lifted her chin and snorted coldly, aren't you leaving yet? Yes, I'll be on my way. Qin Lei nodded and bowed, then ushered Su Mianmian and the soldier along. He gave Jiang Yan a polite bow, found a beehive passage, and slipped away. Jiang Yan glanced at Mo Shiryao and said, thank you. You're welcome. Mo Shiryao's arrogance returned, a mocking smile tugging at her lips as she looked Jiang Yan up and down. He called you sister-in-law, and you didn't even bother to explain. Don't tell me you're interested in my brother. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. There's no need to explain myself to someone like him. And for the record, I don't agree with what you said. She spoke calmly, picked up her things, and was about to leave when Mo Shiryao blocked her with an outstretched arm. Let's have a rematch some other day. Jiang Yan smiled. I'm not competing with you. This Mo Shiryao really was like a child. It seemed her family and Mo Jingqing had protected her well. Why not? Are you scared? Mo Shiryao pressed. Jiang Yan shook her head and said bluntly, I don't compete with children. You? Who are you calling a child? I asked my brother, and we're about the same age. Mo Shiryao's face flushed red, puffing up like an offended pufferfish. Her expression was so different from the impression Jiang Yan had of her before. Jiang Yan couldn't help but smile to herself. This Mo Shiryao was just a tsundere. Forget it, no point arguing with her. With that, Jiang Yan gathered her things, brushed aside Mo Shiryao's arm, and headed toward the dorms. Mo Shiryao didn't really try to stop her. She watched Jiang Yan's back, stomped her foot in frustration, and stormed off in a huff. Jiang Yan had just turned the corner when a vaguely familiar male voice called out from behind her. Su Yan? Jiang Yan raised her eyebrows slightly, pretending not to hear, and kept walking. Hurried footsteps sounded behind her. A middle-aged man appeared, bundled up in a fur coat and scarf, and Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed in recognition. Wasn't this Zhao Yugong, the one in charge of outer city defense at the Blazing Flame base? Had he switched sides? Remembering that he knew Song Qian and Kong Wu, Jiang Yan felt a little less wary of him. Still, she wondered how he'd recognized her. After all, back at the Blazing Flame base, she'd been fully geared up, snow goggles, mask, the works. Su Yan, it's me. I can't believe I ran into you here. Zhao Yugong, seeing her give him a once-over without replying, quickly pulled down his scarf and gave her a sheepish grin. Oh, Captain Zhao, long time no see. Jiang Yan feigned surprise, gave him a sidelong glance, then smiled. You've got quite the sharp eye. He chuckled. Captain is in the past now, just call me by my name. And it's not that I'm sharp-eyed, it's your backpack, your build, and your voice. All very distinctive. Jiang Yan smiled, but didn't comment. Standing beside him was a short-haired woman and a little girl of about 7 or 8, both with chin-length hair, carrying some belongings. They must be his family. Noticing Jiang Yan's gaze, both women smiled at her. It was clear they were as gentle-natured as Zhao Yugong himself. Heading back to your dorm? Zhao Yugong nodded toward the dorm area ahead. Straight ahead was the area where Jiang Yan and Su Dai were staying, a dead end, with no way further. You're living here too? Jiang Yan glanced at him. Zhao Yugong nodded. Yeah. My brother Zhao Jiqiu said Yiqing and the others were here, so he arranged for us to move in as well. Said we're all old acquaintances and we'll be working together on missions, so it's good to look out for each other. But he didn't mention you were here too. Jiang Yan couldn't help but smile. Jiang Yan and Su Yan were obviously two different people. If Zhao Jiqiu knew about that, it'd be quite something. Still, it was a bit of a surprise to run into him here. So you and Song Qian, she trailed off deliberately. Yeah, we're all from Yaban base. Just ended up at the Blazing Flame base by accident. He seemed to understand her unspoken question and nodded in explanation. Oh right, Su Yan, this is my wife, Lin Xiaoyue, and this is my daughter, Miao Miao. Zhao Jiqiu took the initiative to introduce his family to Jiang Yan, then added. We live in 1106. If you ever need any help, just come find us. My wife, she's a doctor. Jiang Yan smiled and greeted Lin Xiaoyue and Miao Miao again before saying with a laugh, "Let's introduce myself properly, Jiang Yan, Miss Jiang, or just Yan." She had a feeling that Zhao Yugong didn't arrange for Zhao Jichao to stay with Sun Jingtao and the others purely on his own initiative. Most likely, it was a hint from Mo Jingsheng behind the scenes. Since they'd have to get to know each other sooner or later, she figured it was better to be upfront now. A flicker of surprise flashed in Zhao Jichao's eyes, but he quickly gave an awkward smile. "I've heard of you, but I didn't expect we'd already met." Lin Xiaoyue noticed her husband suddenly using honorifics with a young woman and couldn't help but tug gently at his sleeve. "No need to be so formal," Jiang Yan said with a slight smile. Back at the Blazing Flame base, there were some special circumstances. "Sorry I used a fake name." Zhao Jichao grinned sheepishly. No worries. That's normal. When you're out there on your own, you have to be cautious." Jiang Yan just made a non-committal sound of agreement, then said, "Well, I'll head back now." All right, go get some rest." Jiang Yan returned to her room. She dropped the pile of things she'd bought onto the floor, then, with Hua Bao's help, hung up the shower curtain. After that, she tossed Hua Bao into the space to devour some gold, and only then did she return to her room to arrange all the pots, pans, and dishes. Once everything was set up, she stood at the doorway and gave the place a satisfied once-over. With the shower curtain in place, even if the door was open, you couldn't see anything inside. After finishing up, she checked the time. It was just about 6 o'clock. Thinking for a moment, she took out a bag of vacuum-packed millet from her space, a 500g bag of peanuts, a 500g bag of almonds, and a few fresh eggs Mo Jingsheng had given her. She packed them all into a non-woven bag, then headed out towards Su Dai's room. The door to Su Dai's room was half open. As she approached, she could hear the bubbling sound of boiling water inside. On the makeshift stove, white steam was billowing. "Honey, turn the heat down a bit." "Xiaoyue, can you check if Jiang Yan's back yet?" Su Dai said as she tore open a packet of instant noodles, giving instructions to the others. These instant noodles had been bought yesterday using Jiang Yan's points card at the base supermarket. Because of purchase limits, they hadn't been able to buy much. Still, it was enough for several meals. Knock, knock. Jiang Yan raised her hand and gently knocked on the door. The three inside turned around in unison. "Jiang Yan, you're here." "Yeah." Yiqing got up and closed the door, then said, "Daijie, we can add the seasoning now." Jiang Yan glanced at the pot. "You're making instant noodles?" "Yep. We're having a feast tonight," Su Dai said, adding the seasoning packets to the pot. Given the current situation, it was either eat dry rations with cold water or, if you were lucky enough to have the means, light a fire and cook a pot of mixed vegetable soup or instant noodles. After all, in Zone A, daily water was supplied in limited amounts for free. As long as you were careful and didn't wash your face or feet, it was basically enough. But firewood, alcohol stoves, and the like all had to be bought yourself. Not everyone had the means for that. Su Dai had heard that tomorrow Yiqing and Sun Jingtao would be heading out on a mission, so tonight's dinner was meant as a send-off for the two of them. Jiang Yan didn't feel much about them going on a mission. But Su Dai's eyes were obviously red, like she'd been crying. Both of them would be leaving the underground base and heading outside. Even though they had thermal suits and were equipped with professional gear and weapons, the harsh conditions outside were unpredictable. No one could say for sure if they'd make it back. Early the next morning, Yiqing and Sun Jingtao left the Yaoben base with the team searching for heavy oil. Their destination wasn't far from the edge of the base. Before the apocalypse, a round trip would have taken just about an hour by car. But now, with the extreme cold and heavy snow outside, moving forward and even telling directions was far more difficult than before. According to Sun Jingtao, if all went smoothly, the round trip would still take at least 10 days to 2 weeks. Besides heavy oil, they were also searching for food this time. After enduring disasters like extreme heat, torrential rain, and earthquakes, many animals had gone extinct. Still, some managed to survive the harsh cold and other extreme conditions. Some of these animals had mutated on their own, while others were deliberately released into the wild by S&P labs like the lion base in the early days. These animals had become one of the base's food sources. It was only now that Jiang Yan learned that such resource search and rescue teams had always existed in the base. It was just that not everyone knew about them. Before Yi Qing and Sun Jingtao left, Jiang Yan thought for a moment and decided to take some emergency medicine out of her space to give them, along with some life-saving weapons. Yi Qing's physical condition was relatively stable, so she'd be safer. But Sun Jingtao was just an ordinary person. Although he used to be in the special forces and had a solid foundation, after all these years in the apocalypse, nutrition and training couldn't compare to before. He'd even been injured back in Xiangqing. So Jiang Yan specially prepared some energy food and thermal clothing to wear underneath for him. After the two left, Jiang Yan and Su Dai began their daily training routine. Su Dai had been a fitness instructor before, so she had a decent physical foundation. Her training focused more on self-rescue and first aid, as well as learning some wilderness survival and basic care knowledge. Jiang Yan's situation was a bit special. She went straight into the Special Forces Hell-level training. Besides daily extreme survival drills like resisting cold, frostbite, and heat, she also participated in space-related training and knowledge courses. Her schedule was packed from morning till night, but for her, it was all effortless. Mo Jingsheng came to see her twice during this period, but only for some simple questions and to check her physical condition before leaving again. After that, Jiang Yan didn't see him anymore. She ran into Mo Shiryao a few times at the training grounds, and the other woman provoked her more than once. In the end, Jiang Yan agreed to a weaponless sparring match with her. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Yan won with overwhelming strength. To avoid any accidents on the way, Qin Lang and Song Qian took turns escorting her to and from training every day. They also joined the training sessions themselves. 3 months of isolated, intensive training passed quickly. Because Huabs kept devouring large amounts of gold, Jiang Yan's space leveled up twice, and the whole environment changed dramatically. As she'd expected, the space expanded several times over, and landscapes like mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas appeared. Though the area wasn't as large as in reality, it was more like miniature versions of these landforms. At the same time, many plants she'd never seen before appeared. Some of these had gone extinct on Blue Star long ago, like the ceiling tree and laney fern. Others were more common, like ginkgo, cedar, and sweet flag. A spiritual spring began to faintly appear, and Jiang Yan guessed that at this rate, it would fully emerge before the snow and ice melted. During her time at Yaoben Base, everything was moving in a positive direction. Life in the base was orderly and well-organized. Yi Qing and Sun Jingtao also returned from their mission. Both were injured, but nothing serious. However, according to them, out of the team of over 100 that went out, only 40 or 50 made it back safely. The outside world was far more dangerous than they'd imagined. After that, Su Dai and the others gradually adapted to the calm, uneventful daily routine. But Jiang Yan increasingly felt a sense of foreboding. She had a strong feeling that an even greater danger was looming ahead. That day, Jiang Yan had just finished training and was escorted back to her dorm by Song Qian. Sweaty all over, she had just changed her clothes and pulled Hua Bao, who had been busy leveling up in her space, out, when she heard a knock at the door. Dong dong dong. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. If she remembered correctly, Sun Jingtao, Yi Qing, and Su Dai were still in their daily training, and Song Qian had just left. Who could it be? While she was pondering with a furrowed brow, Huabo had already slipped out through the crack under the door, transforming into a transparent paper-thin shape. Mama, it's a soldier. A soldier we've never seen before, and he's armed. After 2 upgrades, Huabao's vines, which used to extend 7 or 8 meters, could now reach over 30 meters. As for the number of vines, there were 4 main branches and 8 side branches, making 12 in total. Even if someone charged at them in a tank, Huabao could wrap up both the vehicle and its occupants like a zongzi. Hearing Huabao's report, Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. She deliberately pretended that no one was inside and stayed silent. Dong dong dong. The knocking came again. Miss Jiang, I know you're inside. I'm Han Chung, newly assigned to the leader's side. The leader would like to see you, the person said politely. Han Chung? The leader? Jiang Yan's eyebrows arched slightly. Had Mo Jingcheng, who'd been missing for so long, finally returned? Even so, Jiang Yan remained cautious and didn't open the door. She simply replied, I'm a bit tired today. Could you please tell the leader I'll visit him first thing tomorrow morning? Sorry, Miss Jiang, the leader's situation is a bit special. He'll be leaving the base again soon, so there's not much time to see you. Besides, he seems to have something important to discuss with you. The man's tone was calm and measured, his voice low but not loud. Jiang Yan took a breath. Where's Li Haoyang? Usually, whenever it was about Mo Jingqing, Li Haoyang would handle things personally. Since Mo Jingqing's disappearance, his close assistant Li Haoyang had vanished as well. She'd wanted to ask Mo Shiyao, but seeing her haughty and proud demeanor, Jiang Yan always held back at the last moment. After all, if Mo Jingqing hadn't told her about his departure, it meant he had important matters he couldn't disclose. As for Song Qian and the others, they all kept their mouths shut. She couldn't really pry in private. Now this Han Qing. A bit odd, but nothing to be afraid of. With that thought, Jiang Yan hesitated for a second, then opened the door. Standing outside was a tall, young man with a signature buzz cut, wearing the base's standard camo uniform with the logo, and carrying a submachine gun. Seeing Jiang Yan open the door, he grinned sheepishly. Sorry to bother you, Miss Jiang. Jiang Yan gave him a sidelong glance. You're from Yaben base? How come I've never seen you before? I was originally with the search and rescue team. I earned a commendation on a recent mission with the leader, so I was temporarily promoted to his side, he explained, bowing slightly. Mission? Jiang Yan frowned. He put on a mysterious look, seeming troubled. Sorry, Miss Jiang. I know the leader treats you differently, but I think it's best if he tells you himself. With that, he gestured for her to go ahead. Jiang Yan didn't move, only asking, by the way, where's Li Haoyang? I haven't seen him. Han Chang's expression grew more serious. He sighed softly before replying, Brother Haoyang, he's been injured. Injured? Jiang Yan's surprise was quickly replaced by a flash of wariness and suspicion in her eyes. Is it serious? Yeah, a bit. Han Cheng nodded, then glanced at her anxiously and said, Miss Jiang, you'll understand everything once you see the chief in a moment. Shall we get going? He reminded her. At this point, Jiang Yan couldn't really refuse anymore. Still, she kept her guard up as usual. Please wait a moment. Jiang Yan turned back into her room, slung on her black backpack, and then said, All right, let's go. The two of them walked one after the other toward Mo Jingsheng's living quarters. Along the way, Jiang Yan asked Han Cheng a few questions, both directly and indirectly. Most of the time, he brushed her off, saying he'd only just been transferred here and wasn't familiar with the details. However, every time they passed a security checkpoint, Han Cheng would easily scan his fingerprint and pass through. Seeing how practiced he was and how all the fingerprint checks went through without a hitch, Jiang Yan's suspicions gradually eased. Just as they were about to reach Mo Jingsheng's quarters, Han Cheng, who was leading the way, suddenly changed direction and led her down a narrow side passage to the right. That passage was narrower and dimmer. Jiang Yan frowned slightly, but her sense of direction wasn't great, and she'd only been to Mo Jingsheng's office once before, so she wasn't sure. Instead, it was Hua Bao, the little creature on her shoulder, who suddenly jumped out and shouted, Mom! This isn't the right way. This isn't the path to Mo Jingsheng's room. Every time Jiang Yan went somewhere unfamiliar, Hua Bao would instinctively memorize the route and map it out in its mind. Now, the path they were taking was clearly different from the one Jiang Yan and Song Qian had taken to see Mo Jingsheng last time. Very different. Jiang Yan trusted Hua Bao. Besides, she'd noticed that, along the way, they hadn't run into many guards. Normally, the closer you got to Mo Jingsheng's quarters, the more guards there would be. Something was definitely off. Thinking this, she looked at Han Cheng's back and stopped in her tracks. Han Cheng, are you sure we're going to Chief Mo's office? Han Cheng's upright figure stiffened slightly. He turned around with a smile, his gaze steady. Yes, Miss Jiang. That doesn't seem right. As Jiang Yan spoke, her hands slipped casually into her pockets, though in reality, she'd already retrieved a mini pistol from her storage space. Seeing her suspicion, Han Cheng hurried to explain. It's like this, Miss Jiang. Chief Mo was injured this time, so the security level around his residence has been raised, and he's also temporarily changed his quarters. That's why the route is different from before. He gave an awkward laugh. Even a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows, right? His explanation made some sense, but it wasn't very convincing. This Yaoben base was as solid as a fortress, and Mo Jingsheng was in charge. Would just moving next door really make things safer? Unless the danger was coming from inside the base. As if sensing her thoughts, Han Cheng hesitated for a second, then said, Miss Jiang, the danger Chief Mo encountered this time came from within the base. Jiang Yan's gaze sharpened. What do you mean? Miss Jiang, please don't make things difficult for me. There are some things I really can't say. Once you see Chief Mo, you'll understand everything. Han Cheng looked helpless, even a little aggrieved. He didn't seem to be faking it. Jiang Yan studied him carefully and took a silent breath. Forget it. Maybe she was just being paranoid. She hoped that was all it was. Miss Jiang, this way, please. Han Cheng once again gestured with a polite invitation. Although Jiang Yan had let down her guard a little, she still kept the mini pistol in her pocket, not putting it back into her storage space. Hua Bao was just as vigilant. Its vines could now extend over 30 meters, acting much like a dozen flexible, retractable surveillance cameras, able to probe ahead and scout the area. The vines twisted and turned, and soon spotted several upright, imposing soldiers. But all of these soldiers were unfamiliar faces. Back when it had accompanied Jiang Yan to meet Mo Jingsheng, it hadn't seen any of them before. Huab dutifully reported everything it discovered to Jiang Yan. After a while, the two of them stopped in front of a room with a reddish-brown metal door. The area outside the door was much more spacious, and as usual, there was a group of armed soldiers standing guard, all of them tall and imposing, exuding a stern aura. They were on par with the guards outside Mo Jingsheng's quarters. Huaba had already scouted out the inside of the room and quietly whispered to Jiang Yan. Mama, there's an old man with white hair inside. We met him before at that Sky Hotel in Anming. There's also a man I don't recognize, but he looks a bit like Mo Jingsheng. He's wearing a military uniform and seems older. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. The white-haired old man from the Sky Hotel? Could it be Mo Jingsheng's grandfather, old Mo? That old man had previously been in frequent contact with Xue Miao Miao. She wasn't sure if they were truly working together or just pretending. As for the other man, she guessed he might be Mo Jingsheng's older brother, the deputy leader of the Yaoben base, Mo Shuifeng. Mama, Mo Shuyao is here too, Hua Bao suddenly said. But she seems. Jiang Yan's brows knitted. Seems what? She seems to be restrained by someone, but I can't see clearly. The vine can't reach any further, Hua Bao said helplessly, pouting. Did you see Mo Jingsheng? Hua Bao looked around and shook its head. No. Jiang Yan raised her eyebrows, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart. Just as she was about to turn around, she heard the sound of countless honeycomb gates behind her slamming shut, one after another. What a perfect invite the enemy into the trap scenario, she instantly realized, a cold smile curling on her lips. If those gates hadn't all come down, she wouldn't have thought the worst. But now she had no choice but to prepare for the worst-case scenario. If things really went south, it would be a good chance to test Hua Bao's upgraded abilities. However, anyone who saw Hua Bao would have to die. It all depended on how far the other side wanted to push their luck. As for hiding in her storage space, she would never do that unless it was absolutely necessary. Miss Jiang, I really wasn't lying. Han Cheng looked at her, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Jiang Yan shot him a glance, but said nothing. He really hadn't lied. There was indeed a problem inside the base. And she was indeed meeting a MO family leader, just not the main one, but the deputy. Still, Jiang Yan couldn't figure out why things at Yaoben Base, which wasn't a private facility, were so strange unless. Within just a second or two, Jiang Yan had already come up with several contingency plans. "Miss Jiang, please." Now that things had reached this point, Han Chung stopped trying to hide anything. Jiang Yan took a deep breath, shoved her hands in her pockets as usual, and strode forward. There was a surveillance camera mounted above the door. The two of them approached, and with a heavy clang, the thick metal doors slid open to either side. Compared to the dim corridor, the room inside was brightly lit. As the sound of applause echoed through the room, an elderly man with graying hair stood up from the black leather chair at the center, leaning on a dragon-headed cane. He was thin and frail in stature, but his face radiated energy and vigor. "Miss Jiang, I've heard so much about you." His sharp gaze lingered on Jiang Yan's face. Jiang Yan recognized him immediately. He was the grandfather of Mo Jingxing and Mo Shiyao, the very old master Mo, whom Shui Miao had spoken of with such respect. "Where's Mo Jingxing?" She didn't bother with pleasantries and got straight to the point. It felt like a major meeting was underway in the room. At the end of an oval conference table sat old Master Mo and a man in military uniform. On either side sat 7 or 8 stern-faced, spirited middle-aged men. The seat next to the man in uniform was empty. That man, whose features bore a resemblance to Mo Jingxing, was likely his older brother Mo Shuifeng, the deputy leader of Yaoben Base. Though the two brothers looked alike, Mo Jingxing was the more striking and handsome of the pair. The man before her had a streak of gray dyed into his hair at the front, and when he glanced at the backpack on Jiang Yan's back, a trace of sinister greed flickered in his eyes. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, the old man smiled faintly. "Miss Jiang, you truly are bold. I'd also like to know where my grandson is. That's why I invited you here today." As he finished speaking, old Master Mo waved his hand lightly. Han Chung, who was standing beside Jiang Yan, gave a slight bow and left the room. "Oh, is that so?" Jiang Yan let out a cold chuckle, her gaze sweeping casually around the room. She immediately spotted Mo Shiyao, tied to a wooden chair in the corner. Her mouth was sealed with silver duct tape, her eyes red-rimmed. The pride and stubbornness that usually shone in her eyes had been replaced by pure hatred. Jiang Yan frowned slightly, but withdrew her gaze for now. "Miss Jiang, this seat is reserved just for you," old Master Mo gestured to the empty chair beside Mo Shuifeng. With her hands in her pockets, Jiang Yan took a few steps forward and said coldly, "No need. If you have something to say, just say it." Taking advantage of her movement, Huaba once again extended its vines, sweeping the room in a thorough search. "Mama, there are 4 snipers positioned in the 4 corners of the ceiling," Huaba reported. "Jiang Yan. And the rest?" "There are more people hiding behind the white plaster partitions, quite a few of them." Jiang Yan's frown deepened. The place was already like a fortress on the outside, and the defenses inside were just as tight. Looks like she'd have to resort to some extreme measures. "My grandson disappeared for the future of this base, even for the future of the whole country. Now, we want to revitalize the base, and there are some things we'd like your help with, Miss Jiang." "Old Master Mo, you overestimate me." "I'm just an ordinary, weak woman," Jiang Yan replied bluntly, refusing without hesitation. She wanted to see what exactly they were after. "Miss Jiang, you're far too modest." Old Master Mo's gaze once again lingered on her backpack, his smile warm, but his meaning unmistakable. "The future of our entire base may depend on your help." His words were full of obvious implication. Jiang Yan shrugged, feigning helplessness. "Sorry, I can barely take care of myself." Seeing her refuse again, Mo Shuifeng, who had been holding back, suddenly stood up with a swish. "Miss Jiang, with the world frozen over and disasters still happening, our base's supplies are dwindling fast. For the sake of everyone's future, I hope you'll put the greater good first and share your resources. Other things you might be able to refuse, Miss Jiang, but as for supplies, surely you're not going to claim you don't have any?" Another imposing man beside him also stood up. Jiang Yan glanced at them, her tone unhurried and calm. Sorry, but I really don't. Jiang Yan, don't be shameless when I'm giving you face. At the end of the conference table, a burly man stood up, pulled out a pistol, and aimed it squarely at Jiang Yan's forehead. Little girl, Elder Mo and the boss tried to talk sense into you out of respect. Mama, can I kill him now? Hua Bao was so furious that its blood-red fangs were grinding audibly. If Jiang Yan hadn't warned it beforehand not to act without her command, it would have already lashed out with a vine by now. Yu Zhonghua, don't do anything reckless. Elder Mo barked at the burly man. Yu Zhonghua sneered, Elder Mo, you're just too soft on women. People like her, what's the point of talking? Let's break her arm first and talk later. Pfft. A faint whizzing sound came from Jiang Yan's pocket. Yu Zhonghua let out a howl, his eyes bulging. His lips parted as he instinctively reached for the sharp pain in his neck. Someone beside him was startled. Old Yu, what's wrong? Yu Zhonghua's face twisted in agony for a second. His throat seemed blocked by something, and he couldn't get a word out. What the? The rest of the people instantly turned their eyes to Jiang Yan, only to see her standing there as usual, hands in her pockets, looking perfectly at ease. She was already strikingly beautiful, with long legs. Today, dressed all in black with a pair of combat boots, she might have been alone and slender, but the aura she exuded made people instinctively wary. Most people only dared glance at her before quickly looking away. But Mo Shuifeng's sharp gaze lingered for a moment on her pocket. Thud! Yu Zhonghua's eyes closed, and his sturdy body collapsed onto the conference chair like a pile of mud. Captain! A squad of armed soldiers burst in from outside. 2 soldiers rushed to help Yu Zhonghua up, while the rest, without exception, pointed their black gun barrels at Jiang Yan. Mama, aren't we fighting back yet? Hua Bao was anxious, already extending 2 vines to shield all of Jiang Yan's vital points. Jiang Yan glanced calmly at Elder Mo and Mo Shuifeng. No rush. Elder Mo, deputy leader, Captain Yu's heart has stopped. It was an anesthetic dart, high-concentration potassium cyanide inside. The 2 soldiers checking Yu Zhonghua's body shrank their pupils and shot Jiang Yan a look full of hatred. Take him out, remove the dart, and put the body in the freezer for now, Mo Shuifeng said lightly, then swept a cold glance at the remaining armed soldiers. All of you get out. Close the door. The soldiers exchanged glances for a second, cast Jiang Yan a wary sidelong look, then turned and left. The reddish metal door slammed shut with a boom. Jiang Yan's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. Miss Jiang, you're truly formidable. Mo Shuifeng put on a smile that didn't reach his eyes and clicked his tongue. Even at such a tricky angle, you can still kill. Jiang Yan shot him a cold look. Where's Mo Jingcheng? Miss Jiang, I'd really like to know where my brother is too. Why don't you help us out? Mo Shuifeng said, picking up a sealed document from the table and handing it to Jiang Yan. Miss Jiang, I know my brother offered you some very attractive terms. Jiang Yan gave a cold laugh, making no move to take the file. But my offer, I think you'll like even more. The American Gold Reserve is the largest in the world. If you're willing to work with us, we're willing to give you half of it. And, they say women love beauty. Mo Shuifeng paused, giving her a meaningful look. If you work with us, we can also offer you the chance to stay young forever. Oh. Jiang Yan let out a cold laugh. I never would have guessed the illustrious Yao Ben base and the notorious Blazing Flame base are actually as close as family behind the scenes. What Mo Shuifeng called the chance for eternal youth sent a chill down her spine. She recalled the young-faced, but old-voiced Dr. Chu Hui she'd met while resting in the Snow Mountain cabin. A grandson's body with a grandfather's mind swapped in. Then she remembered the perfect corpses soaking in formalin at the Anming Sky Hotel and those organs. Jiang Yan felt a wave of nausea churn in her stomach. As for the gold in the American treasury that Mo Shuifeng mentioned, it was obvious now that Yao Ben base had indeed been infiltrated by the enemy. And the infiltrators weren't outsiders, but Mo Jingsheng's own grandfather and older brother. As for Mo Shiyao, that was still unclear. There were still many things Jiang Yan couldn't figure out, but now was not the time to dwell on them. She took a deep breath, forced herself to focus, put away the tranquilizer gun in her hand, and with a thought, pre-selected several flashbangs and smoke grenades, instructing Hua Bao in advance on when to deploy them. Seeing her remain so calm and collected, Mo Shuifeng's face darkened. He slammed the cooperation agreement onto the table with a bang and sneered. "Since Miss Jiang is so clever, you'd best know it's good for you. After all, there are old acquaintances of yours at Blazing Flame Base. Young Master Shui will surely treat you well. Besides," he suddenly changed tack. "If you die, no matter how many supplies you have, they'll be useless." "That's right, Xiaojiang. The space station and the disaster simulation lab are both under our control. Any resistance or struggle from you is pointless. Join us, and I, Mo Zhengqing, give you my word as a man, you'll enjoy endless wealth and glory for the rest of your life." Old Mo stood up as well. With a slight twist of his fingers, the dragon-headed cane in his hand suddenly revealed a short gun barrel. Jiang Yan snorted. "Mo Zhengqing, what an ironic name. And you call yourself a man of integrity? Traitors have integrity." As soon as she finished speaking, she sent a mental message to Hua Bao. "Get ready." "Okay, Mama." Hua Bao retracted its scarlet tongue, closed its mouth, and pulled back its fangs. As for its vines, 2 remained to protect Jiang Yan, while the other 10 were deployed. For aimed at the 4 snipers in the ceiling, 2 at Mo Shuifeng and Mo Zhengqing, and the remaining 4 split between the conference room and behind the partition wall. "Xiaojiang, that's rather rude of you." Mo Zhengqing's kindly gaze turned cold and sinister in an instant. "Load. Load." The faint sound of guns being cocked came from the ceiling. Red laser dots from 2 overlapping sights targeted the front and back of Jiang Yan's chest. To be precise, they were aimed at Hua Bao's 2 vines. But since the vines were transparent, the red dots appeared to rest on her chest. "Well, Xiaojiang, what's your answer?" Old Mo's wrinkled lips twisted into a sinister grin. Suddenly, a commotion sounded outside the door. The metal door was well soundproofed, but Jiang Yan's sharp ears still caught the sound of gunfire. A firefight had broken out outside, and it was no small skirmish. A buzz-cut man who'd been silent at the conference table quickly stood up, his face grim. He grabbed a tablet and strode over to Mo Zhengqing and Mo Shuifeng, whispering a few words. "If we can't have her, we'd rather destroy her than let Mo Jingsheng get her." Mo Shuifeng raised his hand toward Jiang Yan. "Seize her." Jiang Yan sneered. With a thought, she quickly reached behind her and pulled out a PKM light machine gun loaded with 250 rounds. "Kill her." The ruthless Mo Shuifeng's eyes narrowed in shock as he saw a machine gun with a full magazine suddenly appear in Jiang Yan's hands. Instinctively, he reached for his own gun while agilely diving and rolling under the conference table for cover. The others, except for Mo Zhengqing, all drew their sidearms without hesitation and unleashed a hail of bullets at Jiang Yan. But to no avail, a transparent barrier in front of Jiang Yan deflected every bullet. Only the white-haired Mo Zhengqing remained calm. He pressed lightly on the dragon-headed cane in his hand, and suddenly, a square meter-wide hole opened up beneath his feet. He leapt down into it without hesitation. From behind the white partition, a swarm of fully armed soldiers wielding submachine guns burst into the room. Before the 4 snipers hidden in the ceiling could react, 4 metallic vines materialized out of thin air, twisting with a crack and snapping their necks instantly. "Hua Bao, catch." With a thought, Jiang Yan summoned several flashbangs and smoke grenades from her storage space and handed them to Hua Bao. Everything happened in a split second. With a loud boom, Hua Bao's vines swept up the flashbangs and hurled them out with swift, coordinated movements. Blinding flashes were followed by thick, choking smoke. Jiang Yan dropped to the ground in an instant, gripping her machine gun and unleashing a barrage of bullets ahead. Arg. Shit. Cough, cough. The sounds of bullets hitting flesh agonized screams, choking from the smoke, and the sickening noises of Hua Bao's vines piercing bodies and snapping necks filled the air. The acrid stench of white phosphorus and the heavy smell of blood permeated the entire room. The soldiers and the few survivors by the conference table fired as they retreated, scrambling behind metal barricades for cover. Hua Bao's vines, limited in length, couldn't immediately pursue, so they shielded Jiang Yan instead. After her initial burst of gunfire, Jiang Yan quickly summoned protective goggles and a helmet from her storage space, putting them on, then donned a bulletproof vest. She reloaded with a fresh magazine, picked up a new submachine gun, and began advancing, inch by inch. What the hell is that? Mo Shuifeng, now behind a metal barricade, glanced at the bleeding wound on his arm, his face twisted in rage. The wound looked as if it had been torn open by a fast-moving rope. "Boss, I think I saw golden vines. Is that some kind of new weapon? And where did she get that light machine gun?" The two remaining men clutched their pistols, glancing around nervously and whispering. "Boss, this Jiang Yan is way tougher than we thought." Mo Shuifeng grinned savagely. "No, this Jiang Yan is far more useful than we imagined." Bang, bang, bang. More gunfire erupted from ahead. "She's just one woman, can't you handle her?" Mo Shuifeng barked. The soldiers behind cover had no choice but to charge out again, guns blazing. Arg. One bloodied body after another hit the floor. "Boss, she's got unlimited ammo. This is cheating. Is she some kind of mutant?" "She won't die. She just won't die." "Shut up." Through the smoke, the tall, slender figure drew closer, like a reaper. Mo Shuifeng's brow furrowed deeply. He reached into an inner pocket and pulled out a black box, pressing his finger down on a red button. "If she won't die, let's give her a big surprise. In 3 seconds, the side door will open. We make a run for it," he ordered. "Yes, boss." "Self-destruct protocol for Area AS has been activated. Please evacuate immediately." "Self-destruct protocol for Area AS has been activated. Please evacuate immediately." A cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed throughout the building. As Jiang Yan advanced, she suddenly heard thunderous rumbling from all directions. Soon, the metal floor began to shake violently as if it had turned into a giant sieve. "AS sector self-destruct sequence activated. Please evacuate immediately." As the final cold warning echoed, the ground's tremors grew even more violent, as if the earth itself was splitting apart. Creak, creak. Jiang Yan felt as if she could hear the sound of giant screws coming loose. She struggled to steady herself, her mind racing. What exactly was this so-called AS sector self-destruct sequence? Should she enter the space or not? The decision hung on a knife's edge. 3. The mechanical voice sounded again. The blood-soaked corpses strewn across the floor began to slam against the walls with heavy thuds as the tremors intensified. The entire metal room had become a shaking, sealed box. Everywhere she looked, the walls were smeared with blood and bits of flesh. The stench was overwhelming, and the sight was enough to make anyone's skin crawl. Only now did Jiang Yan notice that the conference table and chairs were welded directly to the floor. Bang! Bang! The overhead lights exploded with a sharp crack, plunging the room into darkness. 2. Screams echoed from beyond the metal door. It sounded like people being crushed to death by falling debris. "Mama, it's a huge earthquake. Hurry, get into the space." Hua Bao cried anxiously, hastily retracting the vines it had sent after Mo Shuifeng and the others. With a few swift movements, the vines wrapped around the metal beams near the ceiling, then cocooned Jiang Yan, helping her keep her balance. "It's not an earthquake." Jiang Yan took a deep breath, deciding not to enter the space for now. The unknown dangers outside were too great. She was afraid that if she went in, she might never come out again. Hua Bao glanced at the floor, now riddled with holes, and asked in confusion, "Then what is it?" Jiang Yan frowned, not answering. If she was right, this hive sector was about to detach from the Yaoben base. But once it detached, where would it go? She had no idea. 1. The final countdown ticked away. Jiang Yan swept a wary glance around the room. She caught sight of several feet sticking out from behind a metal wall, not far away, Someone was about to raise a gun and fire. Rumble. Cling. Suddenly, the entire room shot upward like an arrow released from a bow. A powerful force pressed Jiang Yan back, her body tensing reflexively. In the corner, a man who had been following Emo Schweifing was thrown by the sudden acceleration. Arg! His burly body slammed into the metal wall, his skull splitting open, limbs folding unnaturally as he died instantly. Bang! 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 More bodies crashed into the walls. Watching as corpses and severed limbs hurtled toward her, only to be snatched away by Huabao's vines, Jiang Yan couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Mama, do we still need to chase the bad guys? Huabao asked. Not for now. As long as they're still in this room, I refuse to believe we can't find them. Hearing this, Huab quickly withdrew the vines it had sent after Emo Schweifing and the others, anchoring itself firmly. The room continued to rocket forward at high speed. The gunfire outside the metal door had ceased. In its place were intermittent screams and the dull thuds of bodies slamming into walls. There was also the harsh screech of metal scraping against rubble. Gradually, the scraping noises faded and the shaking subsided. But Jiang Yan noticed that the temperature in the room was dropping. Bit by bit, it grew colder. She could even see clear ice crystals forming in the cracks of the door not far away. Just then, with a thunderous crash, the metal door at the far right swung open. Blinding white light, a blast of icy wind, and swirling snow poured in all at once. Go! Before Jiang Yan's eyes could adjust to the glare, she saw several figures of flesh. Especially since the whole section was made of metal and extremely heavy, add gravity's acceleration, and when it hit the ground, it would be no different from a small meteorite striking the earth. Brutal. Not just brutal, absolutely ruthless. But it's minus 80 or 90 degrees outside. If they just jump out like that, could they even survive? Unless they, like Yi Qing, had become evolved humans, able to withstand such extreme cold. The bone-chilling wind was still howling into the room, and large patches of ice crystals were forming everywhere. Even though Jiang Yan's body had been enhanced by her spatial ability, she still felt a trace of the cold. Anyone with a weaker constitution would probably have frozen stiff by now. Jiang Yan, are you in there? At that moment, Yi Qing and Song Qian's faint voices came from outside the metal door. I'm here, Jiang Yan called out. But her voice was drowned out by the wind, and the people outside didn't hear her, still calling her name. Mom, the room's angle is leveling out. It's probably about to start descending. Huabao shouted anxiously. I'll use all my strength to pull the room in the opposite direction. Try to slow the fall a bit. You get into the space first. Hurry. Outside was nothing but endless snow and ice, not a single thing in sight. If there were any buildings, it could grab onto them and pull in the opposite direction. But now, all it could do was twist its vines into a propeller and give it a try. Jiang Yan's mind raced for a solution. At the same time, she summoned a loudspeaker from her space with a thought. Yi Qing, Song Qian. The room is falling fast, find cover, and be careful of the metal walls crashing down. She repeated the warning twice, then quickly took several climbing ropes from her space, instructing Huabao to secure itself to a metal pillar. Then, with another thought, she brought out 11 special parachutes. These parachutes were the strongest in the world. She'd gotten them from Emo Jingxing during a recent launch training. He'd secretly given them to her from the warehouse. Supposedly, they were once used for the safe return of the Shenzhou X capsule. Each could bear 3 tons, with a deployed area of 1,200 square meters, made from 1,920 panels of parachute fabric. The fabric was fire-resistant and could withstand temperatures over 100 degrees Celsius. 96 parachute cords per chute, each cord able to bear 300 kilograms, all hand-stitched. Right now, with 11 chutes, that was a total capacity of 33 tons. Add in Huabao's own strength, and it should be more than enough. Of course, if not for today's life-or-death situation, she would never have been willing to use them. But now, she had no other choice. Huabao, I'm counting on you, she said. Mom, just watch me. Hua Bao replied. All that gold it had eaten lately wasn't for nothing. Hua Bao wrapped a vine around a parachute, leaving another vine coiled around a metal pillar, and slowly inched toward the door. The door wasn't very big, so it had to send the vines out one by one. The blizzard was still howling, and Jiang Yan could clearly feel the room starting to plummet. That feeling, like being on a roller coaster, your heart suspended in midair, was unmistakable. Hua Bao, sticking its head out of the room like an octopus, glanced outside and immediately grimaced in frustration. This metal room was huge, almost the size of a soccer field. Thank goodness Mom gave it parachutes. It quickly recalled the knowledge it had learned from computers, estimated the height from the room to the ground, and factored in the layer of powdery snow below. Judging the timing to be about right, it shot a vine out into the air. Boom! 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 Amid the swirling snowflakes, 11 brilliantly colored parachutes suddenly blossomed above the massive ochre-red beehive-shaped structure. Mama, 5 seconds until we land on the snow. Hua Bao gritted her teeth as she pulled on 11 parachutes, while sending a mental reminder to Jiang Yan. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The moment Jiang Yan saw the blindingly white snowfields below, she willed herself into her space. Boom! A deafening crash echoed across the snowy ground. Snowflakes exploded in all directions. The entire metal room let out a piercing roar as it collided violently with the snow and ice below. Even with Hua Bao pulling in the opposite direction, the massive metal room still plowed through a thick layer of wind and snow, crashing heavily onto the glacier beneath. As the ice cracked, the metal room began to sink lower and lower. After trembling for a long while, it finally came to a halt. The snow that had been thrown up now came raining down again, blanketing everything. Receiving Hua Bao's signal, Jiang Yan willed herself out of her space. Mama, I saw a signal flare when the house was landing, but it's a bit far away. Hua Bao pointed a tiny leaf toward the sky outside. Jiang Yan's heart sank. It seemed, just as she suspected, that not only had Mo Shuifeng and the others' bodies evolved, but there were also people outside waiting to receive them. If that was the case, then these huge, brightly colored parachutes had most likely been spotted by the other side as well. Hua Bao was fine, since she was always invisible. Mama, I'll go pack up the parachutes. With that, Hua Bao dashed out, using all 12 of her vine-like limbs. A pile of snow squeezed in through the crack under the door. The parachutes were enormous. Normally, packing them up would be extremely difficult, let alone in this icy wilderness. After all, when those spaceships returned, it was always during the day on the open, flat desert. But for Hua Bao, this was no big deal. Very soon, she brought back neatly packed parachutes, one bundle after another. Jiang Yan didn't bother with the snow clinging to them. With a thought, she tossed them all into her space. After all this, Hua Bao's tongue lolled out, and her 12 vines drooped to the ground like wilted seaweed. That last crash had drained all her energy. If it hadn't been for her and Jiang Yan's parachutes, the automatic landing of the metal house alone would have smashed everyone and everything inside, living or dead, into pieces. Great job, Hua Bao, Jiang Yan said, scooping her up. Hua Bao nuzzled into her arms. Mama, I'm so sleepy and so hungry. All right, Mama will get you something tasty. Jiang Yan entered her space, set Hua Bao in front of the black king fungus, and took out a pile of gold bricks for her, before stepping out again. Jiang Yan, are you all right? Yi Qing and the others called from outside the metal door. Jiang Yan frowned, gun raised as she swept her gaze around the room, replying casually, I'm fine. The lights inside were all out, with only the white glow from the snow outside reflecting in. Her eyesight was good, so she didn't bother turning on the flashlight attached to her submachine gun. The temperature in the room was still plummeting. The metal walls were streaked with frozen, dried blood and bits of flesh. In one corner, a pile of bloody, severed limbs and bodies had been thrown together by the impact. Jiang Yan scanned the room, but didn't see a single living person, not even a complete corpse. Help! A weak voice came from the other side. Jiang Yan tensed, instinctively raising her gun in that direction. This time, she saw Mo Shuifeng. But she was barely alive, her head drooping, her body covered in blood and gore. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and strode quickly toward her. Jiang Yan, there's a switch inside. Open the door. Let us in. Song Qian's voice suddenly came from outside the metal door. We're running out of oxygen in here. Jiang Yan snapped back to her senses. Yi Qing and the others were still outside. She quickly stopped in her tracks and swept the flashlight attached to her submachine gun around the metal door frame. Sure enough, about a meter to the right of the door's edge, she spotted a square, transparent protrusion with a lock core. The protrusion looked like it was made of top-grade bulletproof glass. Even after the violent impact just now, it only had a faint spiderweb crack. Inside the protrusion was a button, yellow on the outside, red in the center, almost identical to the door release button Mo Jingqing had shown her when she went to the vault for gold. She stepped back, raised her gun, and fired at the protrusion. Bang! Another crack appeared, this one much bigger than before. Rat-tat-tat. She fired another burst. Shell casings clattered to the ground as the protrusion turned into a web of cracks. Jiang Yan focused, pulled a hammer from her storage space, and smashed it against the spider-webbed glass. The glass broke. Jiang Yan flipped the hammer and used the wooden handle to press the button inside. Clang, 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 the sound of metal scraping echoed as the heavy door slowly opened. A strong, metallic smell of blood rushed out. Yi Qing, Su Dai, Song Qian, Qin Lang, and Kong Wu appeared before Jiang Yan, faces smeared with blood, hair disheveled, looking utterly haggard. Behind them were Zhao Yugong and his wife, Lin Xiaoyue. There were also 7 or 8 scattered soldiers and a pile of corpses, many missing limbs. Su Dai and Kong Wu seemed badly injured, sitting on the ground. The others didn't look much better. Jiang Yan, are you hurt? Yi Qing and Song Qian strode in, eyes alert as they scanned the room before flanking her with concern. Jiang Yan shook her head. I'm fine. Only then did Yi Qing and Song Qian notice the gaping hole outside, filled with snow. We're on the surface? The two stared in shock, then gulped down mouthfuls of fresh air. After being underground for so long, the air had been thick and low on oxygen. Now, with the rush of fresh air, both of them instantly felt revived. But they quickly realized something was wrong. The temperature was freezing and dropping fast. Cold wind howled through the breach, pouring into the room. Yi Qing, whose body had evolved, barely reacted, but Song Qian shivered uncontrollably. Jiang Yan. Su Dai. Jiang Yan hurried over, only to see Su Dai's arm hanging limply. Jiang Yan. Su Dai bit her lip, her eyes suddenly reddening. I'm sorry. I just wanted to come with Sun Jingtao and the others to rescue you. I didn't expect to end up dragging you down. It turned out that not long after Jiang Yan left, Qin Lang and Song Qian got wind of something and rushed back to warn her, only to learn she'd already been lured out. They didn't have time to think, just grabbed their weapons and charged over. Zhao Yugong and Lin Xiaoyue had joined them along the way. Some of the soldiers guarding outside hadn't betrayed them, and with inside help, they quickly dealt with the enemy outside. Don't say that, Jiang Yan comforted her. What happened to your arm? It got dislocated during the crash, Sun Jingtao explained. It's not too serious. We can fix it in a bit. By the way, Jiang Yan, is Mo Shuifeng still alive? Sun Jingtao glanced around the room, but saw nothing. He also looked surprised when he noticed the gaping hole. Jiang Yan's expression darkened. They escaped. Escaped. Kong Wu rushed into the house with his gun, charging straight to the gaping hole filled with snow. Just like Yi Qing and Song Qian, he was forced back by the biting, bone-chilling wind. In just a few seconds, frost had already formed on his eyelashes and eyebrows. Bang! Kong Wu slammed his fist against the wall in frustration. Damn it. That bastard and his old man. If I ever catch them, I'll turn them into Swiss cheese. Jiang Yan. Song Qian shot him a glance. All right, getting angry won't solve anything. Let's figure out what to do next. Su Dai was on the verge of tears. Yeah, what are we supposed to do now? With this icy world outside, if they didn't freeze to death, they'd starve. I suggest we split up. Jiang Yan stood and swept her gaze around. The separated AS sector is pretty big. Since it was able to detach on its own, I'm sure there must be some backup supplies. Just like the SS sector that could access Mars. This AS sector was probably the independent area where the base leaders stayed. No one would make themselves a metal coffin. If she was right, this could even be a small, independent base. But that was just her guess. At that moment, Jiang Yan realized there was still Mo Xiao in the room. Maybe she knew something. She hurried over to the corner where Mo Xiao sat. The woman still had her head drooped, her pleas for help growing weaker and weaker. Jiang Yan reached out and touched her forehead. It was icy cold. Someone help me get her down. Okay, Sister Yan. Kong Wu and Qin Ling quickly came over. When they saw it was Mo Xiao, both of their eyes widened in shock. Miss Mo. They got her down and tore off the duct tape from her mouth. It must have been on for a long time. Her skin around her lips was red and swollen. Jiang Yan's breath caught. On the other side, Su Dai, whose wrist had been dislocated, let out a howl as Sun Jingtao forcefully popped it back in. Lin Xiaoyue tore off a few strips of cloth to quickly bandage her up, then walked over. Jiang Yan, want me to take a look? Jiang Yan remembered she was a doctor. Please. Her body temperature is very low, muscles stiff, pupils unfocused. After a quick check, Lin Xiaoyue frowned deeply. She's suffering from hypothermia, and it's progressing from moderate to severe. She's probably already experiencing heart and lung dysfunction. If we don't get her in force soon, she could go into respiratory failure. Everyone froze. If they were still in the base, there might be hope. But here, getting hypothermia was practically a death sentence. Jiang Yan glanced around the room. Get a fire going, raise the temperature in here. She pulled a palm-sized piece of aluminum foil from her backpack. Unfolded, it was as big as a blanket. She quickly wrapped it around Mo Xiao. A thermal blanket? Lin Xiaoyue was surprised for a second. Before the apocalypse, you could buy a dozen of these for a few bucks online. She hadn't expected to see one now. Bang! Zhao Yugong was hacking apart the solid wood conference table and chairs with his fire axe. Kong Wu and two other soldiers were using windproof lighters to light a fire. I have a bottle of medicine here, Dr. Lin. Give it to her first. Jiang Yan remembered the hypothermia treatment vial Mo Jingsheng had given her earlier. With a thought, she pulled it from her backpack. It was a small rectangular box containing a vial and a syringe. This medicine, wow! Lin Xiaoyue exclaimed, taking it, but quickly tucked it into her clothes. This stuff freezes easily. Let the fire burn a bit longer. Otherwise, at this temperature, it'll freeze solid. Jiang Yan frowned and stood up. All right, I suggest we divide up the work. Some of us should search the area for survivors or enemies. Those searching should be the ones who aren't badly injured. As she spoke, Jiang Yan took off her backpack and pulled out 3 walkie-talkies. Everyone was stunned. They all had backpacks too, but theirs only had weapons, a little food, and water. They hadn't expected Jiang Yan to pull out not just medicine and a thermal blanket, but walkie-talkies as well. I'll go with Brother Song, Yiqing volunteered. Jiang Yan glanced at him. I think Qin Lang and Song Qian should go and take a few soldiers with you. There were still a few soldiers who could help. Yiqing always listened to Jiang Yan, but he was a bit puzzled. Jiang Yan explained, you're good at withstanding the cold. I suggest you guard the door, in case the enemy comes back and traps us inside. Qin Lang and Song Qian nodded. All right. The rest of you, clear this place out. See if there's a better room to rest in. If you can, find things to block the door. Jiang Yan continued. It was still daylight and already this cold. Tonight would be brutal. She did have her own space, but with so many people, some of whom she didn't know well, she couldn't take them all in. I agree with Jiang Yan, Song Qian said, looking at Zhao Yugong. Old Zhao, you're in charge here. As for Kong Wu, help Dr. Lin, Jiang Yan added, standing up and pulling out a pile of medicine from her backpack, actually from her space. Let's treat the wounds first. Most of it was for bruises and injuries, along with wound disinfectant, a strip of amoxicillin, and a bottle of mineral water. But the water, after being out for just a short while, was already frosting over. Jiang Yan frowned. Does anyone have a pot or anything we can use to heat things up in your backpacks? The temperature was dropping far too quickly. Fortunately, the metal used to build the base was made from special materials, resistant to extreme cold and heat, and insulated as well. If it had been regular metal, it would have become brittle and shattered into pieces during the fall, losing all toughness. Or, because metal conducts temperature so well, the inside would have been just as cold as the outside by now. No, Xiaoyue and the others exchanged glances. They'd rushed over to rescue Jiang, grabbing only weapons and tactical packs out of habit. No one could have predicted that the AS sector would eject them from a base 1,000 meters underground straight into a frozen wasteland. Even sci-fi movies wouldn't dare write something like this, let alone the fact that they now had to survive in the wild. And not just any wild, this was extreme cold. I only have this. Kongwu raised the entrenching shovel in his hand. Before the apocalypse, when Li had once gone to a famous old restaurant where a dish was actually served on a shovel. In special circumstances, a shovel could indeed be used as a cooking pot. But the shovel in Kongwu's hand, who knew if he'd bashed someone's head with it, wasn't just stained with blood, but also had some white stuff stuck to it. Looked like brain matter. Even after all she'd been through, Jiang couldn't help but gag a little. If I'd known you had that, I would have borrowed it earlier. Yiqing strode over, took the shovel from Kongwu, and walked to the door. With a few quick movements, he piled up the snow at the entrance into a wall. With the snow wall blocking the wind, the biting cold lessened a bit. Jiang suddenly thought of the ice-brick walls at the blazing flame base and couldn't help but say, Yiqing, great job making use of what's around us. Hearing the praise, Yiqing couldn't help but smile. Thanks. Meanwhile, Song Qian and Qin Lang had finished adjusting the radio and left with a few soldiers. The more seriously injured stayed behind. Most had external wounds, 2 had been shot, and 3 had internal injuries from the rapid descent of the AS sector. They were all waiting for Dr. Lin to finish treating Mo Shiyao before she could clean their wounds. Dr. Lin, can you give Mo Shiyao the injection now? Jiang reached out and touched Mo Shiyao. The emergency blanket, just a thin sheet of aluminum foil, couldn't generate heat, but it could help retain body warmth. Now that the fire in the room was burning, her body temperature had stopped dropping, but she was still shivering badly. Not yet. Lin Xiaoyue sighed. If only we had hot water. Drinking hot water would quickly get her blood circulating, and then the injection would work much better. Hot water. Yiqing glanced at the blood-stained shovel in his hand. I'll go get some snow to clean it. Jiang frowned, took off her backpack, and pulled out a pink thermos. I still have half a cup of hot water here. Everyone was stunned. Lin Xiaoyue was especially shocked. Miss Jiang, you still carry a thermos with you? Before the apocalypse, it had been trendy for young people to carry thermoses with chrysanthemum or goji berries. But now, after all this time, to still have a thermos on hand, wasn't that a bit too refined? After all, for most people, just having some cold water, or any water at all, was already a luxury. Su Dai, Yiqing, and Kongwu weren't surprised though. But right now, everyone's only thought was survival, so after a moment of surprise, they didn't dwell on it. Lin Xiaoyue took the thermos, and as soon as she unscrewed it, a thick cloud of steam billowed out. She brought it to her lips to test the temperature, then glanced at the bottle of mineral water in Jiang hand, which was already slushy with ice, hesitating. Miss Jiang. Here, Jiang understood and handed it over. Lin Xiaoyue took it, mixed some of the water into the thermos, and slowly fed it to Mo Shiyao. There's something outside. Yiqing, who was standing guard at the door, suddenly shouted. He immediately plunged into the waist-deep snow outside, chasing after something. He soon returned, looking a little dejected and empty-handed. Even though he hadn't caught anything, everyone was excited. Yiqing, what was it? Looked like a mutant snow rabbit. It was huge. We ran into them before when we went looking for heavy oil, caught one back then. But it's too fast, I was just a bit too slow. He hesitated for a second, then looked at Jiang and spoke in a low voice, so only she could hear. Jiang, do you have a spear gun in your backpack? He kept his voice low, not wanting anyone else to know about Jiang Yan's secrets. At least, not yet. Now that food had practically come to their door, if he could catch it, everyone's food problem would be solved. And rabbits breed fast, let alone mutant snow rabbits. If they could catch one, at least for the next while, they wouldn't starve. Of course, with Jiang Yan around, he believed they wouldn't starve anyway. It seems like I do. Let me check. Jiang Yan glanced at everyone before pretending to rummage through her backpack. Soon, she pulled out a medium-range spear gun. The temperature outside is too low. The metal harpoons might be brittle, Jiang Yan said as she handed the spear gun to Yiqing. It's fine. I'm planning to dig a trap later anyway. Just wait for some roast rabbit, Yiqing replied with a relaxed smile. He slung the spear gun over his shoulder, picked up the military shovel, and was about to leave when Jiang Yan called him back. Take this. Jiang Yan dug out a pair of men's snow goggles from her backpack. Everything outside was blindingly white. Staring at it for too long would ruin your eyes. A warm feeling rose in Yiqing's heart. Thanks. Everyone else was busy with their own tasks and didn't notice Jiang Yan taking out these things from her bag. As soon as Yiqing left, Lin Xiaoyue got up and walked over. Jiang Yan, I've injected the medicine into Xiaomo. Her muscles are starting to soften and her body temperature is rising. As long as she makes it through tonight, she should be fine. Thank you, Dr. Lin. Jiang Yan replied. Noticing Lin Xiaoyue's lips move as if she wanted to say something but hesitated, Jiang Yan asked, Dr. Lin, is there something else? Lin Xiaoyue's eyes reddened slightly. Jiang Yan, do you think we'll ever make it back to the base? Old Zhao said, only you can lead us back to the Yaoben base. Jiang Yan was taken aback, then remembered she and Zhao Yugong had a daughter. What about Miao Miao? We left in a hurry and had old Zhao's brother look after her for now. But with everything happening at the base, I just don't know, Lin Xiaoyue choked up. Mo Shuifeng and old Mo were the leaders at Yaoben base. Now that the higher-ups had fallen out and chaos had erupted, things probably weren't any better among the lower-level factions. She regretted not bringing her daughter along when they left. But if she had, her daughter would probably be in even more danger now. Dr. Lin, we'll definitely go back, Jiang Yan said after a moment's thought, trying to comfort her. Staying here wasn't a long-term solution. They had to return to Yaoben base eventually. At least until the extreme cold passed, that place was still a decent shelter. Just as she finished speaking, the walkie-talkie in her hand crackled to life. Song Qian's voice came through. Jiang Yan, we found a layout map of the AS zone and also spotted the supply warehouse, but it needs a password and fingerprint to open. Do you want to come take a look? After the AS zone crashed into the snowfield, most of the original equipment stopped working and communications were much worse. The walkie-talkies Jiang Yan gave them were military grade, but even so, the signal was patchy. Where are you? Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. Song Qian gave her their approximate location. Supplies? The others caught the key word and a few soldiers jumped to their feet in excitement. If they found the supply warehouse, they'd be saved. They all eagerly said, Miss Jiang, we'll go with you. Jiang Yan, I'll go with you. Sun Jingtao also stood up, handing his walkie-talkie to Su Dai. Jiang Yan nodded at Sun Jingtao, then turned to the others. The supply warehouse is locked. We don't know if there's anything inside or what's in there. There's no point in bringing too many people. I'll go check it out first. Well, all right. The soldiers looked disappointed for a moment. Honey Jiang Yan, be careful, Su Dai said worriedly as she looked at the two of them. All right. Jiang Yan nodded slightly, pulled 2 pairs of night vision goggles from her backpack, and handed one to Sun Jingtao. Then she slung her backpack over her shoulders, gripped her submachine gun, and headed down the deepest passageway on the right. The passage was dim and gloomy, branching off in all directions like a honeycomb maze. Fortunately, as Song Qian and Qin Leng walked, they marked the walls along the way. But the deeper they went, the thinner the air became. Jiang Yan, the passage ahead gets a bit complicated. You should walk at the back, Sun Jingtao said after a while, frowning. He could faintly smell blood, and even spotted a few oddly shaped fresh corpses hidden in the corners. Most likely, they were injured during the earlier rapid descent of the AS sector. Jiang Yan replied with an okay, then used her mind to check on Huabao in her space. With the dual healing powers of the space and the black Tai Shui, plus all the gold it had eaten lately, Huabao was in much better shape now. Huabao, can you come out of the space now? She asked. Of course, Mama. I was just thinking of coming out to help you. Huabao bared its teeth in a grin. Jiang Yan glanced at Sun Jingtao, who was focused on scouting ahead, then with a thought, entered her space, scooped up Huabao with one hand, and exited again. The whole process took less than a second. Sun Jingtao suddenly noticed the footsteps behind him had vanished, and the sense of someone's presence was gone. He turned around warily, only to see Jiang Yan gripping her gun, eyes alert as she scanned their surroundings. What's wrong, Taoji? Huabao was invisible, its vine-like tendrils draped over her arm like snakes. Sun Jingtao rubbed his eyes and looked at Jiang Yan, then gave an awkward smile. I thought you'd suddenly disappeared. Guess it was just my imagination. Nothing that spooky. Let's go, Jiang Yan smiled, exchanging a silent glance with the invisible Huabao. This AS sector, all pitch black with no lights or oxygen, really makes me feel like we're robbing a tomb, Sun Jingtao chuckled, then started walking forward. Jiang Yan pressed her lips together. Yeah, it does feel a bit like a metal tomb. The two continued onward. After only a few steps, they saw a light signal flashing from a passage up ahead. It's Song Qian, Sun Jingtao said, flashing his own light signal in response. They hurried over. Jiang Yan, Lao Sunday. Is this the supply room? Jiang Yan raised the flashlight attached to her submachine gun and swept it around the room, spotting 2 camp beds and a work table crowded with all sorts of items. On the work table were a dozen TV frames and data cables. Underneath, shattered glass was strewn everywhere like spiderwebs. It looked a bit like a surveillance room. The bedding on the beds was a mess, nothing like the neat, folded squares she'd expected. It was clear someone had been sleeping here before something happened unexpectedly. This isn't it, but there's a supply room and an armory at the end, Song Qian explained, pointing the way. But except for this room, which must have been left open in a hurry, the rest all need passwords and fingerprints. They're tough to get into. Only then did Jiang Yan notice a metal map hanging behind the black-painted metal door. Qin Lang was carefully prying it off with a utility knife. Song Qian stood guard with his gun. That's the map? Jiang Yan asked. Yeah, Song Qian nodded, lowering his voice. Qin Lang and I have explored most of the base before, but only the base leader was ever allowed into the AS sector. Whenever we came in, it was always a straight shot to a designated area. So this map is crucial for us. There's another level below this one, but it seems to be completely separate, Song Qian added. Jiang Yan thought of Mo Zhangqing, who had suddenly vanished into the ground, and her brow furrowed. Sun Jingtao asked, Did you check the other areas just now? Yeah, we did. Lots of dead, some of Mo Shuifeng's people, some of the leaders. A few are badly wounded, no hope of survival, so we put them out of their misery, Song Qian said. Just then, Qin Lang finished prying the map loose. Jiang Yan sucked in a breath. The AS sector wasn't large, just as she'd suspected, a private, secure area for the base leader. Supply room, armory, medical bay, everything was here. There was even a kitchen and a shower. Let's check out the supply room, Jiang Yan said. Just then, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. Jiang Yan, Mo Shiao is awake. Mo Shiao is awake. Song Qian and Qin Lang were stunned for a second, then a flash of joy appeared in their eyes. Mo Shiao should be aware of the situation. Now that she's awake, they should soon be able to get a clear picture of what happened to Mo Zhangqing and Mo Shuifeng. Sun Jingtao also came over and leaned toward Jiang Yan's walkie-talkie. Su Dai, how is she doing now? On the other end, Su Dai glanced at Mo Shiao, who looked dazed. She turned down the volume on the walkie-talkie, got up, and walked to a corner before speaking softly. I feel like she's a bit out of it right now. She won't take anything we offer her, and she ignores us when we try to talk to her. Jiang Yan frowned. She's probably still in shock from what happened earlier. Don't ask her any questions yet, let her recover a bit first. Su Dai agreed, then asked, Jiang Yan, are you guys coming back soon? After speaking, she glanced outside at Yiqing, who was skinning a rabbit and plucking goose feathers in the snow, and said excitedly, "Let me tell you, Yiqing caught a mutant snow rabbit and 3 mutant snow geese. They're huge. We'll have dinner tonight." Not only did Yiqing catch rabbits and geese, he also found some Arctic flowers and saxifrage. He said saxifrage is a medicinal herb. Jiang Yan was taken aback. She looked up and saw that Song Qian and the others also wore incredulous expressions. Arctic snow rabbits, snow geese, Arctic flowers, saxifrage, these animals and plants only exist in the Arctic. Before the apocalypse, Dongshan, where the Yaoben base is located, was a long way from the Arctic. Now, after only a few months of extreme cold, these species have already spread here? It was hard to believe. But this wasn't the time to discuss it. Jiang Yan thought for a moment and said, "Su Dai, we're not coming back just yet. There are some seasonings in my bag. I'll give them to you when I return." With that, Jiang Yan clipped the walkie-talkie back to her belt and readied her submachine gun. She glanced at Song Qian and the others. "Let's go. We'll check out the supplies storage first." "Okay, Yanjia, I memorized the map. I'll lead the way." Qin Lang strode to the front. Halfway there, Song Qian suddenly spoke. "Jiang Yan, do you know what happened when this metal building crashed down? You were outside, right?" Jiang Yan shook her head. Mo Shuifeng and Mo Zhengqing parachuted out and fired a flare. As for the rest, I'm not sure. Sun Jingtu was surprised. "They fired a flare? Looks like they really came prepared," Qin Lang said, gritting his teeth. "I never expected Mo Shuifeng and old Mo to be the traitors in the base." Song Qian didn't respond to Qin Lang. Instead, he looked at Jiang Yan and continued. "There's a power unit under the AS sector, just like in the SSS sector. But for something this heavy to fall from the sky and for us to come out unscathed, there must be some kind of protective device." He glanced at Jiang Yan. Seeing that she had no intention of explaining, he swallowed the rest of his words. He trusted Jiang Yan's abilities. After all, when they traveled from the blazing base to Yaoben base, they'd all been knocked out by tranquilizer darts, and when they woke up, they were already at Yaoben base. That memory was still vivid. This time, it probably wasn't a protective device, was it, Jiang Yan? "Did you pull off another magic trick?" he couldn't help but ask. Jiang Yan smiled, neither confirming nor denying. "Maybe. Surviving is what matters," Sun Jingta said, changing the subject. "Yeah, that's true." Since she didn't want to talk about it, the other 3 sensibly dropped the topic. Shu Qin Lang suddenly stopped, his expression turning serious. "I hear something." Jiang Yan, with her sharp senses, heard it too. It sounded like people whispering and someone sobbing softly, but it was hard to make out. The noise was coming from a sealed room on the right side of the main corridor. Before Jiang Yan could react, the transparent huabao had already flattened itself into a thin sheet and slipped through a crack in the floor. "Mama, there are people inside. And lots of tubes. Tons of 4 tubes everywhere." Jiang Yan frowned. 4 tubes. Hua Bao's little eyes darted around, taking everything in. After a quick look, she slipped back out with a whoosh. "Yes, Mommy. All those people are unconscious. I saw uniforms from the Space Center, and I think Dr. Song Haitao, the one you met before, is in there. Jiang Yi is there too. And a bunch of people I don't recognize." Jiang Yan was shocked for a moment. Mo Shuifeng, his ambition really knows no bounds. "Jiang Yan, what's wrong?" Song Qian and Sun Jingtao couldn't help but ask when they saw her serious expression. "It looks like there are people in that room," Jiang Yan said, pointing to the room Hua Bao had just come from. "You 2 stay here. I'll go check it out." Qin Lang, gun in hand, strode over. He carefully checked all around, up, down, left, right, front, and back, before cautiously pressing his face against the metal door. A biting chill seeped through the door into his cheek. Qin Lang gritted his teeth, listened intently for a while, then gave Jiang Yan a thumbs up and walked back. "There are definitely people inside. But the access control is busted. We can't open it right now. Even if it wasn't broken, they wouldn't be able to open it. These walls and doors are made of special metal. If we had a cutting tool, Maybe we could try, Song Qian said, then suddenly realized, but we don't even know who's inside. For all we know, opening this door might not be a good thing for us. Jiang Yan couldn't just tell them that Song Haitao, Jiang Yi, and the others were inside, or that Hua Bao had seen a bunch of medical equipment. She had those things in her own space, too. But if she could get them here for free, even better. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yan said, I have a feeling that if these people are locked up, they must be important scientists. After all, they came looking for me at the last minute. Maybe they were planning to take us all with them. Scientists were always absorbed in their research. Even with soldiers protecting them, it wouldn't be hard for Mo Shuifeng's people to kidnap them. I agree with Jiang Yan. Since the apocalypse began, the rarest things besides supplies are scientists, Sun Jingtao nodded. But the problem is, how do we open the door? Why don't we check the armory first? Song Qian suddenly suggested. Qin Lang gave a wry smile. Song, even if the armory is packed with ammo, we'd still have the same problem, how to open the door. I have a way. Jiang Yan crouched down, unzipped her backpack, and pulled out a large coil of tubing. One end of the tube had a nozzle, the other a metal valve. The moment Qin Lang saw what it was, his mouth formed an O. Before he could say anything, Jiang Yan took out an engine from her bag. This time, Qin Lang was completely stunned. Song Qian and Sun Jingtao had seen Jiang Yan's magic tricks before, but watching her casually pull out an engine weighing dozens of kilos left them speechless. Jiang Yan, your bag is amazing and your strength. Jiang Yan shrugged and smiled. A new magic trick. Qin Lang leaned in, incredulous. Yanjia, is that a plasma cutter? Yep. Jiang Yan nodded, and from her backpack, she pulled out 4 pairs of noise-canceling headphones and a welding mask. Qin Lang gaped for a second. Heavens! Yanjia, your gear is way too complete. Don't tell me you bought a tank and a cannon too. Of course not. Jiang Yan shot the 3 of them a sidelong glance, the corners of her lips curling up. So, who wants to try being a welder? I'll do it. I'll do it. Let me do it. Qin Lang, Sun Jingtao, and another person all volunteered eagerly. Seeing that Sun Jingtao was the closest, Jiang Yan handed the cutting torch directly to him. I'll keep watch over there. Qin Lang, you stay here and keep guard, Song Qian instructed, then took up his gun and headed to the corridor junction. The cutting would make a lot of noise. It was hard to say if it would attract new enemies. But actually, they were hoping it would draw some people over. That way, they could catch them all in one go. Sun Jingtao set up the cutting torch, tested it, then pulled down his face shield and began to slowly cut through the metal door. Bzzz. The harsh noise filled the room, and the sounds inside grew louder. Qin Lang frowned, gripping his submachine gun tightly and aiming it at the spot Sun Jingtao was cutting. Before long, a cut about 1 meter wide and 1.5 meters high appeared. Sun Jingtao put down the torch, stood up, and kicked hard at the cut section. Bang! Clang! The metal panel fell into the room. Sun Jingtao quickly grabbed the submachine gun slung over his shoulder and switched on his flashlight. Qin Lang was a step ahead, already shining his light into the room. What they saw inside made their pupils contract, a row upon row of what looked like densely packed hibernation pods. Dr. Song, Jiang Yi, Xiao Sun. They didn't go in immediately, but stood at the doorway observing for a while. The hibernation pods were arranged in double vertical layers. Each person floated vertically in a pale blue liquid. The liquid was thick and viscous, it was impossible to tell what it was. Each person was placed in an individual compartment. Their nostrils and wrists were connected to a tangle of 4 tubes. Hearing the commotion, Song Qian strode over quickly. He, too, held his breath in shock. How could they end up like this? No idea. Jiang Yan frowned. Brother Tao, maybe we should widen the entrance a bit more. They'd kept the opening small at first, in case the situation inside was out of control. But now that they knew what was inside, making it wider would be more convenient. Sun Jingtao nodded. All right. Should I call a few more people to help? Song Qian glanced at Jiang Yan. Earlier, they'd brought a small team of soldiers, but when they called Jiang Yan over, they'd sent most of them back. After all, Some secrets were only for a select few. Okay. Jiang Yan handed him her walkie-talkie. With Dr. Song here, it'll be much easier for us to find the base, Song Qian said after radioing Su Dai's group, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Qin Lang was puzzled. Why's that? Dr. Song can calculate Mars' distance and position without any high-tech equipment. Figuring out the location of the remote Yaoben base in the endless snowfields is a piece of cake for him. Jiang Yan nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, everyone in the hibernation pods had been rescued. These suspension fluids protected them, Yiqing said, glancing at the pale blue liquid. Sun Jingtao looked at him. Xiaoyue, what is this stuff? I'm not sure, but I've seen it before in the SNP lab. I think it's designed to absorb impact forces. After speaking, Yiqing's expression darkened. I really didn't expect Mo Shuifeng and his people to be colluding with the Blazing Flame base. Song Qian and Qin Ling both frowned as well, glancing at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan said nothing. She knew the truth and the secrets behind all this. Whether it was the Blazing Flame base, Mo Shuifeng, or Mo Zhengqing, they were all just pawns of the enemy forces. But what puzzled her was, Mo Zhengqing was such a smart and cautious person, could he really have been completely unaware of what his own relatives were up to? Suddenly, she remembered what Mo Zhengqing had said back in the vault about his theory of loyal ministers, traitors, and rebels. Jiang Yan pulled herself out of her thoughts and glanced at Song Haitao and the others, who were unconscious and slumped outside the cryopods. Dr. Lin, are they going to be okay? Just a moment. Let me check them again. Lin Xiaoyue examined each of them, checking their pupils and pulses, then rummaged through a row of wall-mounted cabinets for a bunch of miscellaneous equipment. This room had an emergency backup power supply, so everything was still functioning. After finishing her examination, Lin Xiaoyue frowned. Jiang Yan, old Zhao, we can't remove these tubes from them just yet. She didn't fully understand the function of all these tubes, but seeing how densely they connected to the cryopods and considering the sealed environment the others had been kept in, it was likely they were for oxygen and nutrient delivery. Sun Jingtao and Song Qian looked stunned. Does that mean they can't leave here? Lin Xiaoyue didn't answer right away. She thought for a moment, then said, not exactly. They just need some time to adapt to the current environment. Their bodies are extremely weak after being in there for so long. If they're suddenly moved to a new environment, their systems could be seriously damaged. Jiang Yan felt a chill in her heart. She'd kept up with her own training all this time, but it was true, she hadn't seen Song Haitao and the others in a while. She'd assumed he was out on a mission with Mo Zhengqing and the others, never imagining he'd been imprisoned here. As for Jiang Yi, it had been ages since they'd last been in touch. Looks like we'll have to wait for them to wake up before we can get any real answers, Jiang Yan said. Then she added, leave 2 people here to keep watch. Dr. Lin, you lead the rest and pack up any usable medical supplies to take with us. She pulled a walkie-talkie from her backpack, adjusted it, and handed it to Lin Xiaoyue. If anything happens, contact us immediately. Understood, Jiang Yan. With the arrangements made, Jiang Yan turned to Song Qian and the others. Shall we head to the armory? Let's go. Song Qian bent down, detached the cutting torch from the engine, and picked it up. He reached for the engine, only then realizing that, despite its compact size, it was incredibly heavy. It felt like at least 50 or 60 kilos, very hefty. Thinking back to how Jiang Yan had lifted it so effortlessly earlier, he was quietly amazed. Sun Jingtao noticed his struggle. Let me take that. Normally, Song Qian could handle 70 or 80 kilos without a problem. But he'd taken a few hits earlier, and after all the fighting outside, he hadn't fully recovered his strength. Zhao Yugong stared at the equipment in their hands, shocked. Xiao Song, where did you get a plasma cutter like that? Found it over there, Song Qian replied with a grin. Yiqing picked up a heavy metal door panel from the floor and said to Sun Jingtao, Brother Tao, when you're breaking down doors later, bring me a few more of these melee weapons. Sun Jingtao was taken aback. Don't you already have a gun and a knife? What do you need that for? It's way too heavy. Then he remembered, Yiqing's body had been enhanced, and his strength was off the charts. That 70 or 80-kilo metal plate probably felt like nothing more than a fire axe to him. It's too cold outside. Regular melee weapons are too brittle. As for the gun, I'd rather save the ammo, Yiqing said, hefting the metal plate with ease. All right. Song Qian, Sun Jingtao, and Jiang Yan continued toward the armory. Yiqing and two other fighters grabbed whatever supplies and equipment they could carry and quickly headed out. Back in the outer room, only Mo Shiyao, two soldiers, and Kong Wu remained. Kong Wu looked at the once proud and confident Miss Mo, now disheveled, dazed, and muttering to herself. He couldn't help but sigh. Miss Mo, would you like some hot water? He picked up the pink thermos Jiang Yan had left behind and offered it to Mo Shiyao. She slapped it to the ground with a loud smack. Get lost, she spat, her voice hoarse and strained. The thermos rolled across the floor, its spilled water instantly freezing into ice. Kong Wu hurried to pick it up, frowning even deeper. Heavy footsteps echoed from the corridor. Kong Wu was about to speak when, suddenly, the bright light shining through the door to the snowy plain was abruptly blocked. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound of large animals stepping on snow and their heavy breathing echoed densely from outside the house. Kong Wu, ever vigilant, turned his head for a quick glance, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Some indescribable giant creature had appeared outside. Its fur was pure white, blending perfectly with the snowy landscape. Its massive size made it impossible to identify, but Kong Wu could clearly sense the murderous intent radiating from it. It was coming straight for them. After so long in the apocalypse, especially with this extreme cold, any animal that survived had almost certainly mutated, and none of them were friendly. Danger! Protect Miss Mo! Kong Wu barked, grabbing his walkie-talkie to alert the others. There's a giant, unidentified, aggressive animal outside. Everyone, be on guard. After speaking in a low voice, Kong Wu stuffed his pink thermos into his tactical backpack, then quietly gripped his submachine gun and crept toward the door. The other two soldiers each extended a hand, moving Mo Shiyao into a corner of the room, then quickly readied their submachine guns. The metal wall and floor near the door were already covered in white frost. The ground was slippery, and as Kong Wu carefully approached, the hair on his arms stood on end. Away from the fire, the bitter wind was still howling into the room, and Kong Wu could feel his body slowly stiffening. The temperature was just too low. So low it was almost unbearable. His eyelashes, eyebrows, and the edge of his hat instantly turned white with frost. Kong Wu's body began to tremble. He gritted his teeth and endured for a moment, then backed away a little. The animal outside seemed to be observing them, not attacking right away. Suddenly, a thick cloud of white steam billowed in from the entrance, carrying with it a pungent, bloody stench. Kong Wu quickly gestured for the other two soldiers to cover their noses and mouths. Yiqing's tall, burly figure appeared in the room. Seeing him and the two soldiers behind, Kong Wu felt as if he'd seen a savior. He whispered excitedly, "Yiqing, we're in danger." Yiqing nodded, glancing at the door, his expression calm and steady. He was carrying a pile of medical equipment on his back and hefted a metal plate weighing dozens of kilograms in his hand. After stacking the supplies in the corner, he slung his submachine gun over his shoulder, picked up the metal plate, and walked over. The other two soldiers put down their supplies, grabbed their guns, and followed. The temperature's too low. Leave this to me. You three fall back and keep watch inside, Yiqing instructed after glancing at them. Kong Wu clenched his jaw and reluctantly retreated. Be careful. He knew how strong Yiqing was. Back at the blazing flame base, when they were thrown outside the ice wall to fight the mutant rats, only Yiqing survived. His body could withstand both extreme heat and cold, just that alone made him far tougher than the rest of them. All right, Yiqing replied. He adjusted his snow goggles down over his forehead and quietly approached the door. He was only halfway there when the animals outside suddenly grew restless. A flash of white fur and bang! The snow wall blocking the entrance was smashed down by a single swipe of a razor-sharp claw. Boom! A blast of snow, ice shards, and biting wind mixed with a foul animal stench rushed inside. At the same time, The screeching sound of claws scraping metal walls echoed from outside the metal shelter, sharp and incessant. Yiqing held his breath, listened carefully for a moment, then signaled to Kong Wu. His meaning was clear, canines. About 10 to 12 of them. Kong Wu and the other 4 soldiers all held their breath. What kind of canine could be so huge and powerful? And, more importantly, 10 of them. Kong Wu's brows furrowed. This was bad. It's wolves. The legendary mutant giant snow wolves. As soon as he finished speaking, a piercing wolf howl echoed from the doorway awoe. It was as if that howl was a signal to attack. Suddenly, violent banging, bang, 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 erupted from all sides of the metal shelter. The floor inside began to tremble. Yiqing, what do we do? Kong Wu turned to Yiqing, only to see him calmly observing, not making a single move. Just then, a massive, white, furry paw with dark red claws suddenly reached in through the door. That paw was at least 5 meters long. It had only reached halfway in, yet it already took up a fifth of the spacious room. Bang! Kong Wu reacted instantly, firing a shot right at it. Whoa! The giant wolf let out a pained howl and withdrew its paw. Kong Wu breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could relax, the paw thrust back in with even greater force, sweeping wildly left and right. Kong Wu and the remaining soldiers were stunned. He was sure his bullet had hit the wolf's paw, but not a single drop of blood appeared. These bullets were designed to spread on impact, tearing open wounds quickly, and were coated with antifreeze powder. They were made for extreme cold, preventing wounds from freezing and healing too fast. But on that white paw, there wasn't a trace of blood, nothing. There was only one explanation. The bullet hadn't hurt it at all. Yiqing, something's wrong. This wolf isn't normal. Kong Wu shouted, warning Yiqing. It's definitely not normal. Yiqing frowned, took a deep breath, then hefted a metal plate and smashed it down hard on the giant wolf's paw with a loud clang. Whoa! This time, the giant wolf withdrew its paw even faster. With a fluid motion, Yiqing tossed the metal plate aside, grabbed the submachine gun slung behind him, and with a snap, dropped prone to the ground, firing a shot outside. The sound of him hitting the frost-covered metal floor made Kong Wu and the other soldiers tense up. If it had been them, hitting the ground that hard in this freezing weather, their whole bodies would have felt like they were splitting apart. AWO. A pained howl came from outside. Light appeared at the doorway again. One of the wolf's eyes had been blown out by Yiqing's shot, and it finally slunk away from the entrance. Woo! 2 more howls rang out, and suddenly, all the banging and attacks stopped. Kong Wu and the 3 remaining soldiers looked at each other in disbelief. That's it? We drove them off. Yiqing, you're incredible. Kong Wu stood up excitedly, but saw that Yiqing's expression had only grown more serious. Bang! The pounding resumed, even fiercer than before, from all directions. This time, the floor shook even more violently. Damn, these wolves are insanely aggressive. What do we do? Should we just charge out? Yeah, sitting here waiting to die isn't an option. If I remember right, beneath the snow is a layer of ice, and under that, a deep river. If they keep ramming us like this and the ice cracks, this metal shelter will fall through, and then we're done for. The 4 soldiers were anxious, ready to rush out with their guns, but Kong Wu stopped them for the moment. These wolves aren't afraid of bullets. Can any of you hit a wolf's eye like Yiqing did? No, but bro, we can't just sit here and wait to die. As they argued, Yiqing raised his submachine gun and unleashed a fierce burst through the doorway. Then he quickly bent down, grabbed the large metal plate from the floor, took a running start, and charged outside. When Kong Wu's voice crackled over the radio with a warning of danger, Song Qian and Sun Jingtao were busy cutting through the metal door of the ammunition depot. The harsh buzzing of the cutter finally stopped, and with a heavy thud, the wide, solid metal door crashed to the ground. There's another door inside. Everyone, stay alert. Qin Lang swept his gun-mounted flashlight around the interior of the depot, making sure no one was inside. Only then did he crouch low and slip in first. I'll stay outside and keep watch, Song Qian said, as usual hefting his gun and taking up position at the entrance. "If you find any heavy-duty gear, save some for me." "Sure, I'll see if there are any cluster grenades for you," Sun Jingtao joked, grabbing the cutting torch and following inside. Jiang Yan was the last to enter, and she casually stowed the rectangular metal door panel into her storage space. Bzzzzzzzt. Another round of ear-splitting buzzing. The inner door was cut open as well. Jiang Yan was secretly stunned by the sight inside, row upon row of weapons and ammunition, packed tightly together. This ammunition depot was just as large as the vault where they'd stored the gold bars before. It was huge, divided into 5 sections by color. Firearms, ammunition, explosives, equipment, and cold weapons. If bullets were considered merchandise, Jiang Yan would have thought she'd walked into a giant supermarket. Firearms of every size imaginable lined the shelves, but all were secured with multiple locks. Boxes of bullets, stacked high, were surrounded by spiked barriers. Above the explosive section, a cluster of red skull symbols gave off a chilling warning. As for the equipment section, she recognized 2 tanks and several rocket launchers. She wasn't sure if those were small missile launchers as well. Qin Lang and Sun Jingtao's eyes lit up at the sight of all those weapons and ammo. "We've hit the jackpot," Qin Lang exclaimed, but quickly realized something was off. Wait. All the bullets here were stored in cases that looked like combination safes. Which meant, to get the ammo, they'd have to unlock everything a second time. And besides, there was no way they could carry all this out. Sun Jingtao gave the place a once-over. "This is a standard military armory. Everything needs a second unlock. The anti-theft, shockproof, and fireproof measures here must be top-notch." Jiang Yan nodded. The security setup in this area was clearly designed with the possibility of a crash landing in mind. Even if there wasn't a crash, storing this much ammunition in the base was like sitting on a giant time bomb. And this time bomb was located right in the living quarters of the base's top commander. You could imagine the level of security. "We've got guns but no ammo. What now?" Qin Lang stared longingly at all the firearms he couldn't use, feeling a bit dejected. "Jiang Yan, any ideas?" Sun Jingtao turned to her. Qin Lang's eyes lit up. "Oh, right. Yanjia, I almost forgot, you can use magic." Jiang Yan smiled. "You guys head out first. Let me give it a try." Qin Lang hesitated. "Yanjia, will you be okay in there alone?" Sun Jingtao punched him lightly on the shoulder. "You think your Yanjia needs you worrying about her?" With that, he dragged Qin Lang outside. At the door, Song Qian saw the 2 of them come out, one looking happy, the other frowning, and wondered what was going on. Just then, the ground suddenly trembled. "An earthquake?" Qin Lang blurted out. "Jiang Yan, Song Ji, a mutated giant snow wolf is attacking." Kong Wu's voice came urgently over the radio. The ground shook even more violently. "Crap, Jiang Yan's still inside." The 3 of them rushed to go back in, but just then Jiang Yan strode out of the inner room, carrying several all-metal axes and a long-handled spiked mace. Qin Lang instinctively shone his flashlight into the depot. The once-packed ammunition depot was now completely empty in the blink of an eye. "Sis Yan, what about all that ammo?" Qin Lang was dumbfounded for a second. "I'll explain it to you later," Jiang Yan replied, casually tossing him a metal axe. "Here, take this." These cold weapons are made from the same material as the base walls, with some rare metals added. They're perfect for this kind of extreme cold. With that, she handed the remaining axes and a spiked mace to Song Qian and Sun Jingtao. She kept a long sword for herself, its blade etched with several blood grooves running down the center. "Thoughts?" "Miss M.O., I'm a doctor. Let me put some ointment on you, okay?" Lin Xiaoyue coaxed her gently, like a child. She warmed the cold, solidified bomb by the fire, then reached out and took Mo Shuryao's hand. This time, Mo Shuryao didn't pull away. There were only 2 braziers in the room, and a bit of smoke hung in the air. The lighting was dim. Lin Xiaoyue applied the bomb slowly, blowing gently on Mo Shuryao's palm as she worked. Jiang Yan's gaze swept over Mo Shuryao's palm, and her heart skipped a beat. Her eyesight was excellent. She immediately noticed that, Aside from the red chilblains, Mo Shuriao's fair palm was covered with crescent-shaped marks, some with scabbed-over blood. Clearly, they were from her own fingernails digging in. Dr. Lin, when you get a chance, see if you can get her to drink this water too. Jiang Yen said, rising to her feet without betraying any emotion. Okay. Lin Xiaoyue replied, glancing instinctively at the pink thermos, a flicker of doubt in her mind. Wasn't there less hot water in the cup earlier? Jiang Yen glanced around the room, just as footsteps and voices came from the other entrance. It was Su Dai, Sun Jingtao, and 2 other soldiers. Jiang Yen, look what we found. Su Dai walked in, beaming with delight. Jiang Yen looked at what she was holding. A helmet. It was a rather special-looking metal helmet, silver gray, more like a collector's item. This isn't a helmet, it's a pot. Su Dai said happily. Old Sun says we just need to remove the padding inside. Now we can have hot water. We can make goose soup. Rabbit soup. Just talking about it is making me hungry. Jiang Yen, we also found a lot of furniture in the next room. But it's all fixed to the floor and walls. We'll have to get old Jia to bring the axe. Sun Jingtao added cheerfully. With that furniture, in this freezing weather, they should be able to hold out for a while. Old Sun, I'll go with you. Zhao Yugong grabbed the fire axe from the floor. The remaining few soldiers also stood up, clutching their guns. Brother Zhao, Brother Tao, let us help too. Finding wooden furniture to burn was one thing. Hauling it all back was another matter entirely, a real test of strength. Not to mention, aside from Jiang Yen and Yi Qing, everyone else was more or less wounded and utterly exhausted. Sun Jingtao glanced at the group. Anyone with a wound over 1 centimeter, stay here. The rest, come with me. Kong Wu had just gotten up, but when he heard this, he pouted and sat back down, looking aggrieved. Tao Ji, here, there's still a little left. Jiang Yen stood up and handed out the last of the Snickers bars, giving one each to Sun Jingtao, Su Dai, and the others. Everyone got one, no one was left out. Oh my god. Jiang Yen, Su Dai's eyes lit up. She was about to say, you're amazing, when Sun Jingtao cleared his throat. Thank you. Thank you. Su Dai quickly swallowed her words and gave an embarrassed smile. Jiang Yen smiled. You're welcome. Outside, the snow made a soft swishing sound. After the mutated snow wolf attack, everyone tensed up, eyes full of wariness. Sun Jingtao and Zhao Yugong hurried to the door, but before they could step outside, a blast of icy wind and swirling snowflakes forced them back. The air was thick with the stench of blood and something foul. Xiaoyue, need a hand? The 2 of them cupped their hands around their mouths and called out, trying to ignore their discomfort. Yi Qing glanced back at them. No need, I'm almost done. Jiang Yen walked to the doorway and saw Yi Qing rubbing large pieces of freshly cut snow wolf pelts, bloody side down, against the snow. Gradually, the blood and scraps of flesh were cleaned away from the pelts. The red stains on the ground were quickly covered by falling snow. Thick, heavy snowflakes danced in the wind. Yi Qing's hat, shoulders, and the scarf covering his face were all dusted with a thick layer of white. Even his eyelashes and eyebrows were frosted. But he didn't seem to feel the cold at all. Jiang Yen guessed that the SNP Lab's research on evolved humans probably enhanced people's senses and physical abilities, much like her own spatial powers, but didn't fundamentally change them. But Yi Qing was different from her. She just felt better overall, but Yi Qing's very body had changed. Those snow wolves, they attacked with discipline, but their meat was inedible, and their breath was corrosive. Could they also be products of the SNP Lab? Jiang Yen couldn't be sure. Yi Qing, do you want to take a break? She trudged through the snow and handed him a Snickers bar. Thanks, I'm not tired. Yi Qing bent slightly to take it, his cracked lips curving in a faint smile. See? Almost done. He tore open the wrapper, took a hard, tiny bite, then carefully put the rest away and wrapped his face again with his scarf. You should go back inside. Yi Qing pointed at a clean wolf pelt at his feet. Once I finish with this one, I'll be done. Okay. Jiang Yen nodded, and only then did she notice a large mound of snow not far away. It looked just like the snow huts she'd seen outside the blazing flame base. This snow wasn't just ordinary snowfall, it had been packed down, looking very sturdy. Beside the mound was a large pit in the ice. It was a big, deep, neatly cut rectangle. Yiqing, what's that? Jiang Yan's eyes widened in surprise. Yiqing paused, the light in his eyes dimming. I wanted to give the fallen soldiers a place to rest. An hour later, darkness had completely fallen outside. The wind and snow howled, and the temperature continued to drop. All the corpses from inside the building and the hallway had been cleared out and neatly buried in the ice coffins that Yiqing had dug. The hallway outside the conference room was packed with piles of wooden items that Sun Jingtao and the others had hacked apart and collected, stacked densely together. Yiqing had also brought in all the snow wolf pelts he'd processed. Even though he'd been extremely careful, quite a bit of snow still clung to the fur. Once the temperature inside rose and the ice and snow melted, the air became a little damp. And the smell wasn't great either. But gradually, everyone got used to it. Jiang Yan glanced over and noticed that the white fur was actually more than a meter long. No wonder those snow wolves could survive temperatures of -70 or 80 degrees Celsius. Still, she guessed that the wolves' cold resistance probably also had to do with evolutionary mutations in their bodies. Inside, the two fires that had been burning earlier now served new purposes. One had a makeshift grill set up over it. The mutant snow rabbits and mutant geese that Yiqing had hunted earlier had all been skinned and gutted. These mutant animals were huge, so they'd been cut into chunks the size of a person's face, skewered on iron rods, and were now roasting slowly over the fire. These cold-resistant mutant animals had a lot of fat, which dripped steadily onto the flames, sending up bursts of fire. Soon, accompanied by the sizzling sound, the mouth-watering aroma of roasted meat filled the room. A few of the soldiers swallowed hard and started whispering among themselves. Why don't we roast some of those snow wolves too? Yeah, the colder it gets, the more I want to eat meat. We've got so much of it just sitting there, aren't we being a bit stupid? But I heard Yiqing say those snow wolves carry a virus. If ordinary people eat them, they could get sick easily. A virus is a virus. Dying from sickness is still better than starving to death. One of the soldiers glanced longingly at the roasting rabbit, swallowed again, then pulled out the Snickers bar Jiang Yan had given him earlier. He licked it a few times before carefully putting it back in his bag. Song Qian, who was skillfully scoring the rabbit meat with his knife, overheard their conversation, turned his head, and said sternly, "Don't even think about those mutant snow wolves for now. Some viruses are extremely contagious and deadly. There's still a food storage room here. If we really can't find anything tomorrow, then we'll talk." This standalone metal building had several floors above and below. So far, they'd only explored one level. But figuring out how to reach the other floors was a problem. Also, when he and Qin Ling had returned earlier, they'd found several boxes of smokeless charcoal and a large medical first aid kit in the duty room where they'd first discovered the map. There was also a brand new stainless steel basin and a bag of perfectly packaged salt. Who knew if the duty officer had used it for washing his face or his feet? They'd brought it all back. Inside the first aid kit were lots of antibiotics and frostbite ointment, along with various wound care items, bandages, tweezers, and so on. Both of them were surprised. After all, during the crash of the metal building, everyone had suffered some degree of injury, but the smokeless charcoal and even that bag of salt were completely unscathed. It was truly remarkable. Song Qian even suspected that Jiang Yan had contributed these supplies. He didn't know how she'd managed to bring them out. But with so many people around, he couldn't ask in detail and could only quietly accept her goodwill. As for the medicine they'd found earlier in Dr. Song's room, there wasn't much of it. Most of it was medical equipment and devices, plus some allergy meds and tourniquets. On the other side, Emo Shiryao had set up a makeshift stove over her fire using a few wooden planks. Because Song Qian and the others had found the stainless steel basin, the 3 helmet pots Su Dai had brought back weren't needed for now. Yiqing was constantly busy, never stopping for even a second. After stacking up the snow wolf pelts, he picked up the stainless steel basin and stood up. "I'm going to get some fresh snow and boil some water." Once the rabbit and goose are done roasting, we can use the bones to make soup. It's too dangerous outside. I'll go with you, Jiang Yan said, pulling a pistol and a hand-crank flashlight from her backpack. The area within 100 meters of the building was contaminated with wolf and human blood. They'd have to go farther out. It was pitch black outside, and even though Yiqing was skilled and brave, he still had to be careful. Be careful, you too, Song Qian said, standing at the door with his submachine gun, bracing himself against the cold. Yiqing and Jiang Yan nodded, one tall, one short, slowly crunching through the snow as they headed out. The bone-chilling wind cut like a knife, stinging their faces. Jiang Yan instinctively glanced up at the pitch-black sky in the distance, her brow furrowing. Yiqing, look over there, what is that? Doesn't it look like a huge flock of birds circling in the sky? Jiang Yan pulled out a pair of night vision binoculars and peered into the distance. After a moment, she handed them to Yiqing. The horizon was as dark as ink, but in one corner, there seemed to be a swirling black vortex. That vortex kept moving, strangely orderly amid the chaotic, swirling blizzard. Unfortunately, it was too cold and too far away for the thermal imaging device to work. Yiqing took the binoculars and studied the scene for a long while, but all he saw was a patch of blackness. Nothing else. It's probably just clouds. The chances of there being birds right now are pretty slim. He finished speaking and handed the binoculars back to Jiang Yan. When the apocalypse first hit, the earliest disaster was extreme heat. There were only a handful of bird species that could survive temperatures of 70 or 80 degrees Celsius. Most of those ended up as subjects for lab research. Finding any wild birds out here was highly unlikely. Jiang Yan frowned. I hope I'm just overthinking it. Better safe than sorry, Yiqing reassured her. After hesitating for a moment, he offered his arm. Need a hand? The wind and snow were so fierce that even someone as tall and solidly built as Yiqing struggled to keep his footing. He worried that a sudden gust might sweep the slender Jiang Yan right off her feet. No need. Let's just get what we need and head back quickly, Jiang Yan declined outright. She might be slim, but with Huabao's vines always coiling protectively around her like safety ropes, she had nothing to worry about. All right, Yiqing didn't insist. He strode ahead and soon found a wide, open patch of snow. He set down the pot and quickly filled it to the brim with powdery snow. Let's fill these too. Jiang Yan pulled 2 extra-large non-woven shopping bags from her pack. With fire and snow at hand, water was no longer a concern. But at night, with poor visibility and heavy snow, going out to collect more wasn't exactly safe. It was best to get enough in one trip. Yiqing quickly took the bags from her. Got it. Inside the shelter. Watching Yiqing and Jiang Yan's figures disappear into the distance, one soldier nudged his comrade in surprise. Is Jiang Yan also an evolver from the SNP lab? She doesn't seem afraid of the cold at all, and she looked so cool when she killed those snow wolves earlier. I'm not sure, but I know she's impressive. Otherwise, Elder Mo and Leader Mo wouldn't have. The second soldier cut himself off, words catching in his throat. What Elder Mo and Leader Mo? Traitors, the both of them. As far as I'm concerned, Zhang Lulu only recognizes one base leader, Mo Jingjing, another soldier said angrily, clenching his fists. All right, now's not the time for that. Song Qian, who was standing guard at the door for Yiqing and Jiang Yan, shot them a stern look. We're on night watch tonight, 2-hour shifts. Sort yourselves out. Yes, Brother Song. The soldiers quickly fell silent. Footsteps echoed hurriedly down the corridor. Everyone immediately raised their guns. It's Qin Lang, Song Qian said after listening for a couple of seconds, his frown relaxing. The next moment, Qin Lang burst in, beaming, a crumpled bag in his hand. Guys, guess what treasure I just found? Everyone looked at him curiously. What? Dried bean curd, tofu skin, red dates, and a bag of white sugar and Thai jasmine rice. Everyone jumped up in shock. Thai jasmine rice? So many good things. Your luck is off the charts. I'm going to look too. Qin Lang grinned smugly. And not just good stuff, they're all vacuum-packed. Let me see. Zhao Yuang strode over and took the jasmine rice, inspecting it under the dim light. But aside from the words vacuum-packed and Thai jasmine rice, there was nothing else on the packaging. He frowned. That's odd. I've never seen packaging like this before. A soldier asked, "What's wrong, Captain Zhao?" These don't look like they're from the base. This area is supposed to be for high-level personnel, so it's not surprising to find good stuff. But all base supplies, especially food, should have at least a simple label of origin. Zhao Yuang finished and handed the rice back to Qinlang. Who cares where it's from? With luck like this, we're bound to make it back to Yaoben base, a soldier said. Yeah, Zhang Liuliu's right. Everyone's spirits soared. In the apocalypse, with disasters and chaos everywhere, hope and faith were all that kept people going. Sun Jingtao glanced at the smokeless charcoal and salt on the ground, then at Jiang Yan returning with the snow in the distance, and understood. This so-called good luck was really just Jiang Yan's silent efforts behind the scenes. But in the apocalypse, just knowing her was luck enough. When Jiang Yan and Yi Qing returned to the doorway, Song Qian gritted his teeth, braving the cold, and came out to help Yi Qing take the stainless steel basin filled with snow. Qinlang followed to help as well. Yanjia, is the snowstorm outside getting worse? Yeah, it might get even heavier soon. Jiang Yan reached up to fix her hair, then subconsciously glanced at Mo Shiryao, who was sitting in the corner. Mo Shiryao's face, perhaps thanks to the firelight or the warmth, finally showed a hint of color. Yanjia, Yi Qing, look what I just found. Qinlang put a cloth bag down away from the fire, then started showing off to the two of them. Yanjia, don't you think I'm especially lucky today? Jiang Yan feigned surprise for a second, then smiled. Wow, that's awesome. Let me get some of that luck too. Yi Qing laughed along, but his gaze inadvertently flickered to Jiang Yan. Not long after they came inside, the two of them gradually warmed up. Song Qian placed the stainless steel basin over the fire. Before long, the snow began to melt, and soon thick white steam rose into the air as the water started to boil with a bubbling sound. On the other side, the roast goose and rabbit were ready. Yi Qing and Sun Jingtao, both experienced, quickly carved the meat off the bones with their knives, then put the mutant goose bones into the pot. The mutant rabbit bones were set aside carefully for later use. Soon, a tempting aroma spread through the room with the steam. Because of the low temperature, the roasted meat was quickly divided up. Jiang Yan wasn't very hungry and only took a small piece of roast goose. The goose meat was roasted to a golden brown. Even though it was mutated, the goose meat was tough and fibrous, almost as chewy as turkey. The only seasoning was salt, but Jiang Yan felt it tasted even better than the roast goose she'd bought from five-star hotels back in her space. The others didn't dare to gorge themselves either, tearing off small pieces to eat slowly. Lin Xiaoyue, now rested, volunteered to act as chef, adding a small amount of the wood ear mushrooms, dried tofu sticks, and fragrant rice that Qinlang had found into the pot. Dr. Lin, are you only putting in that much? Kong Wu asked, swallowing hard. A few of the other soldiers nodded hopefully. Dr. Lin, maybe just a little more. No can do, we have to save some for later. You only realize how precious food is when you're in charge of it. Lin Xiaoyue said as she stirred the pot with a long-handled knife, using it as a ladle. They say even the best cook can't make a meal without rice. Today, I really feel that. The clanging of the knife against the basin was a bit grating, but to the hungry crowd, it was nothing. Yi Qing joked, feels like Dr. Lin is making bone broth. As soon as he said that, the previously lively room suddenly fell silent. Xiaoyi, don't tell ghost stories at night, Sun Jingtao scolded playfully. Yi Qing was a bit confused. Jiang Yan suddenly realized what was going on. You guys, Lin Xiaoyue's face was awkward for a second. She gently tapped the knife against the basin and laughed. Don't tell me you're picturing me as a character from a horror movie. A doctor, a knife, simmering bone broth, and the sound of metal clashing, no matter how you looked at it, it did sound a bit creepy. But most of the people here were battle-hardened soldiers, used to scenes of carnage. They were long past being fazed by such things. That moment of silence just now was purely instinctive. Honestly, only Jiang Yan and Mo Shiryao might have been scared. Emo Shurya was still in a daze, so everyone's eyes turned to Jiang Yan, who just smiled calmly and said, "Speaking of bone broth, most of the bone soup we had before the apocalypse was full of artificial additives. Tonight's bone broth is guaranteed to be the real deal." The topic was forcibly changed, and one of the soldiers couldn't help but say, "That's true, at least there's no instant soup base in this. Linjia, did you remember to add salt? A bit of Sichuan pepper, cardamom, and star anise would be perfect." On their first night after escaping from the Yaben base, everyone who had survived felt pure happiness thanks to a bite of roast meat and a bowl of hot soup. After dinner, the dozen or so men took turns standing watch and divided up the resting area. The innermost spot was left for the 3 women, while the men all stayed outside, near the door. Yiqing stood next to Jiang Yan and, seeing her brows slightly furrowed, said, "Jiang Yan, if you want to rest inside, I can bring the wolf pelt in for you." "No, thank you," Jiang Yan politely declined his offer. "I'm going to check on Dr. Song and the others." "All right, be careful." Yiqing and another soldier were about to start their shift, so he couldn't go far. Jiang Yan, I'll go with you," Lin Xiaoyue volunteered, slinging the medical kit over her shoulder and standing up. Jiang Yan nodded, then pulled a short dagger, crafted from base materials, out of her bag and handed it to her. "Dr. Lin, keep this for self-defense." "Thank you." Lin Xiaoyue knew the building was relatively safe, but it was always better to have a weapon just in case. Seeing his wife about to leave, Zhao Yugong picked up his axe and followed. Song Haitao, Jiang Yi, and the others were still in the room where they'd first been found. Inside, a round-faced soldier was on guard. Since they'd been here before, the 3 of them made their way there in just a few minutes. The soldier was dozing against a table, clutching his gun. When he noticed their flashlight, he jumped up. "Captain Zhao, Sister Yan. Dr. Song and the others are still asleep." He rubbed his eyes, a little embarrassed. "Sorry, the oxygen's a bit thin here. I must have dozed off." "It's fine," Jiang Yan said, taking off her backpack and pulling out a portable oxygen canister. "If it gets too much, just take a few breaths." "Thank you, Sister Yan." The round-faced soldier was both surprised and delighted, quickly accepting it. Zhao Yugong and Lin Xiaoyue looked at her in shock. "Jiang Yan, your backpack is amazing." It was like a treasure chest. No matter what was needed, she could always pull it out as if by magic. They took a closer look at the bag under her flashlight, but couldn't find any brand. The material looked a bit like the Oxford cloth bags that the former American President Obama liked to use, supposedly lightweight, durable, and even bulletproof. "It's nothing. After living through the apocalypse for so long, I've gotten used to carrying a bit of everything," Jiang Yan said with a smile, dimming her flashlight and shining it over Song Haitao and the others' faces. Lin Xiaoyue put on a pair of gloves from the medical kit and crouched down to check each of them. "Their pulses are stronger. If nothing goes wrong, they should wake up tomorrow." "Dr. Lin, have you noticed they've grown beards?" Jiang Yan frowned. Song Haitao, Jiang Yi, and the others, especially the younger ones, had a bit more color in their faces compared to yesterday, and a faint stubble had appeared around their lips and chins. The younger men's stubble was even longer. Lin Xiaoyue nodded. Their metabolism must be recovering. She was only a surgeon, so she didn't really know the specifics. Once she'd confirmed their vital signs were normal, Jiang Yan finally relaxed. The 3 of them left the room and started heading back. After a few steps, Jiang Yan stopped. "Captain Zhao, Dr. Lin, you 2 go ahead. I want to check out the room where Qin Lang found those supplies." Zhao Yugong and Lin Xiaoyue hesitated, worried. "How about we go with you?" "No need," Jiang Yan replied calmly, shaking the submachine gun in her hand. "I've got this, and it's fully loaded." The couple exchanged a glance, understanding each other. Jiang Yan could handle herself. After all, back at the Blaze base and Yaben base, they'd heard of her reputation. Today, they'd seen her and Yiqing take down several house-sized mutant snow wolves in a matter of moments. If they went along, they'd probably just get in the way. "Just be careful." "I will." Once they'd left, Jiang Yan headed for the room where the map had been found. The bedding and mats from the 2 army cots inside had already been taken by Song Qian and the others, and the wooden planks used as bed bases had also been removed. Only the 2 metal frames remained. Jiang Yan swept her flashlight around the room, then took a counter-surveillance detector from her backpack and checked the area. Only after confirming it was safe did she close the door. "Mama, I'll stand guard outside," Huaba said. "All right." Jiang Yan nodded, then entered her space with a thought. Stepping from the dark, cold, oxygen-starved outside world into the sunlit, oxygen-rich space, Jiang Yan felt as if she had gone from hell back to heaven. Cheep, cheep, cheep. Honk, honk, honk. The space was in complete chaos, with chickens flying and dogs jumping everywhere. The vegetable seeds she had sown earlier had now grown into a lush, green patch. Jiang Yan didn't have time to harvest them, so she simply let them keep growing wildly. She couldn't take fresh vegetables out of the space, but she could quietly stash some dried vegetables and dried fruit in the corners. After all, Lin Xiaoyue and Zhao Yugong had ended up trapped here because they'd come to rescue her. As for Song Qian and Yiqing, she knew them well enough. Jiang Yan would still keep her guard up, but she would help them when necessary. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Yan walked toward the apple pod. She had come in now hoping to use the computer to find maps of Dongshan and the surrounding areas from before the apocalypse. Although this region was now buried under snow and ice, she believed that once Song Haitao and the others woke up, they could use these original maps to pinpoint the coordinates of the Yaoben base. Not far away, the white reindeer noticed her presence. It immediately let out a howl and bounded toward her. Just as it was about to reach her, the reindeer slowed down, lowered its head, and gently rubbed its antlers against Jiang Yan. "Awu, awu," the reindeer called softly. Jiang Yan reached out and patted its head. They say all things have spirits, and this reindeer seemed especially full of life. Although she couldn't understand its language, she could sense that this snow-white female reindeer was very grateful to her, and a little attached too. "Little dear, are you still able to handle the cold?" Jiang Yan stroked the reindeer's head, her mind drifting to the extreme weather outside. By rights, reindeer are extremely cold-resistant. Before the apocalypse, even -50 degrees Celsius was nothing to them. She had rescued this reindeer and brought it into her space during one of those icy, snowy days. It had been here ever since. The space had strengthened her body, so it was likely having the same effect on these animals. After all, the reindeer was visibly growing bigger and healthier, with muscles showing beneath its fur. Compared to when she'd first found it, it was like a completely different deer. Besides, after several upgrades, her space now had mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. She suspected that snow-capped mountains would appear eventually, too. If Huabao didn't have to be on guard outside, she'd have brought it in to keep eating gold bricks. That way, the reindeer's living environment would be even closer to the outside world, which would help it adapt better to life out there. They were trapped here for now, but sooner or later, they'd have to return to Yaoben Base. Finding the coordinates of Yaoben Base was one thing, but how to actually get back was another big problem. Jiang Yan had a bunch of vehicles in her space, but most of them ran on fuel and were useless in this kind of extreme cold. They could only rely on primitive tools. Looking at the reindeer, which was still growing bigger by the day, Jiang Yan felt it was the most suitable means of transportation for this frozen world. Of course, they could also wait patiently for the cold snap to pass, and once the ground was covered in floating ice and water, they could take out a speedboat from her space. But Jiang Yan didn't think they'd be safe here for much longer. After all, the sudden disappearance of Mo Zhongqing and Mo Shuaifeng meant they probably wouldn't give up searching for them. This huge metal house, even if quickly buried by snow, would still stand out on the vast snowy plain. Besides, the apocalypse had been going on for a while now. Maybe it wasn't just the 5 major private bases: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. There could be new, secret bases and factions emerging as well. Jiang Yan was still puzzled about where Mo Jingsheng had disappeared to. She suspected Mo Shiryao might know the answer, or at least some clues, but given her current state, all Jiang Yan could do was wait a little longer. "Mom, Song Qian is here." Hua Bao, who was keeping watch outside the space, poked its grinning head into the room. 2 vines guarded the area where Jiang Yan exited, while the remaining 10 stretched out into the darkness, extending outward. Just like 10 real-time surveillance cameras scattered throughout the corridor. As soon as Sun Jingtao and Song Qian appeared at the end of the vines, Hua Bao hurriedly alerted Jiang Yan inside the space. Jiang Yan had just found a pre-apocalypse topographic map and satellite image of Dongshan on her computer, printed them out, put them in a waterproof bag, and stashed them in her backpack. Hearing Hua Bao's warning, she quickly pulled on her down jacket and, with a thought, exited the space. At this moment, the temperature inside the metal house was around -20 degrees Celsius. Even though she was wearing the highest quality down jacket and her body had been enhanced, the extreme temperature difference still made Jiang Yan shiver instinctively. Sun Jingtao and Song Qian had heard that Jiang Yan hadn't gone out with Zhao Yuang and his wife, but had stayed behind in the duty room where Qin Ling had found the map and food. Worried, they came together to check on her. Halfway there, Sun Jingtao belatedly realized. Jiang Yan suddenly choosing to stay in the inner room, could it be that it's that inconvenient time of the month for girls? The apocalypse had changed people's lives and habits, but judging from Su Dai, periods still came as usual. The 2 of them, being men, weren't afraid of danger, but there were some things they just couldn't ask about directly. Thinking of this, Sun Jingtao stopped in his tracks, looking a bit awkward for a second. I forgot to ask my wife to come along. What's wrong? Song Qian, who had been single for years and survived the apocalypse for so long, didn't think much of it at first. He blurted out the question, then realized and his face instantly turned red. How about we ask her generally first, and if it's something specific, we'll go get Su Dai. Sounds good. When the 2 reached the duty room door and saw it was closed, they exchanged a glance. Jiang Yan, are you in there? Sun Jingtao stepped forward and knocked, while Song Qian raised his gun, ready for anything. Whether Jiang Yan inside was safe or not, this was a habitual action for survivors after the apocalypse. With a creak, the door opened. Jiang Yan yawned, covering her mouth, and looked at the 2 with sleepy eyes. You guys haven't gone to rest yet? Sun Jingtao fumbled for an excuse. Yi Qing is on duty outside. He saw you hadn't come back for a while, so he asked us to check on you. Jiang Yan, are you all right? Song Qian looked at Jiang Yan, his face a little red. Their earlier conversation had been overheard by Hua Bao, so Jiang Yan naturally knew what was going on. She smiled and pointed to an aluminum foil emergency blanket spread out on the floor. I'm fine. I'm just not used to sleeping in crowded places, so I'll stay here for the night. Sun Jingtao glanced at the crumpled emergency blanket on the floor and paused. I forgot about your habits. If I'd known, I wouldn't have dismantled the bed here. How about this? I'll go get you a wolf pelt. That blanket is too thin and uncomfortable to sleep on, Song Qian said, turning to leave, but Jiang Yan quickly stopped him. No need, Song Ji. I have a thin blanket in my backpack. Besides, I'm not used to the smell of wolf pelts. Song Qian paused. If someone else said this in these circumstances, it might sound a bit fussy. But in his eyes, Jiang Yan had every right to be particular. That's fine. We just wanted to make sure you weren't feeling unwell. If you need anything, just message us on the walkie-talkie, Sun Jingtao said, understanding. As long as she wasn't unwell, the rest he believed she could handle. All right, you get some rest. We'll head out, Song Qian added. Okay. Jiang Yan nodded. You 2 should get some rest too. If anything comes up, just call me on the walkie-talkie. All right. Watching the 2 leave, Jiang Yan closed the door again and returned to her space. She ate a steak and went straight to sleep. She slept soundly through the night. Before 6 the next morning, Jiang Yan was woken by her alarm. She washed up quickly, ate a little, and exited the space. Just as she returned to the room, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. Everyone, all the snow wolf corpses outside are gone. Jiang Yan pressed the walkie-talkie as she grabbed her backpack and strode outside. What do you mean, all of them are gone? Hua Bao quickly shrank its 12 vines and, with a whoosh, leapt onto Jiang Yan's shoulder. Yanjia, the blizzard was too heavy before, so we couldn't see clearly. Now Yiqing and Brother Song are outside checking. It was Kong Wu who replied. Jiang Yan. Yan Jia. By the time Jiang Yan stepped outside, everyone who had been huddled and sleeping in the snow wolf pelts was already awake. Their hair was a mess, as if they'd just crawled out of a chicken coop. At first glance, it was hard not to laugh, but it was also a little bittersweet. Jiang Yan. Zhao Yugong saw her and hurried over, quickly explaining the situation. The blizzard last night had been fierce. At first, Yiqing and a young soldier were on watch. Yiqing wasn't afraid of the cold. While on duty, he would occasionally go outside to patrol, but he didn't notice anything unusual at the time. Later, it was the regular folks' turn to keep watch. Even Song Qian and Qin Lang could only stand at the doorway and look out for a few seconds at most. Any longer, and they just couldn't take it. On top of that, the blizzard kept getting worse. Visibility was almost zero, and the temperature dropped rapidly. The snow wolf corpses, piled up like little mountains, were quickly buried by snow and blended into the white world outside. After that, no one paid much attention to what was happening outside. It wasn't until early morning, when Yiqing woke up and instinctively went out to patrol, that he noticed something was wrong. Although the disappearance of the corpses was bizarre, it was certain that it happened in the latter half of the night. Besides, for so many massive corpses to vanish without a trace in an instant, while the people on watch neither saw nor heard anything unusual, was extremely strange. Unless someone like her had the ability to store all those snow wolf corpses in a spatial storage. Other than that, she couldn't think of any other way such huge things could disappear so suddenly. I'll go take a look. After listening, Jiang Yan pulled out her snow goggles, put them on, and trudged into the snow. Snowflakes drifted down, lighter than before, but the snow on the ground was clearly thicker. The battlefield, once covered in blood and flesh, was now blanketed by a fresh white carpet. Even the graves Yiqing had dug looked much barer now. Yiqing, Song Qian, and Qin Lang were spread out over a small area, carefully digging at the ground with crowbars and army shovels. Jiang Yan, you're awake. Yiqing, with sharper hearing and eyesight than the others, spotted her immediately and paused his digging. Qin Lang and the others, their hair dusted with snow, looked up. Yanjia, look what we found. Unlike Yiqing, the three of them weren't as resistant to the cold. After staying out in -70 or 80 degrees for so long, their hands and feet were starting to go numb. As they spoke, their lips were visibly trembling. Jiang Yan came over and looked at the small area they'd dug out, secretly startled for a moment. This is... On the white snow, there were patches of semi-transparent substances, some fibrous, some gelatinous. There was a lot of it. It looked solid, but that was just because the temperature was so low it had frozen into crystals. Jiang Yan, we think the reason the snow wolf corpses disappeared is because they self-dissolved. Self-dissolved. Jiang Yan was stunned for a second, then quickly caught on. You mean, after these snow wolves die, their bodies produce strong acids or alkalis? It seems so, Yiqing nodded. Jiang Yan's heart skipped a beat. If I remember correctly, when animal corpses decompose, they produce alkali. But right now, it's freezing cold. The whole snowy plain is like a giant natural refrigerator. Without any external force, a corpse could stay unchanged for hundreds of years in these conditions. Not to mention, to produce strong acid or alkali, you'd need a chemical reaction, right? That's true, but the unscientific things we've encountered lately are already beyond counting, Song Qian replied. As he spoke, he used his entrenching tool to break off a piece of crystal, then gently scooped up a small chunk. He took off his scarf, leaned in, and sniffed it. No smell, but there's a faint sting to it, not very strong. Then what about those snow wolf pelts Yiqing brought into the cabin yesterday? They seem fine. How do you explain that? Jiang Yan turned to glance at the metal shelter, frowning. Qin Lang said, not just the pelts, even the bloodstains and bits of flesh left on the ground after you killed the snow wolves yesterday are all fine. Yiqing thought for a moment. There's only one explanation. The process that produces the strong acid starts from inside the internal organs. Jiang Yan. I agree with Yiqing, Qin Lang said. carefully picking up a fragment of the crystal to examine it. It was so cold that everyone was wearing real leather gloves, so they weren't touching the crystals directly. Be careful, Jiang Yan still felt uneasy. She was just about to take a glass vial from her backpack to collect a sample when she saw Qin Ling's pupils contract. He quickly flung the crystal from his hand. All four of them instinctively looked at his hand and gasped. Look at that. The leather glove where Qin Ling had held the crystal now had two thumb-sized holes burned through it. Faint wisps of white smoke drifted from the holes, barely visible in the wind and snow. They looked at the chunk of crystal Qin Ling had thrown back into the snow. The part that had touched the fur was tinged with a light soy sauce color at first. But soon, that color faded, turning clear and invisible. The whole scene was just too bizarre. The four of them couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Thank goodness Yiqing had stopped the soldiers from eating wolf meat yesterday. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Jiang Yan and Song Qian blurted out in unison, "Concentrated sulfuric acid? Could be aqua regia." Aqua regia is even more corrosive than concentrated sulfuric acid, Sun Jingtao added. At his words, the others' expressions darkened, a sense of foreboding settling over them. For something this unbelievable and contrary to science, the only explanation was that it came from a human laboratory. After all, even if animals and plants evolve, their changes are always for their own survival, not something this drastic, this fast. You three should head back first. Xiaoyue and I will stay here a bit longer and see if we can find any new clues, Jiang Yan said, glancing at the others. Song Qian and Qin Ling's faces were already turning red-purple. She knew it was because of the extreme cold. If they stayed out any longer, she was afraid they'd suffer serious frostbite. Song Qian stood up. All right, call us if you need anything. Be careful yourselves. Best not to touch anything, Sun Jingtao added. He really couldn't stay out any longer. He was already starting to feel short of breath. As the three of them trudged back to the shelter, Yiqing withdrew his gaze and shot Jiang Yan a look. Back at the Blazing Flame base, the S&P Lab's research wasn't just about how humans and animals evolve under natural disasters and extreme weather. They were also secretly conducting some biochemical experiments. Biochemical experiments. Jiang Yan frowned, and suddenly a person popped into her mind. When you were at the Blazing Flame base's S&P laboratory, did you know Xue Qianmeixue? Yiqing was surprised that Jiang Yan knew Xue Qianmeixue, but he still answered honestly. Yes, she was the only female PhD in the S&P lab, Xue Miao Miao's cousin. She was also a test subject herself, one of the first and most successful ones. A test subject? Jiang Yan was stunned. Then do you know that Chu Hui as well? Dr. Chu. A trace of confusion flashed in Yiqing's eyes. Yes, I know him. He was also one of the test subjects. He was already over 60 and had a terminal illness, not much time left. But he used the lab's latest breakthrough technology to transplant the organs and skin of a 19-year-old athlete onto himself. That athlete was his younger brother's grandson, so a close relative. The technology sounds unbelievable, but it actually worked. Still, even with a close relative, there are issues with tissue and blood type compatibility, so the lifespan isn't very long. Jiang Yan was left speechless for a second. No wonder, when she saw Chu Hui back then, she felt like he had the body of a grandson but the soul of a grandfather. She hadn't expected it to be literally true. But he died in an avalanche on his way back to the Blazing Flame base. After explaining, Yiqing held back his urge to ask Jiang Yan how she knew those two people. Jiang Yan took a deep breath. They used themselves as test subjects? Weren't they afraid of dying instantly if the experiment failed? Before the apocalypse, when new research first came out, the first test subjects were almost always lab mice. Later, when humans were involved, most were clinical studies and the like. But after the apocalypse, any animal could become a test subject. And so could the lower-class humans. But to cut themselves open like that was truly ruthless. The people in the Blazing Flame base's lab are all as fanatical and unhinged as that maniac Xue Miao Miao. Not a single normal person among them. That's why, as soon as some research succeeded, they'd all rush to try it on themselves. It's not that they're so self-sacrificing, but because the experimental products are rare and expensive. So, they'd rather take the risk than miss out. In the end, compared to their fear of death, their greed is stronger. Jiang Yan nodded, picked up a small crystal with tweezers, put it into a glass sample vial, sealed it, tossed it into her space, and stood up. Let's go back inside. Okay. Yiqing brushed a thick layer of snow off his hat. After a moment's hesitation, he called out to her, Jiang Yan. What is it? Jiang Yan paused and glanced at him. If you ever run into Shui Miao Miao, you must be extremely careful. After saying that, Yiqing's fingers at his side clenched tightly. I know. Jiang Yan nodded. Not only will I be extremely careful, I'll make sure he suffers a fate worse than death. It was just a pity that she never had the chance to meet him back at the Blazing Flame base. Later, after the base was hit by a meteor shower and partially destroyed by the Yaoben base, he and the core team vanished without a trace. Jiang Yan had asked Mo Jingsheng about it a few times in private, but he always kept things vague. He only said that a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. The Blazing Flame base was just the most superficial of Shui Miao Miao's or his backers' bases. Shui Miao Miao was merely the public face of a shadowy force. And the power behind him, the faction that controlled the Calamity Simulator, was far more vicious, ruthless, and formidable than they could imagine. Besides, not every reborn person had spatial abilities or a carnivorous plant cheat like Jiang Yan. But not every reborn person was a good person either. If other unknown reborn individuals with powers joined the enemy, it would be a huge threat and challenge to the survivors on the righteous side. He's no longer the simple troublemaker he was before the apocalypse. Yiqing took a deep breath and spoke. Now, killing him is much harder than it was before. With his snow goggles and face mask, Jiang Yan couldn't see his expression, but she could feel the hatred and anger burning inside him. But sooner or later, I'll kill him with my own hands, he said. Jiang Yan shot Yiqing a sidelong glance. What do you mean by that? As far as she remembered, aside from their recent grudges and being on opposing sides, there shouldn't be any deep-seated hatred between him and Shui Miao Miao. But now, something in Yiqing's tone made Jiang Yan sense that something was off. It's nothing. Jiang Yan, let's go. The snow's getting heavier again. Let's head back inside. Yiqing clenched his jaw, forcing a smile. Since he didn't want to talk about it, Jiang Yan didn't press further. She felt like Yiqing was suddenly carrying some kind of burden, but he was hiding it deep inside. The two of them returned to their room, one after the other. Zhao Yugong and the others had already heard from Song Qian and Sun Jingtao about the self-dissolving snow wolf corpses, and they were all more or less shaken by it. But soon, fear gave way to a heavier gloom. The looming threat of a food shortage. After all, with all those snow wolf corpses piled up like little mountains before, most people had been holding onto a sliver of hope. If things got really bad, they could always eat wolf meat. Now, aside from drinking the cold wind and melted snow, they had no other options. The food Qinlang and the others had found, plus the mutant snow rabbits and snow geese Yiqing had caught, would only last them 2 or 3 days at most. But what about after 3 days? Xiaoyue, do you think we can catch more of those snow rabbits and geese? With this blizzard, we can't go far. If we can only hunt nearby, it's basically just waiting for something to come to us. Well, what else can we do but wait? There's no other way. Captain Song, maybe we should check out the other floors today? Everyone started talking at once, voices overlapping in anxious discussion. Worry was etched on every face. Jiang Yan frowned too. But her concern wasn't about food, it was about those self-dissolving mutant snow wolves they'd just encountered. If those really were released by the SNP laboratory or someplace similar, then there was a good chance their whereabouts had been exposed. After all, no one knew where Mo Shuifeng and Mo Zhongqing had gone after parachuting out when the metal shelter fell halfway. In the apocalypse, the biggest threats weren't just the harsh environment and food shortages, but also the lack and blockage of information. As for food, she actually had a stash in her space, but she needed to find the right time and place to hide it somewhere so someone could stumble upon it like a treasure. Jiang Yan, what do you think? Song Qian instinctively looked at her, seeing she was lost in thought. They knew Jiang Yan had some special abilities. But there were a lot of fighters present, along with Zhao Yugong, Lin Xiaoyue, and other newcomers. So he didn't want Jiang Yan to reveal too much. After all, in the apocalypse, no one could guarantee who would stay good forever. Right now, he felt he could trust the fighters in the shelter, and even Zhao Yugong and Lin Xiaoyue. But if any hostile forces or new bases joined them, all bets were off. It's relatively safer during the day. I suggest we split up and search separately. Since this area was able to eject independently from the Yaoben base, they must have made thorough preparations, considering all sorts of disasters we might face. It's more like a safe house for the higher-ups. I believe if we search carefully, we'll definitely find food. Here's my plan. Sun Jingtao and I will handle breaking into rooms. Yiqing can handle the area outside. He's used to the cold, has hunting experience, and can deal with snow wolves. As for the rest, aside from those staying behind, I suggest we split into 2 teams and search the upper and lower floors. What does everyone think? Jiang Yan finished, sweeping her gaze over the group. Jiang Yan, that engine for breaking the doors is pretty heavy. Should we assign another guy to help? Zhao Yugong quickly suggested. No need, Brother Tao is enough. Jiang Yan smiled, glancing at Sun Jingtao. Her best partner would have been Yiqing. But with Yiqing's current special condition, he was like a prized delicacy. She couldn't keep him by her side all the time. All things considered, Sun Jingtao was the most reliable. Breaking open these metal doors required not only new power sources, but also new drill bits. It was hard to do it without anyone noticing. But with Sun Jingtao and Yiqing, it wouldn't be a problem. Zhao Yugong could only reply, "All right, if you need anything, just let us know." All right. Jiang Yan handed out the walkie-talkies she had collected yesterday to the group. If you notice anything unusual, contact us immediately. Got it. The leaders of the newly formed supply search teams reached out to take them. Each team was equipped with a walkie-talkie, 2 submachine guns, and 2 cold weapons made of special metal that Jiang Yan had found in the armory. These walkie-talkie batteries are really durable. Zhao Yugong took one and instinctively pressed the button to check the battery level, only to find it fully charged. He couldn't help but be stunned for a second. The others were also surprised. Jiang Yan smiled lightly and said casually, "I changed them. Found some batteries in the house yesterday." Oh, that explains it. Looks like it's not just Qinling who's lucky, Miss Jiang, you are too. Zhao Yugong chuckled. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoyue glanced at Jiang Yan. Remembering the thermos cup she'd seen earlier, a trace of suspicion flickered in her heart. Seeing that both people and equipment were ready, Song Qian swept his gaze over the group and ordered, "Then let's head out as we discussed earlier." As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier suddenly spoke up with a troubled expression. "Captain Song, Dr. Lin, my arm feels stiff, I can't move it." "Me too, Captain Song." "It's my right leg," another soldier chimed in. "And me, my arm is itchy and burning." "Could it be that I got poisoned from eating that mutant rabbit yesterday?" said another. Because of the snow wolves' self-dissolving incident, everyone was already a bit on edge. The sudden situation made Jiang Yan and Song Qian stop in their tracks. "Let me take a look." Lin Xiaoyue quickly got up and walked over. The soldier with the itchy arm struggled to pull up his sleeve, and everyone held their breath. His right arm was swollen and red, covered in shocking blisters, looking just like a viral infection. Jiang Yan frowned. These symptoms were very similar to what Yiqing had experienced before. But he clearly hadn't undergone any genetic modification. How could he have such after-effects? She was about to ask when Lin Xiaoyue spoke up, "This is second-degree frostbite. If there's no secondary infection, the blisters will dry up in 2 or 3 weeks, form black scabs, and once those fall off, new skin will grow." As she spoke, Lin Xiaoyue took out a tube of frostbite ointment and applied a layer to his arm. Everyone was stunned. Second-degree frostbite. "Dr. Lin, can I have that frostbite ointment?" the soldier asked, eyeing the tube. "No," Lin Xiaoyue replied. Realizing her tone was a bit harsh, she added, "Supplies are tight right now, so everything has to be managed centrally. Your situation is still treatable, so don't worry too much." The soldier murmured an "oh," looking at his right hand with lingering fear. "This is 5th-degree frostbite," Lin Xiaoyue said after checking another soldier whose right leg was stiff and turning black. She couldn't help but sigh. "Dr. Lin, what does 5th-degree frostbite mean?" Jiang Yan asked, puzzled. Lin Xiaoyue stood up, looked at the soldier with sympathy, and said quietly, "It's the most severe type of frostbite. If we had proper medical facilities like before the apocalypse, there might be hope. But now, amputation is probably the only option." Jiang Yan. "Dr. Lin, does that mean my leg is done for?" The soldier hadn't heard what Lin Xiaoyue and Jiang Yan said, but judging from her expression, he guessed the seriousness of the situation. Besides, they had all received some basic training at the Yaoben base, especially given the extreme cold weather. There's still hope. Don't lose heart. Lin Xiaoyue could only comfort him. "All right, does anyone else have any serious physical discomfort?" Song Qian looked around at everyone. To be honest, everyone was uncomfortable. After all, they all carried old injuries to some extent. A few soldiers licked their dry lips and shook their heads. No, the atmosphere was heavy. Now, not only did they have to face food shortages, but also frostbite and the threat of another attack from the mutant snow wolves. BZCT. Just then, the walkie-talkies on several people crackled to life at the same time. A hoarse, excited voice came through. "Sister Yan, Brother Song, Dr. Song, and the others have woken up. Dr. Lin, Xiaoyue, shall we go in and take a look first?" Song Qian said, glancing at Lin Xiaoyue, who was gently applying frostbite ointment to a soldier with 2nd-degree frostbite. "Just a moment." Lin Xiaoyue calmly finished applying the ointment, then stood up with the first aid kit in hand. Jiang Yan scanned the scene and spotted Mo Shiryao, who had just woken up, sitting in the corner. "I'll keep watch outside. You all go in first. If anything comes up, just call me on the radio." If those mutated snow wolves attacked again, the people outside wouldn't stand a chance. That's why Shi and Yiqing tried not to leave the outside shelter at the same time. Besides, Yiqing had spent time in the SNP lab at the Blazing Flame base, so he might know more about Song Haitao and the others' situation. He'd be much more useful inside than she would right now. Song Qian understood. "All right, just be careful. If anything seems off outside, contact us right away." "We'll stay, too," Sun Jingta said, and he and Song Qian remained behind. The two of them helped the severely frostbitten soldiers move closer to the fire and added some more wood to the flames. The room quickly filled with smoke. Jiang Yan glanced at Mo Shiryao, who was coughing and covering her mouth and nose, and walked over. "Shiryao, here, take this." She pulled a pink thermos from her backpack. But this time, it wasn't filled with melted Snickers water. Instead, it was slightly warmed 8 treasure porridge. Jiang Yan had prepared it in advance, back when she was in her space. Worried the porridge would be too thick to drink, she'd added a bit of water. Mo Shiryao stared blankly for a few seconds, then slowly moved toward her, but shook her head woodenly. Jiang Yan didn't force her. She pulled over a plank to sit on and settled down beside her. "My father died in a car accident when I was very young. My mother raised me all by herself." Jiang Yan paused, glancing at Mo Shiryao out of the corner of her eye. The other girl's fingers twitched as she hugged her knees. "Later, my mother's business grew bigger and bigger. It was then that a man entered her life. Seeing her smile with happiness again, I thought she had finally found her other half. Even though I didn't want to admit it on the surface, deep down I was happy for her, even if that man was my stepfather. Then, one year on my mother and his wedding anniversary. That man said he wanted to give my mother a unique anniversary under the sea. She went with him to Country L, happy and excited. But I never got to see their romantic underwater photos. All I got was the news that my mother had an accident while diving and was eaten by sharks. Her body never even recovered. I was devastated. In my desperation, I fell into a trap set by that scumbag and his mistress's brother and was locked away in a dark, windowless basement. Jiang Yan's voice choked up, her eyes reddening. That scumbag, is he still alive? The girl beside her, eyes still blank, suddenly showed a flicker of hatred, clenching her fists as she looked at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan took a deep breath. No, I will never let anyone who betrays or hurts my loved ones get away with it. She paused. But first, I had to pull myself out of it. If I kept drowning in grief, kept obsessing over the betrayal of those I trusted, then all those rotten people and rotten things would just drag me deeper, like a bottomless swamp. I wouldn't be able to get revenge, and I'd end up losing myself or even destroying myself. Xiaoyue, running away doesn't solve anything. If you don't want to come out of it yourself, then even a god couldn't save you, Jiang Yan finished and handed the thermos to Xiaoyue. This time, she didn't push it away. Jiang Yan, I want to apologize for my previous arrogance and rudeness. Xiaoyue's lips moved hesitantly as she squeezed the pink thermos in her hand, looking a bit uneasy as she raised a hand. Jiang Yan smiled, took off her glove, and reached out to shake Xiaoyue's hand. There's an old saying, you don't really know someone until you've fought with them. She knew Xiaoyue just had a proud, prickly personality, but was soft-hearted underneath. Otherwise, back at the base small entrance, when that Qinlei tried to cause trouble, Xiaoyue hadn't needed to step in and help. Yeah, you don't really know someone until you've fought. Xiaoyue took a deep breath, her eyes looking much more open and even a little brighter. Jiang Yan glanced at her hand. Put your gloves on later, okay? If you want to survive in this apocalypse, you have to protect your hands. Earlier, she'd asked Lin Xiaoyue to bring Xiaoyue a pair of fleece-lined leather gloves, but she hadn't worn them. Now, her hands were cold and red with swelling. Even though Jiang Yan only held her hand for a second, it felt like grabbing a block of ice. Okay. Xiaoyue nodded, paused for a second, then spoke up. Jiang Yan, do you have any spare weapons? Yeah. Let me see. Jiang Yan took off her backpack, rummaged through it, and pulled out a pistol with a full magazine. Keep this for self-defense. Do you have any melee weapons? Xiaoyue had barely finished asking when Jiang Yan handed her a tang sword made from the base's metal materials. Here. In this icy world, firearms could only be used for emergencies. After all, for them, bullets were limited. Once you used one, there was one less. Cold weapons, especially those made from the base's special metals, were much more practical, sturdy, durable, and able to cut through iron like mud. Thank you. Xiaoyue reached out and took it. She didn't question or even ask how Jiang Yan managed to pull a weapon longer than her backpack out of it. As far as Jiang Yan was concerned, she was just happy to see Xiaoyue bounce back, both for her and for the whole team. Half an hour later. Song Haitao, Jiang Yi, and the others were either helped or carried by Song Qian and his group into the outer room. They'd been in the hibernation pods for too long, and with the freezing temperatures outside, their limbs were stiff. According to Lin Xiaoyue, they'd need time to slowly recover and adjust. Zhao Yugong and Kong Wu quickly chopped up more of the large furniture and, together with some smokeless coal they'd found, made the fire bigger. The already cramped room was now packed to the brim, but at least it was warmer than before. When Song Haitao and Jiang Yi saw Jiang Yan and Xiaoyue, they were both shocked and delighted. Then, seeing the endless snow outside and learning that the entire AS sector had been ejected from the Yaoben base and now sat alone on the snowy plains, they were even more stunned. You really didn't parachute out and still survived? That's impossible. With gravity and acceleration, this metal building should have smashed a trench into the glacier. The wind outside is so strong. Did you land against the wind? Even if you did, there's no way the wind could offset gravity completely. Everyone except Jiang Yi was a scientist from various fields, and they all started talking at once. Song Haitao didn't join in the discussion. He slowly shuffled over to look outside, his brows knitting together. Everyone, now's not the time to be discussing this. The room instantly fell silent. Dr. Song, why were you all in that room? Jiang Yan asked directly, seeing that he'd recovered a bit. Song Haitao glanced around the room, then looked at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, I'd like to talk to you alone. Jiang Yan, I'd like to talk to you alone as well. The scruffy Jiang Yi ran a hand through his messy curls and suddenly stood up. Yi Qing, who was standing at the door, turned around at his words and stared at his face for a few seconds. Jiang Ye's face was quite distinctive. Even in the apocalypse, he stood out in a crowd. With his high nose bridge, deep-set eyes, and thick, long lashes, he had an unmistakably exotic look. Jiang Yan glanced at him and nodded calmly. Let me finish talking with Dr. Song first. All right, I'll wait for you. Jiang Yi let out a breath and sat back down. Dr. Song, should we? Jiang Yan looked at Song Haidao, her gaze pausing on his feet. Song Haidao immediately understood. He forced himself to shake his leg despite the discomfort. Don't worry, I can walk. Let's find somewhere relatively quiet. Okay. Jiang Yan thought of the room she'd entered earlier. Sun Jingtao walked over. Do you want me to escort you? No need, Jiang Yan replied. She took 2 flashlights from her backpack and handed one to Song Haidao. Dr. Song, please follow me. All right. Xiao Jiang, you lead the way. The two of them entered the small room one after the other. As usual, Jiang Yan closed the door behind them, then let Hua Bao out to keep watch at the entrance. Please have a seat, Dr. Song. As she spoke, Jiang Yan pulled a small folding stool from her backpack and set it on the floor. Lin Xiaoyue had mentioned earlier that Song Haitao and the others were currently suffering from muscle weakness and should avoid standing for long periods. Jiang Yan didn't want this elderly man, who had once made outstanding contributions to the country, to have to sit on the cold floor. Song Haitao was surprised that she'd pulled out something so unmilitary from her backpack, but he sat down anyway. Thank you. Jiang Yan, when the AS sector was falling, did it receive any external assistance? He got straight to the point. Jiang Yan didn't hide anything. Yes. Do you remember roughly how long it took from the AS sector being ejected from the base to landing? It doesn't have to be precise, just an approximate range. And was there any significant crosswind resistance? Jiang Yan frowned in thought. Sorry, Dr. Song, I can't really remember. As for crosswinds, I don't think so. She recalled the scene when Hua Bao deployed the parachute. There had been strong winds, of course. The blizzard had never stopped. But compared to this massive, heavy metal structure, that resistance was negligible. Song Haidao's eyes stared into empty space, brows slightly furrowed, his fingers occasionally making calculations in the air, as if he were running numbers in his mind. After a while, Jiang Yan asked, Dr. Song, are you thinking about our landing site? Yes. Song Haidao came back to himself. Actually, the AS sector of the Yaoben base was also part of the entire secret aerospace project. It's just that the SSS sector was meant to be ejected toward Mars, while the AS sector was only for near-Earth escape. If the AS sector wasn't impeded during ejection, it should have ended up at Phoenix Mountain, where the Dongshan Observatory is located. There's a dedicated receiving tower there, and the terrain is very high. Jiang Yan frowned. Dr. Song, what's the significance of going there? After all, there was also an observatory near Yaoben base, and it was at a high elevation too. To send a distress signal to the nearest survivor base. Song Haida paused for a second, then spoke slowly. The nearest survivor base? Jiang Yan was taken aback. Song Haito glanced at the door, lowering his voice. That base is called Musin Base. Jiang Yan was stunned. Musin? If she remembered correctly, after the apocalypse, the first bases established were the 5 major ones symbolizing metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Among them, the Blazing Flame base represented fire, Yaoben base represented earth, and this Musin base, obviously, represented wood. Jiang Yan had some ideas in her mind, but she still decided to confirm them with Song Haidao. Doctor, is this Musin base also one of the 5 major bases, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth? Song Haitao nodded, not at all surprised that she knew about the 5 major bases. Yes. Doctor, do you know the names of the remaining metal and water bases? And why were they set up this way? Jiang Yan pressed further. She had asked Mo Jingsheng about the 5 major bases before, but he had always been evasive. I'm not too sure about that, Song Haida replied. The bases started construction before the apocalypse, but their final names were only given afterwards. However, I've heard that the leader of the base representing water is a young woman who's extremely decisive and ruthless. As he finished, Song Haitao glanced at Jiang Yan. Xiao Jiang, when Mo Jingsheng suddenly left, did he leave any message for you? Jiang Yan was taken aback. She had been about to ask Song Haitao for news about Mo Jingsheng herself, but it turned out he didn't know either. No, doctor. I was just about to ask you. Song Haidao's brow furrowed even deeper. The scar on his face looked even more pronounced now, thanks to the rapid aging and wrinkling of his skin over this period. He let out a deep sigh and began. That day, Mo Jingsheng suddenly told us all to gather. Our group had just entered a room and, before he showed up, we all fainted one after another. When we woke up again, we were already here. Jiang Yan frowned. So, it was Mo Zhongqing and his people who put you into the hibernation pods? No, Song Haitao paused for a second. Song Qian just told us about Mo Zhongqing and Mo Shuifeng's betrayal of the base and the country. I think something unexpected must have happened, and Mo Jingsheng protected us. Among their group, aside from Jiang Yi and his assistant, who were young men, the rest were all middle-aged or elderly, in their 50s or 60s. Some, like Song Haitao, were former military and physically much tougher than the average scientist. But most of them were the type who couldn't lift anything heavy, and some even had underlying health issues. Still, as the last remaining scientists in their fields, their importance was self-evident. So, the people in the hibernation pods were more like those who had been protected in advance. As for why Mo Jingsheng disappeared without telling Jiang Yan, there was only one possibility. The situation was too urgent. Besides, Jiang Yan was capable of protecting herself. Mo Jingsheng was the leader in charge of destroying the space disaster simulation lab. If he just went to another base or to meet with higher-ups, that would be fine. I'm just worried that hostile forces, working inside and out, might have put him in sudden danger. But I trust him. For someone so young to become a base leader, it's not just because he's from the Mo family, he must have abilities of his own. So, Xiao Jiang, you don't need to worry too much. Our priority now is to seize every opportunity to get back to the base or reach that observatory. Also, Song Qian told me about the self-dissolving mutant snow wolf corpses you encountered. Song Haitao changed the subject. Those are probably the newly developed international nanoviruses. Jiang Yan was stunned. Nanoviruses? Yes. A nanometer is very small, 1,000 nanometers equals 1 micron. Viruses can be hundreds of nanometers, or as small as just a few. Nanoviruses are implanted into animals in advance, and as soon as the right conditions are met, they automatically spread and propagate. Jiang Yan suddenly understood. So, does that mean these viruses require certain conditions to activate, like the body temperature dropping to a certain point? The biggest difference between a living and dead animal is that the organs stop functioning, and in such extreme cold, body temperature plummets rapidly. Exactly. Song Haitao nodded slightly, a flash of concern appearing in his sharp eyes. Xiao Jiang, nanoviruses can't be created by animal mutation, they have to be man-made. Since you were able to kill those snow wolves that were impervious to blades and bullets, it's very likely that the experimenters behind all this have already set their sights on us here. What's worse, their target might be you or Xiaoyue, Song Haitao said as he shakily stood up, steadying himself against the wall. He looked at Jiang Yan and continued. Xiao Jiang, instead of sitting here waiting for death, I suggest we move out of here as soon as possible. If my calculations are correct, the observatory is much closer from here. There's special communication equipment there that can connect us to either the Yaoben base or the Musen base. As long as we can reach one of them, we'll be saved. Song Haitao finished, his voice trembling with excitement, but then he let out a deep sigh. I must be getting old and muddled. It's a frozen wasteland out there, and we're practically half crippled. How are we supposed to make it? How about you, and shall you go ahead without us? I know you two are capable. Don't worry about us. If those hostile forces find you, Song Haidao's words were cut off by Jiang Yan raising her hand. Dr. Song, please don't worry. Where there's a will, there's a way. We'll definitely find a solution. Hearing this, Song Haidao's face showed a hint of shame. They say true composure shows in times of crisis. I wasn't always like this. But look at you, Xiao Jiang, calm and steady in the face of trouble, brave and resourceful. You're destined for great things. Thank you for the compliment, Dr. Song. Jiang Yan smiled, easing the tense atmosphere a little. She knew Song Haito was worried about whether she and Yiqing could withstand the extreme cold, and the fact that they'd managed to kill those powerful snow wolves would surely attract the attention of hostile forces. Who knows, they might even end up being dissected for research. After all, one of the reasons those in power among the hostile forces had turned the entire planet into a disaster simulation testing ground was to force humanity to evolve under such harsh conditions. In their eyes, she and Yiqing were nothing less than successful test subjects. It was only a matter of time before they were pulled out for study. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. For her, it was simple. Take things as they come, deal with whatever comes their way. She took off her backpack and pulled out several waterproof map packets. Dr. Song, I have a few pre-apocalypse maps of Dongshan. I'm not sure if they'll be useful to you. Dongshan maps. Song Haidao's eyes lit up, and he straightened up a little. Yes. Jiang Yan handed him the maps, and then pulled an emergency lamp from her pack. This, Song Haitao looked at her in surprise, his mouth slightly open. Xiao Jiang, is your bag a magic pouch or something? Something like that. Jiang Yan smiled and turned on the lamp. Here, Dr. Song, I'll hold the light for you. All right. Song Haitao crouched down, spread the maps carefully on a bench, and quickly scanned them, measuring roughly with his knuckles. Jiang Yan did have a ruler and pen in her backpack, but now wasn't the time to take them out. After a while, Song Haidao's serious expression relaxed a bit. Our chances of reaching the observatory or making it back to base are actually pretty good. Jiang Yan was puzzled. Dr. Song, what do you mean? In principle, the AS zone's ejection trajectory is fixed. It just landed short because of resistance along the way. But as long as Yaoben Base, the observatory, and our current location are all in a straight line, then backtracking to the observatory or Yaoben Base becomes a piece of cake. If I'm not mistaken, this area used to be downtown Dongshan, and there was a 68-story skyscraper here, a former city landmark. It shouldn't be completely buried under the snow and ice. But if the AS zone encountered significant resistance during ejection, then Song Haitao glanced at Jiang Yan, looking a bit troubled. Dr. Song, you want someone to go and check if that skyscraper is still there? Jiang Yan looked at the map, estimating that the straight-line distance between their ejection point and the landmark building was less than 2 kilometers. Before the apocalypse, 2 kilometers would have been nothing, a short drive. But now, in this frozen wasteland, you could lose your way after just 50 meters. Plus, the blizzard made visibility terrible. Even binoculars were almost useless. If possible, it would really help us plan our next move, Song Haitao nodded. When Yaoben Base was built, they considered the possibility of disasters. If we can get within a kilometer of the building, we should be able to detect the signal source. But the problem is, I don't know if there's any signal detection equipment in the AS zone. And even if we go out, getting back safely is another issue. Song Haidao's brow, which had just relaxed, furrowed tightly again. As he spoke, Jiang Yan quickly visualized a diagram in her mind. An obtuse triangle, with the skyscraper at the apex and their current location as a small, movable point on the longest side. If they could confirm the apex's position, they'd know where the observatory and the base were. Having figured it out, she said directly, Dr. Song, I can go check it out. You're going by yourself? Song Haidao looked up and glanced at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan nodded. Yes, just me. Facing those dangerous environments alone was actually much better than having someone tagging along. To put it bluntly, with no one else around, she and Hua Bao could go all out without holding back. If someone else was there, even someone as trustworthy as Yiqing, she would inevitably feel constrained. As for transportation, she remembered she had a few ethanol-fueled snowmobiles in her space. Riding one would be just right. Besides, as long as Huab passed through a place, Anything its eyes swept over would automatically be mapped out in her mind. With the map, she could retrace her steps and return the same way, so she didn't have to worry about getting lost. How about letting Xiaoyue go with you? Having a guy around would be better, Song Haidao suggested after some thought, still feeling it would be safer for Yiqing to accompany her. After all, Yiqing wasn't afraid of the cold and was quite skilled. No need, doctor. I'll go alone. Yiqing is highly skilled and can handle the extreme cold. He's more useful staying with the team. Besides, I'd rather not have too many people know about my trip to that building, Jiang Yan replied. There were nearly 40 people staying here now. Being cautious wasn't a bad thing. All right. Song Haidao nodded. Just be careful. Also, wait until we've finished checking Area AS and found that signal detection device before you set out. Jiang Yan shook her head. No need. I'll leave tomorrow. Having the detection device would be helpful. It could locate the building from a distance, saving a lot of time and energy. But for her, those weren't issues. Then, Song Haidao frowned slightly. Just be careful out there. Yunding Tower used to be a landmark commercial office building. After the torrential rains, it was requisitioned for a while as a temporary official base. Later, after the rains ended, earthquakes became frequent elsewhere, so the base was abandoned. Dongshan didn't experience any major earthquakes, and that building is extremely resistant to wind and quakes. It's almost completely intact. When the extreme cold hit, there shouldn't have been anyone there, but you never know. Especially the basement. It's quite possible someone turned it into a temporary stronghold. If you can, check the outside and come straight back. Okay, Jiang Yan nodded. The reason she chose to leave the next day was because she realized her space was close to its next upgrade. But since Huabao had been with her the whole time, it hadn't been able to go inside and devour gold and jewels. She'd have to wait until later to put it in. After confirming their plans, the two chatted about a few other things before getting up and returning to the outer room. As usual, Huabao was sprawled on Jiang Yan's shoulder. When it heard it would be going on an adventure alone with her, it couldn't help but get excited. Jiang Yan, Dr. Song. Seeing the two, Jiang Yi quickly stood up. Before he could say he wanted to talk to Jiang Yan, a miserable scream, ow, echoed from another corridor, followed by two heavy thuds. It sounded like something heavy hitting the ground. What's going on? Everyone immediately became alert. Song Qian glanced around. Aside from Yiqing and Sun Jingtao, who were outside hunting snow rabbits, 2 people were missing. Hey, where are Zhang Lu and the others? Kong Wu looked around. They went to help Hui to the bathroom, a soldier replied. Hui was the one with severe frostbite on his right leg, facing possible amputation. Zhang Lu also had mild frostbite, but was in better shape. It was so cold outside that even hot water would freeze instantly in the air, so everyone had to take care of their needs indoors. To avoid disrupting daily life, they'd chosen a corridor far from their current room. That corridor, according to the original layout of the Yaoben base, was near the center of the facility. Dr. Song, stay here. I'll go check it out, Song Qian said with a frown, striding quickly into the corridor. Jiang Yan and Kong Wu also drew their pistols and flashlights, following after him. The corridor was dim. They hadn't gone far when they caught the faint smells of urine, feces, and a fresh, strong scent of blood. Jiang Yan frowned, sweeping her flashlight across the floor, and her pupils suddenly contracted. On the floor, stained with feces and urine, lay the twisted bodies of 2 young warriors. One corpse, its waist and chest soaked in blood, still gripped a dagger, which was plunged into the heart of the other body. These were Zhang Lulu and Hui, who had just gone out to relieve themselves. Zhang Liolio's pants were half unzipped, while Hui's had slipped halfway down, exposing a blackened, bruised right leg. There was a bright red stain at the crotch as well. Most likely, Zhang Lulu had attacked Hui's vital area first, then stabbed him in the chest. This, Song Qian and Kong Wu immediately noticed the scene and reflexively chambered rounds in their guns. Song Qian frowned and walked over, gently nudging the toes of their shoes with his foot. Zhang Lulu. Hui. Neither moved. I'll go get Dr. Lin. Not knowing if they were alive or dead, Jiang Yan instinctively turned and ran back inside. Hui's gone. Song Qian checked Hui's breath. His eyes were wide open, then moved to check Zhang Lulu, only to see Zhang Liuliu's lips twitch. Gurgle, gurgle, a mouthful of bloody foam spilled out. The temperature in the corridor wasn't as low as outside, but it wasn't much better. Within seconds, the blood foam began to congeal. Zhang Liuliu's lips moved. Seeing this, Song Qian ignored the stench and filth, hurriedly propped him up, and, with Kong Wu's help, carefully dragged him to the side. Because of the movement, the wounds that had started to clot began to ooze blood again. Zhang Lulu, who had fainted, opened his eyes in pain. When he saw Song Qian, the murderous look in his eyes faded a little. Brother Song, you all need to get back to the base fast. Don't talk. Dr. Lin will be here soon, Song Qian said quickly. Zhang Lulu gave a bitter smile. I'm not going to make it. Zhang Lulu, what happened? Kong Wu felt something was very wrong. He's a traitor. Zhang Lulu painfully jerked his lips toward the other body. After a few ragged breaths, he continued, soon, a massive meteor shower will hit. Only at the base will you have a chance to survive. Song Qian frowned. What do you mean? Zhang Lulu didn't answer, instead looking at Song Qian with pleading eyes. Brother Song, please, when I'm gone, burn my body. Don't bury me out there in the ice. I don't want to become a frozen corpse, drifting up in a few months. Zhang Lulu. Jiang Yan and Lin Xiaoyue arrived with the medical kit just in time to see his head loll to the side, the light in his eyes going out. Song Qian checked Zhang Liuliu's breath, his frown deepening. He took a deep breath and said nothing. Back inside, Song Qian relayed Zhang Liuliu's final words to everyone. A heavy silence fell. None of them had known Zhang Lulu or Hui before, so they couldn't verify the claim of betrayal. But Zhao Yugong spoke up, that Hui really did used to be at the Blazing Flame base. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything. He and Song Qian had also spent time at Blazing Flame base, though they'd gone there on a mission. Not everyone sent there was a spy. There were regular soldiers, too. The dead deserve respect. Whether he was a traitor, we can't know. But about the meteor shower, Song Qian frowned, glancing at Song Haitao and the others. It's possible, Song Haitao said after a moment's thought. A meteor swarm hit Blazing Flame base before. It could be Dongshan's turn now. Next to him, a scientist named Fu Lei, whose glasses were cracked, added, these disasters are all triggered by the disaster simulator. Multiple disasters happening at once, or a primary disaster causing secondary ones, is entirely plausible. Mo Shiyao spoke up for once. Even if there's no meteor shower, we still need to get back to base. The longer we stay, the more passive we become. If we keep waiting here, we'll just be sitting ducks. A soldier bit his lip and questioned her, Miss Mo. Don't you know anything about the security systems and layout here? No, Mo Shiyao shot him a cold glance, a flash of icy anger in her eyes. Her grandfather and eldest brother's betrayal was one thing. But why did even her second brother have to be so guarded against her? The soldier shrank back and fell silent. Su Dai was on the verge of tears. Then how do we get back? It's all snow and ice out there. Are we supposed to just lie down and freeze into ice sculptures like corpses? If they left, they'd die. If they stayed, they'd die. Death hung over everyone like a shadow. Bang! Kong Wu slammed his fist into the metal wall, his eyes suddenly red, whether from pain or frustration. Damn it. Is heaven trying to wipe us out? No, it's not heaven. It's them. I swear I'll wring the necks of every last one of those bastards. His voice grew smaller and smaller, until at last he crouched down and began to sob. Jiang Yan frowned as she watched him. When she'd first met Kong Wu in Anming, he'd already been through several disasters, but he'd always been cheerful. He'd even joked around with the usually stern Song Qian and the others. But after these months, it wasn't just endless disasters that had worn them down, it had taken away their last shred of hope. She instinctively glanced at Song Haitao, only to see him looking back at her. Song Haitao gave a slight shake of his head, his eyes signaling clearly. Keep the trip to Yunding Tower a secret for now. Jiang Yan nodded slightly. All the follow-up plans had already been agreed upon between her and Song Haitao. There was no need to explain everything to everyone. However, the atmosphere in the room was so thick with pessimism that she felt she ought to say something. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Song Haitao rise to his feet, leaning on his assistant's shoulder for support. Gone was the frailty and weariness from before. He swept a sharp, commanding gaze over the crowd, raised his fist, and said in a clear, ringing voice, "Everyone, confidence is more precious than gold. There are always more solutions than problems. The tougher things get, the more we need to pull ourselves together." Among everyone present, Song Haitao was the oldest, had the most distinguished record, and was the officially designated future captain of the Shuilong. His authority and influence were unquestionable. But in this situation, in this environment, words like these only managed to brighten everyone's eyes for a few seconds. Many people, in fact, had looked defeated from the very start. "Doctor, confidence alone doesn't fill our stomachs," a young soldier muttered, glancing at the blizzard raging outside. He lowered his head, slowly rubbing the gun in his hands. There was only one bullet left in that gun. He'd saved it for himself. If death really was inevitable, he wanted it to be quick, to keep his dignity. Not like his loved ones before, bodies never recovered, faces unrecognizable. Song Haitao shot him a piercing look. "No, confidence won't feed you. But do you think sitting here sighing and blaming the world will help you survive?" The young soldier bit his lip and swallowed his words. "Sigh, if I'd known, you should have just left us in the hibernation pods." "Wouldn't that have been better?" an elderly man grumbled, casting a reproachful look at Song Qian and Lin Xiaoyue. Lin Xiaoyue bristled. "Those hibernation pods need a steady power supply, food, and oxygen. Once the backup power runs out, and you haven't adapted to the outside environment, you'll just suffocate to death. If you really think coming out was a mistake, how about I shove you back in?" She couldn't help but add, putting extra emphasis on the word shove. Everyone was so caught up in their emotions that no one bothered with politeness anymore. Zhao Yugong tugged at her sleeve. "All right, honey. You young people." The old man was at a loss for words. He'd wanted to accuse her of being disrespectful, but Song Haitao shot him a warning glare, and he choked back the rest. Unlike the others, Song Haitao wasn't just a scientist. He was a decorated soldier and the chief commander of the space base. When he put away his usual warmth, his presence was overwhelming. The scar on his face only added to his air of authority. "I agree with Dr. Song," Jiang Yan said, glancing at her tactical watch. It was already 9:30 a.m. They'd wasted over an hour, what a shame. She looked around at everyone. "I suggest we stick to our original plan and finish scouting both upstairs and downstairs as soon as possible." Her tone grew more serious. "And remember, we're a team now." "What does it mean to be a team?" "It means many people working with one heart. Otherwise, we're just a gang. If anyone keeps blaming others and spreading negativity, I'm sorry, but this team doesn't welcome them." Su Dai looked at Jiang Yan, eyes shining with admiration. Song Qian and the others were all staunch supporters of Jiang Yan. They knew what she was capable of, and seeing her finally step up gave them a sense of reassurance. A few of the older researchers who had met Jiang Yan a few times before were a bit embarrassed to be lectured by a woman barely in her 20s. But their strength was in their minds. Even if they'd once been as precious as pandas at the base, surviving in this environment meant relying on the younger generation. So, after exchanging glances, they all kept their complaints to themselves. Song Qian stood up and called out a few names. "Jiang Yan, we'll head out now." "All right," Jiang Yan replied. Just then, Jiang Yi walked over to her. "Jiang Yan, can I talk to you alone?" Jiang Yan frowned. "Can it wait?" "Got it." Sun Jingtao's excited shout rang out from outside, cutting through the howling wind and snow. "Did we catch something?" Everyone looked a bit confused, but like startled birds, they all jumped to their feet in an instant. A few of the soldiers instinctively grabbed their submachine guns. Song Qian frowned, then quickly realized what was happening. Delighted, he turned to Jiang Yan and said, "It must be I Ching and the others hunting traps. They've caught something." With that, He pulled his collar and scarf tighter and strode quickly outside. Jiang Yan and Qin Ling followed close behind. The rest wanted to go out and take a look too, but as soon as they reached the door, they were driven back by the biting cold wind. The snowflakes drifting down outside were no longer just as big as goose feathers. Calling them palm-sized wouldn't be an exaggeration. Even just 1 or 2 flakes landing on your face felt like a sharp sting. Watching the fully armed group trudging through the snow, an old man couldn't help but click his tongue. To be young again. It's not just about being young, though, Jiang Yi said thoughtfully, gazing at Jiang Yan's back. Soon, Jiang Yan and Qin Ling's figures disappeared into the swirling snow. Not long after, several figures reappeared, growing clearer as they approached. Everyone got up again, excitedly crowding toward the door. Song Qian led the way, carrying a mutated snow goose in each hand. Qin Ling had a rabbit slung over his shoulder. Sun Jingtu was only holding an entrenching tool. He must have been outside for too long. He walked with stiff, awkward steps. As for Jiang Yan, wearing snow goggles, she was carrying a pile of Yi Qing's weapons. Wow! What a haul! This is great! See, there's always a way out. Even though they couldn't see exactly what had been brought back, it was clear the harvest was plentiful. Honey! Seeing Sun Jingtu stumbling, Su Dai braved the cold and rushed out to help him. What's that on Yi Qing's shoulder? A soldier with binoculars exclaimed, staring at Yi Qing. It looked like he was carrying a snake, but that snake was as thick as a water barrel. Strictly speaking, it was a python. Let me see. Someone next to him snatched the binoculars and was instantly left speechless. He was stunned by the size of the giant python and by Yi Qing's strength. After the apocalypse, many animals mutated, growing to terrifying sizes. But usually, the only ones they saw were rats or leeches. Snakes were rare. The reason was simple. Snakes are cold-blooded and can adjust their body temperature according to the environment. Because of this, right after the apocalypse began, many research institutes started secretly buying live snakes at a premium. As a result, the snake population plummeted almost overnight. So the giant python Yi Qing had caught was extremely rare. But right now, in everyone's eyes, this wasn't just a giant python, it was food. Delicious, nutritious food. The group filed back into the house. The previously tense and heavy atmosphere instantly became lively thanks to the arrival of food. Brother Yi, you're amazing, one soldier said, looking at Yi Qing with envy. This python, my god. Another soldier stepped forward, staring at the python's almost triangular head, stunned for a long moment. Lin Xiaoyue had always been afraid of snakes. Seeing the python's barrel-sized body, her eyes shrank back in fear as she muttered, "This snake, it won't dissolve itself like those mutated snow wolves, will it?" Everyone drew in a sharp breath. After what happened with the mutated snow wolves, suddenly they weren't quite so eager to eat. Doctor, what do you think? Song Qian turned to Song Haitao and the other scientists. Among these scientists, if they were being protected, it wasn't just for their expertise in power or aerospace. There must be botanists and zoologists too. It was just that things had been so rushed, no one had time for proper introductions. An elderly scientist, who'd heard about the self-dissolving snow wolf corpses, frowned and said, "I suggest we wait until tomorrow before eating it. I'm worried that the same nanovirus might have been implanted in these animals." Kong Wu cursed angrily. Those bastards, seriously, how could they create a virus like that? May they die without a grave. Actually, the original research into nanoviruses was for detoxification, the old scientist said, rubbing his frozen hands. Everyone was stunned. Detoxification. The old man sighed. Nanoviruses spread quickly and can devour bacteria, so they're very effective for detoxification. It's just a shame, some people have no conscience. They don't deserve to be called scientists. Yi Qing didn't join in the discussion. He tossed the giant python he was holding onto the ground, his gaze pausing on a few silver metal helmets in the corner. Sister Dai, could you help me bring those helmets over? Thanks. Sure. Su Dai quickly walked over, grabbing one in each hand and bringing them back. Hold them steady and put them here. Yiqing drew a gleaming curved knife from his leg, the tip aimed at the python's vital spot. Su Dai glanced nervously at the snake. Xiaoyue, this python is really dead, right? She instinctively wanted to turn and look for Sun Jingtao, only to remember he'd gone into the passageway with Kong Wu to take care of some personal business. Yeah, the snake's blood should still be a bit warm, so we need to drain it quickly, Yiqing explained, pressing his finger lightly against the python's body. The snake's body was still fairly soft, not stiff. As for the self-dissolving snow wolf corpses that Song Qian and the others were worried about, Yiqing thought it was worth observing. But draining the blood first would still let them observe. If this python had also been implanted with the nanovirus, then the snake's blood would dissolve on its own later. But if not, it would be a shame to miss out on a pot of fresh, spicy snake blood hot pot. I'll do it. Song Qian, who had been chatting with Song Haitao and the others, heard them talking and came over. He took a helmet from Su Dai and steadily placed it under the python's vital spot. With a squelch, Yiqing lifted the curved knife slightly, and a burst of pungent, bloody red liquid spurted into the metal helmet. Thanks to the low temperature, the blood was half congealed and didn't splash everywhere. One helmet quickly filled up, and Song Qian swapped in another. Soon, the ostrich-egg-sized snake gall was also removed. The room was filled with a strong, fishy stench. The old scientists stopped their discussion. Sun Jingtao and Kong Wu returned as well. With the room warm and a cup of hot water from Su Dai, Sun Jingtao's face looked much better, with some color returning. I was thinking, just leaving this python piled up in the room isn't a solution. We might as well dissect it right away, he said. The python was about 7 or 8 meters long. Its head was inside the room, its body coiled up, and its tail nearly reached the door. Its body was white with faint markings. Normally, curled up on the snowy plains, it wouldn't stand out. But inside the room, it was very conspicuous. The house was already cramped, and leaving it lying there was not only inconvenient, but also a bit creepy. Especially the snake's head, with its crimson tongue hanging out. It gave everyone the unsettling feeling that it might come back to life at any moment. You're right. Let's just dissect it now. If it doesn't dissolve by tomorrow, we'll have roast snake. If it does, well, at least it was good exercise. All right. Zhao Yugong, sharpening. His axe walked over. An elderly man sighed. This snake's skin is a real treasure. It's a shame none of us know how to dissect it. I can give it a try, Lin Xiaoyue said, gripping a scalpel, her eyes flickering nervously. She dissected frogs, mice, and some bugs back in school. There was even a time when, to toughen them up, the teacher had them eat lunch right next to the dissection table. She'd been through all that. She'd developed a strong stomach, but snakes were the one thing she was naturally afraid of. Seeing his wife willing to face the giant python, Zhao Yugong couldn't help but beam with pride. Wow, not bad, honey. Half an hour later, Lin Xiaoyue's forehead was beaded with sweat as she carefully peeled off the entire snake's skin with her scalpel. Then, Zhao Yugong used his axe to chop the bloody flesh into 1-meter-long segments, stacking them neatly outside the house. Meanwhile, Song Qian led a small team to continue exploring the unknown areas upstairs. Soon, the group returned, faces full of excitement, carrying items marked with the words aerospace. Where's Jiang Yan? Jiang Yi glanced at the group, but didn't see Jiang Yan anywhere. Song Qian set down the large aluminum foil box he was carrying next to Song Haitao and reminded him, Doctor, could you take a look and see if you can open this? Only then did he turn to Jiang Yi and say, she went downstairs with old Sunday. Downstairs? Everyone was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized. This AS section, which had been ejected independently from the Yaoben base, wasn't just the single floor they were currently on. According to Song Haitao, the whole area was somewhat pyramid-shaped, or maybe like a rocket, pointed at the top, wide at the base, and generally rounded. There could be danger downstairs. I'll go look for her. Mo Shiryao seemed to suddenly remember something, a flash of anxiety in her eyes. She'd only been to this area once or twice before. But she often heard that her grandfather would go down to that lower level. As for why he went there, she didn't know. But every time he came back from there, his overall condition seemed much improved. She'd never been to the Blazing Flame base, but she'd heard about the SNP lab there. And recalling how her grandfather's helicopter always carried a faint smell of formalin, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. Especially now, after learning that her grandfather and older brother had betrayed the base. "Miss Mo, it might be better if you stay here," Song Qian called after her. "Jiang Yan can take care of herself." He couldn't exactly say that Jiang Yan and Sun Jingtao had taken a cutting machine to open up the lower area. Mo Shirya was indeed skilled, but compared to Jiang Yan, she was nothing special. She knew this deep down as well. She just hadn't wanted to face it before. Mo Shirya's face paled. She shot him a look. "Then lend me your walkie-talkie." "Sure." Song Qian handed her the walkie-talkie from his belt. "This is actually aviation food?" Song Haitao, already familiar with the process, opened the aluminum box at his feet, his eyes filled with both shock and delight. The box was a meter square, a perfect container. That's why Song Qian hadn't tried to force it open. Food. At the mere mention of anything related to food, everyone's eyes lit up like starving wolves. They all crowded around. "Song Qian, where did you find this? Is there more?" "If I'd known, I would have joined the treasure hunt too." Song Qian said, "There are a dozen more boxes like this upstairs. I wasn't sure if there was food inside, so I only brought one down for the doctor to check. Besides these boxes, there were also some canned goods and compressed foods. But not a lot. A dozen boxes. We've hit the jackpot." Everyone was suddenly energized, as if they'd been injected with chicken blood. Song Haidao peeled off a layer of protective padding from the top, revealing rows of slender aluminum foil packages. "Doctor, let me see." Everyone swallowed, both curious and hungry at the sight of the packaging. "There's minced meat, fruit jam, vegetable puree, all for astronauts. The taste might not be great, but they're very nutritious. Captain Song, can we try some? Maybe the vegetable puree? Or the jam?" Lin Xiaoyue blushed and glanced at Song Qian. She hadn't eaten vegetables or fruit in months. Now that she heard about them, she couldn't take her eyes off. Yao Ben Base had canned vegetables and fruit, but she couldn't afford them. "Sure." Song Qian took out a handful and handed one to each person. "What's this?" Su Dai picked up an aluminum tube with a valve from the box and was about to twist it open when Song Haidao's assistant, Sun Ziqing, hurriedly stopped her. "Don't open it." Su Dai turned around and glared at him. "You scared me. Can you keep your voice down?" Sun Ziqing scratched his head, a little aggrieved. "Miss, that's rehydrated food from the aviation supplies. The valve is for adding water. If you twist it open now, you'll still need to find a container later. Downstairs. Bzzzzz." As the harsh buzzing finally died down, the metal door at the end of the stairs was sliced open just wide enough for a person to slip through. Sun Jingtao took off his noise-canceling headphones. While Jiang Yan was stowing the plasma cutter in her backpack, he flicked on the flashlight attached to his submachine gun and swept it slowly across the room. "Jiang Yan, something feels off here," Sun Jingtao muttered, frowning. He stepped lightly into the room. "I'll go first." Jiang Yan used her backpack to cover up as she put away the cutter, the engine, and the generator, storing them all in her space. All three were pretty bulky, and using the backpack as cover was a bit conspicuous. But she trusted Sun Jingtao. These little habits and actions were just precautions in case of emergencies. She zipped up the backpack, slung it over her shoulder, grabbed her gun, and followed closely behind Sun Jingtao into the room. The temperature here was noticeably lower than upstairs, and the lighting was much dimmer. Unlike the maze of tightly packed rooms above, this area was much more open. All they could see were some maze-like partitions. But Jiang Yan didn't dare use her spotlight. She could only move forward slowly with Sun Jingtao, inch by inch. "Be careful. There could be traps here." Jiang Yan remembered how Mo Zhongqing had activated a trapdoor and escaped earlier, and quickly warned Sun Jingtao. "Got it." Ever since he'd started down the stairs, every muscle in his body had been tensed. His years in special forces had given him a sixth sense for danger in places like this. The maze-like partitions ahead told him this place was anything but simple. "There." The beam from his submachine gun swept across a corner, and Sun Jingtao suddenly sucked in a sharp breath at the sight of a figure. Wait! He clenched his fist in a hand signal. Jiang Yan stopped in her tracks, instinctively glancing behind her. Hua Bao, who was scouting ahead with a vine, immediately sent back information about the figure. Mama, it's a dead person. And there were quite a few of them in the corners. Jiang Yan knew, but didn't want to tell Sun Jingtao directly. Still, she felt a lot less worried. A couple seconds later, Sun Jingtao strode back. Dead. Looks like they starved. But it's so cold, their skin hasn't changed much. Good thing he hadn't let Jiang Yan go over. The corpse was in that uncanny state between rotting and not, deeply unsettling. Rustle, rustle. A sound came from behind one of the metal partitions. The two of them looked up and finally noticed that the tops of several nearby metal partitions were piled with tangled, snake-like objects. But those snakes glinted metallically. Mama, they look like robot snakes, but they're out of power. The little scout, Hua Bao, reported again. But there are a lot of robot dogs in the room, and they still have power. Sun Jingtao was about to move in and open fire, but Jiang Yan grabbed him and jerked her chin toward the room. The real danger's inside. To Hua Bao, those robot dogs were just a snap of a vine easy as pie. Mama, should I take care of all of them? No need. Jiang Yan had already half revealed her spatial ability, but Hua Bao was her hidden trump card. Even to Sun Jingtao and the others, she had to keep that secret. Inside, Sun Jingtao closed his eyes and listened, finger on the trigger. The two of them crept around the last metal wall, and a wide, empty room opened up before them. Countless red dots appeared in their vision. Both of them froze, holding their breath. Hundreds, maybe thousands, of silver-gray robot dogs stood before them, clad in metallic suits, with sharp fangs gleaming. But they were moving very slowly. Are they out of power? Jiang Yan relaxed a little. Even the best batteries lose efficiency in the cold, let alone in these ultra-low temperatures. But Sun Jingtao frowned. No, they're wearing thermal protective suits for robots. They're moving slowly now because they're gradually heating up, letting the lubricant thin out. Put a temperature-controlled protective suit on the robot dogs. Jiang Yan was secretly shocked. This mysterious AS zone really was an eye-opener. There's always something strange behind unusual occurrences. It looked like there was probably some valuable equipment stored here. Or maybe that Mo Zhangqing, who escaped down from upstairs, was still hiding somewhere inside. High-grade lithium batteries can withstand temperatures as low as -70 degrees Celsius, so the temperature in here is nothing to them, Sun Jingtao said, raising his submachine gun to aim and fire. Hold on, Taoji. Jiang Yan frowned. If we just shoot at these batteries, won't they explode? If she was right, these robot dogs were probably all carrying batteries on their backs. Even as she thought this, Jiang Yan quickly took off her backpack, rummaged through it for a few compatible magazines, and handed them to Sun Jingtao. Batteries themselves don't contain explosives. They only explode if a short circuit occurs when they're hit, generating a lot of heat in an instant. But with the temperature so low in here, the heat will dissipate quickly. It's nothing to worry about. Sun Jingtao explained, secretly giving Jiang Yan a mental thumbs up. He hadn't expected her to stay so calm and think of these potential dangers in such a situation. That's good then. Let's do this. Jiang Yan relaxed her brow, raised her gun, and fired a burst ahead. Sun Jingtao also raised his gun, taking out each target with a headshot. But after all, these weren't real dogs. Even with their heads blown to pieces, their limbs kept moving forward. Soon, the robot dogs in front noticeably sped up. Some even broke into a sprint and leapt through the air, lunging at the two of them. Hua Bao, the transparent plant spirit, didn't dare reveal itself too much. Taking advantage of the chaos, it swung a dozen vine-like tendrils, smacking away any robot dog that got too close. Sun Jingtao was a little puzzled, but he was too focused on shooting to think much about it. Jiang Yan quickly swapped out a magazine and reminded Sun Jingtao, aim for the right leg, the chip should be there. Once these robot dogs lost their chips, they were nothing but scrap metal. Got it. With plenty of firepower, the two of them showed no fear, unleashing a wild barrage ahead. As spent shell casings clattered to the ground, the floor was soon littered with mangled metal limbs. A few robot dogs were shattered, their internal wiring exposed. After a brief spark, they quickly went dark. After a while, all the robot dogs in the area were taken out. Suddenly, Jiang Yen noticed a strange noise coming from a locked silver container nearby. It sounded like metal scraping against metal. "Mom, it's robot dogs, but their eyes are green." Huabao's vines slipped inside, turning paper-thin. Jiang Yen frowned, quickly making a judgment. Before Sun Jingtao could react, she shot the lock off with a single shot. She kicked the door open with ease, bang. Inside, rows and rows of robot dogs with glowing green eyes were packed tightly together. Sun Jingtao couldn't help but gasp. I get it. These robot dogs must have both guard and attack modes. The ones outside were switched to attack mode by someone. After saying this, Sun Jingtao slung his gun and quickly checked the surroundings. No one here. But there's an area up ahead where the temperature is extremely low. The flashlight on his submachine gun was out of power, making things difficult. Extremely low? Jiang Yen frowned, pulling a powerful spotlight from her backpack. Wherever the beam shone, it was as bright as day. The two of them stared at a massive white ice wall in the far corner, their pupils contracting in shock. The ice wall was formed by countless shards of ice fused together, probably caused when Area AS collapsed and the snow and ice from outside were forced in. On both sides were uneven layers of metal walls, which looked like they'd been blown apart by explosives. There are actually rocket ejection seats installed here. Sun Jingtao noticed two mechanical slot-like areas on either side of the ice wall, his eyes full of astonishment. Jiang Yen shot him a glance. Rocket ejection seats? So, Mo Zhongqing escaped using one of these ejection seats? Yes. Normally, they're installed on fighter jets. Typically, they're only used if the plane is destroyed or there's a mechanical failure. If I'm not mistaken, this area packed with ice blocks should have a ring of detonators set up around it. 2 seats, so 2 people? Jiang Yen frowned. It seemed there must have been someone waiting downstairs. And to leave with Mo Zhongqing, that person's status couldn't be low. Also, she vaguely recalled something from the internal training she'd attended at the Yaoben base. After leaving the fighter jet, an ejection seat becomes a controllable flying device. After flying a certain distance, the person and the seat separate, and then the parachute opens for landing. To be able to free fall and parachute at his age, with hair already turning white, Mo Zhongqing's physical and mental resilience was truly impressive. Yes, they probably used the fighter jet to get away. The two of them would have ejected in different directions, Sun Jingtao said, then looked at Jiang Yen with a grave expression. There are robot snakes and robot dogs here, so they were probably guarding something important. But it looks like they took whatever it was with them. Yeah, Jiang Yen nodded, sweeping her flashlight around the room. Other than some metal grid racks, the room was empty. Faint metal scratches could be seen on the floor. It looked like Mo Zhongqing had thrown something heavy down before he left. Jiang Yen, do you smell something strange? Sun Jingtao walked around, sniffing the air. Formalin, Jiang Yen nodded. Her senses were much sharper than Sun Jingtao's, so she noticed it as soon as she entered. But she hadn't seen any corresponding containers. Why does it always smell like formalin at the Blazing Flame base, and here too? Sun Jingtao asked, puzzled. Jiang Yen frowned. Maybe it's all related to organ transplants. Only Yiqing and Ming had seen that Sky Hotel. So Sun Jingtao naturally didn't know. Thinking of organ transplants, Jiang Yen suddenly realized she'd overlooked something. Back when she was with Mo Jingsheng, she'd known he was trustworthy, so she should have told him about what she saw on the hotel rooftop, the nighttime deal between Mo Zhongqing and Shui Miaomiao's uncle, Shui Dazheng. At the time, she thought Mo Zhongqing was only pretending to defect by taking away those boxes of organs. Looking back, she'd been too optimistic about human nature. Jiang Yen, what's wrong? Seeing her frown in thought, Sun Jingtao couldn't help but ask. Jiang Yen snapped out of it. Nothing. Let's head up. Okay. When they returned to the house, Jiang Yen was immediately hit by a strong, pungent, bloody smell. Snake blood. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and gag. Jiang Yi turned to look at her, stunned. Jiang Yan, are you pregnant? As he spoke, his gaze instinctively dropped to her lower abdomen. You're the one who's pregnant. Jiang Yan rolled her eyes at him, then walked over to Mo Shiryao, who was watching her with concern. Now that Mo Shiryao had basically recovered, it was time to ask her some questions. Dr. Song wants all of us to return to the Yaoben base. Jiang Yan sat down beside Mo Shiryao, shooting a cold glare at Jiang Yi, whose gaze had lingered on her the whole time. Jiang Yi's eyes flickered. Looking embarrassed, he scratched his head and walked away. At the mention of Yaoben base, Mo Shiryao's eyes darkened for a moment before she replied, that is our main base, after all. If what that soldier said yesterday is true, it probably is better for us to go back. Jiang Yan glanced at her, her tone probing. You have a special status. Don't you want to go back and help reorganize the base? In her understanding, Mo Jingqing was the leader of the base, and the deputy leaders and remaining core members were all from the Mo family. Now, with Mo Jingqing, Mo Shuifeng, and Mo Zhongqing all missing, the base was likely left without leadership. Jiang Yan, the Yaoben base was designed to accommodate millions of people, with a complete and sophisticated system to ensure orderly operation. It's also the most valued base by the authorities. It won't fall into chaos just because a few leaders go missing. What do you mean? Jiang Yan pressed, pulling 2 white rabbit milk candies from her pocket. She handed one to Mo Shiryao, unwrapped the other, and popped it into her mouth. The temperature was so low that the candy had turned rock hard, its chills sticking to her tongue. After holding it in her mouth for a while, a faint milky sweetness began to seep out. Thank you. Mo Shiryao took the candy, unable to bring herself to eat it all at once. She used the back of her knife to break it in half, unwrapped one piece and put it in her mouth, carefully saving the other half in her pocket. As the sweetness spread on her tongue, a wave of bitterness welled up in her heart. Back at the base, even when resources were scarce, she never lacked candies and sweets like this. She could even have a fresh cream cheesecake once a week. She had hot showers every day, clean clothes to wear, and never ran out of perfume or face masks. But now her once fair, jade-like fingers were covered in raw, festering chilblains. A simple, ordinary piece of candy had become a treasure to her. Seeing Mo Shiryao suddenly staring blankly ahead, Jiang Yan had to continue. So, there are still other leaders over there? And then, Mo Shiryao snapped out of her thoughts and recalled the earlier question. The entire Yaoben base doesn't just have a complete industrial chain, but also a well-structured talent management system. From the base leader down to the team captains, there are always A, B, C, and even D backups for every position. Jiang Yan was startled. A, B, C, D backups? It was the first time she'd heard of such a system. It means that if the A main leader has an accident, the B backup immediately steps in. There's never a power vacuum. The same goes for the C backup. These backups are all prepared in advance, precisely to handle emergencies in the apocalypse. So your eldest brother is the deputy leader, which makes him the B backup? That's right. And the C backup, Jiang Yan hesitated. As a top-level secret, she had always reported directly to Mo Jingqing at the base. With the base's strict confidentiality system, she'd barely even met Mo Shuifeng or Mo Zhongqing. So in reality, she didn't know much about the base's inner workings. It's Qin Ziping, Mo Shiryao said, glancing at her. The older brother of that Qin Lei you met last time. Jiang Yan frowned. Judging by how much of a spoiled brat Qin Lei was, his brother probably wasn't much better. In fact, they're half-brothers. Their personalities are very different. Qin Ziping is a lot like my brother, upright and principled. Mo Shiryao seemed to read her mind and explained directly. Jiang Yan was even more puzzled. Then with something this big happening at the base, Qin Ziping hasn't done anything? I don't know. Just like I don't know why my brother suddenly disappeared. Maybe, Mo Shiryao fell silent for a moment before continuing, maybe something dangerous happened unexpectedly, and my brother had no choice but to leave with the core secrets to find the higher-ups. As for Qin Ziping, Maybe he has other considerations. If it weren't for the extreme cold, they probably would have come out to look for us by now. What Mo Xiaoyue didn't say was that Qin Ziping was also her fiancé. Core secrets? Jiang Yan suddenly remembered the national treasure map Mo Jingxing had entrusted to her, which detailed the country's most important assets. Thinking about how he'd suddenly put Song Haitao and the others into the hibernation pods, it was probably a last resort. My brother would never abandon me on his own. I really don't know why he did this. Mo Xiaoyue pressed her lips together, her eyes suddenly turning red. In front of her brother, duty to the country always came before family. She'd always known that. But now that it had actually happened, she still felt wronged and miserable. Isn't it possible, Jiang Yan glanced at her, that the place your brother had to go, or the people he had to meet, would be even more dangerous for you than leaving you at the base? As evening approached, the blizzard actually stopped. Su Dai braved the cold and ran to the door. Seeing the long mist open space outside, her face lit up with delight as she exclaimed, "Could it be that the extreme cold is ending early?" The rest of the group hurried over, excitement in their voices. "That's great. We're saved." Jiang Yan instinctively glanced at Song Haitao, only to see him frowning in silence. According to what Mo Jingxing had said earlier, it would take about another 3 months for the extreme cold to truly end. All these natural disasters were caused by the space station's disaster simulator, which was all programmed and ran automatically. For it to end now, either there was a glitch in the program, or someone had tampered with and adjusted it. Or perhaps another official team had found the enemy's base? Jiang Yan had no way of knowing. But whatever the reason, it was good news for her. Right now, she only hoped that when they set out tomorrow, the blizzard would still be gone. She walked over to Song Haitao. "Doctor, what do you think?" "I can't say for sure. I have a bad feeling about this." Song Haitao looked at her, then sighed. "Xiaojiang, if you're heading out tomorrow and the blizzard still hasn't returned, make sure you wear your safety helmet." "You're worried about meteorites?" "Yes. With the temperature this low, it's unlikely we'll see fireballs, but that also means meteorites won't burn up as much in the atmosphere. If any fall this time, the consequences could be much worse than what happened at the blazing base." Jiang Yan's brow furrowed. "Doctor, do you know where the core leadership from Blazing Base ended up relocating?" "I'm not sure. Only Yaoben Base was equipped with ejection gear, and I haven't heard anything from there. But it's possible they had help from foreign scientists and teams to set something up." As Song Haitao spoke, he pulled out a small, worn leather pouch from his person and handed it to Jiang Yan. The pouch was made of real leather, but it was badly worn and the zipper was rusty. Jiang Yan looked puzzled. "Doctor, what's this?" "This is a spare key and password card for the core area of the underground aviation base at Musin Base. There's a complete offshore rocket launch tower stored there. If..." Song Haitao paused, his fingers trembling slightly. "If the meteorite strike this time is even more serious, and we can't make it back to Yaoben Base, I hope you can get to Musin Base and retrieve the launch tower and its supporting equipment. Once the extreme cold passes, the global oceanification will begin. If something unexpected happens at Yaoben Base and we can't find any land-based site to launch rockets, this offshore launch tower will become incredibly valuable." After speaking, Song Haitao unzipped the pouch and took out a work ID and a handwritten note, both sealed in a waterproof bag. "This is my work ID and a letter of introduction I wrote." He put them away and pressed the pouch into Jiang Yan's hand. Jiang Yan immediately felt the pouch in her hand grow heavy. "Doctor, I'll keep this safe for you. I'm sure you'll make it back to Yaoben Base." "I hope so. There'll be a lot of people tomorrow, so I won't say goodbye to you separately. Take care." With that, Song Haitao glanced at the crowd gathered at the door. "All right." Jiang Yan nodded, put the pouch in her backpack, though in reality, she stored it in her space. Standing at the door, Yiqing had already noticed how calm Jiang Yan and Song Haitao were as they stood inside the house. He didn't know Jiang Yan was leaving, he just thought the two were discussing something else. He only glanced over casually, then respectfully looked away. But Jiang Yi, on the other hand, had been watching Jiang Yan all day. Whenever she was in the room, His curious gaze never left her. Let's go take a look too. Maybe this disaster really has taken a turn for the better. After giving his instructions, Song Haidao finally felt a bit relieved. Jiang Yan nodded and walked toward the crowd. As she passed by Jiang Yi, he reached out and gently tugged at her sleeve. Jiang Yan stopped and shot him a sidelong glance. What is it? He grinned and whispered, Jiang Yan, I want to talk to you. They were supposed to talk that morning, but so much had happened since then. All afternoon, Jiang Yan had been busy sweeping the floors upstairs and downstairs with Song Qian and Sun Jingtao. They'd gotten a lot done, but Jiang Yi felt like she'd been ignoring him. Jiang Yan took a breath and pointed to another corner of the room. The two of them walked over, one after the other. All right, talk. Jiang Yan, you're hiding a secret. After Jiang Yi finished speaking, he glanced at Jiang Yan with interest. Jiang Yan, hands casually in her pockets, showed not a trace of gentleness in her beautiful doe eyes. Instead, a hint of coldness flickered there. Jiang Yi, what exactly are you trying to say? Jiang Yi hadn't expected her to be so calm. He continued to coax her, Jiang Yan, maybe we could work together. To prepare for this face-to-face with Jiang Yan, he'd gotten up early, shaved his stubble with a knife, and even washed his face with ice water. Now, when he looked at Jiang Yan, his gaze seemed a bit deeper. Oh, Jiang Yan remained unmoved, watching him perform. To be honest, before the apocalypse, I hacked into a lot of official websites. I've got a ton of information. As long as you're willing to cooperate, I'm willing to share it with you, even keep some secrets for you. When he said a ton of information, he deliberately emphasized his words. His eyes held a probing look, with a hint of threat. Sorry, I'm not interested. Maybe you should try Dr. Song and the others instead. Jiang Yan replied coldly, turning to leave. Jiang Yan, aren't you afraid I'll expose your secret? Jiang Yi gritted his teeth and reached out to grab her arm, but she dodged his hand with a nimble twist, as if she had eyes in the back of her head. He was still wondering how she could move so quickly when Jiang Yan's right hand, which had been in her pocket, suddenly emerged. Before he could react, a pitch-black gun barrel was already aimed smoothly between his brows. Jiang Yi gasped in shock, instinctively raising his hands. He'd made this surrender gesture at least 100 times since the apocalypse began. But he never expected that this slender, beautiful girl would have such agile skills. He'd always thought Jiang Yan was valued by the higher-ups at the base only because she was a rich heiress before the apocalypse and for her looks. He hadn't realized he'd underestimated her. Jiang Yi and Jiang Yan weren't from the same city. But as a highly paid, high-ranking coder in the internet world before the apocalypse, Jiang Yi had loved following all kinds of influencers. Jiang Yan, a food and travel blogger with looks, figure, and wealth, was one of the influencers he followed. He'd even sent her a few gifts from a side account. After the heatwave, when rumors of the apocalypse started spreading, Jiang Yi, bored and stuck at home, took advantage of the chaos to hack into a few systems. That's how he got some information about Jiang Yan. Back then, it was just a private hobby. He never expected that after the apocalypse, on the way to the Blazing Flame base, he'd run into Jiang Yan in person. But at that time, Jiang Yan was fully armed, and he didn't recognize her. Although, when he heard the name Jiang Yan, he did have his suspicions. Still, at the Blazing Flame base, whether it was Jiang Yan or Jiang Yan, to him, she was just a perfect bargaining chip to exchange with Xue Miao Miao for his sister, Jiang Nana. Click asterisk, the sound of the handgun's safety being released snapped him back to reality. His pupils shrank as he stared at the barrel in shock. What else can you do? That gun was clearly real. Never mind that after joining the Yaoben base, Jiang Yan had undergone special training. Even before the apocalypse, guns were banned in China, but not abroad. For someone like Jiang Yan, getting trained and even licensed to carry a gun overseas was no big deal. Want to find out? Jiang Yan sneered, moving the gun even closer to his forehead. Jiang Yi felt an invisible pressure suffocating him. Maybe the bullet will tell you, Jiang Yan said coldly, her finger tightening on the trigger. Jiang Yan, Don't kill me. Jiang Yi stared wide-eyed at Jiang Yan's finger on the trigger. His carefully groomed, handsome face was twisted in terror. I don't want to know anymore. Really? You don't want to know anymore? Jiang Yan's finger paused, and she let out a cold laugh. No, I don't. I never want to know again. Jiang Yi, hands raised, legs trembling, sweat beading on his forehead. Jiang Yan shot him a sidelong glance. But I want to know. What do you want to know? I'll tell you everything. Jiang Yi bobbed his head like a pecking chick. Jiang Yan frowned. Should someone this spineless really stay in the team? But then again, this wasn't her team. From a certain perspective, this was Mo Jingsheng's team. After all, being put into a cryopod alongside Song Haitao and the others meant that Jiang Yi was still useful to Mo Jingsheng, or rather, to the authorities. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan took a quiet breath. Back at the Blaze base, you kept hanging around me. Why? I just felt like it was fate that we ran into each other. Besides, everyone appreciates beauty, so I thought. Jiang Yi started rambling nonsense, but halfway through, Jiang Yan shot him a sharp look. Speak plainly. I am speaking from the heart. Jiang Yi's eyes flickered, and he forced a smile. After the apocalypse began, with the heat waves, torrential rains, earthquakes, and all sorts of disasters, he drifted from place to place. Residential complexes, shelters. Old and faded, young and naive, women, even men. Anyone with supplies was no match for his good looks and sweet words. After all, to him, when it came to survival and supplies, dignity meant nothing. What made him swallow his pride, endure humiliation, and grit his teeth to survive was his only family, his younger sister, Jiang Nana, who had been abducted by Shui Miao Miao to the Blaze base. He had to survive the disasters and his own helplessness. In the end, he scraped by like a wandering gypsy, until he reached the Blaze base. He'd once thought about kidnapping Jiang Yan at the right moment to trade her for his sister. But that chance never came, especially after Song Qian and the others showed up. Later, he realized Jiang Yan was no ordinary person. Then, Jiang Nana failed to escape from Shui Miao Miao's golden den. When he learned she'd suffered and died in disgrace, Jiang Yi completely broke down. Afterwards, by a stroke of luck, he met some of the secret agents from the Yaoben base stationed at Blaze base. He felt alive again. Then he made it to Yaoben base. Because of his rare skills and expertise, he was treated like a precious panda. He knew very well that in the apocalypse, if he left the base, especially Yaoben base, which needed his skills, he'd be nothing in an instant. If no powerful base had found them, he'd be nothing. The scientists, too, would be nothing. Jiang Yan didn't want to waste more words on him. She thought for a moment, then said 3 words, Jiang Nana. At that, the smile froze on Jiang Yi's face. The innocence and sincerity he'd tried to show in his eyes faded, replaced by a dull redness. You know everything. He clenched his fists, then honestly explained everything to Jiang Yan. As Jiang Yan listened, her frown deepened. She was increasingly convinced that Jiang Yi showed signs of split personality. And it wasn't just him. Many people after the apocalypse, especially those whose lives had been turned upside down and couldn't reconcile with it, developed some form of psychological illness. Some would carry those shadows for life. Jiang Yan, I want to apologize for my shameful plans in the past. Jiang Yi looked remorseful. Later, I realized that if I really had traded you for my sister, and she found out her life and freedom came at the cost of another innocent girl being handed to that demon Shui Miao Miao, she'd hate me forever. But if I could turn back time, I'd rather she hated me forever. Jiang Yi lowered his head, murmuring. Click. Asterisk, the faint sound of the trigger being pulled rang out, but the expected bullet didn't fire. The gun's magazine was empty. Before the bullet was even fired, Jiang Yi was already drenched in cold sweat from fear. Jiang Yan feigned disappointment as she glanced at the pistol, then pulled a few loose bullets from her pocket and loaded them one by one. Remember what you said today. Next time, you might not be so lucky. Whether there were bullets in the gun or not, you could tell just by its weight, she wasn't clueless. That fake shot just now was meant to teach him a lesson. And now, loading the bullets right in front of him was part of that lesson too. I swear, Jiang Yi said, staring at her, his eyes full of terror. Any strange feelings he'd once had for her vanished completely in that moment. Jiang Yan, are you okay? Yiqing walked over. I'm fine. Jiang Yan shot him a glance. Actually, I was just looking for you. All right. Yiqing nodded, shooting a wary look at Jiang Yi before following Jiang Yan to a quiet corner nearby. You're leaving tomorrow? Yiqing was a bit surprised when he heard she was heading to Yunding Tower. Jiang Yan, don't you think Dr. Song's method for confirming the coordinates is a bit unreasonable? If the area was smaller, it wouldn't matter, or if it wasn't surrounded by endless snowfields and extreme cold, it wouldn't matter either. But sending a girl out alone, risking her life just to confirm a single coordinate, sounded utterly absurd. Even though Jiang Yan was exceptionally capable, not like ordinary people, the world outside was full of unknowns and dangers. Didn't she realize that? Jiang Yan replied, it is a bit unreasonable. But I still want to check it out. Then I'll go with you, Yiqing said without hesitation. No need. I'm telling you this not because I need help, but because I want you to know. As Jiang Yan spoke, she pulled out 2 keys from her pocket. Also, I don't want too many people to know about me going there. Tell Song Qian and the others later. Yiqing didn't take the keys. What are these for? When I was sweeping the upstairs rooms this afternoon, I found a small supply closet. There were only a few cans inside. I put some supplies in there. After I leave, you can go and get them. With that, Jiang Yan shoved the keys into his hand. Inside that room, besides canned food and compressed rations, there were also smokeless charcoal, some quilts, and even some women's products, meant for Lin Xiaoyue and Mo Shiyao. There were also some medical supplies. Most of it was stuff she'd stocked up on before the apocalypse, all high quality. Finding supplies like this in Area AS wouldn't arouse suspicion. Some of these people were old friends she trusted with her life. Others had gotten involved just to save her. As for Song Haitao and his group, they were pillars of the nation. The stash she'd hoarded was finally coming in handy. As for Jiang Yi, she'd reserved judgment for now. Yiqing was silent for a moment. I want to go to Yunding Tower too. He gripped the cold keys in his hand, worry filling his heart. Jiang Yan, I'm free. I'm not like Tao Ji and the others, I have no reason to stay behind. Jiang Yan glanced at him. I'm free too. And I like my freedom. In other words, she didn't like people tagging along. Yiqing's throat tightened, a trace of disappointment flickering in his eyes. I'm afraid it'll be like back in Xiangqing. Back then, during the earthquake, he'd thought Jiang Yan was buried under the collapsed mall. That feeling of despair was something he never wanted to experience again in his life. Yiqing, you still have growing to do. With that, Jiang Yan turned and walked away without looking back. The crowd, who had been excitedly blocking the doorway, finally couldn't stand the cold any longer and went back inside. Someone started cooking, and soon the house was once again filled with thick smoke and steam. Before long, the aroma of food spread through the air. Jiang Yan took a small sip of rabbit congee, then got up and returned to her room. The rest of the group began playing rock, paper, scissors to decide who would get the right to gnaw on the rabbit's head, complete with its 2 big front teeth. Jiang Yan, try the roast goose I made. Seeing that Jiang Yan didn't have much of an appetite, Su Dai brought over a piece of crispy, golden-brown roasted goose wingtip. The mutated goose was enormous. Even though it was just the wingtip, it was much bigger than a whole goose wing from before the apocalypse. The bones had all been removed and put in the pot to make soup, so the goose wingtip in Su Dai's hand was boneless. Jiang Yan reached out to take it. Thank you. She had never really liked eating rabbit, even before the apocalypse. As for snakes and snake meat, she was even more wary. She could eat them if she had to, but with her space full of delicious food, she'd never really had to lower her standards. I'm a bit tired today, I'll go rest first. If you need anything, just call me on the walkie-talkie. Jiang Yan finished eating and was about to get up when Su Dai grabbed her. Jiang Yan, are you okay? Su Dai glanced at her. If it's that time of the month, wear more layers. I have a down vest in my backpack, I'll get it for you. No need, I'm just tired. Jiang Yan smiled. If I need anything, I'll let you know. Su Dai nodded. All right. Watching Jiang Yan's departing figure, Su Dai suddenly realized that when it came to supplies, Jiang Yan had way more than she did. But her concern and words just now had been instinctive. She withdrew her gaze and happened to see Qing tending the fire, adding more wood. Xiaoyue, what's wrong? After the blizzard stopped today, everyone had been in high spirits, chattering away like a flock of ducks. But Yiqing was noticeably quieter than usual. Nothing. Yiqing hid the disappointment in his eyes and forced a smile. Jiang Yan returned to her small room, locked the door, and entered her space with Hua Bao. She took out a pile of gold bars from the storage area for Hua Bao to continue feasting on, then walked over to the black Tai Sui by the spiritual spring. She hadn't checked on it in a while, but it seemed to have grown. Its scent was even richer now. After observing it for a while, she opened the lid. With a thought, a pair of nitrile gloves and a sharp knife appeared in her hands. She put on the gloves and, with a swift motion, cut off a piece of Tai Sui about the size of half her palm. With another thought, she produced a temperature-controlled, sealed petri dish and placed the piece inside. Looking again, she saw that in just a few seconds, the cut on the Tai Sui had already healed completely. If she remembered correctly, Tai Sui had powerful regenerative and reproductive abilities. It could even divide infinitely. In other words, no matter how you cut it, each piece could survive and exist independently. Jiang Yan sealed the piece of Tai Sui, closed the lid, and got up to head toward the apple pod. Above the creek, the space upgrade progress bar began to move again. Jiang Yan knew it was because Hua Bao had started devouring gold. She felt she'd been too tense lately, and tonight was a good time to finally relax. After washing up, she enjoyed a red wine bath. Something she hadn't done in ages, then had a simple midnight snack of barbecue and seafood congee before going to bed early. She didn't let Hua Bao out that night. But Hua Bao didn't rest either. Instead of chasing chickens, geese, or fishing, it obediently stayed in its little room, crazily devouring gold all night. It knew that the sooner it finished eating the gold, the sooner the space would level up. And then it would be more capable of protecting Mom. That night, Jiang Yan slept exceptionally well. After changing clothes and gearing up, she brought Hua Bao out of the space with a thought. The temperature difference between outside and the space seemed even greater now, and she shivered instinctively. When she opened the door, she saw Yiqing sitting on the ground at the entrance, hugging his gun as he kept watch. His head was drooping, nodding off. He must have just fallen asleep. Jiang Yan crouched down, took the piece of black Tai Sui from her pocket, and placed it in his palm. After that, she got up and walked outside. Once her figure had gone some distance, Yiqing opened his eyes. As the most advanced evolver, Yiqing had been alert from the moment Jiang Yan took her first step inside the house. Looking at the black Tai Sui in his hand, Yiqing was puzzled. But as soon as he opened the petri dish and caught a whiff of its unique, fresh fragrance, he instantly understood. The outer room was filled with the sound of snoring. Jiang Yan glanced at the doorway. A guard, wrapped in 2 layers of white snow wolf pelts, was fast asleep. She checked the time. It was just before 7 in the morning. The sky was just beginning to lighten, with a few scattered snowflakes drifting down. Visibility was much better than during the previous blizzard. She scanned the room, then tiptoed quietly toward the door. The guard woke instantly, springing up with his gun at the ready. Jiang Yan was nearly startled out of her skin. It seemed that the soldiers at the Yaoben base had vigilance and reflexes ingrained into their very muscles. Seeing her fully geared up, the young guard was about to ask something when Jiang Yan put a finger to her lips and shushed him. He immediately swallowed his words and, gesturing with his hands, mouthed, "You're heading out?" Jiang Yan nodded. The guard was surprised for a second, but didn't ask further. He quickly stepped aside to let her pass. Earlier, the blizzard had been so fierce that, besides Yiqing building an ice wall at the entrance to block the wind and snow, everyone had hung a curtain made of snow wolf pelts over the doorway. Now, as Jiang Yan left, there was barely a sound. Stepping outside, Dressed in a thermal suit and snow boots, her body further enhanced by her spatial abilities, Jiang Yan was immediately struck by the biting cold. "Be careful," the young guard whispered. On either side of the entrance, the snake meat they'd left outside to chill was now mostly buried under snow. At a glance, it looked like a row of red blood-soaked steaks, rather unsettling. Jiang Yan replied, pulling on her snow goggles and trudging off into the distance. Since the apocalypse, compasses had become unreliable, so she'd given up on using one to navigate. She took out her military binoculars. All she could see in every direction was endless white, no sign of any tall buildings. Jiang Yan frowned. Although the map showed that the Yunding building had landed on one side of the AS district, she couldn't be sure she was heading in the right direction. So, she decided to treat her current location as the center and make a circuit with a radius of about 2 kilometers. If nothing unexpected happened and visibility stayed like this, half a day should be enough. However, Song Haitao had warned her before. Before the apocalypse, Dongshan could have completely different weather just a street apart, one side pouring rain, the other sunny. She worried it might be the same now. The blizzard had stopped here, but it could still be raging not far away. After all, while the disasters were controlled by the simulator, they still varied according to local climate and environment. Still, Jiang Yan believed her luck wouldn't be that bad. With that thought, she'd already walked for 7 or 8 minutes. After checking to make sure there were no living creatures nearby, she summoned an ethanol-powered snowmobile from her spatial storage. She started the engine and waited for it to warm up before hopping on. Hua Bao, who had been curled up on her shoulder, instantly stretched out its 12 vines, spreading them evenly. Jiang Yan mounted the snowmobile and gradually picked up speed. As snow sprayed up behind her, the AS district vanished beneath a blanket of white. "Mama, there's black mist ahead." About 2 kilometers out, Hua Bao, probing the surroundings with its vines, suddenly warned her. "And it feels like the wind is picking up. We must be at the edge of the storm." Jiang Yan was startled. "Black mist?" As soon as she spoke, she saw that the once white landscape ahead was now shrouded in what looked like thick black smoke. She quickly slowed down and pulled out her binoculars. "Mama, it looks like a black blizzard." Huab quickly searched its database and came to a conclusion. Black blizzard. Jiang Yan frowned and immediately decided to turn the snowmobile in the opposite direction. Before the apocalypse, black blizzards were caused by black particulate dust, like coal ash, mixed in with the snow. But with this extreme cold, where could such dust come from? Jiang Yan suddenly remembered the dense black fog she'd encountered before going to Xiongqing. That fog had seemed as if someone had dumped it from the sky. Was it the same now? Before she could think further, Hua Bao gave another warning. "Mama, there are rocks falling from the sky up ahead." "Rocks?" Jiang Yan quickly pulled out a pair of binoculars from her space and looked ahead. Her pupils shrank sharply. "It's a meteorite." The meteor shower Zhang Lulu had mentioned had arrived early. No wonder the blizzard had suddenly stopped earlier. Rumble. A meteorite, about the size of a basketball court and blazing like a fireball, plummeted from the sky. The deafening roar and the crackling sound of ice shattering echoed from afar. "We can't go that way." "What about behind us?" Jiang Yan glanced back at the black blizzard behind her, her frown deepening. The black blizzard was closing in from behind, while the meteor shower was getting closer from the other side. Judging by the sounds, even the area covered by the black blizzard was filled with the noise of ice breaking. "Mom, watch out." Huab whipped out a vine, knocking away a massive rock falling from the sky. "Mom, these rocks are actually hot." Huaba shouted, weaving several vines above Jiang Yan's head to quickly form a transparent shield. Jiang Yan hesitated for a second, torn between entering her space or staying outside, but ultimately chose the latter. Crack, crack, the sound of the ice splitting grew closer. Before Jiang Yan could react, the snow beneath her feet suddenly gave way, and she, along with her vehicle, plunged downward. Huaba shot out a vine, wrapping it around Jiang Yan. In that instant, Jiang Yan willed her snowmobile into her space. The fissure widened, and chunks of rock and a flurry of snow tumbled down into the chasm. Gradually, fewer snowflakes fell from the edges, but rocks still clattered down relentlessly. Jiang Yen switched her snow goggles to night vision mode and glanced downward. Huabao, let's head down. Huabao was confused. Down. Yes, there are city buildings below. Let's hide from the meteor shower down there first. They should be in the city center now. Beneath them, besides the streets, there were rows of tall buildings. Previously, everything had been submerged and frozen under a thick layer of ice. Now, with the ice above split open nearly 10 meters wide, the buildings below were clearly visible. The water inside the buildings had long since frozen into solid blocks, though some areas were hollow, like honeycombs. Jiang Yen spotted a small section that had been cracked open. It wasn't large, but it was enough for her to fit. As long as there wasn't an earthquake, it would be much safer down there than staying on the surface. Huabo could shield her from some of the falling rocks, but only for a while. Okay, Mom. Huabo retracted most of its vines, leaving two above to block any falling stones. These meteorites contained metal. They didn't look huge, but they were heavy. If one hit you, you'd be lucky to get away with a concussion. At worst, you'd be crushed on the spot. Fortunately, with Huabao's protection, Jiang Yen only heard the impacts but wasn't hurt. It was about 50 meters from where they were to the top of the building. Huabao wrapped a vine around Jiang Yen, while the rest of its vines and leaves transformed into sharp metallic points, darting through the fissure like a spider. In just a few seconds, the pair reached the area Jiang Yen had spotted. Rocks were still falling. Huabao wove a transparent net of vines around Jiang Yen, shielding her on all sides. Jiang Yen pulled a small folding stool from her space and sat down, then took out a cup of hot chocolate and gulped down several mouthfuls. Mom, this meteor shower isn't going to last forever, is it? Huabao asked, swatting away the falling rocks. It shouldn't, Jiang Yen replied, clutching her hot cocoa, her brow furrowed. If she remembered correctly, almost all meteorites came from the asteroid belt in space. The so-called asteroid belt is a region between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter, where countless small celestial bodies gather. When asteroids collide and alter their orbits, or when collisions produce fragments, some of them leave their original paths and head toward Blue Star, landing on its surface as meteorites. For so many meteorites to fall at once, could this also be the work of that disaster simulator? Jiang Yen had no way of knowing. If it was, then an organization with such scientific power would be like a dimensional strike against ordinary humans. ZZZZT. Jiang Yen finished the last sip of her hot cocoa. Her walkie-talkie crackled to life, and Yiqing's voice came through in broken bursts. Jiang Yen, we're under meteorite attack over here. What's your situation? Are you okay? She had given everyone military-grade walkie-talkies. Under normal circumstances, they could communicate within a radius of over 10 kilometers. But now, the meteorite impacts must have disrupted the signal, making it cut in and out. I'm fine. Jiang Yen had just replied when the signal light went out. A moment later, the light flickered back on. Jiang Yen, where are you? I'll come find you. Yiqing's anxious voice came through, along with the voices of Song Qian and Su Dai. Jiang Yen, are you all right? There was a series of metallic bangs from the other end of the walkie-talkie. I'm perfectly safe. Jiang Yen stood up and looked up overhead. The light above her was beginning to dim. Among the falling stones, flecks of black snow had started to appear. She knew the black storm had reached her area. I'm safe right now, don't worry about me. You all need to get inside. The black blizzard is heading your way, she quickly warned them. It sounded like the meteorites were landing in their area a bit later than in hers. The black blizzard was most likely moving toward the AS sector. The AS sector was built with special materials, able to withstand a magnitude 10 earthquake. These meteorites would probably only deform the metal building. As long as everyone stayed inside, that place would be the safest shelter. Black blizzard. Yiqing had barely finished speaking when bang! A deafening crash sounded overhead. A massive meteorite had struck the AS sector. The ground shook violently, and an invisible shockwave blasted toward everyone from all directions. Inside the building, everyone felt a tingling numbness in their feet and a sudden rush of dizziness. Crack! The ice wall Yiqing had built at the door split open, and the snow outside seemed to surge upward by a large chunk. "Everyone, get inside," Song Qian shouted. "Find cover and hold on." Song Haitao glanced at the snowflakes kicked up by falling meteorites and felt a surge of dread. He caught sight of Yiqing grabbing his hat and rushing for the door. "Xiaoyue, where are you going?" "To get the snake." "I'll be right back." "I'll help." Sun Jingtao and Zhao Yugong hurried after him. "Those rocks don't have eyes. Get back here first." Song Haitao was sweating with anxiety. The meteorites won't fall forever. Wait till it stops before going out. But Song Qian and the others acted as if they hadn't heard, already charging outside. Qin Lang and Kong Wu quickly helped Song Haitao and the others move into the building. Earlier, they hadn't dared to go inside, worried about being trapped or caught off guard. But now, with things like this, finding a room with a door was the safest option. "Bring the snow wolf pelts, line the walls with them." Emo Shiao, who had been silent, finally spoke up. The remaining soldiers hurried to drag the wolf pelts into the room. Bang! Another massive stone crashed onto the roof. Those inside felt the snow outside surge up another several dozen centimeters. To be precise, the AS sector they were in was sinking. The 2-meter-high door now had less than a meter of clearance. Su Dai and Lin Xiaoyue hadn't gone inside yet. The two stood at the door, anxiously craning their necks. "Be careful, honey." Soon, Song Qian and the others squeezed through the narrow passage, each carrying several blood-red frozen lumps. "Honey, get inside." Lin Xiaoyue and Su Dai rushed over to help. Yiqing was the last to enter. He frowned as he looked outside, his eyes full of helplessness. Sun Jingtao knew what he was worried about. "Don't worry, Jiang Yan will be all right." Bang! 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 The impacts were coming faster and faster. The metal floor began to tremble, and the gap between the door and the ice was shrinking. Crack! The sound of ice splitting came from outside. "Let's go, get inside and find cover." Song Qian grabbed Yiqing and hurried further into the building. The moment the two of them squeezed into the nearest room, a sudden, overwhelming sensation of free fall hit them. "Everyone, steady your breathing. Bend your knees. Press your back against the wall, quick." With a loud bang, Song Qian slammed the door shut and shouted. Yiqing rushed forward in a few quick strides, helping Song Haitao and the others up from the floor. "If you can, try to lift your heels off the ground." "What is this?" An elderly man with black-rimmed glasses hadn't even finished his question when a harsh metallic scraping sound rang in his ears. The house, which had been plummeting at high speed, seemed to get caught on something, slowing down for a moment. "A meteorite just hit, the glaciers cracked, and this building is probably going to drop fast," Qin Lang said, helping two other elderly scientists to his side. "Dr. Zhang, Dr. Liu, hold on to me. Keep your backs against the wall. Xiao Song, I'll just sit here." The old man with black-rimmed glasses could barely stand, let alone squat. "No, the impact from the fall will be huge. Your spine and organs could be seriously hurt." Sun Jingtao quickly went over to support him. The younger soldiers, all well-trained, each took responsibility for one or two of the older folks, helping them up and steadying them. Emo Shiao glanced at Lin Xiaoyue and Su Dai, then silently moved between them, bracing herself in a horse stance against the wall. "If you can't hold on, grab my legs." Miss Emo, Lin Xiaoyue was still a little intimidated by her, but Zhao Yugong had gone to reinforce the door, so she couldn't follow. "Thanks, but my core's pretty strong too." Su Dai smiled at Emo Shiao, then turned to Sun Jingtao. "Be careful, honey." "I will." Someone whispered, "We're not going to die here, are we?" "At least if we do, it'll be in a high-tech metal coffin." "Worth it, I guess." The dim room filled quickly with tension. No one could see what was happening outside, and nobody dared to go out. It was like being trapped in a free-falling elevator. Except, in an elevator, you could still call for help or contact building management. Now, all they could do was pray. After a couple of seconds, The nerves of the group started to fray. Is it over? Are we stable now? I don't think so. There's water under the snowfield, right? We're not going to fall into a lake, are we? Shouldn't be. The ice is thick. Even if it's thick, if we hit at this speed, we'll be crippled if not dead. Just pretend it's a roller coaster. Hey, where's Miss Jiang? Yeah, where's Jiang Yan? She left early this morning. Left? In this cold? Where'd she go? Oh man, my legs are giving out. Holding that horse stance, several people's legs were starting to tremble with fatigue. How much longer do we have to stay like this? Everyone's faces were strained. Even the young soldiers helping the elders were struggling to hold on. Song Haitao and the others looked grim. Everyone, quiet for a moment, Yuqing said. The room fell silent. Yuqing frowned, tilting his head to listen. The crack is still widening. Everyone was surprised by his hearing. If only I could be an evolver too, someone muttered, trying to change the subject. You think it's that easy? Most people just end up as failed experiments or worse. Sure. Everyone's eyes, some envious, some sympathetic, turned to Yuqing. There was barely any light in the room, but at nearly 2 meters tall, he stood out among the crowd. Yeah, not afraid of the cold, and a powerhouse in a fight, someone started, but was cut off as the house screeched again and the weightless sensation returned. This time, the drop was even faster than before. The ground shook violently as they plunged downward. Lin Xiaoyue couldn't help but scream. Everyone else was just as anxious. Bang! Creak! After a series of scraping sounds, the metal house that had been falling suddenly came to a stop. Everyone's faces were pale, sweat beading on some foreheads. This time, no one spoke. All eyes turned to Yuqing, waiting for him to say something. We're probably stable. For now, he finally said. Even so, everyone gritted their teeth and stayed in their squat, not daring to move. Zhao, help me out. I'm going to take a look. Yuqing handed the 2 exhausted elders to Zhao Yugong, who was guarding the door, and headed outside. Be careful, Xiaoyi, Song Qian, Sun Jingtao, and Su Dai all said in unison. I will. Yuqing was back in less than 2 seconds. Everyone, we're safe for now. But we're hanging by a thread. At that, everyone slumped to the floor. Hanging by a thread? Song Qian frowned. I need to see for myself. Me too. Count me in. One after another, everyone staggered to the door. When they looked outside, their pupils shrank in shock. Damn. Are we in a coffin hanging in midair? Song Qian pulled a pair of binoculars from his tactical backpack and looked down. Well, I guess we're lucky, all things considered. Agreed, Yuqing nodded. His eyesight was better than most people's. He didn't even need the binoculars to see what was happening below. The snowflakes and shards of ice falling from the impact were gradually thinning out. Looking down into the massive chasm caused by the ice fracture, about 50 meters below, they could see a wide, frozen jade-green ribbon, partially torn open, running through the gap. Their current location, Zone AS, happened to be straddling buildings on either side of this frozen band, both of which were also encased in ice. With the buildings below providing support, it was much safer than just standing on bare ice. Old song, let me take a look. Sun Jingtao reached out and took the binoculars, then passed them to Qin Lang after he was done. Is that the Nampan River down there? Qin Lang looked left, then right, quickly comparing what he saw to his memory of the pre-apocalypse Dongshan map. On both sides were shattered buildings, but directly below was a noticeably open space. At first glance, it was all ice, but it was clear that there was nothing underneath the center. That kind of emptiness usually meant either a main city road or a river running through town. Song Qian nodded. Yeah, it's the Nampan River. So where Song Haitao, whose legs were still weak, made his way to the edge with the help of Zhao Yugong and the others. His pupils shrank as he took in the view, and he quickly warned, everyone, look and then get back inside. Don't stand near the edge, it's too dangerous. If there was another collapse, anyone standing at the edge could easily fall straight out the door. Okay. Everyone shuffled a few steps back. Yuqing found a rope from somewhere and wound it around the door a few times, making a basic safety line. Is this coal dust? The light was dim, and only now did Song Haitao notice the large patches of black snowflakes falling outside. According to Jiang Yan, it's a black blizzard, Yiqing said, glancing at the walkie-talkie. Not only was the signal light out, but the power light was about to go as well. The temperature was so low that the batteries were draining fast. His heart sank. There was a hand-crank generator in the house. He needed to go get it. Why would Jiang Yan just leave without saying a word? Su Dai glanced at the falling meteors and the black blizzard outside, nearly bursting into tears. She felt a bit hurt. Given their relationship with Jiang Yan, she thought at the very least she would have said something before leaving, instead of disappearing without a word. Song Haitao and Yiqing didn't respond. Ever since Zhang Lulu died, everyone had become a bit more guarded. Sun Jingtao walked over and took her hand. She must have her reasons. If she didn't say anything, she must have her reasons for that too. Yeah, I guess you're right. Su Dai sighed, glancing outside again. If only she were here. The meteor shower was easing up, but the black blizzard had already swept in. What do we do now? The rest of the group rushed into the outer room. Looking outside, those who had just barely escaped death now found themselves plunged back into despair. I've got one bad news and one good news, Song Qian said, sweeping his gaze over the group and speaking in a low, steady voice. Bad news, we're stuck here for now. Judging by the chasm from earlier, Zone as was now about 50 or 60 meters above the ground. For the core team, climbing up wouldn't be too hard. But getting Song Haitao and the others up safely would be much more difficult. And even if they did get up, what then? Plus, there was no telling how long this black blizzard would last. Good news, we're safe for the time being. Song Qian let out a long breath as he finished. They'd found some supplies in the room earlier, and with the game Yiqing had caught before, they could last 10 days to 2 weeks without much trouble. Before the black blizzard, they'd had to be on guard constantly against enemies or mutant animals like snow wolves. Now, after surviving the meteors and with the blizzard raging outside, at least they could relax for a few days. But as for Jiang Yan's current situation, no one knew. Thinking of this, Song Qian's just relaxed brow furrowed again. Song Haitao glanced around the room and started giving orders. Everyone, with the buildings underneath for support, we shouldn't drop any further unless something unusual happens. Let's tidy up and check if anyone's hurt. Even though we're trapped here, like Xiaosong said, it's both bad news and good news. We can use this time while the black blizzard rages to rest and recover. Maybe when the blizzard passes, we'll have a new opportunity. Song Haitao resisted the urge to tell everyone that Jiang Yan had gone out to confirm their coordinates. He was worried about Jiang Yan's safety, but he trusted her even more. After all, when they'd tested Jiang Yan's physical abilities at the underground airbase, he'd already realized she was special. Not to mention, Mo Jingsheng had told him that he should act as the leader in public, while Jiang Yan would secretly be in charge of collecting the nation's most important assets. So in his eyes, Jiang Yan was even more extraordinary than Yiqing, the evolved human. The others listened to Song Haitao's words, half convinced, half doubtful. But at this point, resting was their only real option. Song Qian agreed with Song Haitao's assessment. He glanced at Yiqing and lowered his voice. Did Jiang Yan say where she was when you got a signal just now? No, Yiqing replied, then shot a look at him and Sun Jingtao. Haitao Song, why don't you come with me? Song Qian and Sun Jingtao followed behind Yiqing to the small cabin where Jiang Yan had previously given him the key. Yiqing unlocked the door. Seeing the neatly stacked supplies inside, Song Qian and Sun Jingtao were both surprised and delighted. This. Xiaoyue, where did you find all this? I remember we already checked this place thoroughly. Jiang Yan left these here especially for us, Yiqing replied, striding inside. Song Qian and Sun Jingtao exchanged a glance, a warm feeling welling up inside them. Besides canned food, compressed rations, and smokeless charcoal, there was also a large box in the room. Song Qian opened it, only to find several bags of salt, a few outdoor fire starters, a barrel of kerosene, and several kerosene stoves. All the supplies were perfectly intact. Judging by the product labels, most of it was imported. What's this? Sun Jingtao spotted an unopened rectangular box in the corner and picked it up. It was a bit heavy. Xiaoyue, lend me your flashlight. Sure. Yiqing handed it over. Oh wow, I'm seriously in love with Jiang Yan. Sun Jingtao exclaimed in delight as he looked at the ice auger in his hands. With this, we can do so much. At the very least, they could carve some steps into the glacier crevasses, making it easier for Song Haitao and the others to climb up later. Of course, the ice auger's uses weren't limited to just that. Song Qian shot him a glance, then looked at Yiqing and said seriously, "Old son, don't forget you're a married man." Ahem. Sun Jingtao caught himself and gave an embarrassed smile. Got too excited, slip of the tongue. What I meant was, all of us should be in love with Jiang Yan. Yiqing said nothing, but unconsciously touched the pocket on his chest. Inside was the special black tie sui that Jiang Yan had left just for him. Still no contact with Jiang Yan. Song Qian glanced at his walkie-talkie, then at Yiqing. No. If we still can't reach her after a while, I'm thinking of going to look for her, Yiqing said with a frown, bending down to take a hand-crank charger from the box. How are you going to look for her in a blizzard like this? Sun Jingtao quickly interrupted. Besides, what if Jiang Yan comes back and you're gone? He was worried about Jiang Yan too. Still, he had a feeling that Jiang Yan had some special means of protecting herself. As for what exactly, he didn't feel it was his place to ask. It's fine, I have my own plans, Yiqing replied, then looked at the other two. Let's move these supplies downstairs first. Song Qian nodded. All right, let's move them next door and keep everything managed together. There wasn't a single light on in the whole house. Although they had flashlights and hand-crank generators, those would run down too, so they had to conserve as much as possible. But we can't say these supplies are from Jiang Yan, Yiqing reminded them. Of course, Sun Jingtao agreed, hoisting 2 boxes of smokeless charcoal and heading out first. Outside, under Song Haidao's direction, everyone quickly restored the scene to its original state. The 2 original campfires had long since been extinguished by the earlier subsidence and impacts. Some supplies and food had been scattered everywhere. Now, most of it had been cleaned up. Dr. Song, we found some more supplies upstairs, Song Qian said, coming over and handing over a box of smokeless charcoal and a box of food. The light inside wasn't great, but as soon as everyone saw the food packaging, their eyes went wide. Is that canned luncheon meat? And canned peaches? Is this oatmeal? Wow, it's all imported. The base leaders really eat well. Amid the exclamations, everyone couldn't help but swallow hungrily. Captain Song, can we have a little taste today? Someone asked. Yes, Song Qian nodded, his expression softening a bit. We all had a close call today. Let's have a little extra for dinner. Yeah. The heavy mood that had hung over everyone instantly vanished. I'll take care of the fire. Kong Wu volunteered. I'll help, the others chimed in. Captain Song, you're our hero, a few of the soldiers said happily. Song Qian smiled, his gaze unconsciously drifting toward the door. He wondered how Jiang Yan was doing. As he was thinking this, he saw Yiqing come out carrying a coil of climbing rope. Seeing Yiqing deftly tie the rope to the door frame, Song Qian was taken aback. Xiaoyue, where are you going? Yiqing reached out and tugged on the rope to test its strength. I'm going to check both above and below. Above and below? Song Qian glanced at the pitch-black world outside, a bit confused. Don't tell me you're thinking of seeing if any animals fell or got injured? Yiqing nodded. Yeah, that's the plan. These days, mutated animals were all huge. Finding just one would be enough to feed a group for a day or two. Even if he didn't find anything, scouting out the terrain was still better than sitting around indoors. As for going up, that was mainly to see if the walkie-talkie signal might improve. Just be careful. Let us know when you land safely, Song Qian said, handing him a helmet he'd grabbed from the side. The meteor shower may have stopped, but you still need to watch out for falling debris. Got it. With that, Yiqing put on his snow goggles and mask, grabbed the climbing rope with one hand, and nimbly slid down. Whoa! The rest of the group gasped in amazement. That's insane. Song Qian was secretly impressed too. After all, The other end of the rope wasn't anchored to anything, it was just dangling in midair. Descending at that speed was a real test of balance and grip strength. There was a soft thud from below. Songji, it's safe down here, Yi Qing's voice floated up. All right. Song Qian turned to Qin Lang. You stay here and keep watch. If Yi Qing needs anything, let us know right away. Okay. Qin Lang came over, pulled out his binoculars, and peered down. Through the hazy black mist, Yi Qing started walking farther away. Seriously impressive. Is this what an evolved human is really capable of? One of the soldiers marveled. Getting down is hard enough. Getting back up will be even tougher. I heard they all have to go through hellish training after leaving the lab, another soldier chimed in. I also heard their genes are modified, so their lifespans are short. Supposedly, they don't live past 30. Guess you can't have it all. Song Qian shot the soldiers a stern look. You all have too much free time? They immediately fell silent. No, Captain Song, not at all. Song Haidao stepped forward and looked at Song Qian. Xiao Song, who knows when this black blizzard will end? Now that we're relatively safe and the AS sector's been mostly explored, why don't we start some internal training tomorrow? Idle hands lead to idle thoughts. Even aside from the health benefits, keeping everyone busy would be good for morale. Training? The soldiers who'd been chatting looked surprised. Song Qian nodded. We have to stay prepared and keep drilling. Doctor, I agree with your suggestion. He swept his gaze over the group. And it doesn't have to be just combat training. Now that we're a team, our training shouldn't be limited to just sparring. We can also have Dr. Song and the others share their knowledge, and maybe Dr. Lin can teach us some first aid. Exactly. Song Haidao's face broke into a kindly smile. That's just what I was thinking. I suggest we set a fixed training schedule every day, and everyone can participate by sharing what they're good at. Su Dai raised her hand excitedly. Dr. Song, I used to be a fitness coach. Can I teach everyone some basic core exercises? Absolutely. Song Haito nodded. A soldier raised his hand. Dr. Song, Captain Song, and the others are the experts in boxing and marksmanship, so I won't embarrass myself there. But when I was bored at the base, I read a novel so many times I can recite it from memory. Can I share the story with everyone? Song Haida chuckled. Of course. Hearing this, everyone's enthusiasm for sharing was instantly ignited. They all started thinking about what they could contribute. Qin Lang strode over. Songji, Yi Qing says he needs the ice drill sent down. I'll get it. Sun Jingtao, who'd just come back inside, turned around without even asking. What does he need the ice drill for? Song Qian glanced at him. Yi Qing's cheerful voice came through. He says there's running water under the ice down here. Who knows, maybe we can do some ice fishing. Ice fishing? Ever since Jiang Yan scolded him, Jiang Yi had been sulking in silence among the crowd. Now, he suddenly jumped to his feet in excitement. He hurried to the doorway, carefully holding onto the metal door frame as he peeked outside. Then he turned to Song Qian and said, Captain Song, ice fishing is what I do best. Why don't I go down and help Yi Qing? Song Qian glanced at him and chuckled. It's minus 80 or 90 degrees out there. Are you sure you can wait outside long enough for a fish to bite? Jiang Yi choked on his words, then gave an awkward laugh. Yeah, probably not. But I can make some bait for Yi Qing with the materials we have. A sudden idea flashed through his mind. Song Qian nodded. That works. Old Song, the ice drill's here. Sun Jingtao walked over, carrying the drill. Soon, the ice drill and the bait Jiang Yi had quickly put together were tied to a rope and sent down. All right. Our training starts in 10 minutes, Song Qian announced, sweeping his gaze over the group. Everyone, who had been standing or sitting around, snapped back to attention. Qin Lang didn't join the training. As usual, he stood at the door with binoculars, keeping watch for Yi Qing from a distance. An hour passed, and the sky grew even darker. Comrades, we've actually got a fish. Everyone, who had been quietly practicing military boxing, immediately stopped and crowded around. With some effort, Qin Lang hauled up the rope. What emerged was a strange-looking fish with fangs and an enormous head. The fish was over a meter long, its body encased in thick ice, mouth still gaping open. Wow, what kind of fish is that? Is it some kind of demon fish? It looks like a sea fish. An elderly scientist adjusted his glasses and leaned in for a closer look. After a moment, he exclaimed, "Normally, this species is only palm-sized. This mutation is incredible." "That's normal," Su Dai said indifferently. "When the torrential rains first hit, the fish we caught were already huge. Back then, the fish were already big, let alone now, after so long in the apocalypse. Doesn't anyone find it strange? These animals have mutated and grown so large their appetites must be enormous. So, what do they eat? Yeah, with the food chain so broken, a lot of species are missing. It's not like they can store supplies like humans. But those teeth look a lot like a piranha's." A soldier's words trailed off, his face suddenly turning pale. The room fell silent. After the apocalypse, the one thing there's never a shortage of is corpses. Animal, human, fresh, rotten. Even at the blazing flame base, people had eaten and traded two-legged sheep, let alone these animals. So the rabbits and Lin Xiaoyue seemed to realize something, clapped a hand over her mouth, and gagged. A scientist spoke up, "Let's not overthink it. In ancient times, before fire was invented, people ate raw meat and survived. In fact, in certain desperate times, even cannibalism wasn't unheard of. Even so, everyone felt a bit uneasy inside." Unnoticed, night had fallen. Yiqing sent up 2 more fish. Later, Qinlang noticed that he'd left the ravine and, using his ice axe, had forced his way up to the surface along a crack in the glacier. By the time the sky was completely dark, he was back. Su Dai and Sun Jingtao rushed over immediately. "Xiaoyue, did your radio reach Jiangyan?" Emo Shiao also came over. "Is there any signal up there?" "No." Yiqing brushed the ice off his shoulder and turned to Song Qian. "Brother Song, I'm going to look for Jiangyan." "I'll go with you," Sun Jingtao said at once. Earlier, they hadn't been too worried, thinking Jiangyan would probably be back by afternoon. But now, an entire day had passed with no word from her, and everyone was getting anxious. Song Haidao's face was grave, even tinged with regret. "No need. It's freezing out there. How far do you think you'll get?" Yiqing said bluntly, then looked at Song Qian. Song Qian frowned deeply, saying nothing. Sun Jingtao and Su Dai exchanged a glance. "If you go out alone, what if you get lost?" Even during the day, those black blizzards could wipe out all visibility. Finding someone would be nearly impossible. She couldn't have gotten far after the meteorites and black blizzard hit this afternoon. "I'm guessing she's only 2 or 3 kilometers away. If we tie all these ropes together, that's enough for 2 or 3 kilometers. Yiqing continued, "I'll tie the rope around my waist. Once I find her, we'll just follow the rope back." "That's a good plan," but Sun Jingtao thought hard, wondering if there was a better way. Su Dai was anxious too. "Take more food with you, just in case," she trailed off, not wanting to jinx it. "Here, take this. Make sure you bring Jiangyan back safe and sound." Emo Shiao handed him the pistol she'd gotten from Jiangyan. "Or maybe go tomorrow morning. At least you'll have better visibility." "She's right, Xiaoyue. Maybe wait until morning," Song Haidao urged. "No, I'm going now. I should have gone at noon." Yiqing turned to head for the supply room, but Song Qian stopped him. "Xiaoyue, wait." He walked over quickly, looked at Yiqing, hesitated for a few seconds, then said, "We need you here. Especially Dr. Song and the others." "Brother Song, I've always been free." Yiqing clenched his fist at his side. "And just now, when I said I was going to look for Jiangyan, I wasn't asking for permission. I was informing you." His demeanor turned colder. At nearly 2 meters tall, he now seemed to overshadow the 6-foot-tall Song Qian. Song Qian frowned. "Jiangyan and Dr. Song are the most valuable assets to me and the base, my left and right hands. We can't lose either of them." But he took a deep breath. "Right now, Dr. Song and the others need our protection more. As for Jiangyan, she's strong. I believe she'll be all right." "Brother Song, no matter how strong someone is, it doesn't mean they don't need care and protection from others." With that, Yiqing walked away without looking back. Yiqing left the AS zone alone in the midst of a black blizzard to find her, but Jiang Yan had no idea. As night fell, Jiang Yan left Huabao outside to keep watch, gave it a pile of gold bars, and then entered her space alone. After dinner, just as she was looking for something to do to pass the time, Jiang Yan suddenly realized she'd forgotten to leave more guns and ammunition for Song Qian and the others. With a thought, she took out the ammo she'd packed up from the AS Zone's armory, then carefully began dismantling the metal security mesh fixed around the magazines and guns with an ion cutter. 3 hours later, the metal mesh encasing the magazines and guns was finally removed. Looking at the pile of valuable weapons and ammo, Jiang Yan felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. This must be the joy of zero-cost shopping. She recalled the weapons Song Qian's group usually used, set aside some simple, powerful ones for them, and put the rest back into her storage area. Glancing at the time, it was nearly midnight. Huabao, is everything normal outside? She asked, communicating with Huabao, who was keeping watch outside her space. Huabao munched on a gold bar, its beady eyes darting around. The blizzard seems to have eased a bit. Don't worry, Mom. With me here, you can rest easy. There wasn't a single living thing in sight, it was safer than safe. Even so, Huabao kept one vine wrapped around the gold, while the other 11 stretched out in all directions like octopus tentacles. If anything moved nearby, it would know instantly. Good, thank you, Huabao. With Huabao on guard, Jiang Yan felt truly at ease. She yawned several times, covered her mouth, and strolled back to her room. She slept soundly all night. The next morning, Jiang Yan was woken by the crowing of roosters. Yes, among the chicks she'd hatched in the incubator, several turned out to be roosters. It was always daytime in her space, but the chickens, ducks, and geese seemed to have their own biological clocks. During the night hours, they'd obediently return to the shipping containers or hide under fruit trees, staying quiet. Only during the day would they run wild, causing chaos. The living area in her space had automatic waste and garbage purification, and the chickens, ducks, and geese seemed to know their boundaries. They never wandered into the apple pods. So aside from occasionally collecting eggs, Jiang Yan was too lazy to manage them. She simply let them roam free, just like the reindeer. The second day, the black blizzard continued, so Jiang Yan stayed in her space to rest and recover. She figured this kind of black blizzard wouldn't last too long. Sure enough, by the morning of the 4th day, the black blizzard had stopped. After breakfast, she geared up and left her space. The sky was still drifting with fine black snowflakes, but it was noticeably brighter. The place she'd chosen to rest was like a natural porch formed by a crack in the ground. Outside, black snow had piled up nearly 4 or 5 meters high. If it weren't for Huabao, the exit of her space would probably have been buried under thick black snow. As usual, Huabao wrapped her up, and with its 12 vines moving as nimbly as a spider's legs, it quickly carried her out of the ravine. Once on the surface, Jiang Yan looked around, her brow furrowing. What was once a vast white snowfield was now eerily desolate and dark. The ground was covered in black snow, and beneath the scattered black meteorites were countless fissures torn open by gravitational impacts. Some cracks were small, others large. One misstep, and you could lose your life. Some of the biggest ravines looked like they were covered in snow and ice, but it was all powder snow, not yet compacted. One wrong move and you'd fall into a chasm lined with razor-sharp ice. Snowmobiles were out of the question. Even walking required extreme caution. Jiang Yan thought for a moment and declined Huabao's suggestion to weave a path for her with its vines. She took out her binoculars and scanned the surroundings, then pulled a trekking pole from her space and carefully probed her way forward in the direction she'd chosen. She hadn't gone far when a building covered in icicles appeared in the distance. Atop the building, half frozen in ice, was a barely visible sign, YD Yunding Tower. Jiang Yan was stunned for a moment. According to the information she'd found on the computer, this landmark building in Dongshan had 68 floors before the apocalypse. There was a helipad on the roof. From the 68th floor to the helipad, there were 3 more mezzanine levels, each about 6 meters high. Now, only about 10 floors were visible above the snow, which meant that in this area, at least 50 floors were buried under ice and snow. That's 300 meters. She'd also seen plenty of meteorites along the way. But within 10 meters of the building, there was nothing at all. When something is strange, there must be trouble. Jiang Yan's brow furrowed. Mom, Dr. Song was right after all. Hua Bao didn't notice this detail, instead sounding excited. And then Jiang Yan nodded, instinctively raising her binoculars to look at the building. Hua Bao wiggled its spines and licked its fangs with its red tongue. So, Mom, should we head back now? Jiang Yan had just started to reply when her pupils contracted. She quickly dodged behind a giant meteorite nearby. Something's up. Don't go yet. What's wrong, Mom? Hua Bao, who was lying on Jiang Yan's shoulder, suddenly shot out a vine toward the direction of the Yunding building. After looking for a while, it didn't notice anything unusual. It retracted its vine and scratched its head in confusion. Mom, I didn't see anyone or anything strange. It's nothing. Maybe I was just seeing things. Jiang Yan took a deep breath to calm herself, then picked up her binoculars and looked toward the Yunding building again. Mom, are you talking about those wooden boards nailed to the windows? Hua Bao finally noticed something. Jiang Yan gripped the binoculars tightly and scanned the entire building from top to bottom, her frown deepening. Yes. The entire above-ground part of the building had its curtain wall glass completely covered with nailed-on wooden boards. At first glance, it looked extremely odd. Jiang Yan had seen buildings reinforced with wooden boards like this on TV before. Usually, in coastal cities, especially buildings near the sea, when a typhoon was approaching, people would board up the windows facing the ocean with wooden planks. The main purpose was to prevent strong winds and waves from shattering the glass. After the apocalypse, when the torrential rains came and floods happened from time to time, some well-off families in Anming had also reinforced their windows with boards. But in this extreme cold, wooden planks were also a precious and scarce source of fuel for heating. So much time had passed since the apocalypse, yet not a single board was missing from this building. That was suspicious. If she remembered correctly, every time the Yao Ben base's scavenging teams went out, they didn't just hunt mutant animals and look for stored energy sources. A lot of the time, they also searched for survivors and any usable supplies like this. Also, if there were people inside, had they already noticed her? After all, she'd just been walking alone in the snow, which was pretty conspicuous. Sensing her thoughts, Hua Bao said, Mom, should I go take a look? Now that it had leveled up, it could go farther from Jiang Yan. Of course, it still couldn't reach the Yunding building itself, but it could get close to the edge. All right. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and watched as the transparent Hua Bao darted off. Soon, Hua Bao returned. Mom, I didn't sense any people, but I smelled gold. A really strong scent. Gold? Jiang Yan quickly recalled the map and layout of the Yunding building. The upper floors were office spaces, and the first floor had some retail shops. There were indeed two small, not very well-known village banks. The banks weren't large, but it was possible there was a vault or something similar. However, at least 50 floors of the building were buried under snow and ice. Since Hua Bao could smell it, it was likely that the gold was in an area exposed above the snow. Mom, should we go check it out? Hua Bao licked its lips greedily. Not yet. Let's wait a bit longer, maybe after dark. Jiang Yan said, then entered her space right where she was. You stay outside and keep watch. If anything happens, let me know immediately. Okay, Mom. Hua Bao replied. 4 of its vines stayed alert, watching in all directions. The remaining 8 quickly wove a basket, isolating and protecting the area where Jiang Yan had entered her space. Inside, Jiang Yan dug out the infrared thermal imager she'd used back in Xiang City. But after checking the instructions, she gave up. The thermal imager couldn't see through wood or solid walls. Time passed, and soon it was midnight. Jiang Yan let down her guard and was about to go inside to sleep when she heard Hua Bao say, Mom, there really is someone in that building. Someone's there. The moment Hua Bao spoke, Jiang Yan's drowsiness vanished instantly. She quickly grabbed a pair of night vision goggles and put them on, then secured her protective mask before slinging on her backpack and stepping out of her space. All around was darkness, the piercing cold wind howling as tiny black snowflakes danced through the air. From a distance, it looked as if a thin layer of black mist hung in the air. "Look, Mom, over there." Hua Bao raised a vine, a small leaf at the tip pointing like a finger toward the northeast side of the Yunding building. Jiang Yan took out her night vision binoculars and looked in the direction it indicated. What she saw made her gasp in shock. Not far away, 17 or 18 tall figures were moving in an orderly line, marching in step toward the Yunding building. Did these people come from outside? Jiang Yan asked, puzzled. Before she could say more, Hua Bao continued, "Mom, it looks like they came up from the ground over there." If they hadn't suddenly emerged from the ground, Hua Bao would have noticed them earlier. Amid the whistling wind, Jiang Yan faintly heard the sound of a whistle. Only then did she notice there was one more person at the end of the group. A short man, but loaded down with gear. A chill ran down Jiang Yan's spine, her hair standing on end. She knew there were no such things as ghosts, but the scene before her was so eerie, it was just like the legends of corpse herders, utterly bizarre. And those tall figures, were they, like Yi Qing, evolved humans? Ever since the apocalypse began, events kept shattering her understanding of the world. "Mom, should we go take a look? Let's wait a bit longer." As soon as Jiang Yan spoke, the group had already reached the edge of the Yunding building. The short man strode forward. She couldn't tell what he did to the building, but a small wooden door opened, faint light spilling out from within. Just as Jiang Yan was wondering how those giants could fit through such a small door, the whistle sounded again. The giants immediately dropped down and crawled through the tiny entrance. Soon after, the short man hunched over and slipped inside as well. Faintly, there were sounds of tearing, angry shouts, and banging. After a while, the noises died down and everything fell silent again. "Mom, do you think there are a lot of those giants inside?" Hua Bao was no longer as impatient as before. It, too, had sensed something strange about this building. Even though they didn't know if there were snipers inside, Hua Bao still wove a few spare vines into a fine, transparent mesh to shield Jiang Yan on all sides. Jiang Yan frowned. "I don't know either." Curiosity killed the cat, as they say. Should she go in and take a look? She hesitated for a moment, then took out 2 pistols, one in each hand, and crouched low as she quickly made her way toward the Yunding building. Jiang Yan moved lightly, but the soft snow beneath her feet still made a faint crunching sound. Luckily, the strong wind helped cover up the noise for now. "Hua Bao, do you remember where those people came out from?" "I remember, Mom." "Should we check there first?" With Hua Bao leading the way, they soon reached the area. The sight before her made Jiang Yan's pupils contract in shock. Beneath the layer of snow was a large pit, 5 meters across and spiraling inward. At the bottom was a rectangular opening, over 1 meter high. The opening looked more like a thick, rectangular tunnel. Compared to the surrounding ice, the tunnel was much darker in color. Jiang Yan was stunned. With that size, there was no way such tall people could walk through it upright. Unless they crawled. And such a crude tunnel clearly didn't have any oxygen supply. So those people. Jiang Yan recalled the short man's gear and took a deep breath. He was carrying an oxygen tank. But those giants, who had nothing on them. The more Jiang Yan thought about it, the more disturbed she felt. She glanced toward the Yunding building. "Hua Bao, when we get to the building, you go in and take a look by yourself. If anything seems off, come back immediately." After its upgrade, one of Hua Bao's vines was over 30 meters long. With 2 vines stretched out, plus the distance it could cover while separated from her, it should be enough to scout out the ground floor of the Yunding building. "Okay, Mom." Hua Bao sniffed the golden scent wafting through the air and couldn't help but lick its fangs. Jiang Yan slowly approached the Yunding tower, stopping about 5 or 6 meters away from the building. Hua Bao leapt off her shoulder. Its 12 vines, each over 30 meters long, moved like legs, and with a few agile hops in the snow, it easily climbed up to the rooftop of the 68-story building. Jiang Yan had seen the structural plans of Yunding Tower on her computer. The mezzanine between the helipad and the top floor used to be exposed and suspended outside. But now, the entire mezzanine area was sealed off with wood and metal, flush with the helipad. Jiang Yan didn't think much of it. The whole city was flooded, and with one blizzard after another, it made sense to seal off the rooftop and make full use of the space. Hua Bao, completely transparent, had already shrunk its body, becoming thinner, slimmer, and sharper. It quickly found a gap no bigger than an ant and slipped inside. Although Jiang Yan was outside, she shared all 5 senses with Hua Bao through their mental connection. As soon as Hua Bao entered the building, it was hit by a wave of intense stench, mixed with the uneven sounds of snoring. Inside the steel beam mezzanine at the top floor, people were hanging everywhere, densely packed. These people were all of normal height and build, just very thin, and almost all of them were men. Their wrists were tied with ropes, heads drooping, all in a state of unconsciousness or deep sleep. Hua Bao listened closely. There were weak breathing sounds. They were still alive. Whether from frostbite or some other cause, almost everyone's exposed skin was cracked, with blood and pus from the wounds already frozen into scabs. Hua Bao could transform into the forms of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, or air. Seeing so many people, it simply turned into a gaseous state and zipped quickly around the room. After circling once, it finally saw, near the stairwell, 2 men holding guns, one on each side of a pillar, dozing off. Between them was a pile of burning charcoal. Next to the fire were a few things that looked like baked potatoes, charred and black. Hua Bao crept closer, its eyes darting between the 2 men. They didn't look like good people. "Mama, should I take care of these too?" As it spoke, 2 vines gently slipped into their pockets and rummaged around. Other than whistles hanging from their chests, there were no keys or anything useful. Seeing the scene through Hua Bao's eyes, Jiang Yan's whole body tensed up, goosebumps rising all over her skin. "Don't alert them yet. Check the other floors first." The sight of all these people hanging there reminded her of the time back in Anming, when people were captured and taken to that sky hotel by Xue Dazheng and his gang. But back then, the victims included both men and women, most of them attractive and well-built. Here, the body types varied, some big, some small. As for their faces, they only shared the feature of having all their facial features intact. "Okay, Mama." Hua Bao, finding nothing useful, quickly retracted its vines and continued down the Z-shaped staircase. The next mezzanine was laid out the same way. Again, people hung everywhere. Again, 2 guards stood at the stairwell. Just as Hua Bao was about to keep going down, Jiang Yan stopped it. "Hua Bao, check the back of the guards' necks." Hua Bao's vision was Jiang Yan's vision. "Okay." It quickly retreated, baring its teeth as it peered at the back of one of the dozing men's necks. The room was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. But Hua Bao could see in the dark, so it immediately spotted 3 small tattoos of red and blue flames on the back of the man's neck. It checked the other man, he had them too. The 2 probably hadn't bathed in ages, and their skin was grimy, so the flame tattoos weren't very clear. Jiang Yan frowned. This scene was eerily reminiscent of the twisted handiwork of Xue Miao Miao from the Blazing Flame vase. But according to previous information, Dongshan was under the control of the Yaoben base. And the nearest Musan base was hundreds of kilometers away. Also, according to Song Haidao, Musan base, like Yaoben, was considered a righteous base. So who were these obviously organized people? But now wasn't the time to think about that. She pulled her thoughts back. "Hua Bao, keep going down." "Okay, Mama." Hua Bao slipped down another mezzanine. Unlike the 2 floors above, the 2 guards here were awake. One of the men, breathing heavily, was grabbing a hanging man in the corner, doing unspeakable things to him. The victim's mouth was stuffed with cloth, and he let out muffled cries of pain. Hua Bao found the scene highly inappropriate for children and quickly darted down to the next floor. The elevator from the mezzanine to the 68th floor had long since stopped working. It quickly found the fire escape and hurried down to the 68th floor. There was finally some faint light here. But when Hua Bao saw the scene inside, it was utterly shocked. And outside, so was Jiang Yan. The entire 68th floor, nearly 3,000 square meters, had been divided into two sections. One half was piled high with countless, bloodless corpses. These bodies were completely naked, and all of them were grotesquely large and obese. Strangely, they were all hairless, and their skin was cracked and covered in fresh scabs. At the far end of the corpses was a steadily running metal conveyor belt, making faint creaking noises. A fully armed man in a gas mask sat leisurely in a small forklift, slowly loading the stacked corpses onto the conveyor belt one by one. At the end of the conveyor belt was a black wall. From inside the wall, some static and muffled voices could be heard. The bodies were being sent through a hole in the middle of the wall. "Mom, there are more rooms inside. Let's go take a look," Jiang Yan said, taking a quiet breath. She suddenly felt as if she'd wandered into a horror movie in the middle of the night. Those corpses in the dim light had already been terrifying enough, but the other side. Jiang Yan forced herself not to let her imagination run wild. Hua Bao shrank down again, found a hidden door in the wall, and slipped through a tiny crack. As soon as its head was inside, Hua Bao was hit by a wave of heat and a strong stench of blood. The temperature in this room was noticeably higher, and the lighting was bright. Several barrels of burning oil sat on the floor, providing both the light and the heat. Hua Bao stretched from the size of a needle tip back up to normal human height. Now able to see clearly, it was completely shocked. So was Jiang Yan, watching from outside. The room was awash in dark red and bright crimson. If not for the corpses on the conveyor belt, Jiang Yan would have thought she'd stumbled into a pre-apocalypse slaughterhouse assembly line. From the first conveyor belt, the bodies moved onto another, this one wider and slower. The outside conveyor was chain-linked, but this one was flat. 4 or 5 fully armed people, knives gleaming in their hands, stood on either side of the belt. With practiced motions, they quickly dismembered each corpse, sorting the pieces into storage bins along the conveyor. Their skill was beyond ordinary, like master butchers at work. They didn't use any cleavers, but all the joints came apart with ease. Along the edge of the conveyor were 2 sloped blood channels. Fresh blood, still liquid, flowed down the channels toward the storage bins. At the end of the bins, one man was in charge of vacuum sealing the sorted meat and fat. Another man sorted the packaged 2-legged mutton by type into large storage baskets. Each time a basket was full, he pressed a button. The basket would then vanish on the spot. Another man was responsible for collecting the unwanted guts and stomachs into a separate bin. Apparently, since these people hadn't eaten much, the intestines and stomachs were all shriveled. That bin would also disappear after the button was pressed. "Hua Bao, go check over there," Jiang Yan said, her skin crawling, but she forced herself to suppress her fear and nausea, directing Hua Bao toward the spot where the baskets vanished. If she remembered the blueprints correctly, that should be the elevator area for the whole building. But now all she could see were a few thick chains, no elevator doors. "Okay, Mom." Hua Bao darted over. "Mom, all 4 elevators in the building have been dismantled." "Yeah, I see." Unlike many high-rise office layouts from before the apocalypse, the elevator shafts in the Yunding building were on the edge of the structure. Now, the area where the elevators and cables had been was just a gaping, pitch-black hole. Only a single lift was still operating, creaking up and down. Jiang Yan frowned. This kind of assembly line and lift wasn't something ordinary people could set up. If they had the ability to build this, what was the purpose of putting the operation room here? "Mom, it looks different downstairs," Hua Bao said, peering down the hole. "Should I go check it out now?" "My legs are going numb," someone on the assembly line complained. Maybe it was the mask, but the voice was muffled and unclear. Without thinking, Jiang Yan said, "Hua Bao, come back for now. We'll check it out later." "Okay, Mom." "Be careful," Jiang Yan said, still uneasy. She knew Hua Bao's abilities. But everything they'd seen tonight was just too bizarre. "Don't worry, Mom, I'm invisible. They won't notice me." Hua Bao crept back, stopping in the assembly line area. "Number 1, this is just the beginning. We'll be at this all night," one of the men said. His voice was also muffled. "I feel like I'm about to lose it. If I'd known this was the job, I'd have cut off my own hand instead," the man said, tossing a wide-eyed head aside with a trembling hand. Shoo, keep your voice down. What's there to be afraid of? It's not like we're at the base. Just think of it as pork, someone else said. Yeah, number 3's right. Otherwise, how would you survive at the base? For all we know, one of these could be us someday. Listening to their conversation, Jiang Yan frowned slightly. Was it because of the masks? Why did everyone sound like they were slurring their words? If you didn't listen carefully, you could barely make out what they were saying. I'm numb to it by now. But how much longer do we have to keep killing in secret like this? Probably a while yet. No choice. The pipes are too small. We can't get the equipment in. Those meteorites are terrifying. Even if they have eyes, if one actually hits us here, in a building this tall, we're dead for sure. It won't be long. Once the next batch upstairs is ready, we can go back to the base. I actually think it's better here. If we go back to the base, do you think we'll survive? Next time, it might not just be half a tongue we lose. Jiang Yan. Damn it. Maybe we should run to the Yaoben base instead, one man said, slicing off a chunk of yellow fat from a bloated belly and tossing it into a burning oil drum. The flames in the drum shrank a bit, probably running low on fuel. Soon, a sizzling sound came from inside. With it came a choking stench and thick smoke. Ugh, why does this fat smell so awful when it burns? They were injected with hormones and viruses, that's why. Otherwise, how do you think they got so fat so quickly without food or water? Injected with hormones and viruses? Jiang Yan's breath caught. That did sound exactly like the vicious methods used at the Blazing Flame base. But she quickly dismissed her own suspicion. The Blazing Flame base and the Yaoben base had long since fallen out. There was no way any remnants from their base would travel all the way here, braving the extreme cold, just to reach Yaoben's territory. Even though, after the apocalypse, the concept of territory had basically ceased to exist. Besides, these neatly butchered and packaged two-legged sheep were clearly part of this base's food supply chain. It was highly unlikely they were being sent to the Blazing Flame base. As she was thinking this, a slightly chubby man said, "Hey, do you think those survivors picked up from Xiang City, if they aren't butchered, will they turn into zombies later?" Number 4, you're hilarious. Watched too many apocalypse movies, huh? Want to crack your head open and see if there's a crystal core inside your brain? Another man joked, tossing a blood-soaked head at him. He threw it so casually, as if it wasn't a head, but just a ball painted red. Yeah, go on, check if there's a crystal core. Who knows, maybe you'll be the first person in the apocalypse to get superpowers, someone else chimed in, teasing. Number 4 caught the head, then immediately tossed it back with a smack. Check my ass. If these heads get too damaged, you think we'll get anything good out of it? The other man just shrugged. Only Hua Bao, seeing how gruesome and bloody things were, worried Jiang Yan might be upset, so when he sneaked back to eavesdrop, he stood behind one of the men. So Jiang Yan didn't witness the absurd scene just now. But the content of their conversation gave her a shock. Xiang City? In her memory, everything, plants, animals, people, in Xiang City should have been wiped out in that massive nuclear explosion. Could there really be survivors? Jiang Yan recalled the corpses she'd seen earlier. Some things were starting to make sense, but not everything. Scientifically speaking, people exposed to nuclear radiation lose all their hair. Their skin and bodies ulcerate, eventually bleeding out and dying. Shoo, suddenly, a man standing by the elevator turned and gestured for silence. The group, who had been chatting idly, immediately shut their mouths. They stood up straighter, too, and their hands moved faster, slicing tendons and cutting meat with new urgency. A creak-creak sound rang out as a short man appeared at the dark elevator entrance, standing on a steel platform used to transport empty storage crates. He wore a scuba oxygen tank on his back, an odd getup, to say the least. Jiang Yan instantly recognized him as the one who'd been outside earlier, blowing a whistle to drive away those giants. Clearly, this guy was no ordinary person. That oxygen tank had to weigh at least 50 or 60 kilos. To carry it so easily, standing ramrod straight, meant he was something else. It also showed he was extremely cautious. Hua Bao, follow this man in a bit, Jiang Yan thought. Maybe we can get some information out of him. Okay, mama. The transparent Huabao bounced over to the short man and hopped onto his shoulder. Boss, boss. The others greeted him in unison, their tone full of respect. There's a new order from above. All the goods here must be cleared out and packed within 3 days. The short man stopped, sweeping his gaze over them. Even though he was short and wore a gas mask that hid his expression, everyone could feel the pressure and bone-chilling cold radiating from him. One man asked nervously, "Boss, does that include the new goods upstairs?" "Of course. But those haven't been screened or processed yet." The man who'd tossed the head earlier had lost all his previous bravado, his voice low. "I'm talking about the people upstairs," the short man said, glancing at him. "The focus is on organ preservation. Tomorrow, special storage containers will be delivered, and a doctor will come to guide you. When you process them, you must ensure the organ's appearance and function are intact. To keep them functional, we'll have to harvest them fresh? In other words, take them from living bodies." "That's right." The short man nodded slightly. "As for the rest, just follow the current sorting method." Another man asked tentatively, "Boss, after 3 days, are we moving out too?" "Yes. Things have changed. We can't stay here any longer." The short man's gaze lingered on their hands, his tone displeased. "You're too slow. Pick up the pace." "Yes, boss." The group nodded and bowed, their knives flashing as they quickly dismantled another body. The short man stood there a moment longer before returning to the elevator platform, grabbing a chain and riding the transport platform down floor by floor. Jiang Yan, through Huabao's eyes, took in the scene on every floor. All the partitions had been torn down and replaced with new iron bars. In front of the bars, using the elevator shaft as a center, there was a corridor barely 3 meters wide. Every 10 meters or so, an armed guard stood watch. Every 5 meters, there was a barrel emitting a strange odor. These kept the light and temperature stable inside. The air was thick and foul, and oxygen was scarce. When Jiang Yan saw inside the cages, her pupils contracted sharply. They were packed with people, densely packed. All of them were fat. 200 or 300 pounds at least. Whether it was from being overweight or some other reason, all of them were either slumped on the ground or lying down, unable to move. Their bodies had grown so large that, except for a few whose sleeves remained, most had lost their clothes entirely. The snoring was thunderous. The stench was overwhelming. The lower the floor, the fatter the people, but the fewer there were in each cage. It looked exactly like a human feedlot. Some had hair, some didn't. On the bald ones, Jiang Yan even saw large, dark, soft-bodied creatures. Huabao stretched out a vine for a closer look, and Jiang Yan felt a chill run down her spine. Those creatures clinging to the bald men were mutated leeches. This was the first time she'd seen them since leaving Anming. She didn't know if leeches could survive low temperatures, but apparently, they could now. The earlier bloody scene, combined with this bizarre one, made Jiang Yan's stomach churn. But she forced herself to endure, mentally directing Huabao to rotate his head 360 degrees, carefully observing every floor. From the outside, only a dozen or so floors were visible above the snow. But inside, it was a different story. After a while, the creak stopped. The platform had descended about 20 floors before coming to a halt. The short man jumped off the steel plate and walked toward a corner where a sleeping bag lay. There were no cages here, but the place was piled high with all sorts of items. Jiang Yan even spotted several small sleds and lots of things like wheels. "Mama, the gold smell is here." Huabao, now shrunken and lying on the short man's shoulder, rolled his eyes excitedly toward a corner. "Forget the gold for now," Jiang Yan said, pinching her brow as she thought quickly. "First, let's subdue this man and quietly take him out." "Okay, Mom." Huabao was just about to stretch out its vine to cover the little man's mouth, nose, hands, and feet when a creak sound rang out. The elevator was coming down. Jiang Yan heard it too. "Hold on, don't do anything yet." "Okay." Huab quickly retracted its vine. With a loud clang, the steel platform stopped, suspended about 10 centimeters above the floor. 2 men holding submachine guns, one after the other, stepped off. "Boss." Boss. I'm here. The short man glanced at the two, then bent down and took out a flat rectangular box from a locked metal chest nearby. In the corner where he stood, besides an oil drum, there was also a brazier with a weak charcoal fire. A tripod was set up over the brazier, supporting a pot with a lid. The pot was blackened all over from thick smoke. Dense white steam kept escaping from the gaps around the lid. The two tall men nodded and stood obediently to the side. The short man walked to the pot, opened the lid, picked up a pair of tongs, clamped the flat box, and placed it into the boiling water. Through Huabao's perspective, Jiang Yan could see clearly that the pot was more than half full of clear water. Soon, the short man took out the box, now steaming, wiped off the moisture with a very old but clean towel, quickly opened it, and took out a syringe from nearby. Only then did Jiang Yan see that inside the flat box were 3 vials of orange-yellow liquid. The short man had already drawn some of the liquid into the syringe. The 2 men waiting at the side came over, struggling to roll up their sleeves and reveal their dirty arms. The orange liquid was quickly injected into their arms. Thank you, boss. With this shot, we won't be afraid of the cold for the next few days. And we won't have to worry about running out of oxygen. After thanking him, the 2 men left. Jiang Yan found it odd. What exactly were they injecting? Could it be some kind of drug that makes the body resistant to freezing? But they just shared a syringe. Mom, should I do it now? As Huaba spoke, the short man drew another dose of the liquid and injected it into his own arm. Wait a moment. Unlike the other 2, he took a new syringe for himself and even cleaned and disinfected his arm before injecting. After putting the syringe away, he stretched tiredly and walked over to the sleeping bag. He was still wearing his oxygen tank and didn't seem to intend to take it off. He just squatted down against the wall and sat. Soon, faint snoring could be heard from inside his mask. Jiang Yan frowned. This guy doesn't even take off his mask or oxygen tank to sleep. He's way too cautious. After all, in this kind of extreme cold, there were hardly any people around. Mom, can I do it now? Huaba was itching to act. Not yet. Go up to the door and cover me, bring me inside, Jiang Yan suddenly realized. Letting Huaba kill would be simple and direct. But even if it could cover someone's mouth and nose with its vines, the person would still make noise. What she wanted was to capture this man alive and interrogate him. Besides, there were at least 60 or 70 armed guards in this building. She didn't want to make too much of a commotion. She had noticed that when Huabao passed the small door earlier, aside from the neatly stacked 2-legged sheep products waiting to be shipped, there were only 4 guards there. Huabao could easily take care of these guards without making much noise. And this spot was one of only 2 blind spots in the whole building. The other blind spot was the area where the short man was. Okay. Huabao retracted its vine and quickly climbed up the elevator chain to the upper floor. At the door, the guards were already half asleep and didn't react before they felt an invisible force clamp down hard on their necks. Their faces twisted, eyes bulged, feet kicked a couple of times, and then they went still. The door was a traditional type, but with 3 layers. The outermost was wood, the middle was metal, and the innermost was covered with thick insulation. There was similar insulation and soundproofing upstairs as well. Huabo listened carefully. There was no movement upstairs, then gently opened the door. A biting cold wind mixed with black, rice-sized snowflakes rushed in. Outside, Jiang Yan had already tiptoed to the door. She slipped inside with a nimble movement. Even with a gas mask on, the hot, stifling air and the stench hit her instantly. Seeing piles of neatly packaged limbs and heads, Jiang Yan shuddered violently. She suddenly felt she hadn't made a wise decision. At this moment, she just wanted to knock the man out and get out of here as soon as possible. The oxygen inside was thin, and with her gas mask on, she couldn't stay long. Huabao, understanding her intent, wrapped around her like an octopus and quickly carried her down the elevator shaft toward the short man's room. What's that upstairs? The man working the 2-legged sheep conveyor happened to glance down as he was lowering a storage basket. He caught sight of a slender black shadow, like a puppet on strings, leaping down the dark shaft. Weird. Really weird. But that was the boss's rest area and supply room. What's wrong? Another man asked. The first man twitched his mouth and his eyes flickered. Nothing. After dealing with so many corpses, he must be seeing things. Just as Jiang Yan silently appeared in the short man's room, he snapped awake and sprang to his feet. Unfortunately, as he tried to speak, he felt his mouth and nose suddenly covered. Jiang Yan gave him no chance to talk. She raised her tranquilizer gun and fired at the only exposed part of his neck. The tranquilizer worked fast and lasted long. He wouldn't wake for at least an hour. Huaba not only covered his mouth and nose, but, as he slumped, wrapped him up with its vine, removed his mask and oxygen tank, and gently laid him down. Jiang Yan, with a thought, took out some ropes and black duct tape from her space. Once the short man's hands and feet were tied and his mouth and eyes taped shut, Jiang Yan began to carefully examine the room. Since she was here, she might as well collect useful supplies before interrogating him. Huabo darted out first, pointing its vine at several huge boxes. Mom, this is gold. Jiang Yan put away the tranquilizer gun, took out a CZ-805 Bren assault rifle with a 100-round magazine, and walked over to the supply area. Most of what was stored here was packing materials, boxes, ropes, and a small amount of food. But the food made Jiang Yan want to gag. It looked like dried leeches, dried earthworms, and some other things she couldn't identify. The earthworms were mutated, about the size of loaches. Gritting her teeth, she swept all the supplies into her space. The dried leeches and earthworms were disgusting, but in this post-apocalyptic world, maybe they could be traded for something in the future. After collecting the gold and a pile of sleds, Jiang Yan returned to the short man's area and gathered up the remaining syringes and flat boxes. There was a slight bump on the flat boxes. She picked one up and frowned. A mess? Carefully opening it, Jiang Yan gasped. There was a faint pattern on the inside of the lid. It looked like some kind of strange rune. A rune. Jiang Yan's pupils contracted sharply. She'd seen this kind of pattern before on the interior of Xue Qianmei's magenta Mercedes. And at the blaze base, on the core vault wall where Xue Miaomiao's golden birdcage was stored, there were also these strange runes. But the key question, what does MS mean? Could it be Musin? Asterisk, creak, creak, asterisk. The sound of the elevator echoed again. Someone else was coming down. Jiang Yan frowned in annoyance. Seriously, will this never end? She quickly closed the box and tossed it into her storage space. Hua Bao was already waving its vines, darting out in a flash. Just kill them, she instructed Hua Bao telepathically. Okay, mommy. As soon as Hua Bao finished speaking, the two armed guards had barely set foot on the floor when a powerful force wrapped around their necks. Before they could even react, their heads were already separated from their bodies. Hua Bao's body was completely transparent, so to anyone watching, it looked like the two men's heads suddenly burst with a spray of blood, and then their bodies and heads were gently set down in a corner in a bizarre position. Because they didn't fall naturally, their deaths were utterly silent. Even though Jiang Yan had already been numbed by the slaughterhouse scene upstairs, her eyelids still couldn't help but twitch wildly at the sight. Hua Bao's methods were getting more ruthless and decisive by the day. But in this post-apocalyptic world, that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The submachine guns in the guards' hands were also snatched away by Hua Bao's vines the instant their heads were twisted off. The movements were so quick, not a drop of blood stained the guns. Here you go, mommy, Hua Bao said as usual, handing the two confiscated submachine guns to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan touched them lightly with her finger and stored them away. Check their clothes for other supplies, Jiang Yan said, reaching out to search the shorter man herself. Okay, mommy. Hua Bao quickly returned from searching the two headless corpses, its two vines shrugging like human arms. Mommy, I didn't find anything. Their pockets are cleaner than my face. Jiang Yan, who had been tense and on guard, couldn't help but laugh. Hua Bao, you're getting a sense of humor now. But aside from the guns, there was nothing in their pockets. That could only mean two things. Either their status was insignificant, or all supplies were strictly controlled by someone else. That someone was clearly the short man. which was probably one reason everyone was so afraid of him. Humor. Hua Bao's eyes spun, then it quickly understood and grinned. Thank you for the compliment, Mommy. Jiang Yan was familiar with it, so she found it cute and endearing. But to anyone else, seeing Hua Bao grinning like that, with its crimson tongue, sharp, hard teeth, and that eerie ja-ja-ja laugh, it would be downright terrifying, as if it might swallow you whole at any moment. After searching the short man's pants pockets, Jiang Yan only found a tiny Swiss Army knife. In his jacket pocket, there was just a small bag of compressed biscuits. He was wearing several layers. Jiang Yan didn't bother unzipping each one. She simply pulled out a special knife from her storage space, one that could slice through iron and withstand extreme cold, and cut straight down along the collar. Creak. Asterisk. After slicing through several layers, the knife hit something hard, making a faint, grating sound. Jiang Yan frowned, hooked a finger under the innermost shirt, and with a rip, exposed a mini bomb vest with a blinking red light. Her pupils contracted sharply, and she sucked in a breath. Mommy, is that— Hua Bao clearly saw it too. Is that the same bomb vest that Xue Dajing made his men wear at the Eming Hotel? Yes. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and quickly searched under the short man's clothes. Soon, she found a tiny remote with a blinking red light. It had only a single sliding button with no instructions or markings. When Jiang Yan had gone to America to buy weapons, a broker had shown her this type of bomb vest, saying there was no way to disarm it. The button was only for the wearer to trigger the explosion. Looks like things were more complicated than she'd thought. Creak, creak, asterisk. The elevator sounded again. This time, only one person was coming down. Hua Bao was about to dart out to intercept, but Jiang Yan stopped it. Hua Bao, bring him up with us. She strode over to the short man's mattress, quickly storing the mattress, oxygen tank, and mask. Okay, Mommy. With the supplies packed, Jiang Yan attached a silencer to her gun and chambered a round. As soon as the person in the elevator appeared, she took aim and fired. Howl, asterisk. Bang, asterisk. The building was already eerily quiet. The gunshot instantly triggered a flurry of footsteps and the sound of guns being cocked upstairs. One of Hua Bao's vines wrapped around Jiang Yan, another around the unconscious short man, and a third wove a transparent net to shield her vital areas. The remaining vines shot out toward the guards on each floor. The guards upstairs all rushed to the elevator shaft, firing wildly downwards, only to find their bullets couldn't penetrate a transparent barrier. What the hell? This is freaky. Shit. Are we seeing ghosts? Damn, am I dreaming or what? It's coming up. That one with the bare stomach, floating in the air, isn't that the little boss? Amid the gunfire, the group stared in terror at the bizarre scene, but could only keep shooting. All that could be heard was the sound of blood splattering and screams of agony. Soon, the floor fell silent. With Hua Bao's help, killing these people was a piece of cake for Jiang Yan. She could have let Hua Bao handle it all, but this was good practice for her. When they reached the slaughterhouse floor, the men with half-cut tongues were clutching knives, shaking like leaves, frozen in place. They'd seen what happened below through the shaft. But all they had were knives. Jiang Yan landed steadily. Hua Bao, go finish off those guards upstairs. Leave one alive and bring him down. Okay, Mommy. Hua Bao set the short man aside and darted through the door. Howl, asterisk. A scream came from the next room, probably the guy who'd been moving bodies with the forklift. Bang, asterisk. The butchers standing there stared in disbelief at Jiang Yan and the unconscious short man who had appeared out of nowhere. Their knives slipped from their hands. Their legs gave out, and with a thud, they fell to their knees, begging Jiang Yan in terror. Lady Ghost, spare us. Jiang Yan's expression didn't change as she swept a cold, indifferent glance over the crowd. Deliberately, she spoke with displeasure in her voice. Take off all your masks. Dressed head to toe in black, with a mask and glasses covering her face, her expression was unreadable. The people before her felt their fear deepen. Yes, yes. They hurried to remove their masks. Looking at the group, each with incomplete features, Jiang Yan couldn't help but suck in a breath. Where are you from? The group exchanged glances for a second. One of them stammered, "Are reporting to you, Lady Ghost. We're from the Musen base." Jiang Yan was secretly startled. Musen base? Didn't Song Haido say that base was supposed to be a righteous one, an ally of the Yaoben base? Could his information have been wrong? But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Just as the man finished speaking, another man beside him tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Damn it. Are you trying to get us killed? If you want to die, don't drag us down with you." The first man stiffened his neck and glared back. Dead is dead either way. Might as well follow Lady Ghost. Maybe we'll live a few days longer. Yeah, didn't you see? Even the little boss got caught. The second man was furious and wanted to scold him, but Jiang Yan had already raised her gun and shot him in the head. Pfft. Warm blood and brain matter splattered across the faces of the others. Their pupils shrank, and they instinctively shrank away. They'd slaughtered plenty of two-legged sheep and had long since grown numb. But to watch someone who'd just been speaking die so gruesomely right before their eyes, it was terrifying on a whole other level. The remaining men immediately dropped to their knees, frantically kowtowing. "Lady Ghost, spare us. Lady Ghost, have mercy." Bang! Jiang Yan simply removed the silencer from her gun and fired a shot at the ground in front of them. "Say another word and I'll kill you all right now." They trembled, shrinking their heads, not daring to make another sound. Nearby, the short man who'd been hit with a tranquilizer gun seemed to twitch reflexively at the gunshot. "I'll ask a question, you answer. If you lie, you're next," Jiang Yan said, aiming her gun at each of them in turn. "Lady Ghost, ask whatever you want," said the man who'd spoken first. The others nodded furiously, like pecking chickens. Yes, yes. One of them couldn't help but think absurdly. "We must have committed too many sins, now we've attracted a demon from hell." A rustling sound came from the next room, making them shiver even more. Bang! The wall was blasted open by an invisible force. Several submachine guns floated in midair, stacked together, and a guard with red, whip-like scars on his face was dragged in by his collar by an unseen power, appearing before them. Their mouths hung open in shock, speechless. What shocked them even more was that the pile of guns floated right to Lady Ghost. She reached out and touched them lightly, and the guns vanished into thin air. One man was so frightened his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. "Mama, I knocked this man out. Should I wake him up with water?" Huab tossed the guard beside them and asked. Though Huabao was transparent, Jiang Yan could still see him. "No need for now." She pulled a chair from her storage space, sat down, and looked down at them coldly. Soon, Jiang Yan extracted some information from the group. Before the apocalypse, they'd been butchers. After the world fell, they came from various places to Haiching and joined Musen base. Thanks to their skills, they managed to get slaughterhouse jobs at the base. A month ago, a tunnel beneath the ice was opened up by machines, connecting Musen base to this place. After screening, they were sent here. Before coming, they had no idea they'd be butchering two-legged sheep. By the time they found out, it was too late. Still, after all this time in the apocalypse, they'd eaten two-legged sheep themselves, so it didn't bother them much. They only knew that these two-legged sheep had been injected with hormones and viruses. The main reason for butchering them was to make transport and storage easier. Apparently, these materials were special. They'd be sent not only back to Musen base, but also to other places. As for why this workshop was set up here and not at the base, it was because such things couldn't be done out in the open. Also, the tunnel from Musen base was too narrow for the equipment to be transported through. Beyond that, they didn't know much. As for why the people upstairs were hung up first, there was some special reason, but they didn't know the details. "Lady Ghost, we've told you everything we know. If you want more, you'll have to ask the little boss," the man who'd been answering said. Jiang Yan frowned. Just as she thought, these were only the lowest-level grunts. She also learned that Musen base was built on a mountain, surrounded by forest, not sealed underground like Yaoben base. Seeing she couldn't get any more out of them, Jiang Yan turned her attention to the guard Huabao had brought down. Huaba understood and used a vine to scoop up a tub of human blood, dumping it over the man's head. The room wasn't cold, but the blood was half congealed, like jelly. The chill and stench shocked the man awake instantly. He wiped his face, terror in his eyes, and tried to bolt. But as soon as he stood, both legs snapped with a crack. "Ah!" he screamed. The others tensed up, shrinking like quails in fear. Jiang Yan's eyelid twitched again. This child is a bit too violent today. Then again, after seeing all this, so grotesque and hellish, even worse than what she'd seen at the blazing base, she wanted nothing more than to tear these people to pieces herself. "Tell me everything you know." Jiang Yan aimed her gun at him. "Jay, just kill me. I don't know anything." The man squinted through blood, glanced at the short man on the ground, lips trembling, and tried to crawl away despite the pain. Jiang Yan shot him without hesitation. "Lady Ghost, anyone here who leaks information about Musen Base is as good as dead if they go back, or worse than dead," the man explained. "They have to get shots from the little boss every 2 hours. The shots help them resist the cold and survive with less oxygen. If they miss a dose, something happens to their bodies." "Oh?" Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow at him. "What else do you know?" "No, I don't know. We're not allowed to leave this work area. I only overheard this by accident one night." The man trembled all over as he spoke. After he finished, he edged a little closer to Jiang Yan on his hands and knees, clearly trying to curry favor. The short man who'd been hit with the tranquilizer gun suddenly let out a groan. His body, bound hand and foot, writhed in pain like a worm. Jiang Yan knew the effects of the tranquilizer were wearing off. She shot Hua Bao a meaningful look. Chua, the tape sealing the short man's eyes, was roughly ripped off by Hua Bao. To the others, it looked as if some strange force had torn it away out of thin air. Seeing the tape with bits of eyebrow and bloody eyelids stuck to it, and witnessing this bizarre scene, several of the butchers were so terrified they nearly wet themselves. A faint warmth even rose from their pants. "Yeah." The short man howled in pain, but quickly calmed down. He glared viciously at Jiang Yan, and then a glint flashed in his eyes. That glint held a hint of curiosity, excitement, and malice. Jiang Yan signaled Hua Bao to rip off the tape over his mouth as well. The butchers shuddered again. Just watching that tape rip off skin made them wince in sympathy. "What's your name? Where are you from?" Jiang Yan toyed with the detonator button in her hand, glancing at the short man. Hearing the young woman's voice behind the mask, the short man's excitement grew even more obvious. "My name's Jiang Xiaoyue from the Musen Base." Jiang Yan hadn't expected him to answer so readily. The butchers were shocked too. After all, there were strict rules at the base. If you fell into the hands of outsiders, you absolutely couldn't reveal your real identity. They themselves had only talked under duress, but this little boss, he'd never been a coward before. Yet before they'd even started torturing him, he was already spilling everything. It made no sense. "What are these for?" She nodded at the packaged two-legged sheep. "To eat, of course," Jiang Xiaoyue replied, his body twitching uncomfortably. "Could you let me sit up?" Jiang Yan shot him a glare. "No." Jiang Xiaoyue. "To eat? How exactly?" This time, Jiang Xiaoyue didn't answer. He looked Jiang Yan up and down, then asked ingratiatingly, "Excuse me, are you Miss Jiang Yan?" The butchers beside him were stunned. "The Lady Ghost has a name. How does he know her?" Jiang Yan's heart skipped a beat, but her face stayed cold as she sneered. "So what if I am? So what if I'm not?" The fact that he was in charge of this human livestock facility in the converted building meant he was trusted by the base's core leadership. But if he knew her name, then most likely Mo Zhongqing and Mo Shuifeng had defected to Musen Base as well. That would explain how they both vanished so completely and so quickly. So this so-called righteous Musen Base that Song Haidao mentioned had actually been colluding with Shui Miao Miao and Mo Zhongqing all along. "Miss Jiang, I've heard of you. If you come with me to the base, you'll definitely be treated as an honored guest by the leader. Our base desperately needs talent like you. You could even become deputy leader if you wanted." Not only that, but he'd earn a huge merit. He could get promoted and rich at the base, and the bomb vest that had shackled him for over a year could finally be removed. Oh? Then can you tell me who the leader of Mise en Base is? Who else is treated as an honored guest? Jiang Xiaoyue choked, then said slyly, Miss Jiang, those are minor details. If you come to the base with me, you'll find out everything. Jiang Yan rubbed the detonator button. Talk properly. Pfft. Huabo's leaf transformed into metal and stabbed straight into Jiang Xiaoyue's shoulder. Jiang Xiaoyue screamed in agony. Seeing the metallic leaf appear and vanish out of nowhere, the butchers were already numb with shock. Everything that had happened today was so surreal. Enough stories to brag about for a lifetime if they ever got back to base. But would they even make it back? And from the sound of it, Jiang Xiaoyue was trying to persuade Jiang Yan to join Mise en Base. Lady Ghost, our Mise en Base is great. They say after the extreme cold, the whole world will turn into an ocean. Our base is on high ground, with every natural advantage and plenty of supplies. You really should come. The man who'd been answering questions eagerly before now chimed in to help persuade her. Jiang Xiaoyue gritted his teeth against the pain in his shoulder, composed his expression, and said sincerely, Sorry, Miss Jiang, I can't say more. But I swear to heaven, the base really needs you. Jiang Yan raised an annoyed eyebrow. I don't have time for your endless nonsense. If you don't want to die, you'd better be honest. Miss Jiang, I'm telling the truth. Our base may not have as much high-tech equipment as Yaoben base, but we have our own core strengths. You'll definitely be interested. Jiang Xiaoyue continued to persuade her. What core strengths? Yaoben base's advantage is aerospace engineering. Our base's advantage is genetic engineering and bioengineering. Those are the keys to surviving in the apocalypse. Jiang Xiaoyue finished, then hesitated. Sorry, Miss Jiang, that's all I can say. Jiang Yan frowned, then suddenly stood up, suppressing her discomfort as she swept a basket of packaged two-legged sheep into her storage space. It looked like these two-legged sheep, injected with hormones and viruses, had some special purpose. As for what, she'd have to take them back and get a professional to analyze them. Jiang Xiaoyue's eyes lit up as he watched the storage basket vanish into thin air. Miss Jiang, please come back to Mise en Base with me. Jiang Yan sat back down. You keep trying to talk me into going with you. You should at least offer me something real, some kind of sweetener, right? I can't say. There are a lot of rules at the base, things I can't touch. Bang, 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 gunshots rang out. The butchers beside him dropped to the ground, their chests blooming with blood. Jiang Xiaoyue watched the blood splatter with perfect calm, saying nothing. All right, now it's just you and me. Whatever you say, no one else will know. Jiang Yan said, pulling 2 magazines from her storage space and reloading her gun. Beep, 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 beep. A faint sound came from the detonator button in her hand. For once, Jiang Xiaoyue's eyes showed a flicker of fear. That means the battery needs changing. If it's not replaced within 5 minutes, the bomb vest will explode. Miss Jiang, could you untie my hands? Battery? Jiang Yan frowned. Where is it? Downstairs. Jiang Xiaoyue's face turned ugly, but he still pleaded, Miss Jiang, please untie me. Jiang Yan didn't move. Suddenly, she realized something. This Jiang Xiaoyue had been deliberately stalling for time all along. Seeing that Jiang Yan wasn't reacting much, Jiang Xiaoyue started to panic. He propped himself up on his elbow and struggled to inch forward. Miss Jiang, please, could you hurry up and take me downstairs to change the battery? Otherwise, this bomb is extremely powerful. You wouldn't want to get caught in the blast, would you? Jiang Yan let out a cold laugh. I'll ask you one last time. What is the real purpose behind Mise en Base injecting these people with hormones and viruses, fattening them up, and then killing them? She had already noticed that Jiang Xiaoyue was not only stalling for time but also lying. The battery in a mini-bomb vest is extremely durable. Even in extreme cold, it can last 3 to 5 years. As for the sudden beeping sound, it was simply because the vest detected that the control button had been away from the vest for a certain amount of time. She'd heard all this before from arms dealers in the beautiful country. She'd only asked casually just now, but Jiang Xiaoyue had lied without hesitation. I'm telling the truth. Jiang Xiaoyue tried to argue, but Huabo sent a vine slithering right into his chest. He didn't notice a thing. But soon, a searing pain shot through his chest, as if someone had stabbed him with a jagged knife and was twisting it madly inside. Jiang Xiaoyue's face went deathly pale, and he let out a miserable howl. Just as he wondered if he was having a heart attack from all those anti-freeze drugs he'd been injected with, warm blood began to seep out from the seams of the bomb vest. His pupils shrank sharply. Gone was his previous composure. He glared at Jiang Yan, furious. You witch. I'll ask you one last time. Will you talk or not? Jiang Yan calmly bent down and stowed the chair away into her space. Huh. You think I'm afraid to die, just because I'm wearing this bomb vest? Jiang Xiaoyue snorted, sweat beading on his forehead. Now that this place had been discovered and destroyed by outsiders, his only chance at redemption was to bring Jiang Yan back to the base. Otherwise, he was as good as dead. In fact, if he died here and managed to set off the bomb vest, all the evidence here would be wiped out. At least, the responsibility he would have borne would be erased by the explosion. His family back at the base would receive a generous compensation and enjoy excellent treatment. As long as Musen Base existed, his family would live in comfort. If he could die for the greater good and secure his family's future, it was worth it. Jiang Yan had overheard Xue Dazheng's words when he handed out bomb vests to his subordinates, so she knew exactly what it meant for Jiang Xiaoyue to be wearing one. She couldn't be bothered to waste any more words on him. Hua Bao, take him. We're going downstairs, Jiang Yan said, and with a thought, she took out a pack of explosives from her space. This pack was from the AS District's armory, a decent stash. What are you doing? Jiang Xiaoyue's eyes darted nervously, but he quickly caught on. There are still lots of people alive upstairs and downstairs. Are you really going to blow up the whole building? Jiang Yan ignored him and glanced around. There was nothing worth putting into her space. The vacuum sealer, conveyor belt, and storage boxes were all covered in blood, disgusting to even look at. As for the living people Jiang Xiaoyue mentioned, some had been exposed to nuclear radiation, others injected with unknown viruses and hormones. They were like ticking time bombs. She couldn't let them live. Hua Bao wrapped up Jiang Xiaoyue, then Jiang Yan, and started heading downstairs. Every 2 floors, Jiang Yan placed another pack of explosives. With the power of the bomb vest, there was no need for fuses. The shockwave from a single explosion below would set off a chain reaction, detonating all the explosives above. Jiang Xiaoyue was shaking like a leaf, about to beg for mercy, when Hua Bao slapped him across the face with a vine. His teeth shattered, he spat out blood and fragments, and suddenly realized. Jiang Yan had some kind of magical creature helping her. He hadn't been told about this, which meant he now knew her secret and her ultimate weapon. She would never let him live. Begging was useless. Realizing this, Jiang Xiaoyue's head drooped in defeat. When they reached a floor with a door, Hua Bao threw him to the ground with a thud. Jiang Yan had it place another pack of explosives in the room below where Jiang Xiaoyue had been staying. With that done, Jiang Yan opened the door, braved the wind and snow, and quickly walked outside. After about 10 meters, she stopped, took out the bomb vest's remote. Hua Bao, come here. Let's go into the space together, Jiang Yan said, worried that the explosion might harm Hua Bao, even though she knew it was tough. Don't worry, Mom. I'll keep watch for you out here. Hua Bao replied confidently. If it went in 2, what if the ground where Jiang Yan stood collapsed and buried her? Are you sure? I'm sure. All right, be careful. If anything goes wrong, burrow underground immediately. Okay. As Jiang Yan pressed the button, she willed herself into her space. Hua quickly wove a circular shield of vines around the area where she'd been standing. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the earth. In an instant, the entire building was reduced to rubble. Snow and smaller meteorites were blasted away, and the ground cracked open with a series of sharp cracks radiating out from the center of the Yunding building. The sunken tunnel below was also destroyed in the blast. At the very start of the explosion, Hua Bao turned its body into gas. The powerful shockwave only pushed it back a little. Once the dust settled, it said, "Mom, it's done." Good. Inside her space, Jiang Yan didn't immediately strip off her filthy, blood-stained clothes. She just took off her gas mask. Standing by the garden, she took several deep breaths of fresh air, patiently waiting for things to settle outside. When she heard Huabao's voice, she finally relaxed and headed for the apple pod. Huabao, keep a close eye on the surroundings. See if anyone comes near tonight. It was late, so she decided to rest here. And maybe lie in wait for a bit. Now that the place had been blown up, who knew if Mise en Base would notice? Okay, Mom. She'd only gone halfway when the reindeer trotted over. It seemed to smell the blood and filth on her, and stopped warily, hesitating for a second before approaching her. Jiang Yan reached out and patted its head gently. Good boy, go back for now. I'll play with you later. The reindeer seemed to understand, nuzzling her palm before turning to leave. It was almost 4 a.m. Jiang Yan hadn't had a drop of water all day. She thought about getting something to eat, but one look at her filthy clothes killed her appetite. She stripped off her dirty clothes, grabbed a big cup of kumquat lemon water and gulped it down, then headed straight for the shower. Huabao, is there any movement outside? Jiang Yan washed the blood and grime from her body, sorted her dirty clothes, and tossed them into several washing machines. Only then did she fill the jacuzzi with hot water, adding a medicinal bath sachet made from safflower and pu'er tea, which helped soothe her muscles and invigorate her body. Finally, she eased herself into the tub. Come to think of it, it had been a long time since she'd had a medicinal bath. Mama, not yet. But the black blizzard seems to be getting heavier, Huabao, ever diligent, replied. Jiang Yan. The black blizzard was sweeping through again, far exceeding her expectations. Still, the worsening storm wasn't necessarily a bad thing for her. A disaster like this kept her from going out, but it also kept others from venturing out as well. It was like a natural barrier. With Huabao standing guard outside, all she needed to do was rest safely inside her space. Before she could think too much, the warmth and gentle massage of the water lulled her to sleep. The tub had an automatic heating and insulation function, so when she woke up again, an hour had already passed. After a comfortable soak and with the healing power of the space, Jiang Yan felt her strength fully restored. She dried her hair, changed into clean loungewear, and only then realized her stomach was rumbling with hunger. She felt like she could eat a whole cow right now. After seeing so many bloody corpses, Jiang Yan found herself a bit averse to eating meat. So she simply took out a divided hot pot, filled it with water, put half a packet of spicy hot pot base on one side, and on the other, cracked open a young coconut, pouring in the clear coconut water and tender flesh. While the water boiled, she fetched a pile of hot pot ingredients from her stockpile. Fresh bamboo fungus, matsutake, morel mushrooms, tribute vegetables, pea shoots, baby bok choy, kelp knots, potato slices, lotus root, frozen tofu. The baby bok choy and pea shoots were freshly harvested from the black soil in her space, still as crisp as when they were picked. Soon, the table was piled high with food. Jiang Yan took out her tablet, put on a variety show, and leisurely began her hot pot meal. This episode happened to be filmed at several famous scenic spots in Anming. Blue skies, white clouds, blooming flowers, clean and tidy streets. Crowds eagerly waiting at the gates for the celebrities, every face beaming with excitement and joy. The atmosphere was electric. As Jiang Yan watched, an inexplicable wave of sadness and loneliness washed over her. Scenes like this, she'd probably never see them again in this lifetime. Since the apocalypse began, she'd thought her heart had grown cold and hard. But she knew that deep down, there was still a corner of her heart that remained soft and warm, still holding on to hope and longing for the end of the apocalypse. After eating, Jiang Yan stepped out of her apple-shaped pod. Looking around at everything in her space, then glancing at the upgrade progress bar floating above the creek, she suddenly had a feeling that once her space leveled up, it would bring her some surprises. Just what those surprises would be, she didn't know yet. It was already 5 in the morning, but she didn't feel sleepy at all. She took a stroll through the vegetable patch and orchard. Then Jiang Yan returned to her study. She pulled out the national treasure map that Mo Jingsheng had given her and skimmed through it. Only then did she realize that, Aside from the offshore rocket launch platform Song Haidao had mentioned, there were also several pieces of major national equipment at the Musen base that she needed to store in her space. If things were as they had been between the Yaoben base and Musen base, she would have just waited for the extreme cold to pass and then dropped by to collect them. But now, things had clearly changed. Moreover, from Jiang Xiaoyue's words, it was obvious that the upper management of the other base had their eyes on her. So even if the tunnel hadn't collapsed in the recent explosion, there was no need for her to take that risk now. After thinking it through, Jiang Yan decided it was best to return to the AS district and find Song Haitao and the others first. Still, with the meteorite fall and the black blizzard, she had no idea how they were doing. A rooster crowed outside the apple pod. Jiang Yan knew that meant it was dawn outside. The blizzard was getting heavier again, so Jiang Yan didn't bother going out. She went back inside and fell straight into bed. She slept for 12 hours straight. When she woke up again, a whole day had passed. Jiang Yan wrapped herself in a down jacket, took a pile of gold bars out of her space, handed them to Hua Bao, and then went back in. She harvested all the vegetables and fruit from the garden, then took out a small automatic tiller and studied it for a while. She drove the machine to turn the soil, then sowed new seeds. Jiang Yan felt she really needed a helper. At least someone to help with the planting and harvesting. But with the progress bar, spiritual spring, and black king fungus in her space, she couldn't let outsiders know about these things. Maybe it would be better to train Hua Bao for the job. After all, it had 12 vines, much more efficient than an ordinary person. Most importantly, it was discreet and safe. A week passed quickly. The black blizzard finally stopped, replaced by white snowflakes the size of rice grains. The sky brightened and visibility improved a lot. During this time, Jiang Yan's waiting for the rabbit strategy yielded nothing. She guessed it was because of the black blizzard. Of course, reopening the collapsed tunnel would also take time. She didn't leave right away, but stayed another week. Half a month later, still empty-handed but well-rested, Jiang Yan left her space fully armed. The temperature outside seemed to have risen a bit, now only -50 or 60 degrees Celsius. The wind was still fierce and biting cold. Jiang Yan became more convinced that the scientists had been right, the extreme cold would end in a few months. With Hua Bao leading the way, she took out her snowmobile and sped toward the direction where the AS district had landed. The cracks caused by the meteorite fall and explosions had now been packed and filled by layers of snow. Even so, Hua Bao remained on high alert at all times. Halfway back, she spotted some strange mounds in the distance, built from several meteorites. The stones looked like they'd been split by some sharp tool and stacked in a very orderly, obviously man-made way. Jiang Yan paused, then, using a giant meteorite nearby for cover, rode her snowmobile over and, with a thought, stored the vehicle back in her space. "Mama, I'll go take a look," Hua Bao volunteered, eyeing the structure. Jiang Yan was only about 50 or 60 meters from the meteorite mound. Hua Bao's vines could easily reach that far. Okay, Jiang Yan nodded, taking out a pair of binoculars from her space. Hua Bao darted out and soon came back, full of excitement. "Mama, it's Yi Qing." Jiang Yan was stunned, but quickly understood. Of course, the meteorites were extremely rich in iron. Aside from Yi Qing or an evolved human, it would be nearly impossible for anyone else to stack so many stones together. "But it looks like he's hurt," Hua Bao added. "Injured?" Jiang Yan frowned. "Just him." "Yes, Mom, just him." "Oh, wait, there was also a mutant cobra, but it's already dead." Hua Bao finished speaking and scurried over to peek at Yi Qing and the snake, then quickly pulled her head back. Yi Qing's left arm had been poisoned by the cobra. He sat on a small rock, undid the rope tied around his waist with one hand, then used a knife to cut it into 2 pieces before carefully rolling up his sleeve. On his swollen skin were 2 blood holes, each as thick as a pinky finger. Black blood was oozing out from the wounds. The skin around the holes was already turning bluish-black. Using both his right hand and his teeth, he tied the rope tightly above and below the wound, then rummaged through his backpack for a small blowtorch and sterilized his knife. Hua Bao's eyes darted around. wondering what he was going to do, when she saw Yiqing put a wad of cloth in his mouth and, with the sterilized knife, slice into the wound. Black blood spurted out instantly. Huabao's eyes widened in shock. Who would have thought? Yiqing's pretty ruthless. After draining the poisoned blood, Yiqing quickly wrapped the wound with a strip of cloth. He had just tied a knot when he heard faint footsteps in the snow outside. Yiqing's brow furrowed. He quickly pulled up his thermal mask and snow goggles, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and drew a pistol, pressing himself against the door of the stone hut. Jiang Yan, out of habit, also held a pistol in her hand. Even though she knew Yiqing was the only one inside, and had already seen the situation from Huabao's perspective, she still didn't let her guard down. As she drew closer, she finally spoke. "Yiqing." Her voice wasn't loud, and the howling wind made it even softer, but Yiqing, with his sharp hearing, recognized it immediately. "Jiang Yan?" He stepped out of the hut and saw Jiang Yan, fully armed, walking through the snowstorm. He looked her up and down. Seeing that she was unharmed, his tense expression finally relaxed. Once inside, Jiang Yan instinctively paused when she saw the decapitated mutant cobra in the corner. Yiqing remembered that she was most afraid of snakes, let alone one this big, and already beheaded. "Wait a moment, I'll move it out first." "No need." Jiang Yan took a breath and sat down on a stone nearby. After spending so long in the corpse workshop at Yunding Tower, her nerves were much stronger now. "You're injured?" Jiang Yan asked, though she already knew the answer. She couldn't exactly reveal Huabao's role as her little spy. Yiqing nodded, a hint of embarrassment in his eyes. "Yeah, I got bitten by a snake, but it shouldn't be too serious." Truth be told, what he'd just done hadn't removed all the venom. But as an evolved human, there was something in his body that could slowly neutralize toxins like this. It would just take a long time. Especially since this was a mutant cobra, the venom had likely mutated as well. Jiang Yan took off her backpack, but in reality, she was searching her space with her mind. She pulled out a vial of anti-venom and handed it to Yiqing. "Here." She'd stockpiled thousands of these before the apocalypse, never expecting she'd actually need them one day. Jiang Yan curled her lip. "I'm terrified of needles, so you'll have to manage this yourself, okay?" Yiqing was once again amazed by her magic bag, but he took the vial. "Thanks." After injecting the anti-venom, Yiqing's complexion visibly improved. Jiang Yan glanced outside. "The snowstorm's pretty bad right now. Let's rest a bit before heading back." Yiqing knew she was just giving him an excuse to rest, so he nodded. "All right. By the way, these past few days, how's everything in the AS sector?" They both spoke at once. Jiang Yan burst out laughing. "You first." "Okay." Yiqing nodded. "Everything's fine in the AS sector." After the meteorite hit, the AS sector sank along the ice fissure. He briefly explained the situation in the AS sector, but didn't mention that he'd come out alone to look for her, or that he'd gotten lost in the snowstorm. After all, the way things had turned out was a bit embarrassing for him. Clearly, he still had a lot of growing to do. He'd originally had a rope tied around his waist, but for some reason, during the second black blizzard, it snapped. Yiqing couldn't just sit and wait to die, so he braved the storm, but ended up falling into a ravine. Luckily, there was a thick layer of powdery snow at the bottom, so he was unharmed. There were meteorites all around, so he collected some and built himself a temporary shelter. But he hadn't expected that, while moving the last stone, he'd get bitten by a hibernating mutant cobra hiding underneath. Fortunately, he'd reacted quickly and killed the snake with one strike. Jiang Yan then gave Yiqing a brief rundown of what had happened at Yunding Tower. She'd already prepared an explanation for Song Haitao and the others, since she couldn't reveal Huabao's existence or the fact that she could enter her space. After listening, Yiqing clenched his fist. This Musen base has probably been infiltrated by the Blazing Flame base. Or by some other hostile force, Jiang Yan agreed. "Jiang Yan, why don't we head back?" Yiqing glanced outside. The blizzard had eased up quite a bit. In this extreme cold, daylight was short. If night fell, he was worried Jiang Yan might end up in the same situation he had. Plus, since Jiang Yan had come from Yunding Tower, they had a reference point. If they kept heading straight, they should be able to find the AS sector. Even if they strayed a bit, it wouldn't be too far off. You're all right now? Jiang Yan gave him a sidelong glance. Yeah, the anti-venom worked great. Yiqing turned to tie the cobra to a rope, planning to drag it back to the AS sector. Even if they got lost on the way, the snake meat would last them a long time. I'll do it. Jiang Yan walked over, stretched out her hand, and the huge cobra vanished into her space. Even though he knew about her abilities, seeing something disappear into thin air still amazed Yiqing. Then he asked, puzzled, Jiang Yan, can you go into that place? He meant the place where, after being blindfolded, he'd smelled the faint scent of the Tai Shui fungus. Clearly, that's where the snake had gone too. Jiang Yan understood what he was getting at and didn't hide it. Yes. She then took a collapsible trekking pole out of her space, glanced at his still swollen hand, assembled the pole, and handed it to him. Thanks. Yiqing took it. By the way, can you go in there anytime? Yes. Jiang Yan looked at him curiously, only to see him grin. Good. As long as she could enter anytime, she'd always have a place to hide if she was in danger. Yiqing's worries were finally put to rest. The two of them left the stone hut. Jiang Yan took the lead, striding forward. Stay close to me. All right. Yiqing strode forward to catch up. The blossom at the end of Huabao's vine unfurled, acting like a floral GPS, guiding Jiang Yan forward based on the path they'd taken before. The wind and snow whipped against their faces. They were walking straight into the wind, all the while having to watch out for cracks in the ground. Both of them fell silent, focusing on pushing ahead. Yiqing glanced at Jiang Yan, wanting to say something but holding back. In this endless expanse of snow, with the compass out of commission, it was actually very difficult for people to walk in a straight line as they intended. Yet Jiang Yan seemed to have a built-in navigation system. She never stopped to check her bearings, just kept her head down and pressed forward. He looked at the backpack she was carrying, but in the end, suppressed the urge to offer to carry it for her. On one hand, he trusted Jiang Yan's stamina. On the other, he knew that out here in the wilderness, a backpack full of supplies was vital to everyone. They walked for over an hour. As dusk began to fall, a massive ravine appeared before them. Jiang Yan, we're here. Yiqing immediately spotted the AS zone, suspended in midair over the ravine not far away. A warm feeling of home welled up inside him. But then a thought occurred to him. If Jiang Yan could find the AS zone, could she also retrace her steps back to the Yaoben base? Jiang Yan, can you find the way back to Yaoben base? No. Huabao could only remember routes it had personally walked. When they left Yaoben base, she and Huabao had been flung out of the metal building in a parabolic arc. So, naturally, Huabao couldn't remember the way. Yiqing gave a simple, oh, and didn't press further. By now, both their hat brims were dusted with white frost. In the distance, the metal building wedged in midair looked just like a mousse cake. A layer of black, then white, then black again. Jiang Yan knew this was because black and white snowflakes had been falling intermittently for a while now. The snow kept piling up, and gravity would cause it to freeze into ice. For a building suspended in midair, this was not good news. Normally, you'd need to clear the snow off the roof to reduce the load. But now, lacking the proper tools, and needing to leave some snow for camouflage, they'd done nothing. Jiang Yan scanned the surroundings, her gaze pausing by the ravine. Why are there 4 ropes over there? Yiqing followed her gaze. Maybe someone went out. The rope he'd used before had snapped in half, probably buried under the snow. He hadn't seen it on the way back. At this hour, no one should be outside. And 4 ropes, did that mean 4 people? But now wasn't the time to worry about that. Once they got inside, they'd find out. Thinking this, Yiqing smiled at Jiang Yan. It's getting dark. Should we head in? If they see you, Su Dai and the others will be over the moon, he added. All right. Jiang Yan nodded, then glanced around. How do you usually get in and out? Below the AS zone, it was empty. She didn't see any obvious way to enter the building. Over here. Yiqing led her to a slightly sunken area nearby. We carved an ice staircase. The ice steps were partially buried under snow, with only half of each step exposed. Whoever had carved them must have anticipated the snow and ice. The steps were deep and wide. Jiang Yan looked at the stairs and clicked her tongue. This reminds me of those ice stairs I saw on TV, in those ice and snow theme parks. She'd always been a southern girl who got excited at the sight of snow, but after the apocalypse, she'd lost all interest in snowflakes. Still, seeing this man-made ice staircase, she couldn't help but feel a little thrill. This path is slippery. I'll go first, you follow, Yiqing said as he took the remaining half of his rope from his shoulder and handed it to Jiang Yan. No need, Jiang Yan said with a smile, waving him off. She lifted her leg and dashed down the stairs. Crunch, 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 the sound of her footsteps on the snow. Light on her feet, she was already at the bottom of the ravine. Once Jiang Yan was steady, Huabao finally retracted its vine from her. Yiqing was stunned for a second, remembering how she'd leapt into the air to kill the snow wolf before. He was starting to wonder if Jiang Yan had mastered some kind of lightness skill. He hurried down after her. Doctor, Xiaoyue is back. Oh my god. Sister Yan is back too. Kong Wu, who was on lookout at the door, suddenly spotted them and jumped up in delight, waving frantically. Xiaoyue, Sister Yan. Everyone inside, who had been quietly training, rushed out excitedly. Even the elderly folks followed Song Haidao out. Stand back a bit. Careful not to get pushed out. Kong Wu called out as everyone crowded around the door. With everyone blocking the entrance, Jiang Yan didn't let Huabao lift her up. But before she could ask Yiqing how to get up, someone lowered a makeshift iron plate tied to a rope. Sister Yan, grab the rope, we'll pull you up. Okay. The two of them were hauled back into the building. Su Dai, overjoyed and in tears, rushed over and gave Jiang Yan a bear hug. Then she checked Jiang Yan from head to toe, front and back. Once she was sure Jiang Yan was unharmed, she choked out, Jiang Yan, you're finally back. Sigh, Jiang Yan, I really feel so useless, she sighed. She'd been worried for nearly a month, but there was nothing she could do. It's all right, I'm back now, aren't I? Jiang Yan smiled gently. She looked up and saw Song Haitao and the others, all beaming at the two of them. Dr. Song, she greeted, walking over. Song Haitao nodded slightly, his eyes a little moist. Jiang Yan, I won't ever let you do something so dangerous alone again. The weather could change at any moment, and new disasters kept cropping up. This meteor shower and black blizzard had been far beyond his expectations. Thinking back, he still felt a lingering fear. If anything had happened to Jiang Yan, he wouldn't be able to answer to his superiors or to himself. It's nothing, Jiang Yan smiled. I'm back safe and sound, aren't I? Besides, I even made some gains. I'll tell you about them later. Good, good. Get some rest first, no rush. Lin Xiaoyue brought over 2 cups of warm water with sugar, handing one to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, have some to warm up. Thank you, Dr. Lin. You're welcome. Then, as she handed the other cup to Yiqing, she paused. Xiaoyue, your hand is hurt. Only then did everyone notice Yiqing's left hand, swollen like a steamed bun. Everyone had to wear gloves outside these days, but his hand was bare. Not only was it exposed, it was swollen. Yiqing felt fine and had already had a serum shot. He didn't know why it was still swollen. It's nothing, it'll be fine after some rest, he said. Jiang Yan sat down, surrounded by everyone. She glanced around, puzzled. Hey, where are Song Ji, Tao Ji, Qin Lang, and Mo Shiyao? She didn't see any of them. Sister Yan. Kong Wu hesitated. They went to save Grandpa, like the Calabash brothers. He glanced at Yiqing and Jiang Yan as he spoke. Ahem, Song Haidao cleared his throat. Here's what happened. After you left, you didn't come back that night. We couldn't reach you on the walkie-talkie, then the meteor shower and black blizzard hit. Yiqing was worried something happened to you, so he went out to look for you that night. He finished and looked at Yiqing. Everyone turned to look at him. Yiqing scratched his head, his ears turning a little red. Jiang Yan took a sip of warm water and looked at Song Haidao. Doctor, and then? After that, Yiqing didn't come back all night. We pulled the rope back and found it had snapped. A few days later, when Sun Jingta saw that neither of you had returned, he went out as well. Then, Song Qian, Mo Xiao, and Qin Ling all went out one after another. Song Haidao's assistant, Sun Ziqing, continued. Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh and cry. It really is like Kong Wu said, just like the Calabash brothers rescuing Grandpa. In this kind of environment, going out to look for someone was like searching for a needle in a haystack. No navigation, no communication devices. The only way to keep in touch was the most primitive. But they'd all gone out because they were worried about her and Yiqing. "Doctor, it's getting dark," Kong Wu said, glancing outside with his binoculars. He didn't see any sign of people returning. "Pull all the ropes back in." "Okay, let's hope they don't snap again." The young soldiers split up to pull the ropes. Not long after, they felt resistance. The ropes not breaking was a good sign, but no one dared to relax. "Let's hope it's not just caught on a rock or something," Zhao Yugong said. Su Dai stood at the door, braving the cold, her eyes red as she looked outside. It was so cold, she didn't dare let her tears fall. "They'll be fine," Jiang Yan walked over and comforted her softly. "I hope so," Su Dai said, reaching out to hold Jiang Yan's arm, as if finding support. An hour later, Song Qian and Mo Xiao appeared at the icy steps leading up from the ravine. Through Kong Wu's night vision binoculars, they could see the two supporting each other, clearly injured. "I'll go help them," Yiqing said, grabbing the rope with one hand and sliding down smoothly, with Zhao Yugong following close behind. Song Qian and Mo Xiao were hauled up, looking battered and exhausted. Both wore vests and knee pads made from snow wolf pelts, their bodies covered in bloodstains, and they carried all sorts of strange supplies on their backs. Jiang Yan thought, did they get robbed, and then turn around and rob someone else? But seeing their poor condition, she didn't ask. "Brother Song, Xiao." Mo Xiao's lips were purple from the cold, her eyelashes and hat brimmed thick with snow. The blood on the short knife in her hand had already frozen solid. "Jiang Yan." Seeing her, both of their exhausted eyes lit up. When they'd seen Yiqing return earlier, their spirits had already lifted. They hadn't expected Jiang Yan to be back too, and in even better shape. "Sit down first." Jiang Yan took 2 bars of Dove milk chocolate from her backpack and handed them over. "Eat something." Her chocolate, unlike the stuff left outside that had turned rock hard, melted in the mouth just like normal. Lin Xiaoyue brought over 2 cups of warm water and began tending to their wounds. There were knife wounds and some nasty tears. Once they'd recovered a little, Jiang Yan finally asked, "What happened to you two?" "We were attacked," Song Qian said, taking off his blood-soaked gloves and warming his hands by the fire. "Attacked?" Everyone was stunned. "By people or mutant animals?" "People." Everyone gasped. With the blizzard rarely letting up, just surviving was hard enough. There were actually people out there robbing others? They were tall, very strong, and seemed immune to the cold. "But it felt like they were being controlled," Song Qian said, glancing at Yiqing. "They were kind of like evolved humans, but some sort of incomplete evolution, lacking intelligence." "Then they're not really evolved humans. Evolution should only improve, not reduce intelligence." "They're probably mutants," an older man said. "We heard a very regular whistling sound." "Their attacks followed the whistle," Mo Xiao added. "But the person making the sound was hiding behind a rock. The blizzard was too heavy, and we couldn't find him. In the end, he got away." The snow wolf pelts were knife-proof. The vests and knee pads they wore must have been made later. Thanks to the pelts, most of Song Qian and Mo Xiao's wounds were on areas not protected by fur. Mo Xiao's shoulder had a deep gash, her clothes sliced through in several layers, the wound gaping and bloody. Lin Xiaoyue took out hydrogen peroxide to disinfect the worst wound, but Jiang Yan stopped her. "Use this, Dr. Lin." Jiang Yan handed her a bottle of iodine. "Both disinfect, but iodine is much less irritating than hydrogen peroxide." "Okay." Lin Xiaoyue took it, puzzled for a moment. Iodine freezes at around -10 degrees Celsius. By rights, it should have been frozen solid in this room temperature. But the bottle Jiang Yan handed her was just like it had come from a normal room. She didn't ask, just dipped a cotton swab and began disinfecting Mo Xiao's wound. The conversation continued. Everyone looked grim. Natural disasters were bad enough, now there were villains too. Su Dai glanced at the pitch-black world outside, then thought of Song Qian's ordeal, and couldn't help but sob softly. Qin Lang and Sun Jingtao still hadn't returned. What if they'd run into those mutants too? She wanted to go out and look for Sun Jingtao, but she knew that in this icy wilderness, at night, she probably wouldn't last an hour. But even if she died, she wanted to die with her husband. With that thought, Su Dai made up her mind. If Sun Jingtao wasn't back in half an hour, she'd follow the rope out to look for him. By the way, Jiang Yan, you and Yi Qing, what happened to you two during this time? Song Qian asked, after finishing his water, looking at Jiang Yan and Yi Qing, hesitating. Yi Qing briefly explained how he'd met Jiang Yan today. Man, your luck is terrible, Kongwu joked when he heard Yi Qing's rope had snapped and he'd run into a mutant cobra. It wasn't so bad, Yi Qing just smiled. If his luck was really bad, he wouldn't have stayed put and wouldn't have run into Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan briefly described her own experience. When they heard that the Yunding building had turned into a human livestock pen and slaughterhouse, everyone was too shocked to speak. So, those mutants we ran into are the same as the ones you saw? Song Qian asked, taking a deep breath. After the apocalypse, all sorts of evil experiments had been happening in secret, far beyond what they'd imagined. Song Haitao frowned deeply. Jiang Yan, this information is crucial. It wasn't just the mutants. The most critical thing was that the Musen base, which they'd trusted most, had secretly defected to the enemy long ago. Song Haitao pressed his lips together and clenched his fists. No matter what, it's clear we can't stay here much longer. We have to leave as soon as possible, he said, glancing out into the pitch-black night. Jiang Yan nodded, fully agreeing with Song Haidao's suggestion. Right now, the AS zone was half suspended in midair. If any hostile forces found them, it would be like catching fish in a barrel. There'd be nowhere to run. The Phoenix Mountain Observatory in Dongshan, which Song Haitao had mentioned earlier, was probably one of the highest points in the area. There were still some buildings there. Whether they used it as a temporary rest stop or as a base of operations, it was a good choice. Even if mutants or bad guys showed up one day, they'd have the high ground and the advantage. As for weapons, that was the one thing she wasn't lacking at all. Besides, the observatory not only had equipment that could connect to the Musen base, but also, in the basement, there was a secret seed vault. Jiang Yan had discovered the seed vault while carefully studying the national-level treasure map that night. For everyone else, their main goal was to survive the natural disasters and human threats, to do whatever it took to stay alive in this apocalypse. But for her, it was different. I feel like the temperature's gone up a bit today, another scholar said, sighing. According to our previous projections about the disaster's progress, during the extreme cold phase, the temperature keeps dropping until it hits a critical point. The turning point is when the temperature rises by 5 degrees or more. That's when the phase officially starts to change. A warrior looked confused. Isn't that a good thing? Doesn't that mean the extreme cold is ending? Why are you sighing, Dr. Zhang? If Xiaosong and the others hadn't run into mutant attacks today, I'd say it's good news. After all, warmer weather means we'd have a better chance of getting back to the Yaoben base. But now, Dr. Zhang's expression darkened. The extreme cold traps us, but it also traps everyone else, Sun Ziqing interjected. Everyone instantly understood, and their faces grew worried. Right now, there were plenty of supplies in the AS zone, and they'd even improved a fishing net and caught a lot of fish over the past few days. At least in terms of food, they didn't have to worry. People had even gotten used to their laid-back routine, taking classes, doing drills, eating well, sleeping soundly, in other words, slacking off. They'd almost forgotten about the enemies lurking in the shadows, watching their every move. But Song Qian, Song Haitao, and the others had never forgotten their ultimate mission. But Sister Yen, Dr. Song, where can we even go in this frozen wasteland? Another warrior asked. Trying to find the Yaoben base buried under all the snow is like looking for a needle in a haystack. They didn't know about Song Haitao and Jiang Yan's plan to prioritize the observatory. We'll go somewhere we can actually reach, Song Haitao said mysteriously, glancing at Jiang Yan. She nodded. Doctor, I'm ready whenever you are. The two of them hadn't known each other long. But despite the age gap, they got along surprisingly well. Just one look, and Jiang Yan knew Song Haitao was confirming the coordinates and route with her. And she was clearly confident. Now we just have to wait for Xiao Sun and Xiao Qin to come back. If no one has any objections, we'll set out tomorrow, Song Haitao said, glancing outside again. Su Dai hadn't participated in the discussion at all. She stood by the door the whole time, practically turning into a human-shaped, waiting for husband Stone. Kongwu stood across from her, his eyes sore from staring, but he barely put down his binoculars. I could go look for them, Jiang Yan said, glancing at the time. It was already around 7 p.m. I'll go too. There are 2 ropes anyway, one for each of us. Yi Qing stood up as well. His steamed bun hand had finally recovered, and he had his strength back. Before, his fingers had been limp and powerless, like they didn't even belong to him. Wait a bit longer, Song Haitao said, glancing at the ropes on the ground that had been pulled back. These ropes are getting shorter and there's resistance, which means they're on their way back. Yeah, if you two go out now, it'll be like the Calabash brothers rescuing Grandpa all over again. What if something happens? Kongwu pouted. If I wasn't worried that I'd get lost and they'd come back to find me gone, I'd have gone out looking for them already. Song Qian and the others nodded in agreement. Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh. With Huabao's 2 vines joined together, it was basically a 60 or 70-meter diameter radar, plenty of coverage. How about this? Let's wait another 15 minutes. If they're still not back, I'll follow the vines and look for them. Don't worry about me, I can handle myself. As for Yi Qing, you should stay here. Everyone needs you, Jiang Yan said, glancing at Yi Qing. Yi Qing. All right. He quietly curled his fingers, not arguing. That works, Song Haitao said, frowning slightly but relieved. By the way, Jiang Yan, when you were at the Yunding building, they didn't spot you? Song Qian asked as Jiang Yan came back. No. They're still there. Jiang Yan nodded. Yes. Everyone was stunned, shock and fear flashing in their eyes. But Jiang Yan just smiled lightly and said, but they did so much evil, they've already turned to dust and gone down to the 18th level of hell. They'll never leave that place again. Everyone let out a silent sigh of relief. They all knew Jiang Yan was powerful and mysterious. Seeing that Song Haitao and Song Qian didn't ask for details, the others didn't dare ask either. Song Qian couldn't help but laugh too. That was a cold joke, literally. But Jiang Yan really was that impressive. Huh? These 2 ropes look like they're together, Kongwu, who was standing by the door, suddenly said in confusion. Everyone looked toward the door. 2 big coils of rope were piled up on the ground. Kongwu and Su Dai had been pulling back the ropes attached to Qin Lang and Sun Jingtao. Logically, the 2 had gone in different directions, so the angles of the ropes should have been wide apart. But now, the angle outside was very small. Don't tell me they met up? Everyone got excited. In this environment, moving as a team was way better than going solo. My Taoji and Langji are lucky. They'll be fine this time too. Kongwu's eyes lit up with joy. But Su Dai just squatted down and burst into tears. Since the apocalypse began, this was only the 2nd time she'd been this worried. The first was when Sun Jingtao went out with the base team to look for heavy oil and supplies. Other than that, the 2 of them were always together. Her tears hit the ground, and the cold wind quickly froze them into icy chains. Your tears are like pearls. What a waste to let them fall on the ground. Jiang Yan walked over and helped her up. Don't worry, Taoji will be fine. I have a feeling. She glanced at her watch. 5 more minutes. If they're still not back, I'll go look for them. Jiang Yan, can I go with you? I promise I won't hold you back. Su Dai clung to her like a drowning person grabbing a lifeline. No, Jiang Yan smiled, not saying more. But I can't see Lao Sun, and I'm so anxious. It's like tens of thousands of ants are biting my heart. It's suffocating, Su Dai said miserably, glancing at Yi Qing. She finally understood why Yi Qing had rushed out to find Jiang Yan that day without hesitation. Why don't you help get dinner ready? Maybe Taoji will come back just in time to eat your cooking, Jiang Yan suggested, glancing at the 2 warriors preparing dinner. When you're anxious, it's best to keep busy, never let yourself sit idle. Hey, are Tao Ji and the others running back? The warrior who'd taken over pulling the rope from Su Dai suddenly noticed that a big section of rope was quickly being reeled in. But with all this snow and darkness, I doubt they could run. Kong Wu heard this and quickly pulled his rope in two. It came back easily. See? They must be together. He almost jumped for joy. Song Qian grabbed him. What, you want to go bungee jumping? Are you out of your mind? No, I'm just too excited. Kong Wu shrank his head and squatted down obediently. Kong Wu had just picked up the night vision binoculars when, in the very next second, he shouted excitedly. Comrades, I think I see Tao Ji and Qin Lang. Everyone looked outside, but all they could see in the dark night were snowflakes swirling through the air. Let me see. Song Qian took the binoculars and confirmed, it's them. Captain Song, let me have a look too. Su Dai, unable to contain her excitement, snatched the binoculars, patting her chest as she exclaimed, it's old Sun. And little Qin. I'm going down to help. As she spoke, Yiqing grabbed a rope with one hand and slid nimbly down. I'll go too. Zhao Yugong followed right behind. Tao Ji, Qin Lang, wait a second. Yiqing called out to the two who were about to climb up in the dark. Song Qian wanted to go down as well, but his arm and calf were injured. Lin Xiaoyue had just stitched up his wounds, so he was willing but unable. Standing at the doorway, Jiang Yan thought for a moment, then pulled out a powerful searchlight. She had plenty of flares in her space, but those would light up a whole kilometer around them, too conspicuous for now. The searchlight was a better choice. Down in the ravine, Yiqing and Zhao Yugong suddenly noticed a beam of light shining on them. Instantly alert, they raised their guns and spun around. It's Jiang Yan, Yiqing realized a moment later. Zhao Yugong's mouth dropped open in surprise, and a gust of icy wind mixed with snowflakes rushed in. Cough, cough. Come on, Captain Zhao, we need to hurry. Yiqing said, striding forward, and Zhao Yugong quickly followed. Inside the house, everyone was stunned the moment they saw Jiang Yan pull out the searchlight. Jiang Yi looked at Jiang Yan, stroked his chin, but said nothing. Soon, Sun Jingtao and Qin Lang were pulled up by the others. Honey. Su Dai, eyes brimming with tears, threw herself at Sun Jingtao. With everyone safely back inside, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. All right, let's talk later, okay? Sun Jingtao gently patted Su Dai's back, his voice soft. And then, Su Dai wiped her tears, only then realizing there were still many people around. Sun Jingtao and Qin Lang untied the ropes from their waists and, in unison, looked at Song Haitao and Jiang Yan. Doctor. Jiang Yan. Yan Jia. Yiqing had already told them about Jiang Yan's return while they were down below. Seeing Jiang Yan's clean clothes, neat hair, and fresh face, both men were secretly surprised. But somehow, it also made perfect sense. You two aren't hurt, are you? Jiang Yan asked, handing the light to Lin Xiaoyue. No, but we did run into a pack of what seemed like mutated snow wolves, Sun Jingta started, but Su Dai cut him off. You mean those snow wolves as tall as several stories? No, just regular snow wolves, a bit bigger than usual, but not as huge as the ones we saw before, Qin Lang said, scratching his head with an awkward smile. Tao Ji and I ran out of bullets, and we couldn't fight them hand to hand, so we just had to run. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. So, those snow wolves as big as hills they'd seen before must have come from the base's experiments. Oh, no wonder we reeled in the ropes so fast just now, Kong Wu chuckled. Now that everyone's back, let me go over the next steps. Song Haitao stood up and shared what Jiang Yan had seen outside, along with his own thoughts. When Sun Jingtao heard about the situation at the Yunding building, he immediately thought of that Sky Hotel in Anming City where they'd held a bunch of good-looking men and women. He raised his hand and asked, so, the Blaze base has already infiltrated Yao Ben base's territory? Seems like it, Song Haitao nodded. And not just infiltrated. Even the Musen base, which we thought we could trust, is now questionable. Then Song Haitao told everyone about the plan to head to the observatory the next day. Most of those present, aside from Jiang Yi, Jiang Yan, and Su Dai, were either soldiers or from military backgrounds. Obedience was second nature to them, instinctive, ingrained in their bones. Even the elderly scientists, when faced with matters of principle, had clear judgment. Leaving the AS zone to trek across the endless snowy plains was no small feat for them. But none of them showed any sign of backing down. Su Dai and Yiqing were both loyal followers of Jiang Yan. Wherever she went, they would follow. So, even though the AS zone was a decent stronghold, with a steady supply of fish below, no one objected to heading for the Phoenix Mountain Observatory the next day. The real question was, how would they get there? Let's eat first. After dinner, we'll split into groups to prepare, Song Haido said, scanning the room. His gaze landed on Jiang Yan first. First, Jiang Yan and I will be in charge of confirming the route and direction. The Phoenix Mountain Observatory is a prominent landmark. As long as we head the right way, even without precise coordinates, we'll get there. Jiang Yan nodded. All right. Second, Song Qian, you'll lead a team to search for materials and build sleds or similar gear. We'll load some of our supplies onto them. Song Qian was about to agree when Jiang Yan spoke up, looking at him. About the sleds, I found a few earlier, but they'll need some modifications. I'll fill you in later. The sleds she'd found at the Yunding building were all quite small. But if they could link them together like a little train, it would work well. Everyone. Yanjia, just how many surprises do you have for us? Kong Wu voiced what everyone was thinking. Guess, Jiang Yan smiled. She suddenly realized she'd forgotten to take out the reindeer she'd found while she was out alone these past couple of days. There was snow in her space, but it wasn't as cold as outside. Still, if it came to it, they could use snowmobiles to pull the sleds instead. After all, magically producing a couple of snowmobiles from the AS zone was a lot easier to explain than suddenly producing a live animal. According to the map, it was about 12 kilometers in a straight line from the AS zone to the observatory. For her, Yiqing and Song Qian, that wasn't a big deal. But for Dr. Zhang and the other elders, it could be a real challenge. So the sleds were mainly for them. Song Haido continued, Third, Shaolin, you'll lead a team to pack up the supplies we need to take. Most of the supplies they'd found earlier were nearly used up. Understood, Doctor. Lin Xiaoyue, the most experienced in daily life among them, quickly responded, I'll do a full inventory first, then confirm with you before sorting and packing. Good, Song Haido nodded. Listening to Song Haido's arrangements, Su Dai suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She tugged at Jiang Yan's sleeve and whispered in her ear. Jiang Yan, can you pull off your magic trick again and pack us all up to take with you? Jiang Yan didn't even hesitate before refusing outright. No. She had considered the question Su Dai just asked, but after weighing the pros and cons, she ultimately decided against it. Revealing part of the space's abilities versus exposing all of its functions were two entirely different things. It wasn't that she didn't trust the people around her, but deep down, Jiang Yan believed that in the apocalypse, no one but herself could be fully trusted. Not even Yiqing and the others. So, letting these people into her space would only be possible if she sedated all of them first. But the tranquilizer gun she had was quite powerful and would inevitably have some side effects on the body. Although the space had healing properties, most of the older folks like Song Haitao and his group already suffered from age-related complications. Using a tranquilizer gun or just putting people into the space unconscious, those were last resort measures. And right now, things hadn't reached that level of desperation. Oh. Seeing Jiang Yan refuse, a hint of disappointment flashed in Su Dai's eyes. But she assumed it was because Jiang Yan's space had limited capacity and couldn't fit so many people, so she didn't press further. All right, does anyone else have questions? Song Haitao wrapped up the discussion. Several people raised their hands. Doctor, how long do you estimate it'll take us to reach the observatory from here? Someone asked. Song Haitao replied, considering we won't be traveling in a straight line, the whole journey should be about 15 kilometers. How long it takes will depend on everyone's pace, especially as old folks. Of course, Phoenix Mountain is the highest peak in Dongshan. My estimate is just the distance to the foot of the mountain. With all the snow everywhere, we'll probably only make it halfway up the peak, which means we'll still have a climb ahead of us. As soon as Song Haito finished, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Another person asked, "So, doctor, when do we set out?" Song Haito glanced at Jiang Yan. "I suggest we leave at daybreak. The temperature dropped by about 10 degrees today. If Dr. Zhang's predictions are correct, tomorrow should have the best visibility and the longest daylight hours we've had in a while," Jiang Yan added. "Yanjia, how did you know the temperature rose by 10 degrees today?" a soldier asked, puzzled. They used to have a thermometer, but it was a mercury one. When the temperature dropped to -39 degrees, the mercury froze and it stopped working. If the temperature rose a bit, the body could feel it, but to state the exact number was a bit odd. Jiang Yan just smiled. "Just a feeling." The soldier wanted to ask more, but Kong Wu changed the subject. "Everyone, if we run into another black blizzard or a meteorite on the way, do we have an emergency plan?" "No. If that happens, we just wait for death," Sun Jingtao said bluntly. Seeing everyone's grave expressions, he chuckled, "But I don't think we'll be that unlucky. The apocalypse hadn't started yesterday. Those still alive owed it partly to their strength and skills. But who could deny that luck had played a part as well? No one asked what they'd do if they encountered mutant animals. After all, with Jiang Yan and Yi Qing around, everyone seemed a lot less afraid of mutant creatures." They chatted a bit more, but it was all trivial matters. Before the conversation was over, dinner was ready. Grilled fish and rabbit leg millet soup. The aroma filled the whole house. Since they were setting out the next day, no one tried to scrimp on food like usual. As soon as one fish was grilled, another was put on the fire. They didn't put out all the campfires either. Leaving early the next morning meant they'd need at least 2 hours for breakfast, getting down from the house to the ground, and moving supplies. After dinner, before going to confirm the map with Song Haitao, Jiang Yan pulled Lin Xiaoyue aside. "Dr. Lin, pack up all your supplies tonight, tie them up, and just leave them inside the house." Lin Xiaoyue was taken aback. "So we don't need to move them to the outer room in advance?" "No. Should I let Dr. Song know?" "Just follow Xiao Zhang's instructions." Song Haito happened to walk by and chimed in. "Okay, Dr. Song." The map was quickly confirmed. Jiang Yan learned that the AS zone spanned right across the Nampan River, which ran through Dongshan. But it was frozen over, so the exact location was hard to see. Now that Jiang Yan had the coordinates for the Yunding building, plus the route and approximate distance from there to the AS zone, comparing that to the map, Song Haito was able to mark out the coordinates for the Phoenix Mountain Observatory in detail. He didn't know how Jiang Yan could remember the route from the Yunding building to the AS zone so clearly, just as Jiang Yan didn't know how he could calculate planetary orbits without high-tech computers. After confirming the route, Song Haitao smiled. "If this were before the apocalypse, Xiao Jiang, with your memory, you'd win a national award for sure." "Thank you for the compliment, Doctor." "You too. The World Physics Prize Committee is missing you." As Jiang Yan spoke, she thought of the research at the Blazing Flame Base and the Yunding building, and of the evolved and mutated humans. Those researchers who aided and abetted such horrors, if it were before the apocalypse, their scientific achievements would be Nobel-worthy. Knock knock. There was a knock at the door. The two looked up to see an elderly man standing at the entrance. The door was open. Jiang Yan recognized him as Dr. Zhang Yongliang, whose main field was bioscience. "Old Zhang." "Dr. Zhang." "Old Song, are you two finished?" Zhang Yongliang's face was grave as he looked at Jiang Yan. "I'm here to talk to Xiao Jiang and confirm a few things." Jiang Yan. "Yeah, we just finished." "I'll leave you two to it," Song Haito said, getting up. "Xiao Jiang, you keep the map safe." "Okay." Jiang Yan had Huabo memorize the map, then folded it up, put it in a waterproof bag, and stowed it in her backpack. "No need, Old Song, you stay too," Zhang Yongliang said, closing the door. Jiang Yan stood up and offered her chair to Zhang Yongliang. "Please, Dr. Zhang, have a seat." "Thank you." Zhang Yongliang sat down without ceremony, then looked at Jiang Yan and Song Haitao and spoke. "Old Song, I'm not sure I'll make it to the observatory tomorrow, so I want to share a worry I have with you both in advance." Old Song, you're the leader of our team, and Xiao Jiang, you're the most promising of the younger generation. So I can only talk to you two about this. Jiang Yan. Old Song, Xiao Jiang, humanity may be facing another catastrophe. This disaster could be a true calamity for all survivors. Catastrophe? Jiang Yan was stunned. What could be even more catastrophic than the disasters they were already facing? Song Haidao looked calmly at Zhang Yongliang. Old Zhang, go on. Have you ever heard of prion? Zhang Yongliang looked at the two of them, his expression a bit grave. Jiang Yan nodded. I've heard that eating two-legged sheep for a long time can infect you with this virus. I think mad cow disease in cattle is also caused by prion. After the apocalypse, there were rumors of people eating two-legged sheep. She'd even looked it up online, so she knew a bit about the virus. Strictly speaking, prion aren't viruses, they're a kind of protein. Song Haidao picked up the explanation. These prion proteins are highly infectious and pathogenic, and they're extremely resilient. Even ultrasound or temperatures of 160 to 170 degrees Celsius can't destroy them. Jiang Yan hadn't expected Song Haidao, whose expertise was in aerospace, to be so knowledgeable about this. She suddenly had a wild thought. Dr. Zhang, is the catastrophe you're worried about that all the people who ate two-legged sheep might eventually turn into zombies? Of course, the zombies she meant weren't the ones from movies or novels. The two older men couldn't help but smile at her words, despite their serious expressions. But soon, Zhang Yongliang's face grew even more solemn. From a scientific standpoint, people or animals infected with prion develop holes in their brains, lose control of their limbs, and even attack their own kind. It really is a lot like zombies, except they don't have crystal cores. Also, the incubation period for this virus is a year. If it was just a simple prion infection, these people would at most die off on their own. But you mentioned that at Yunding Tower, someone was injecting people with viruses and hormones, and then those people were being disassembled. It's very likely they were being used for further research. In other words, during that year-long incubation period, there's a high chance of secondary or even multiple rounds of modification and evolution. Those who are injected with hormones and viruses are more like human incubators, maybe to produce proteases or something else. It's like using the properties of prion to create people who don't feel pain, can withstand high temperatures, and can follow specific commands. Given the mutated animals like snow wolves that have appeared recently, it's not impossible to create such people. Jiang Yan, who'd seen her share of sci-fi movies, asked, like super soldiers? Song Haidao raised an eyebrow. Exactly. Not only can they create super soldiers, but these soldiers can also infect each other rapidly, Zhang Yongliang sighed after he spoke. That's why I said humanity is probably doomed. Jiang Yan was puzzled. But even if they can withstand high temperatures and are aggressive, they're not exactly trained fighters. At best, they're just human shields. Against advanced human weapons, they're not that scary, right? So, what's the point of all this? High-tech weapons are only in the hands of a few people. And right now, it's basically about who has more bullets. Until production recovers, weapons and ammunition will eventually run out, Song Haidao said, not beating around the bush. So I think they're trying to seize the remaining resources in advance. Or, if you divide us and the enemy into two factions and clarify each side's goals, it becomes clear, Song Haidao prompted. Jiang Yan felt her brain was starting to overheat. So, our primary goal is to find the major national assets and gather them. At the same time, we need to destroy the Calamity Lab, especially once we have the equipment for rocket launches, to make sure the disaster ends as soon as possible. Third, we try to go to Mars and find a place more suitable for human survival. Exactly. And as for the other side, their first goal is to turn the entire planet and all of humanity into a testing ground for their disaster experiments to get the evolutionary results they want. Second, they want to destroy all forces that oppose them, and just like us, they'll try to find or seize those major national assets and scientists. After all, this disaster has set human science and technology back by decades, even a century. But if they get those assets, they can make up for that lost time in their research. As for the third point, even if the Mars migration plan fails, after all these disasters, resources on our planet will only become scarcer. By acting early, they can seize those resources in advance. Whether our planet returns to its former green and beautiful state or becomes a post-apocalyptic wasteland, resources will always be concentrated in the hands of a few. Dr. Song's analysis is very clear, Zhang Yongliang said modestly. I know this is how it works, but I can't always explain it so clearly. Jiang Yan felt like she understood, but not completely. Song Haido said, so, Xiaojiang, we have to do our best to survive, especially you and Yiqing. It's just a pity that this is all speculation. If only we knew exactly what's inside those people being raised like livestock. Zhang Yongliang's eyes dimmed as he subconsciously pounded his right leg with his fist. But chances are I won't live to see it. There was a note of pessimism in his words. Jiang Yan knew what they were worried about. Doctor, we'll all be fine. And we'll definitely make it to the observatory tomorrow. She didn't mention that she'd taken samples from the two-legged sheep. After all, in this situation, pulling out a bunch of bloody severed hands and feet would be pretty horrifying. Besides, they lacked testing equipment. No matter how experienced Zhang Yongliang was, he couldn't identify the hormones and viruses inside just by looking. Seeing Jiang Yan's confident face, Zhang Yongliang felt a bit embarrassed and smiled. Ahem, you're right. Old Song, you and I are already half buried in the ground, yet we're the ones being so timid. Really, we should be the ones giving the young people confidence. The older we get, the more we regress. Sorry about that. Song Haitao glared at him. I'm not like you. I'm determined to survive. Zhang Yongliang replied sourly, ahem, you've flown fighter jets and been to space. You're made of steel, still going strong. I'm all skin and bones, can't compare to you. Old Zhang, why do I feel like you're using been to space as an insult? Let Xiao Jiang judge. I'm just telling the truth, Zhang Yongliang said, rubbing his nose and looking aggrievedly at Jiang Yan for support. Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh. Just as she was about to comfort them, there was a knock at the door. Jiang Yan, are you ready? It was Song Qian and Yiqing. She got up to open the door. Dr. Song, Dr. Zhang. Xiao Jiang, you go ahead. Song Haitao and Zhang Yongliang had finished what they wanted to say to her. All right, you two should rest early. Leave tomorrow's trip to the observatory to us, Jiang Yan said, then left with Song Qian and Yiqing, heading toward the armory. Jiang Yan thought for a moment. About those sleds I mentioned, should I just put them out on the ground first thing in the morning? After Jiang Yan finished speaking, she took a red sled out from her space. The sled was built for two people, one in front and one in back. It wasn't very big, rather long and narrow, made from a lightweight, cold-resistant metal. Judging by the logo, it was a brand from a country near the North Pole. Song Qian and Yiqing's eyes lit up instantly. Jiang Yan, how many of these sleds do you have? 9, all the same model. Song Qian said, 9? That's 18 seats. Enough for all the doctors, and we can even load some supplies. We can tie cargo to the sides too. As he spoke, he lifted the sled with one hand. It's not heavy. I could pull 1 or 2 sleds by myself. 15 kilometers. Before the apocalypse, their special forces training would have covered that in 2 hours. Now, with snow and ice slowing them down, and not counting the risk of mutant animal attacks, for hours should still be enough. But if they had to bring along elderly doctors, plus ordinary people like Lin Xiaoyue and Su Dai, it was hard to say how long it would take. With these sleds, though, reaching the observatory before dark was no longer a problem. I'll take care of 6 sleds, Yiqing said confidently, lifting one as if it were nothing. We can link them together like a little train. 6? Not bad, Xiaoyue. Song Qian wanted to punch him on the shoulder, but realized Yiqing was too tall, so he settled for a punch on the arm instead. Then he turned to Jiang Yan, grinning. Jiang Yan, do you know what image popped into my head when Xiaoyue said he could pull 6 sleds? Jiang Yan immediately thought of the 3 fools of the snowfield. Huskies? Alaskan sled dogs? Or Samoyeds? Yiqing. Song Qian laughed. No, I was thinking of a barge hauler. Look at all those muscles on Xiaoyue, those sharp features. If only his skin weren't so pale, the image would be perfect. Jiang Yan burst out laughing. Songji, I never expected you to develop a sense of humor. Not just him, Song Haitao and Zhang Yongliang too. After being apart for so long, meeting again, everyone seemed more positive and optimistic. Jiang Yan thought that was a good thing. In the apocalypse, the most precious thing was an optimistic attitude and the will to survive. Yiqing's lips twitched. Songji's been eating a bit too much fat lately. You brat, are you calling me greasy? Song Qian pretended to be angry and gave him another punch, then got back to business. But seriously, Xiaoyue, are you sure you can pull that many people and supplies? Of course. Except for Zhang Yongliang, the other old doctors were all short and skinny. 50 kilos each at most. Carrying a few hundred kilos was no problem for him. The snow was slippery too, which would help reduce the load a bit. Jiang Yan thought for a moment and decided to take out the snowmobiles as well. After all, that would make the journey even faster. Plus, Song Qian and Sun Jingtao were both injured, to varying degrees. They were ordinary people. Their wounds didn't heal as fast as Yiqing's. If nothing happened on the road, fine, but if something did, the fighters would be exhausted, and that would be bad. I also have 2 snowmobiles. Tomorrow morning, when we get the sleds, I'll bring them out too. This time, Song Qian and Yiqing's mouths dropped open. Jiang Yan, you're really prepared for everything. Song Qian said, then added worriedly, but the temperature outside is so low. Jiang Yan knew what he was worried about. They run on ethanol gasoline. No problem. Professional. Song Qian couldn't help giving her a thumbs up. Jiang Yan, are you sure you've never been to a special agent training camp? What do you think? Jiang Yan smiled. She remembered that Song Qian and Sun Jingtao were out of bullets, so she said, also, I'll hand out some weapons to everyone later. You cracked the armory? Song Qian thought of the weapons locked up with double locks. Jiang Yan nodded. All right, let's go find Old Sun and the others and go over tomorrow's plan. Sun Jingtao and Qin Lang were helping Lin Xiaoyue pack supplies with a few other fighters. When the 3 of them arrived, they had just finished packing. The food they'd found in the AS sector, plus what Jiang Yan had left them, was almost all used up after a month. What they had most of now was fish caught recently. Without exception, they were all huge and looked strange. A few had been made into grilled fish by Su Dai and the others ready to eat. Most were frozen solid. Besides food and some daily necessities, there were also some wooden furniture pieces that hadn't been burned yet. In this icy world, wood was precious for making fires, so they had to take it. The rest, the heavy, bulky stuff, were the snow wolf pelts. Jiang Yan looked around. I'll take care of the snow wolf pelts and some things from the AS sector that we might not need now but could use in the future. I'll store those too. Including the sleep pods the doctors had used, which also needed to be taken. As for things we'll need right away, or that are light, just put them on the sleds. Jiang Yan, if you store all these pelts and take them out later, your magic trick will be completely exposed, Yiqing said, frowning with concern. This time was different from the last time in the underground tunnel. Last time, there were only a few people, all trustworthy. This time, besides their group, there were several fighters and old doctors, plus Jiang Yi, Lin Xiaoyue, and Mo Shiyao, and others. Not exactly people they knew inside out. Song Qian nodded. He's right. They didn't know Jiang Yan had a space, but they figured she had some kind of special storage artifact. It was obviously unscientific, almost like science fiction, but the evidence was right in front of them. They had to accept it. Jiang Yan smiled. It's fine, let's do it this way. Seeing how calm she was, Song Qian and Yiqing could only nod. Then let's get the sleds and snowmobiles out while everyone's still asleep. Okay. That night, Jiang Yan didn't enter her space. Instead, she rested with everyone else, finding a corner outside and leaning against the wall. To others, it looked like she was just sleeping against the wall. But in reality, Huaba had stretched out its vines to weave her a little nest. It was transparent, thin, and soft. Around 5 or 6 in the morning, she, Yiqing, and Song Qian went down to the ground and, under cover of darkness, brought out the sleds and snowmobiles. When everyone else woke up, they found that all the packed supplies in the house had disappeared. What the? Don't tell me there are thieves. One of the fighters, eyelids twitching, reached for his gun to search, but Kong Wu quickly stopped him. Pan Yifan, calm down. Song Ji and Yan Jia already moved everything out. Everyone stared in shock for a second, then walked to the door and looked outside. Sure enough, in the snow not far away, there were a few figures and a long red object. Weird, with so much stuff being moved in and out, how come I didn't hear a thing? Zhao Yugong scratched his head in confusion. Xiao Yi and Old Sun just moved things downstairs a moment ago. They were afraid of waking you, so they kept their voices down, Su Dai said with a smile as she busied herself preparing breakfast. Breakfast had already been prepared the night before: goose meat congee, grilled fish, and compressed biscuits. All that was left was to heat up the congee and fish. They'd be traveling through a world of ice and snow today, so having something hot to eat would help warm them up. Lin Xiaoyue walked over a bit apologetically. Oh, Xiao Su, why didn't you wake me up? Dr. Lin, I was just heating up the pot. There really wasn't much to do, so I didn't want to bother you, Su Dai replied with an awkward smile. She needed to cover for Song Qian and Jiang Yan, so of course she couldn't wake Lin Xiaoyue and the others. But that wasn't something she could say out loud. I'm doomed. I feel like my alertness has really gone downhill, one of the soldiers muttered as he glanced at the people busy outside. Another soldier chimed in, same here. Song and the others moved so much stuff downstairs, and I didn't notice a thing. All right, let's eat first. I'll go call Jiang Yan and the others back. Su Dai quickly changed the subject. The others obediently scratched their heads and came to sit by the fire. Yeah, let's hurry up and eat, then we can go relieve Song and his team. Outside, Yiqing quickly tied the sleds together. Sun Jingtao and Song Qian were also securing the sleds, but compared to Yiqing, whose body was used to the cold, their movements were noticeably slower and stiffer. In the end, there were 9 sleds. Yiqing was in charge of 4, Jiang Yan another 4, and Song Qian insisted on taking responsibility for the last one himself. Transportation is sorted, but there's still a big problem, Sun Jingta said, rubbing his frozen hands and glancing at the AS sector. Song Qian immediately understood. You're worried that the temperature is too low and the doctors won't be able to handle it, right? That's right. Sun Jingtao nodded. Even though it's a bit warmer today, just being out here for a while has made my hands and feet go numb. I imagine it'll be even worse for them. Song Qian frowned. Yeah, sitting still will only make them colder, but they obviously can't walk. Listening to their conversation, Jiang Yan realized she'd overlooked this issue too. She searched her space with her mind and, thankfully, found something useful. I still have some heat packs. I can hand them out to everyone. These heat packs could usually keep you warm for about 10 hours. With the temperature this low, they should still last 5 or 6 hours without a problem. What? Jiang Yan, you're like a walking treasure chest. Song Qian and Qin Lang were once again amazed. Not only did Jiang Yan have a lot of stuff, everything she had was top-notch. Yiqing and Sun Jingtu were also surprised, though they didn't show it as obviously. When Leader Mo gets back, we need to have him reimburse you. You've contributed so many great things, Qin Lang declared. Song Qian agreed, exactly. And double it too. Jiang Yan smiled. Then you all deserve a reward as well, you've all worked hard. Compared to the hundreds of millions in gold and jewels, these supplies weren't worth much. But speaking of which, Mo Jingcheng still owed her a lot of gold and jewels. Of course. Qin Lang puffed out his chest, but then his expression fell a bit. Speaking of Leader Mo, I wonder how he's doing? He'll be fine, Song Qian assured him, giving him a punch on the shoulder and handing him a rope. Here, give this a pull, see how much weight it can take. Okay. The supplies on Song Qian's sled were lighter than the ones carrying people and cargo with Jiang Yan and the others. After testing, Yiqing and Jiang Yan also took a turn on the snowmobiles to check the towing strength. Once all the tests were done, Zhao Yugong brought over a few young men. Old Song, Jiang Yan, what can we do to help? Oh my god. You even found snowmobiles. One of the soldiers ran over in delight when he saw the two brand-new snowmobiles. Wow! This brand used to be my dream ride. One of these costs as much as a base model Benz. These are that expensive? Zhao Yugong, unfamiliar with snowmobiles, was surprised. He'd felt a bit uneasy since last night, noticing that Song Qian and the others seemed to be avoiding him while doing certain things. But seeing how much effort they'd put into preparing, all his negative suspicions vanished in an instant. With teammates who worked so hard behind the scenes, how could he be so petty? Of course! I'm a motorcycle enthusiast. I can't afford one, but that doesn't stop me from knowing all about them. Who would have thought our base leader had such good taste and such foresight? In their minds, all the sleds and supplies had been found in the AS sector. Since this was once Mo Jingqing's core living area, no one doubted it. Besides, it was usually Song Qian and his team who went out searching for supplies. Yeah, whoever bought this stuff really had good taste and foresight. Right, Jiang Yan? Song Qian and the others, who knew the inside story, laughed and glanced at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan just smiled and said nothing. Back then, when she was buying all this, she'd made detailed plans and lists. The key was, with enough money, there was no risk of buying cheap, shoddy goods. Half an hour later, everyone was ready to set off. On the sleds, aside from a few elders, were Su Dai and Lin Xiaoyue. Mo Shiyao insisted on walking herself, and no one could persuade her otherwise. Except for Jiang Yan and Yiqing, everyone else was covered in heat packs. Normally, sticking so many heat packs to your body would feel like strapping on a belt of explosives. But now, knowing these were the same imported heat packs used by the base leader, their worries were much less. In addition to the heat packs, Lin Xiaoyue had managed to make some snow wolf pelts last night. There was no time for extra sewing or tailoring. Song Haitao and Zhang Yongliang simply wrapped the pelts around themselves. Now I finally get why those big brands make puffer coats, Su Dai couldn't help but say, seeing Song Haitao and the others bundled up like polar bears. The rest couldn't help but laugh. Though it was a joke, Song Haitao and Zhang Yongliang felt a pang of guilt. Zhang Yongliang sighed. Jiang Yan, Xiao Song, we've really been a burden to you. Yeah, if it weren't for us, you wouldn't have had to spend so much time preparing, Song Haitao agreed. And Jiang Yan, you've worked so hard. He hadn't been involved in the process, but he knew that these so-called base supplies were actually all provided by Jiang Yan herself. All right, is everyone ready? Jiang Yan and Yiqing got on their snowmobiles and turned to look at the group. Song Qian and Qin Lang slung the sled ropes over their shoulders. Out of their sight, Huab quietly extended a vine and wrapped it around the sled. It used to be strong enough to wrap around the entire AS sector. This little weight was nothing to it. The remaining young soldiers walked alongside the sleds or brought up the rear. Without exception, every one of them had a fully loaded magazine in their guns. It should have felt like a desperate escape, but with the cool snowmobiles and the festive red sleds, it looked more like a snowy adventure. Everyone's worries turned to excitement, and they all shouted in high spirits, "We're ready." Great, let's move out. Jiang Yan and Yiqing turned back around and started their engines in unison. With a roar, snow sprayed up as the three sled teams glided forward together. As Song Qian and Qin Lang pulled their sleds by the shoulder, they suddenly felt the weight lighten. They exchanged glances and looked back. Is it really this easy to pull a sled once it's moving? Song Qian wondered aloud. He couldn't help but picture a few huskies pulling a loaded sled, and it actually seemed to make sense. Qin Lang didn't think too much about it. He just nodded and said, "Yeah, Song, this is way too light. Feels like I'm pulling air." The team began to move forward slowly. The terrain around them was far from flat. Many small meteorites, not yet buried by the snow, dotted the landscape. Jiang Yan and Yiqing didn't dare to drive the sleds too quickly. Besides, there was nothing shielding the sleds from the wind, so if they went too fast, Song Haitao and the others riding on the sleds wouldn't be able to handle it. And, of course, they needed to make sure Song Qian and Qin Lang, who were pulling the sleds by hand, could keep up. Song Haitao sat on the sled pulled by Jiang Yan, clutching a map, a broken compass, and a pair of ill-fitting snow goggles. He called out, "Left, 45 degrees, straight ahead." In less than 10 minutes, snowflakes had already gathered on his eyelashes and mask. Jiang Yan had bought plenty of snow goggles, but most were her own size. Only a few were in other sizes, both men's and women's. It was dangerous to look at the snow with the naked eye for too long. Snow blindness was a real risk, so Jiang Yan had distributed most of the goggles to the soldiers walking alongside as guards. As for the elderly folks and Lin Xiaoyue sitting on the sleds, apart from Song Haitao, they either kept their heads down or closed their eyes to rest. Even those who couldn't help but look around out of curiosity only glanced up for a moment before quickly looking away. The soldiers walking beside the sleds stayed alert, scanning their surroundings as they moved. Snow continued to fall thickly, and the world around them was vast and empty. In such an environment, any mutated animals or humans they might encounter would be especially dangerous. So no one dared to let their guard down. Jiang Yu walked at the back of the group, gripping 2 trekking poles, struggling through the snow. Once Song Qian realized there wasn't much weight on the sled behind him, he simply took over pulling it by himself. After 2 hours, Jiang Yan noticed that the density of meteorites in the snow had clearly decreased. Yiqing and Song Qian noticed it too. The soldiers on guard picked up on it as well. These meteorites seem to have landed right where people gather, huh? Looks like it. Damn, whoever did this deserves to be torn apart by 5 horses. Song Haidao's brow relaxed a little. But this also means we've reached the outskirts of Dongshan. Doctor, does that mean we've already covered a third of the journey? Yeah. Song Haitao let out a quiet sigh of relief. If they could make it from Nanpan River to the outskirts through this endless white snow, at least it meant they'd chosen the right direction. Qin Lang raised his military binoculars and looked into the distance, but all he could see was a vast expanse of white. The snow up ahead looks even heavier, he said. That's normal, Sun Jingtao replied. Mount Phoenix is higher in elevation than the city, so it's colder up there. Hey, what's that? Kong Wu suddenly spotted something under a black meteorite not far away. It looked like the body of an animal. The animal was as big as a full-grown elephant, covered in thick black fur, and seemed to have horns. The rest of its body was hidden by the meteorite and snow. Jiang Yan and Yiqing slowed the sleds. I'll go check it out, said the nearest soldier, raising his gun and trudging through the powdery snow toward the spot. He quickly turned around, shouting excitedly, "Hey! Everyone, come quick! We've struck it rich!" With that, he took out his military shovel and began digging rapidly around the animal's body. Jiang Yan and Yiqing stopped their sleds and walked over. Seeing this, Hua Bao jumped off the sled and scrambled onto Jiang Yan's shoulder. The people sitting on the sleds wanted to get down for a closer look, but realized their legs were already numb from the cold, so they had to watch from where they were. As more of the frozen animal was uncovered, Song Qian examined it carefully and said, "This animal looks a bit like a yak. But aren't those only found on the plateau? How could there be one in Dongshan? It's not that strange. Didn't Yiqing catch some snow geese before? Those are only found in the far north too. Wow, that means we're in for a real treat. We can have a feast tonight. But this thing must weigh several hundred kilos. It's going to be tough to move. With food like this, I don't care. I'll drag it back myself if I have to," a soldier volunteered. Just then, Kongwu said, "That hide looks thick. Since I was the one who spotted it, can I put in a request for a yak hide coat?" Everyone laughed. Yiqing and Jiang Yan killed so many snow wolves and got all those pelts, but they didn't keep them for themselves. Kong Wu blushed and was about to argue when Jiang Yan laughed and said, "We really are lucky. This is a muskox." "A social ox?" Kong Wu was confused. "Yanjia, I'm socially anxious, you know." Jiang Yan burst out laughing and explained, "Not social musk as in musk fragrance. It's said that when the male musk ox is in heat, it releases a musky scent from the glands near its eyes." Musk ox? Everyone paused their digging. "Jiang Yan, how do you even know this stuff?" Jiang Yan just smiled. It wasn't her knowledge. Hua Bao, her AI encyclopedia, had provided the answer. The musk ox is the largest herbivore in the far north. It's been living on our planet for 600,000 years, a relic from the Ice Age. If it hadn't been struck by this meteorite, it would have survived this extreme cold just fine. Would you call this a gift from nature? Absolutely. The musk ox had been dead for a long time. But in this extreme cold, it was like being stored in a natural freezer. There wasn't the slightest sign of spoilage. Digging up this ox reminds me of when I used to dig yams back home, one soldier said, his eyes reddening. That casual remark suddenly dampened everyone's spirits. Zhao Yugong stopped digging, stood up, and looked off into the snowy distance at his wife. His expression grew dazed as he stared into the distance. Song Qian, standing nearby, knew what he was thinking. He comforted him. Old Zhao Miao Miao is safe back at the base. She'll be fine. Zhao Yugong said nothing, just sighed quietly. After taking turns digging for a while, they finally excavated a sloped ice pit beneath the musk ox. Song Qian took his military shovel and gave the musk ox a few hard whacks. With a thud, the massive beast fell into the pit. A dozen men grabbed its legs and arms and hauled the huge animal out of the ice pit. Song Qian and Qin Lang volunteered. Jiang Xiaoyue, your sleds are already full. We'll take care of hauling the ox. Everyone was surprised. That thing must weigh several hundred kilos. Kong Wu stepped up. Don't worry, I'll help too. I'll join in, Sun Jingtao added. Forget it, old son, Song Qian said. Your shoulder still needs to heal. He turned to Kong Wu. You too, take it easy. You guys don't realize, the friction between the sled and the snow is really low. Once you get it moving, it's actually pretty easy. Qin Lang agreed, exactly. 4 ounces can move 1,000 pounds, that's us. Hearing this, everyone wanted to give it a try. But first, they had to tie up the musk ox securely. With so many people around, Jiang Yan decided not to stash the huge animal in her space in front of everyone. With this many hands, it's amazing how easily we lifted it, someone marveled. To everyone's surprise, a dozen people managed to hoist the musk ox with hardly any effort, each of them stunned for a moment. Jiang Yan watched quietly from the side, smiling without saying a word. Hua Bao, nice job. She praised Hua Bao in her mind, who had secretly extended a vine to help the others. See? I told you, it's always hardest to get the sled moving at first. Once it's going, it's a breeze. Qin Lang and Song Qian tugged on the ropes, then easily pulled the sled loaded with several hundred kilos of musk ox forward. Hua Bao, who was secretly doing 90% of the work, quietly extended a vine and waved its little leaf at Jiang Yan with a flourish. Song Haitao, who had been worrying about how they'd ever move such a massive load, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Let's get moving, everyone. If we hurry, we might make it before noon. Daylight hours were short now. And once they arrived, there was still a lot to prepare. Time was not on their side. Got it. Jiang Yan and Yiqing started up the snowmobile engines and led the team onward toward the Phoenix Mountain Observatory. The wind and snow picked up again. Biting cold wind and swirling snowflakes whipped at the group, stinging their faces. At first, people managed a bit of small talk, but soon everyone fell silent, focusing on the trek ahead. No one knew how long they'd been walking when Sun Jingtao, who had taken the binoculars from Qin Lang, suddenly exclaimed in delight, Dr. Song, I see trees ahead. Trees. The group was first shocked, then overjoyed. Yeah, a huge patch of black trees. Sun Jingtao said, handing the binoculars to Song Haitao. Doctor, does this terrain look like it's near the observatory? Most city observatories had a distinctive white domed building. Dongshan was Su Dai's hometown, but when Sun Jingtao had visited with her before, he hadn't paid much attention to the area. With the poor visibility in the snowstorm and thick white fog on the mountaintop, he couldn't be sure. Yes, those are the unique black pines of Phoenix Mountain. We're almost there. Dr. Song finally relaxed. Hearing they were close, the exhausted group found a new burst of energy. Black pines? Song Qian took the binoculars for a look. If those are pines, we won't have to worry about heating for a while. After enduring extreme heat, torrential rain, and bitter cold, these trees had long since died. Not only was there plenty of firewood, but pine was full of resin and burned easily. Think we'll find any pine nuts? Someone in the group asked. Of course not. Song Qian handed the binoculars back to Sun Jingtao, grabbed the rope, and kept walking. If we're lucky enough to find any trunks left, that's already hitting the jackpot. He remembered pines as gnarled and twisted, but these looked like they'd lost all their branches, leaving only bare trunks, half buried in snow. From a distance, the exposed parts looked like a cluster of crooked stumps. He knew that without proper tools, branches were the first to go. If the weather were warmer, the blizzard lighter, if others had tools, or if the base were closer, even these trunks would probably be gone. The group pressed on. With their goal in sight, everyone was in high spirits. What should have been an hour's walk took just over 40 minutes. But reaching the edge of the black pine forest was only the first stage. Now came the harder part, the climb. There was still a long way from the mountainside to the summit. Everyone knew the snowmobile probably couldn't pull so many people and supplies up to the top. But for Hua Bao, it was nothing. Having already performed one miracle, what was one more? Besides, having Song Haitao and the others hike up on foot was clearly unrealistic. Seeing Jiang Yan had no intention of stopping, Song Haitao couldn't help but worry. Xiaojiang, do we have enough fuel in the tank? A regular motorcycle could go 200 or 300 kilometers on a tank. But in this extreme cold, hauling such a heavy load, fuel consumption would skyrocket. No problem, doctor. Just sit tight and leave it to us, Jiang Yan replied, stepping on the gas. Yiqing was skeptical about the snowmobile hauling so much up the mountain, but if Jiang Yan said it was fine, then it must be fine. Kong Wu and another soldier tied 2 more ropes to Song Qian's sled and helped pull. At the very front, Hua Bao extended 3 vines, pulling all 3 sled teams forward. Yiqing felt the weight behind him suddenly lighten. But with the tricky terrain, he didn't dare slow down or look back. Aren't we going to cut some pine to take with us? Su Dai asked, noticing no one was stopping as they passed through the pine forest. Lin Xiaoyue, sitting on the sled in front of her, said, "We need to find shelter first. We can worry about that later." Su Dai replied, "Oh," and glanced back at Sun Jingtao. Once Jiang Yan and Yiqing picked up speed, Sun Jingtao and the others, who had been walking alongside the sleds, were now left behind. "Honey, be careful back there." "Will do," Sun Jingtao called back, waving. Following the snowy path through the forest, Jiang Yan and Yiqing soon reached the end of the trail. On a wide, open platform stood a few lonely buildings, half collapsed under snow and meteorites, several massive radio telescopes, and a distinctive white domed building. The dome's main entrance was half buried in snow, and thick icicles hung all around it. "Thank goodness, we finally made it." Qin Lang stopped the sled on level ground and let out a sigh of relief. Song Qian scanned the area warily. "Everyone, stay alert." Jiang Yan and Yiqing parked the snowmobiles and turned to the others on the sleds. "Doctor, don't get out yet," Jiang Yan said. "We'll scout the area first." She slung her submachine gun off her back. According to Song Haitao, if this place had equipment to contact the Musan base, it should be heavily guarded. But clearly it wasn't. And judging by the pine forest they'd just passed, with far fewer exposed trunks near the observatory, it was likely someone was here. Anyone who could survive in these conditions was no ordinary person. Sun Jingtao and the others, panting, caught up. "Old Sun, you guys stay here. We'll check it out," Song Qian said, taking off his gun and following Jiang Yan and the others. Hua Bao, exhausted after all the heavy lifting, flopped onto Jiang Yan's shoulder, then shrank down and slipped through a crack in the door. Yiqing pressed his ear to the white building's door, listened for a while, observed a bit, then turned and whispered, "Seems like no one's inside." But Jiang Yan said, "There should be." And the doors locked from the inside. "Yiqing." "Song Qian." "Kong Wu, Yanjia, how do you know?" "Sixth sense." Jiang Yan whispered, then fished a thin wire from her pocket, bent it, and slipped it through the crack of the door. Since this place was going to be their new shelter, they couldn't just break in by force. In fact, Hua Bao, who had already slipped inside, had unlocked the door from within. Jiang Yan was just going through the motions to keep up appearances. "Yanjia, when did you learn this new skill?" Hearing the click of the lock, Kong Wu's face lit up with surprise. Jiang Yan tucked the wire back into her pocket and raised a finger to her lips. Shoo! Kong Wu immediately shut his mouth. Jiang Yan pushed her snow goggles up onto her forehead and was about to go in when Yiqing stopped her with an outstretched arm. Let me. They'd made quite a commotion when they arrived earlier. If there were people inside but no response, chances were the occupants were already hiding in the dark with weapons at the ready. As soon as the door cracked open, a foul stench wafted out. Even with masks on, they could smell it. It was the odor of scorched flesh, burning plastic, sweat, sourness, and the stench of bodily waste. Though it was daytime, the interior was pitch black, making it hard to see. Song Qian glanced around warily. There's airflow in here, which means there are other exits. You guys handle this side, I'll circle around to the other. Jiang Yan glanced at Kong Wu. Why don't you go with him? All right. Not being able to team up with Jiang Yan, Kong Wu pouted and turned to follow. Yiqing slipped inside, and Jiang Yan followed. With snow piled over a meter high outside, entering felt more like jumping into a dark pit. The room was empty and spacious. Far from the door, pressed against the wall, was a steep, narrow spiral staircase. Mama, there's no one on the first floor. I'll check upstairs, Hua Bao darted off. Okay. Jiang Yan frowned. A corner reeked so badly, she didn't need to guess what it was. She suddenly felt that having such keen senses wasn't always a blessing. She could see what normal people couldn't. She could smell what others couldn't. Pleasant scents were magnified, but so were foul ones. In another corner, there was a large, extinguished fire pit. Nearby, some half-burned pine branches and plastic boards lay scattered, not yet hidden away. The walls were mottled and peeling. Space-themed posters had clearly been torn down and used as fuel. Guns at the ready, the two of them crept forward. Jiang Yan suddenly felt something hard underfoot. She looked down. It was a small, gnawed-clean bone. Half of it had been charred by fire. It looked like part of a human calf. She tugged at Yiqing, who stopped and followed her gesture toward the fire pit. Only then did they notice that around the fire pit were scattered bones of all sizes. Finger bones, toe bones, even half a skull, clear signs of human remains. Jiang Yan felt bile rise in her throat, but forced it down. Mama, there are people upstairs with guns, Hua Bao reported from above. Don't come up yet. I'll disarm them first. Jiang Yan signaled Yiqing to pause. He didn't catch it and was about to step up when suddenly, ow. A dark figure tumbled noisily down the stairs. Without thinking, Yiqing raised his gun and fired. Ow, another person rolled down after. Ghosts. Ghosts. Spare me. Please spare me. Yiqing frowned. Had Song Qian climbed up from outside? But he remembered this building was completely sealed, and the exterior was all icy chains with nothing to climb. If it wasn't Song Qian, who were these people begging for mercy from? Jiang Yan knew it was Hua Bao's doing, so she stayed silent, waiting for it to finish kicking people down the stairs. After a quick search, Hua Bao reported, Mama, their guns are out of bullets. Their knives are broken too. Jiang Yan instantly understood. No wonder this group, despite holding a strong position, was all holed up upstairs. Stop kicking them down for now, she said, then looked at Yiqing. Shall we go up? With Hua Bao dealing with these unarmed people, it was like a dimensionality reduction strike. Still, for Jiang Yan, it was a good chance to practice real combat. All right. As Yiqing stepped onto the stairs, a burly figure suddenly leapt at him from above. Yiqing dodged and fired, but the figure twisted nimbly out of the way. The bullet thudded into the wall. Damn it. Enough with the tricks, let's settle this. The man lunged, then spun to attack the smaller Jiang Yan. At the same time, another person charged down at Yiqing, aiming for his face. Yiqing simply hooked his finger and caught the attacker's wrist in a vice grip. With a twist, crack, the man let out a pig-like scream. Seeing the other man's fist flying toward her, Jiang Yan lifted her leg at a 75-degree angle and swept it hard into his ear. He was dazed for a second, and before he could react, a sharp knife plunged into his chest. Bang! A gunshot rang out from the other side of the dome. 3 minutes later, the wave of attackers lay sprawled on the floor. 7 dead, 3 alive, and 1 person half dismembered. Song Qian, Qin Lang, Kong Wu, Sun Jingtao, and Mo Xiao entered. Sun Jingtao had clearly joined the fight. Blood was seeping from a wound on his shoulder. Kong Wu was carrying several guns. Song Qian dragged a man in. There's another group in the building outside. I left one alive. With the fighting over, Song Haitao and the others helped each other inside. Seeing the fresh corpses on the ground, Lin Xiaoyue and Su Dai instinctively shrank back. You're from the Yaoben base, aren't you? The man who'd first attacked Yiqing spat on the ground and sneered at Song Qian and Qin Lang. Too bad, you're too late. The equipment for contacting Musen base was destroyed by our boss long ago. I suggest you show some respect when you talk about our boss. Kong Wu punched him hard in the face. Mama, these people have little flames on their necks too. Hua Bao rummaged around, finding the same tattoo on the back of their necks as they'd seen at the Yunding building. Jiang Yan raised her eyebrows. So, you're the remnants of the blazing flame base. At her words, the man who'd taunted them froze, then, recognizing her figure and outfit, laughed. If I'm not mistaken, you're that Jiang Yan from Anming, aren't you? Our boss Shui has been looking for you for quite some time now. The moment he heard the words, Boss Shui, Yiqing's expression changed instantly. He strode forward, grabbed the man by the collar, and lifted him up with one hand. Where's Shui Miao Miao? Jiang Yan's brows furrowed as well. It was one thing for them to know she was Jiang Yan. But for the man to specifically mention and Ming, that was something that couldn't be ignored. Seeing the man clench his lips and refuse to speak, Yiqing's tone grew colder. Answer me. With that, he tightened his grip on the man's collar, pressing a finger threateningly against the man's Adam's apple. The man's breathing became labored, and he looked like he was about to throw up. Soon, his cheeks, already blackened from the cold, turned a sickly shade of liver purple. I don't know. Jiang Yan took a sharp knife out of her bag and, with a swift motion, sliced through the man's clothes. The blade cut through layer after layer of fabric, leaving a bloody gash more than 10 centimeters long just below the man's neck. Ack! Su Dai and Lin Xiaoyue had never seen Jiang Yan act so ruthlessly before. Instinctively, they shrank back behind their respective men. Mo Xiao watched quietly, equally puzzled by Jiang Yan's sudden brutality. Go check the others. See if anyone's wearing a mini bomb vest, Jiang Yan said, handing the knife to Kong Wu. Okay, Sister Yan. The rest of the group had their clothes cut open as well, but no sign of bomb vests was found. Meanwhile, Yiqing used some interrogation methods, but the men still gritted their teeth and refused to reveal where Shui Miaomiao was. However, they did confess to a few things. When the extreme cold first started, they and others from the Yaoben base were assigned to be stationed here. After the weather turned, they encountered several groups of people. They were also attacked by mutant snow wolves. Later, another group arrived. That group destroyed the radio telescopes and other equipment here, smashed and looted a bunch of stuff, then left. These men survived by hiding in a secret cellar. After that, as the temperature kept dropping and they were cut off from the world, they stayed here. Later, they plotted to secretly kill the other people from Yaoben base and have been living on their own ever since. This group originally had more than 50 people, now only a dozen or so remained. At first, they ate the people from Yaoben base. Later, every 3 days, they drew lots to kill one of their own as food. When Song Qian, Qin Lang, and the remaining soldiers heard that their brothers from Yaoben base had been killed and eaten, their eyes turned red with rage. They immediately rushed forward, beating and kicking the men. If these people weren't still temporarily useful, they would have killed them on the spot. I'll ask one last time. Where's Shui Miao Miao? Yiqing pressed the tip of his knife to one man's eyelid. That man, already beaten half to death by Song Qian and the others, shuddered all over as the cold blade touched him. I really don't know. The knife slid downward, blood spurted out, and the man's body arched in pain as he let out a howl. Even though everyone knew these men were heinous murderers and cannibals, seeing Yiqing's ruthless methods made the elders, Su Dai, and the others instinctively turn away. Isn't it possible they really don't know? Jiang Yan took out a piece of paper and wiped her hands. Since none of them had mini-bomb vests, it was likely they didn't have any key information about Shui Miao Miao or the Blaze base. Yi Qing's voice grew even colder. If they're this useless, then let's just kill them. Jiang Yan shot him a glance, a trace of doubt flashing through her mind. Arg! With a swift motion, the blade fell. Amidst the screams, blood spattered everywhere. Yi Qing stood up, grabbed a corpse, and with a thud, threw it into the corner of the room. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Zhang Yongliang frowned. Old Song, what do we do now? Song Haidao looked calmly at Song Qian and Jiang Yan. Why don't we go upstairs and take a look? If I remember correctly, there's a radio telescope up there. Jiang Yan suddenly recalled something. Doctor, earlier you mentioned equipment that could send a signal to the Musen base. Where is it? It's right here, Song Haidao said, supporting himself on the stairs as he headed up. Song Qian rushed ahead. Doctor, let me go first. Jiang Yan was taken aback. A telescope can send signals? Beside her, Jiang Yi interjected, radio telescopes need radar to operate. If there's radar, you can send electromagnetic signals. Su Dai, hearing for the first time that they could send signals to Musen base from here, was puzzled. But aren't all the satellites down? There's been no signal for ages. Jiang Yi grinned smugly. Radar doesn't need satellites. Radar works by sending out radio waves and receiving the reflected signals. Satellite communication, on the other hand, relays signals via satellites. They're different. Halfway up the stairs, Song Haitao nodded in agreement. Xiao Jiang is right. Everyone looked enlightened as they reached the second floor. The light upstairs was much better than below. But the scene was a mess. A large pool of blood stained the floor, and a half-dismembered corpse lay grotesquely scattered. Su Dai and Lin Xiaoyue had seen plenty of dead bodies before, but this gruesome sight still made them scream in terror. Mo Shiyao glared at them. Don't be so jumpy next time. Even if you're scared, cover your mouths. What if there are bad guys hiding in the dark? Su Dai stuck out her tongue. Okay. Song Haitao and the other elders weren't focused on the corpse. Their eyes were fixed on the pile of smashed and destroyed instruments and equipment, their faces full of grief and anger. Song Haidao reached out and touched a telescope with shattered lenses, his fingers trembling so much he couldn't speak. Doctor, even if we can't contact Musen base now, it's not the end of the world, Jiang Yan tried to comfort him. It's not just about contacting Musen base. These instruments would be invaluable for our future launches and other projects. That's right. In this extreme cold, a lot of equipment fails or malfunctions because of the low temperatures. But if the environment improves, some of it could be used again, another doctor explained. They probably smashed all this stuff not just out of spite, but to look for backup power sources, Jiang Yi volunteered. Why don't I take a look and see if there's any way to fix it? Everyone was stunned for a moment, then remembered that before the apocalypse, he was an IT expert. But IT? Wasn't that just computers and programming? Su Dai was surprised. Jiang Yi, you know about radar too? Not really, but the principles are similar, he said, turning to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, do you have any basic repair tools in your backpack? There was a hint of probing in his eyes. Everyone knew Jiang Yan's backpack was a bit of a miracle, always producing whatever was needed. But it was mostly medicine and food. I don't remember if I do. Jiang Yan took off her backpack and rummaged through it, finally pulling out a small screwdriver. Just this. She had bought a bunch of universal toolkits for her space. But with so many people around, it wasn't the time to pull out anything too miraculous. She could tell Jiang Yi was testing her. Here, take this too. Still, Jiang Yan handed him the knife as well. As if his suspicions were confirmed, Jiang Yi's lips curled into a faint smile as he accepted it. That's enough. While Jiang Yi worked on repairs, the others spread out to search the area. They didn't find anything useful. Upstairs, all the plastic, wood, pamphlets, anything that could be burned or used, had already been stripped away. After a while, Jiang Yi stood up, drenched in sweat. Song Haitao hurried over. Xiao Jiang, how is it? Doctor, the transmitter, the signal processing unit, and the receiver, They're all destroyed. Jiang Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied. Song Haidao's body trembled, and he cursed bitterly, those bastards. So those people earlier obviously came prepared, Song Qian said, frowning. If they couldn't take the equipment, they just destroyed it. Su Dai was a bit puzzled. I don't get it. If this equipment is so important, why didn't the authorities send more people to protect it? Song Haida sighed. Because the natural disaster hit so suddenly, and there are things even more important than this equipment that need protecting. The authorities can't be everywhere at once. Jiang Yan nodded. That's right. If the authorities hadn't focused their efforts on the rescue, the National Treasure Map wouldn't even exist. There's something else. That guy earlier also said that the Yaoben base sent people over, but it turned out half of them were actually from the Lian base. Qin Lang interjected angrily. Damn it, so after all that, even the supposedly impenetrable Yaoben base was infiltrated by enemy forces. Kong Wu started to curse, but then remembered Mo Zhongqing and Mo Shuaifeng, who had also turned traitor, and fell silent. On the side of the second-floor dome, there was a 3-meter-wide window. After the glass shattered, it had frozen over with snow and ice. A faint light shone through the thick layer of ice. Jiang Yan glanced at it. The light was already starting to fade. She looked away, swept her gaze over the group, and suggested, everyone, now isn't the time to keep discussing this. In another hour or two, it'll be dark. Why don't we figure out where we're staying tonight first? She's right, Song Haito nodded, looking at Song Qian and the others. Xiao Song, you and Yiqing take some people to check out the building next door with the crossbeams. If I remember right, that used to be the temporary staff dorm and cafeteria. Song Qian replied, okay, doctor. Xiao Sun, you and Jiang Yan check the buildings without crossbeams. That used to be the astronomy museum. The basement those thugs mentioned is right under there. Song Haito glanced at Sun Jingtao's arm. Your arm's injured, so be careful. Sun Jingtao and Jiang Yan both nodded. Okay, doctor. What about me, doctor? Zhao Yugong, seeing he hadn't been assigned, got a little anxious. How about I lead the team to the basement? Brother Tao's hurt, and there might still be an ambush inside. Song Haito glanced at the axe on Zhao's back and smiled. With Jiang Yan there, we're not afraid. You take Jiang Yi and the others and go gather some pine branches. Here's the key. After you're done, use this to bring them back, Jiang Yan said, handing him the snowmobile key. Yiqing saw this and handed over his own key as well. Lin Xiaoyue raised her hand. Doctor, Mo Shiyao, Su Dai, and I can help too. Song Haida smiled kindly. The room inspections won't take long. You three lead the rest and work with Qin Lang and Kong Wu to unload the supplies. Once we've settled on a place to stay, move everything inside. Although the wind and snow weren't as bad as at night, in just a short while, a thick layer of snow had already piled up on the supplies left outside. Lin Xiaoyue nodded quickly. Okay, doctor. Zhang Yongyang added, we'll help Dr. Lin too. The remaining elders all nodded. Yes, we'll help as well. Song Haito asked, does anyone have any objections or suggestions about the assignments? Everyone shook their heads. No. Song Haito's arrangements seemed casual, but in reality, every team had 1 or 2 capable members. Even though the heavy snow made it unlikely they'd run into enemies or mutant animals, they couldn't let their guard down. Mo Shirao asked, Doctor, aren't we staying here tonight? As soon as she spoke, Su Dai and Lin Xiaoyue instinctively glanced at the bloody corpse nearby and shivered. This place is too conspicuous. If there's a better option inside, we won't stay here, Song Haito replied. With the tasks divided, everyone got to work. Jiang Yan and Sun Jingtao headed toward the building Song Haito had mentioned. Song Haito went with them. The buildings were 4 or 5 stories tall. Though built on the mountaintop, they were half buried in snow. Sun Jingtao found a broken window, and the group climbed in one after another. Jiang Yan took out an emergency lamp and swept it around. Careful, there's broken glass. The place had long since been ransacked. It used to be the astronomy museum, with lots of wooden display stands and solid wood platforms. Now, aside from shattered glass everywhere, everything of value was gone. They made a circuit of the upper floors but found nothing useful. The upper floors were quickly checked, and Song Haitao led the group downstairs. If the upstairs rooms were open exhibition halls, the downstairs layout was more like a maze. Fortunately, Song Haitao was familiar with the place and led them down floor by floor with ease. "We should be on the second basement level now," Song Haitao said. Jiang Yan looked around. "Doctor, is the basement even lower?" Along the way, they saw a lot of trash. They also saw burnout fire pits and a few charred body parts. "Yes," Song Haitao nodded, continuing down. "The seed vault is right below the basement." Sun Jingtu was surprised. "A seed vault?" Song Haitao just grunted in affirmation, not elaborating. Sun Jingtu took the hint and didn't ask further. But he realized that their little team of 3 was no accident. Song Haitao had planned it that way. They went down 2 more floors. At the stairwell, a square black hole appeared before them. Scattered bullet casings lay nearby, and the floor tiles were cracked. There had probably been a square manhole cover here before, but it had been destroyed. Jiang Yan shone her flashlight inside, then continued down. The further they went, the thinner the air became. She couldn't help but worry about the oldest among them. "Doctor, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Song Haitao straightened his back. "Don't forget, I used to do hypoxia training." Jiang Yan grinned and gave him a thumbs up. "Doctor, you're amazing." "I'm getting old. I'll have to rely on you young people from now on," Song Haitao laughed. Out of nowhere, Sun Jingtu blurted, "Doctor, a man can't say he's not up to it, no matter how old he is." As soon as he finished, he realized that sounded a bit off, but it was too late to take it back. The words caught Song Haitao off guard. His usually calm face suddenly turned red. "Doctor, is that the entrance to the underground seed vault?" Jiang Yan shone her flashlight ahead, quickly changing the subject. They were now in a spacious room. Rows and rows of metal racks filled the space. Behind the racks, 2 steel doors like those of a bank vault stood out. Both the doors and the floor bore marks of bullets and explosives. But clearly, the doors hadn't budged an inch. It was obvious the security here was top-notch. Nearby, there should have been a fingerprint or a retinal scanner, but someone had shot it to pieces. Jiang Yan couldn't help but be amazed. "Doctor, is this place really just for storing seeds?" "Yes. This is one of only 3 national wildlife germplasm banks in the country. It's extremely important and unique, so the security level is much higher." Song Haitao stepped forward, frowning as he looked at the heavily damaged steel door. "This is a high-grade security door, the kind used in underground bank vaults. Normally, it requires triple authentication, authorized fingerprint, retinal scan, and a password. Now it's all been destroyed. Figuring out how to open it is a real problem." Sun Jingtu suddenly had an idea. "Why not let Jiang Yi give it a try? Isn't he the best hacker around?" Song Haitao shook his head. Even if he came, at most he could crack the password. There's nothing he could do about the fingerprint and retinal scan. Jiang Yan didn't say anything, but quietly released Huabao. As usual, Huabao flattened itself into a paper-thin shape and tried to slip through the crack in the door. But it quickly realized that these 2 seemingly ordinary steel doors didn't have any gaps at all. Frustrated for the first time, Huabao pouted. "Mom, it's sealed tight in here. I can't get in." Jiang Yan was taken aback. "Doctor, is there really no gap in the door?" Song Haitao didn't understand why she was asking, but replied instinctively no. Vault doors like this have sealing strips. Once closed, the strips form a tight seal with the door frame. It's designed to protect against water, fire, and other natural disasters. After saying this, he took the emergency lamp from Jiang Yan and started inspecting the wall inch by inch. Jiang Yan fished a flashlight out of her bag. "Doctor, the places we'll be going in the future, are they all going to be like this?" "Those are all officially managed and stored. I have authorization for most of the access points. But there will be some special cases, like..." Song Haitao paused, habitually glancing around before continuing. "After the extreme cold, we'll be facing global oceanification. Except for a few supplies stored in mountains, most of the resources were left in underground warehouses because there wasn't time to move them." Sun Jingtu caught on quickly. "So that means we'll have to go under the sea?" Song Haitao nodded. That's one way to put it. In fact, it'll be even harder than just going underwater. Ordinary seabed environments aren't as complex as underwater cities. That's why our team includes so many engineers and specialists. Jiang Yan. Looks like this national-level zero-cost shopping spree isn't going to be as easy as she imagined. Why do I feel like we're forming a tomb raiding team? Sun Jingtao wasn't intimidated by the difficulties. In fact, he looked even more excited and expectant. Song Haidao's expression grew more serious. Xiao Sun, your analogy isn't quite right. The treasures found in tombs are nothing compared to the nation's strategic resources. Doctor, should we go upstairs and check? Maybe we can find a gap from the roof or something. Sun Jingtao tried prying at the wall next to the steel door with a dagger, but after a long while, he only managed to scrape off a bit of dust. Song Haidao frowned. There are steel plates inside these walls too. They're not as cold-resistant as the ones at the Yaoben base, but they're tougher than ordinary steel. Plus, it's warmer here than outside, so damaging them will be difficult. No wonder those people spent so long at the door and still got nowhere. But mainly, they just didn't have the right tools. Sun Jingtao looked at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, should we try the heavy machine gun? If he remembered correctly, there was an M2HB heavy machine gun in the AS Area's ammo depot, loaded with armor-piercing rounds that could penetrate 20mm steel plates. The steel here was thick, but after enough shots, they could punch through the door or wall and then find a way to widen the opening. He slapped his forehead. If only that plasma cutter still had power, this would be a piece of cake. The metal here is thick, but not as strong or tough as those special alloys. Jiang Yan laughed. I'd forgotten about that if you hadn't mentioned it. She took off her backpack and pulled out the plasma cutter. Soon, she also took out a sizable generator and engine. Doctor, Brother Tao, put these on. Jiang Yan handed them each a pair of noise-canceling headphones and put on a pair herself. A flash of shock crossed Song Haidao's eyes. Jiang Yan, you'd better keep that backpack safe. Don't worry, Doctor, I will. Jiang Yan put on a pair of protective goggles, picked up the plasma cutter, and walked toward the steel door. It still has power? Sun Jingtao was also surprised. Jiang Yan nodded. Yep. She had so much stuff in her space that sometimes she honestly forgot what was in there, especially after a day of trudging through snow and ice. Her brain just wasn't working at full speed. She thought, if only she had a smart assistant to remind her in real time. With that thought, she raised the plasma cutter and started cutting into the steel plate. Sparks flew and a harsh screech filled the air. Song Haitao and Sun Jingtao instinctively turned away. The steel plates were thick, but after being in the cold for so long, their hardness and strength had been compromised. Under Jiang Yan's plasma cutter, it wasn't exactly like slicing tofu, but it wasn't that hard either. Soon, a rectangular doorway was cut out. She gave it a gentle push-bang, and the steel plate fell away, revealing a brightly lit room. This. Song Haitao turned around, first shocked, then overjoyed. We're saved. Sun Jingtao had used a plasma cutter before, so he wasn't as stunned. But seeing the bright lights inside, he was still surprised for a moment. There are still lights on in here, and it feels pretty warm. These storage rooms usually have dual power circuits and backup diesel generators to ensure electricity in emergencies. Unless something really unusual happens, they can keep running for years without a problem, Song Haidao explained. As for the warmth, the seed bank is usually kept at -20 degrees Celsius. Room temperature outside is -50 or 60, so coming in here actually feels hot. That reminds me, when you go to the north in winter to drink beer, the boss will ask if you want it room temperature or refrigerated. You have to say refrigerated. Sun Jingtao suddenly recalled a joke. As a southerner, Jiang Yan didn't get it. Why? Because in the northern winter, the fridge is -6 degrees, but room temperature is -20. Jiang Yan burst out laughing. No wonder I've seen videos where ice cream and stuff are just sold out in the open during winter. The three of them entered the room one after another. Inside, there were several more locked doors. But compared to the vault door outside, these were child's play. Hua Bao opened them in no time. Soon, rows of neatly organized seed storage racks appeared before them. I'm a bit worried now. If these seeds leave this carefully controlled environment, their germination rate might be affected, Song Haida said, frowning at the densely packed seeds. But if we just leave them here, there's a good chance we'll never be able to come back. No one could predict what disasters might come. It wasn't impossible that this land would one day be completely destroyed and turned into a wasteland. What Song Haita was worried about wasn't a big deal for Jiang Yan. The time in her spatial storage area was frozen. Once seeds and plants were put inside, they'd be preserved even better than outside. Of course, she couldn't say that out loud, so she could only comfort Song Haidao. Doctor, between two evils, we choose the lesser. You really don't need to worry so much. Song Haito nodded. You're right. Sun Jingta rummaged through a nearby cabinet and pulled out a couple of isolation suits. Jiang Yan, do you want to put this on before you go in? There was a thick layer of glass separating the outer room from the storage area inside, where the shelves were kept. It should be a sterile environment in there. The way we are now, Song Haitao glanced at the blood-stained Sun Jingtao and Jiang Yan, then at himself. Forget it, let's put them on. It'll at least reduce some bacterial contamination. Sun Jingtao clearly didn't plan to go in. After handing the suits to the two of them, he turned to leave. All right, I'll stand guard outside. Call me when you're done. No matter how safe the environment, someone always had to stay outside. It was a habit he developed over the years. Never let everyone go in at once. Thanks, Brother Tao. Jiang Yan handed him the emergency lamp, put on the protective suit, opened the inner door, and went in with Song Haidao. They had a lot to collect. Some high-tech equipment and instruments couldn't just be tossed into her space. They needed someone to guide and supervise. That person, aside from Mo Jingqing, would most likely be Song Haidao. So Jiang Yan was already prepared to reveal a bit of her spatial ability in front of him. But Song Haidao was clearly not prepared. He was utterly stunned when he saw entire racks of seeds disappear without a trace the moment Jiang Yan touched them. Xiao Jiang, this black tech backpack of yours is really something else. It's all right, Jiang Yan replied with a smile, continuing forward. Can it shrink? Song Haidao's gaze lingered on the backpack, which had no logo but looked well made. No, it can't. But don't worry, doctor, even if someone steals it, it's useless to them. Jiang Yan understood what he was getting at and explained. Song Haito nodded. That's good to know. As a researcher, he was extremely curious about Jiang Yan's black tech backpack. But his professional ethics and personal morals told him that some questions were better left unasked. So Song Haidao didn't press further. He glanced around and changed the subject. Xiao Jiang, after we finish with these seeds, let's pack up the computers, instruments, and the files from the archive room too. Jiang Yan nodded. All right. Before long, aside from the seeds, every item in the room that could be carried was safely stored away by Jiang Yan. Song Haito kept marveling. Food is the most important thing for people. With these seeds preserved, humanity still has hope. After collecting over 10,000 samples of seeds, they moved on to the plant section. Looking at the rows of plants on the cultivation racks, familiar yet strange, Jiang Yan paused. Doctor, this one looks like rice, but also like a wild grass. Halfway through, she noticed the label on the bottle. Wild rice. Looking at the other plants nearby, almost all were labeled wild. She was surprised. Why are all these wild crops stored in such a high-quality facility? Song Haitao, who'd done his homework beyond aerospace, explained. That's because wild relatives of crops contain excellent genes for disease and pest resistance, as well as resilience. Through hybridization, these traits can be transferred to cultivated varieties, boosting yield and helping them cope with harsh environments and climate change. But as time goes on, wild crops also face extinction or become hard to find, so they're specially protected. So these wild crops, he continued, are basically the ancestors of the crops we grow today. Jiang Yan paused in her collecting. So, if I understand correctly, now that the Lai Yan and Misen bases are constantly experimenting on people and animals, ordinary people will have little chance against disasters and mutants. But if any humans survive the disasters without genetic modification, wouldn't they become a rare species, just like wild crops? It's possible, Song Haida said, clenching his fist in frustration, a trace of helplessness in his eyes. Very possible. They might already be doing this. Jiang Yan was taken aback and suddenly recalled a video she'd seen a long time ago. In the old days abroad, black slaves working on plantations had to wear iron masks. The reason was that the plantation owners were afraid they'd eat the fruit and vegetables they picked. But the strong male slaves didn't have to wear them. Because, besides daily labor, those men were also used by the owners for breeding at night. I wonder how Xiao Mo is doing now. Song Haida's words pulled Jiang Yan back from her thoughts. After packing the last rack, Jiang Yan said, "Doctor, I have a feeling he's fine." She even suspected that Mo Zhongqing and Mo Shuifeng had deliberately brought her to the AS area, and later, the ejection from the AS area at Yaoben base was probably all prearranged by Mo Jingqing. But having his own little sister get involved so deeply, wasn't that a bit too cruel?